What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Possess Saitama Physique in Fairy Tail 1 SP Chapter 1 Time Traveled, the system came and left again. Ding, this is where the brain is stored, close black lens bracket cold. Jitter. Arrived at MiG station ahead, the train opens from the left. The sound of the subway arriving at the station woke Raphael up. He hurriedly stood up and rushed out the door. Raphael is 29 years old this year and is preparing to run away for 3 years. So far, he seems to have lived in vain for more than 20 years. Nothing has been accomplished, no savings, no house, no car, just increasing numbers of wabe and endless work. Just like today, it was a rare weekend, but because the manager was angry with Raphael for not being allowed to go fishing with the yellow-faced woman, he was asked to come to the company to work overtime without any reason to revise an unknown number of versions of the plan. I originally thought I could have a good rest on the weekend, so I stayed up all night catching up on Fairy Tail. Raphael had no choice but to rush to the company despite his sleepiness. After not sleeping all night, Raphael went to Luckin and ordered a double-strength iced Americano in order to wake himself up and drank it in one go. Judging from the fact that he almost slept through the station, it was obviously of no use. Well, as he walked on the road to the company, he sighed and walked towards the company door with his head hanging down. He completely failed to notice a sign erected at the door of the company that read, "The elevator is being inspected today. Please do not take the elevator to the 10th floor or above to avoid falling through the air." Already in a bad mood, he failed to notice the warning on the sign at the door, and the construction workers also thought that no one would come to work today, so they did not stop the operation of the elevator. Raphael entered the elevator and clicked on the 18th floor, intending to squint for a while. In order to prevent him from falling asleep in the elevator, he leaned against the elevator door so that he could wake up as soon as the elevator opened. As a result, the elevator reached the 18th floor. Due to maintenance reasons, only the inner door was open but not the outer door. Raphael fell through the crack. The moment he faced death, what Raphael left behind was not panic and fear, but regret that he would never have the chance to chase Fairy Tail to the end. A yellow meteor suddenly flashed across the sky above the Kingdom of Fury in a slant continent and fell into the surrounding dense forest. It hurts so much. A childish cry suddenly came from the dark forest, and a 10-year-old boy was seen lying in the center of the forest. He suddenly sat up and screamed, holding his head. Am I not dead? How can I still feel my own heartbeat? He suddenly touched his chest, thinking with confusion on his face. How are you? Advertisement. Suddenly, an old man's head with wrinkles appeared in front of him, and he was so frightened that he used his hands and feet to move back more than 10 meters. You? Who are you? Where am I? Did you save me? A series of questions popped out of his mouth. When he heard his own voice, he was stunned for a moment, because it was very immature, just like the voice of a little boy, and the words he spoke were not Huxia accent, but more like those from Shaoli language. He looked at his tiny feet and was stunned. Am I reborn? At this time, the wrinkled old man spoke. Don't be afraid, I didn't save you. I saw you lying here as soon as I arrived. What happened? Do you need help? I am Makarov. When the little boy heard Makarov's answer, he raised his head in surprise and looked at the old man in front of him. He had a white mustache and a Mediterranean-style white hair. He was wearing a white cloak, with golden shoulder pads on his chest. There's a medal hanging here and there. It's him, Fairy Tail President Makarov Drayar, who is good at giant magic and is usually a little old man who protects his shortcomings. Have I traveled through time? Time travel and rebirth? The boy thought blankly. Are you okay? Are you injured? Where are you injured? I'll send you to a medical mage. Seeing that the boy didn't reply for a long time, Makarov thought he was injured and quickly asked him and stepped forward to take him to the hospital for treatment. Seeing this, the boy waved his hands quickly. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. My name is Raphael. I may have lost my memory. I don't know what happened. I only remember my name. It turns out that this is the lucky guy Raphael who fell to death from the elevator before. He traveled through time and was reborn in his favorite anime world. However, because he couldn't explain his origin, he could only lie about amnesia. That's it. Then do you want to come to our guild? I have a magic guild. The people in it are very easy to talk to. They're all good people. Makarov narrowed his eyes and extended an invitation to Raphael. If Raphael didn't know who he was, he almost wanted to run away. He looked like a weird uncle who tricked Lil Loli into eating lollipops. Really? Great, I'll join. Originally, Fairy Tail was Raphael's favorite anime. Fairy Tail was a guild that he had longed to join when he was watching the anime. Now that he had this opportunity, he decided to join it right away. I've earned it, I've earned it. Makarov turned around and snickered. It turned out that he didn't come here for no reason. After all, the president of a guild didn't have the time to wander around, although he often picked up little children. The child is. He also found this place because he saw the meteor streaking across the sky and followed its trajectory. Then he watched helplessly as the meteor turned into the little boy in front of him. Although he could not feel any traces of magic, based on what he had seen before, he still felt that this boy was definitely a good prospect, so he decided to kidnap him into the guild even if he had to kidnap him. However, Raphael had no intention of noticing Makarov's little moves. He was shocked and speechless by the scene in front of him. Open black lens bracket ding. It is detected that the host has awakened and has subjective consciousness, and the system begins to bind. The hero achievement system is being bound. Please do not move. Open black lens bracket ding. Load the lottery system. Load the task section. Advertisement, loading is successful, starting to scan the surrounding areas and preparing to generate tasks. Detected that the person in front of me is Makarov. Makarov? Am I in the wrong world? Close black lens bracket? Damn, any navigation can go wrong. I was going to the world of One Punch Man and ended up in the world of Fairy Tail. I uninstalled it when I got back. Open black lens bracket ding. The system is unbinding. Unbinding is successful. I'm sorry to the host that it has brought unhappiness to your life. You have been compensated. I wish you a happy life. Goodbye. Close black lens bracket. Raphael. Why did this thing end all of a sudden? Is it over before you even have time to be happy? Raphael didn't even have time to be happy when he saw Goldfinger's arrival when he heard the system complaining and was untied. This made Raphael speechless. Is this a transfer station or a service area? Is it okay to just leave? Raphael felt uncomfortable because of the old mouth. He wanted to vomit but didn't know where to vomit. Fortunately, there is a consolation prize, which can be regarded as a blessing among misfortunes. Damn it, I could have been invincible in the world, but now I can only live on the subsistence allowance. This is not how the ups and downs of life work. Raphael was complaining crazily in his mind while feeling the compensation left by Lucci's cheating system. The next second, he was ecstatic. It turns out that the compensation left to him by this cheating system is to have Saitama's physique. Saitama, the invincible One Punch Man, doesn't even have any shortcomings. He can't be too perfect. For this reason, I won't care about your cheating. Raphael clenched his fist happily, intending to shock Makarov with a normal punch. As a result, he almost clenched his fists and could not feel the power that could destroy the world. No, why don't you feel it? Is it a fake? Raphael once again sank into the feeling of his mind, and his face turned dark instantly. Saitama has a good physique, but it is currently in an undeveloped state and needs training to slowly grow to Saitama's level. Well, let me tell you, it turns out it's still the original initial form. It's a cheating system, so why don't you just give me Saitama's peak state as quickly as possible? I have to train myself slowly, so I won't be bald in the end. Already? Are you sure you're okay? Makarov looked at Raphael in front of him, laughing and going crazy for a while. He instantly regretted inviting him into the guild. Oh my god, this kid couldn't be a psychopath. The people in the guild were already smart enough. Now here comes another one. Makarov could already imagine the future situation of the guild, which made him turn gray instantly. Hey, I'm fine. Let's go, President, go to your guild. After coming back to his senses, Raphael could only reluctantly accept this fact. Just exercise. The strength gained in this way will allow me to use it effectively, which is not bad. Makarov nodded, took the boy's hand, and walked towards the guild. Under the sunlight, the two shadows of the same height gradually lengthened, and the old man's voice could be faintly heard. Raphael, do you know what magic is? Magic is the miracle that comes from the heart, the power from the bottom of your heart. The Wizarding World, I, Raphael, am here, Chapter 2 First time arriving at the guild. Kingdom of Fury, Magnolia Town, Fairy Tale Guild. As you can see, this is the new member of the guild. His name is Raphael and he has officially joined Fairy Tale. Everyone should get along well. The short Makarov stood at the bar and introduced Raphael to everyone. Raphael, on the other hand, looked at him with expressionless eyes. This cheater actually left himself to Girdas and ran away. He was talking about whether it was appropriate to take him with him to the council meeting, then threw him to the Girdas he met on the road and then moisturized himself. 1 year. Raphael has been following Girdas for a whole year. Apart from drinking, that guy also picked up girls. If he hadn't gone hunting on his own, he would have been afraid that he would have traveled to another unknown world again. But there is one thing to say, Girdas's shattering magic is indeed powerful. He is truly a man who breaks mountains and seas, walking in a straight line all his life. Feeling Raphael's resentment, Makarov also shed a few drops of cold sweat on his head. After all, he did suddenly receive news from the council and asked him to go over and be scolded, so he had to leave it to Girdas. But at that time, he thought that Girdas was returning to the guild. It was his own fault. He was walking in a hurry and did not understand whether he was going on a mission or returning to the guild. This resulted in Raphael following Girdas to survive in the wild for a year. And it's just him surviving in the wild. Ahem. Let me introduce myself to everyone. Makarov felt guilty and did not dare to look at him directly. He turned his head and looked elsewhere and urged him to seize the time to introduce himself. Raphael shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Thanks to the president, he has continued to exercise, hunt, and receive training from Girdas this year, and his strength has increased rapidly. Maybe the system gave Saitama a physique with the limiter turned on. His strength improved rapidly. By the time he returned to the guild at the end, he could fight Girdas for a whole day and night without losing. Hello everyone, my name is Raphael. I just turned 11 this year. Please take care of me. Raphael introduced himself to everyone in the guild. He was very excited to see so many familiar people. Unfortunately, he traveled through time too late and could not save Urza and Uru. Oh, welcome to your arrival. I heard that you have been trained by Girdas for a year. Macau snapped his fingers handsomely. Purple flames appeared on his fingertips, lit the cigarette, and puffed out a smoke ring handsomely. Macau, why do you like to act cool so much? You be asterisk 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 D. Wakaba saw Macau's pretentiousness and was instantly unhappy, so he manipulated the smoke ring he blew out and stuffed it back into his nose. Oh, are you the boy who was trained by Girdas? Then you must be very strong, come and fight me. Advertisement. A boy with cherry red hair suddenly became excited, spitting flames from his mouth and inviting Raphael to fight. Go ahead, you hanging eye, I've never seen you win before, I'd better let you, Lord Grey, do it. I'm the one who wants to challenge you. The naked man with black hair pushed Natsu away and stood in front of Raphael to invite a fight. Raphael's eyes felt a little spicy. What kind of challenge do you want, you naked man? I'll do it, Mirajane. I'm the strongest mage in fairy tale. A girl with silver hair punched Grey away and stood in front of Raphael, raising her head and pointing at Raphael. Said the nose. My strawberry cake. Grey, who was knocked away by Mirajane, instantly knocked over Urza's strawberry cake. Urza was instantly trembling with anger, stood up, walked over to Mirajane and squeezed her. You pay for my strawberry cake, devil woman. Urza looked at her angrily. What are you talking about, you armored girl? Get away, otherwise I'll beat you up too. Mirajane instantly transformed into a demon state and knocked Urza away. And Urza also changed into a magic sword in an instant and was about to rush forward to strike Mirajane with a sword. Natsu and Grey on one side were already rolling on the ground. Just stop it, you guys. Makarov roared and instantly grew into two palms, grabbing Urza and Mirajane on each side. Natsu and Grey, who were rolling and fighting each other on the ground, were stepped on by him into the floor. Don't be embarrassed in front of the newcomers. Makarov looked angrily at the two women in his hands and the two men on the ground. Urza and Mirajane looked at each other, snorted and turned away. And Natsu and Grey, these two guys are unconscious. Makarov looked at them tiredly, and when he saw Raphael gloating next to him, he gave him a shudder angrily. Are you still laughing? It's not you who did it. Please give me a solution. Raphael covered his head and looked at him speechlessly. You can't solve it yourself and ask me to come? Advertisement, then let me show my strength, old man, find a venue, otherwise this guild will be rebuilt soon. Don't they just want to see their own strength, so let's show it to them. Makarov instinctively didn't believe what Raphael said, but thinking that this guy was trained by Girdas, what if he was the same as Girdas? Makarov quickly jumped down from the bar and led Raphael out to the hill behind the guild. Everyone in the guild looked at each other. They didn't expect this newcomer to be so arrogant. Mirajane snorted coldly. I want to see how strong he is. After that, he walked out of the guild and came to the mountain behind the guild. The rest of the people were very curious. After all, they also thought of the question that Makarov had thought of. You must know that because of Girdas's destructive power, there's a Girdas mode that prevents Girdas from being destroyed. Seeing that everyone had arrived at the back mountain, Raphael looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone is here, please stand still later. TCH, you're trying to be mysterious. Mirajane looked at him disdainfully, holding her hands. Raphael shook his head with a smile, turned around and looked at the woods in front of him, his pupils condensed, and he punched out with a loud noise, and the floor where everyone was sitting was shaking continuously. Everyone quickly grabbed the people around them to stabilize their bodies. The shaking soon stopped. Everyone in Fairy Tale looked at the scenery in front of Raphael in shock. I saw that more than half of the originally dense forest disappeared from the middle and was replaced by a deep ravine, just like a piece of cream cake had been severely scraped from the middle. Natsu and Grey were so surprised that they couldn't say a word. And Macau and Wakaba opened their mouths wide and couldn't close them at all. Kana murmured in surprise. This is too exaggerated. A hint of darkness flashed in her eyes. Even Makarov was so surprised that his mouth almost dropped to the ground, and Mirajane held her hands stiffly, neither letting go nor letting go. Raphael turned his head and looked at everyone with a smile and said, I said, you are all rubbish. Chapter 3 Fight. I said, everyone, they are all rubbish. What did you say? You be asterisk 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 D. Everyone looked at Raphael angrily, never expecting that a newcomer would dare to provoke them like this. Raphael was still looking at them with a smile. He was afraid of trouble and didn't want to be constantly challenged, so he could only defeat them all in this way. Ah! Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu screamed, his fists ignited with flames and he rushed towards Raphael. Raphael just raised his fist slightly and punched him away. Damn it! Ice-shaped. Grey was about to release his magic when he was punched away by Raphael, who appeared in front of him at an unknown moment. A second hole appeared in the guild wall. Change. Magic sword. Urza held the magic sword and slashed at Raphael. Raphael just smiled and stretched out 2 fingers to clamp the magic sword, broke the sword with a slight force, and then pressed Urza in with one hand. In the soil, only a head was left. Die. Mirajane instantly received the soul of Satan and rushed towards Raphael. Raphael was still smiling, clenched his fist and raised his fist at Mirajane, who was rushing towards her. Mirajane felt that the sky turned dark for a moment, and she seemed to see a blinding fist coming towards her. Her whole body was trembling, and every inch of skin and every cell in her body seemed to be shouting, yes. Die. She struggled crazily, wanted to twitch her legs crazily, and kept shouting in her heart. Move quickly, get moving. She was desperate as she watched this huge fist hit her, she began to regret it. I was wrong. I shouldn't have challenged this monster. Elfman, I will only have to rely on you to take care of Lasana from now on. Why doesn't it hurt? Mirajane, who was reminiscing and secretly leaving her last words, opened her eyes and found that she had stopped at some point, and that little fist just stopped in front of her. Illusion. Hallucination? Oh my god, is this his true strength? It's too scary? As expected of the guild leader, we actually found this monster. Our guild will have another S-class mage in the future. Advertisement. Mira Jane heard the discussion behind her and turned around to look strangely. The sight made her so stunned that she couldn't speak. She saw that the sky that was originally covered with white clouds was neatly divided into a line from the middle, and it was still moving towards the two sides opened up, revealing the shy blue sky. Raphael's punch directly gave the earth a midsection. Mira Jane turned around and looked at the young man in front of her with complicated eyes. She opened her mouth and was about to speak when she was interrupted by two voices. Elder sister. Are you okay, sister? The two children walked up to her and supported her and asked with concern. I think this should prove my strength. Raphael touched his nose. The way Mira Jane looks at Raphael has changed. In her eyes, only those who can fight with her are qualified to be her friends. In the past, there was only Urza, but now there is another Raphael, but the difference is that Urza can be evenly matched with her, but Raphael, she feels that this is the rival she will chase for the rest of her life. Natsu and Gray, who were knocked away, came back soon. They looked at Raphael in surprise and admiration. They knew that Raphael didn't exert much force, he just knocked them away without getting hurt. This kind of control was really amazing. Got it. Urza on the side also came out of the soil on her own. When Raphael pressed Urza into the soil, he trampled the surrounding soil, so strictly speaking, he put Urza into the soil pit. Urza gently it came out in one jump. She stepped forward with a serious face and said seriously to Raphael, I, Urza Scarlet, agree with you. Raphael scratched his head and smiled, looked at them and said, it's good if you don't blame me. Suddenly, a huge hand grabbed Raphael. Makarov looked at Raphael angrily. You be asterisk 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 D. You just took action and broke the guild. Fix it for me before dinner tonight. If you don't fix it, you won't be able to eat. Raphael looked at the two big holes in front of him that were hit by Natsu and Gray, and nodded sheepishly. After all, it was indeed his fault. It would be fine if Natsu and Gray were knocked to the other side. Makarov snorted coldly, put Raphael down, then stretched out his arm to take out the tools from the guild and handed them to him, turned around and invited everyone back to the guild to drink. But those who left were all adults, and a few little ones stayed behind to accompany Raphael to repair the holes in the wall. I'm sorry, everyone, I beat you up and you still help me like this. Advertisement. Looking at the few little ones who were repairing the wall with him, Raphael scratched his head in embarrassment and said. It's okay, anyway, I challenge every day and get beaten every day, so I'm used to it. Natsu grinned heartlessly, showing his big white teeth. That's right, that be asterisk 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 D who played with fire is fine, so I'll be fine even more. But next time, can you let me finish casting my magic before fighting? Otherwise, that be asterisk 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 D who played with fire can release magic but I can't, very embarrassing. What Gray cares about is that even Natsu was knocked away after releasing his magic, but he didn't even release his magic. I'll try my best. Raphael looked at Gray, who was not paying attention properly, with a black line on his head, and agreed with the corner of his mouth twitching. I will challenge you next time when I am stronger, Mira Jane and Urza said to Raphael in unison. Realizing that their rival had said the same thing to them, Urza and Mira Jane looked at each other angrily, and then turned their heads away. Raphael looked at the two of them, they were quite cute. Everyone in the guild looked at the few little ones outside with a look of relief. Children's emotions are the simplest, Macau sighed while blowing out smoke rings. Yes, 1 second they were fighting to the death, and the next second they were reconciled as before. It's such a pure friendship. Wakaba blew smoke rings with him. Hey, the children I brought back from our guild, how could they be so bad? Makarov, who was also blowing smoke rings, looked at Macau and Macau with pride. Raphael and the others looked at the smoke that was constantly coming out of the guild door with disgust on their faces, and they took several steps away in an instant. Let's go, Urza said while pinching her nose and fanning herself. Yeah, let's go to another place. Mira Jane also looked at the smoky guild with disgust. Let's go, Lasana urged everyone to leave quickly. The adults in the guild were still fuming, completely unaware that the little ones were gone. Raphael looked back at the fairy tale flag fluttering in the wind above and smiled happily. I joined Fairy Tale, Chapter 4 S-Class Mage Examiner. If there are books, it will be long, but if there are no books, it will be short. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. At the entrance of the town of Magnolia, a young man walked up, wearing a white cloak with the Fairy Tale logo printed on the back, lined with a black suit, jet black hair, and black eyes. He has a face as handsome as the reader, very handsome. This boy was carrying an oversized horn in his hand, which was 4 or 5 times bigger than him. This was Raphael, who had just returned from an S-Class mission. In the 3rd year after defeating Mira Jane, he became the 2nd S-Class magician and the youngest magician in the world. After living in the wilderness for so long, I finally returned to the town. I really miss you all. I wonder if you all miss me. Thinking of this, Raphael couldn't help but speed up his pace. He hurriedly said hello to the people he knew along the way and walked towards the Fairy Tale Guild. Boom! The guild door was kicked open by Raphael. Everyone, I'm back. I brought specialties for you to eat, Raphael shouted loudly. Raphael, you be asterisk 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 D. Next time you knock on the door and come in, the door will be kicked open by you. This was Makarov's roar. Oh, you're finally back, Raphael. Come and fight me. I'm on fire. This was Natsu's cry. Get out of here. You be asterisk 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 D. If there's a duel, it's me who should duel him first. I'm the first one who should duel with him. This is Gray, who has taken off only his underwear. Ah, Gray. Where are your clothes? Well, this is the little angel Lasana. At this time, an armored fist and a black claw knocked Natsu and Gray away. Get away from me, Raphael. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You really kept me waiting for a long time. I wait every day looking forward to your return. Urza and Mirajane always have an inexplicable tacit understanding about certain things, and they can actually repeat such a long paragraph word for word. Hey, I was here first. What are you trying to grab? Armor girl. Mirajane yelled at Urza unhappily. I'm the one who came first. I'm going to snatch you, you bad girl. Not to be outdone. Urza immediately grabbed her and the two started wrestling. Wow, our Raphael is so charming. The two beauties in our guild are fighting for him. Old Macau puffed out smoke rings with an ant's smile on his face. Confess, this is a confession, youthful youth, as Macau's old friend, Wakaba naturally kept up with the rhythm. Woohoo, shocking. Two beauties from a certain guild actually fought over a man. The people around them didn't mind the excitement, and one or two of them started teasing Raphael, Mirajane and Urza. Urza and Mirajane stopped wrestling, looked at each other, nodded in agreement, and each rushed towards Macau and Wakaba, punching them all away. You bastards, you actually arranged us like this. I think you are itchy, don't you? Why don't you all come and practice? Look, the inexplicable tacit understanding has come again. They all say the same thing, and the movements and postures are exactly the same. Advertisement. Raphael looked at the farce in front of him, touched his head, and smiled happily. It seems that everyone is still the same, nothing has changed. Okay, I have accepted all your challenges, but not now, there will be opportunities later. Opportunity? Urza and Mirajane looked at each other and looked at Raphael in confusion. Raphael smiled mysteriously, not intending to answer their questions, and walked straight to the bar. You're back. From the looks of it, this 10-year mission went well. Makarov, who has been sitting at the bar all year round, smoked a cigarette and looked at Raphael. Yes, President, it's not as simple as smooth, but very easy. It's just a low-level demon summoned by the Dark Guild using the Book of Demons. It's a little hard to find except that it can be invisible, but I opened the normal. The pattern was solved instantly, and I even brought the horn on its head back as a souvenir. Raphael then put the horn he had been holding on the ground and poked a hole in the floor. After 5 years of training, Raphael has developed 3 modes. One is the casual mode, which uses 90% of the strength to fight with others. He basically maintains this mode at ordinary times. The other is the normal mode, which uses 90% of the strength to fight with others. Fight with 55% of your strength, and the third is serious mode. There is no upper limit to your strength in this mode, depending on how long you want to resolve the battle. But it may be a characteristic of the magical world. Since the mode was developed, Raphael will have magic circle special effects when he punches. The black and red magic circle looks very handsome, but it is of no use. Its only function is to look more handsome. Point. Oh my god, did you actually complete the 10-year mission so easily? Then isn't it a century-old mission next time? It's so powerful, he is worthy of being called a Titan mage. Everyone was shocked. After all, Raphael was indeed the mage who completed the 10-year mission with the highest efficiency in the shortest time. Because of his powerful strength and his self-proclaimed Titan power, others gave him the title of Titan, which means a being with the power of a Titan. So you punched someone else's fields, orchards, and half of the town into powder. Makarov jumped up angrily and gave Raphael a blow with his pipe. I always tell you to hold back your strength. Just use your casual mode, but you actually turned on the normal mode. Do you think that the devil is made of diamonds or that the town is made of diamonds? Nagging. So I said I wanted to dismantle the Magic Council, but you didn't agree. Raphael muttered, covering his head. You idiot, tear them apart. If it's the Dark Guild, will you handle it? If there are any documents and actions, will you handle it? Makarov rolled his eyes. Then forget it, I'm too lazy and hate these troubles. Raphael waved his hands repeatedly. But the council will take care of them to death, as long as you're fine. Then Makarov smiled. After all, he brought the Zazai back and watched him grow up. He can only bully him and no one else can bully him. Do you know the mission after coming back this time? Makarov looked at Raphael and asked. Yes, I just want to take this opportunity to take a good rest in the guild and improve the strength of our guild. Raphael nodded. Old man, what are you talking about? Why can't we understand a word? The impatient Natsu couldn't stand their way of playing riddles and asked hurriedly. Ahem, since everyone is here now, let me tell you, the S-class magician assessment will begin now, and Raphael will be the examiner of this assessment. Makarov stood up and said loudly. The S-class mage examination. Calculating the time, it is indeed about this time. Yes, Laxus became an S-class mage last year, who will it be this year? President, hurry up and announce who can participate this year. I'm really looking forward to it. Everyone was talking about it. Advertisement. Standing at the bar, Makarov saw that everyone was in high spirits and did not show off. He solemnly announced. After a year of inspection and observation, there are 3 people who are qualified to participate in the S-class wizard assessment this year. They are Urza Scarlet, Mirajan Strauss and Kana Alberona. After listening to the president say the names of the 3 people, there was nothing more to say. Many people's faces showed an annoyed look. After all, being able to become an S-class mage is also a recognition of one's strength. However, their strength was indeed insufficient, so they quickly looked away. Oh, They are all girls. The last few times they were all boys, but this time they are all girls. The girls in our guild are basically better than the boys. The boys in the guild were very upset when they heard that their names were not mentioned, but when they heard the adults teasing them, they instantly became angry. Damn it, I don't accept it, I want to participate too. Natsu was about to make a scene, but before he could finish his words, he was knocked unconscious by Urza. Gray on the side was about to speak, but when he saw Natsu's miserable state, he immediately closed his mouth and swallowed. Urza and Mirajan are looking at each other at this time. After all, they have always been in a competitive relationship and are rivals. They usually challenge each other equally. If it weren't for Raphael's arrival, then it is estimated that the younger people in the guild would just look at the two of them. They were quarreling, but this test came at the right time, just right for them to compete. Urza dealt with the noisy Natsu and said to Mirajan, "Finally I can compete with you thoroughly. I hope you won't lose so quickly. Let's have another duel at the end." Mirajan grinned and said with fighting spirit, "Haha, I have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Let's see who is the strongest female wizard in the guild." Currently, the outside world recognizes that the strongest mage is Raphael, because his mission has always been completed with just one strike, which is higher than Girdas's completion rate. Therefore, they are now competing for the strongest female mage, and then go with Raphael competes for the strongest magician. Raphael didn't care about this. He looked meaningfully at Kana, who was beside him and drank several large barrels of wine excitedly. This girl with wheat-colored skin had different reasons for wanting to become an S-class mage. Girdas's daughter is really a scumbag, but Kana is indeed a good person. She recognizes her father in the same position and is very tough. So should I give her some water then? Raphael stroked his chin and thought. Makarov continued. Since some of the three are participating for the first time, let me explain briefly. You can choose a partner from among the guild members present. Except for S-class magicians, the final decision will be made. One person will become an S-class mage, and as you know, Raphael will continue to serve as the assessor this time. Choose me as your partner. Urza, I also want to have a duel with Raphael. Natsu, who was still like a dead pig just now, immediately came back to life with full health and recommended himself to Urza as soon as the president finished speaking. No Natsu, I choose Gray to be my partner. Urza rejected Natsu. Gray on the side heard Urza's words, raised his eyebrows, and showed a proud smile to Natsu. Why, am I not stronger than that droopy eye? How am I inferior to him? Natsu was dumbfounded. Because Gray's modeling magic can bring me a lot of convenience. It can not only help me detect traps but also give me assistance. It's very comprehensive. Just admit it, I'm actually better than you. Gray proudly showed his underwear to Natsu. Well, he was naked again. Natsu reluctantly set his sights on Mirajan, but was disappointed to find that she had already partnered with his brother Elfman. In the end, he looked at the final candidate like an abandoned puppy, Kana. Seeing this, Kana said weakly, I don't have a partner. If you don't think I am weak, I can be a partner. Although Kana was surprised and excited that she was also on the list, but facing Urza and Mirajan was really a challenge. Even if I don't have any confidence, having a strong partner like Natsu is a good choice. Then it's settled. I will do my best to make you an S-class mage, ha 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 ha, I'm on fire. Seeing that they had chosen their partners, Makarov immediately announced. Then, get ready, we are about to start the assessment. Chapter 5 Assessment. On the vast sea, a large ship sailed, with the Fairy Tail logo flag flying on it. This was the ship of the Fairy Tail Guild, and it was now heading to Sirius Island to take the S-class mage assessment. Natsu lay on the side of the boat and kept vomiting. He was as exhausted as a noodle. Love, Natsu, are you alive? Happy kept stroking Natsu and said anxiously, Natsu, why did your soul fly out? Happy was in a hurry, while Gray kept scolding Natsu beside him, and he couldn't get the chance to beat up the drowned dog. I didn't think it was anything when I saw this scene in the anime before, but now I see it, it's quite amazing. This vehicle is really a special weapon against Dragon Slayer. I don't know how they got this problem. According to the legend, the lasso of Gaia's will to them. Single quote. Raphael watched the scene in front of him with great interest, but was not worried about it, because he knew that even though Natsu was half dead right now, he would be alive again as soon as he left the vehicle. At this time, Guild President Makarov secretly leaned into Raphael's ear and whispered, you have to be more relaxed this time. Don't beat Laxus so hard like last time. It doesn't matter that he is a boy, but these three, if you beat a girl until her face is bruised and bruised, your life in the future will probably not be easy. Raphael heard the president's words and gave the president a roll of his eyes. Hey, stinky old man, it's obviously you who said you want me to teach Laxus a lesson, okay. It's you who said that the child's rebellious period has come and you asked me to get him back on track. Let him know that this world is not the boss of the world, but his second child, and now you are saying that it is my problem. Quote. Makarov immediately pretended to be confused. Really? How could I do such a thing to my own grandson? It's just that your hands are itchy and you can't control yourself. Stop talking and prepare to go to the island. I want to start announcing the rules. Raphael watched Makarov flee from him, smiled helplessly, and then narrowed his eyes. Laxus, I hope you won't go the way of the original novel, otherwise. Makarov stood at the bow of the ship and said to the three people who were about to start the assessment, this assessment is different from the past. This time it is a survival challenge. Survival challenge. Urza and the three looked at each other in confusion, looking at the president in front of them in confusion. Advertisement. Yes, the survival challenge. As the name suggests, you land on the island in your own way from a place 5 nautical miles away from the island. After landing on the island, you have 1 hour to set traps or attack each other, and Raphael, after you have stopped fighting, you will go to the island to eliminate the rest of you. So after arriving on the island, whether you choose to fight separately or unite to fight Raphael, it all depends on your choice. If Raphael doesn't fall, then the last of you who hasn't fallen will become the new S-class mage. And if Raphael falls, the last person standing will become the new S-class mage. Quote. Finally, a challenge is a challenge, but we must remember that no matter what, we are all partners of a guild. That's it. Do you understand? Makarov looked at the 3 people and their partners seriously. After getting their nods, he waved his hand. Then, start now. We're leaving first. As soon as the president finished speaking, Mirajan and her brother half received the flying monster, grew wings and flew to the island. Ice make floor. Change into black feather armor. Gray and Urza also used their magic and rushed towards the island. Kana threw Natsu into the water and left the boat. Natsu suddenly woke up and rushed forward as excitedly as a husky. Kana took the opportunity to use card magic to make a surfboard, and pulled Natsu's clothes and rushed to the island. After a few people left, Raphael and the others started playing mahjong. Raphael taught them how to play this game. Now the people in the guild no longer fight or drink. They play mahjong when they have time. Dongfeng, guild president, you have brought me a problem. Several of them attacked me together. It is difficult for me to maintain the casual mode. After all, they are not weak chickens of the Dark Guild. They are super strong. Raphael complained to Makarov. One tube, this is interesting. This way you can show their strength. You can also judge which of them can truly become an S-class mage. I believe you can control yourself. Makaro the husband waved his hand nonchalantly. 10,000, but no matter what, this rule is too unfair to Raphael. After all, they only have 1 hour. If they want to fight first, they will not be able to pass Raphael if they consume too much magic power. But if they join forces, fighting, it would be easy to break the island into pieces. Happy said worriedly as he ate the dried fish. Advertisement. Eat, Yaoji, yes, it will be difficult for me to be rescued, right? Raphael, please stop laughing. Mr. Gang, who was pulled in to act as a first aider, had no expression on his face, he couldn't see it at all. Make an expression. It is worth mentioning that Mistgun wrapped himself up very tightly today, and Raphael kept snickering. Bang, 70,000, it's okay. Facing a powerful enemy, whether to join forces or fight alone requires judgment. It's not easy to be an S-class magician. And Raphael, control it. Why didn't you say you couldn't control it when you beat them 5 years ago? Makarov looked at Raphael with a threatening look. I'll try my best to hold back, but after this time I don't want to be an assessor anymore, blank slate. What else could Raphael say? The president of his family is his favorite, and with his current strength, it would be difficult for them to hurt him. Okay, that's nonsense. Ha ha ha, Makarov laughed happily. Playing cards is a quick way to pass the time. An hour passed quickly in a few games of mahjong. There was some movement on the island shortly after they landed, but soon there was no sound. It seemed that they might have formed a coalition. After all, it was better to fight against equally matched opponents than to be defeated individually by powerful opponents. The time has come. I haven't heard any movement for so long. It seems that I need to stretch my muscles. They must have been waiting for me for a long time. So let me say hello to them first. Raphael stood up and stretched. Jumped into the sea. Hey, what is Raphael going to do? Happy looked at Raphael in confusion. Who knows about him? This guy has always been very imaginative. As long as nothing happens. Makarov didn't bother to pay attention to Raphael and took Happy to play landlords with Mistgun. So what is Raphael doing? He wanted to see if he could use pure power to create the moves of the strongest man in the world next door. He closed his eyes and clenched his fists in the water, and a black-red magic circle lit up in the water. Normal one-punch tsunami punch. Raphael's eyes widened instantly, and he let out a low cry. A huge force surged out of Raphael's fist, driving the surrounding seawater. In an instant, a huge wave of 100 meters high hit the island. Makarov and others next to him opened their mouths wide, and the cards in their hands were scattered all over the floor. Chapter 6 Desperate Strength. The people on the island looked at the huge waves coming from the distance, and everyone opened their mouths in shock. Oh my god, what is going on? How could such a huge wave hit us? Kana froze in shock. Stop talking so much, let's find a place to hide. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu immediately used magic to create a deep hole in the ground, pulled Kana and jumped in. At the same time, Kana also reacted and used the card magic covers the entrance of the cave for defense. Ice make shield. Gray instantly used ice-shaped magic to create an ice shield in front of him, with Urza in front of him. Transformation. Diamond armor. Urza instantly changed into a set of armor with a shield and stood behind Gray's ice shield, while protecting Gray who was behind. Whole body reception Satan soul. Mirajan received the soul of Satan and transformed into a demon form, pulling Elfman to fly high quickly. At this moment, the huge wave slammed down on the island like a huge slap, and the overwhelming water was like a natural disaster, destroying everything it touched. A large number of trees were constantly broken under the impact of the water flow, and the rocks were shattered by the terrifying water flow, like a scene of the end of the world. The embarrassed Kana and the others emerged from the ground and looked at each other in confusion, with Mirajan who had just landed and Urza who was all wet. Gray looked at the scene in front of him, swallowed hard, and said in a hoarse voice, "This is Raphael's masterpiece, right? How to fight this?" Urza nodded with a serious face. "Yes, this is caused by Raphael, and I guess this is not all his strength." Kana was instantly shocked when he heard Urza's words. "Isn't this his full strength? Then how are we going to win? If he wants, he can directly crush or set off huge waves thousands of meters high on this island, so, do you want to join forces to challenge him? He will definitely be restricted by the president and can only use a little strength to deal with us. This is our chance," Mirajan said slowly looking at Urza and Kana. "Then let's work together and defeat Raphael first," Natsu also said with a serious face. Looking at the scene in front of him, he would not overestimate his ability to challenge himself. After all, he was now a partner and had to think about Kana. It seems to be working very well. Raphael built the tent with his hands and looked at the small island in the distance that turned from dense to Mediterranean. "What a ghost," everyone on the boat complained in unison. "Then I'm going." Raphael slapped the sea with both hands, jumped out of the water, and then stepped on the water and rushed towards the island. "President, are you sure you're okay?" Mistgun looked at Raphael's retreating back, then turned to look at Makarov. "It should be okay, right?" Looking at the situation where the island in the distance was forcibly transformed into a Mediterranean uncle, Makarov replied without confidence. "Oh, everyone is really united." Without the trees blocking the island was in full view and no one could be hidden, so they simply met Raphael directly on the beach. Ice make shackles. Advertisement. The moment he saw Raphael, Gray immediately activated his magic, and 2 ice shackles emerged from the water and locked Raphael's feet. Changing clothes armor of family relationship. The sword of confused family. While Gray trapped Raphael, Urza also changed into a sword armor in an instant, and activated armor magic, summoning dozens of sword shadows to fly towards Raphael. Fire Dragon's Roar. Super Cruel Flash. Natsu took a deep breath, and then burst out blazing fire from his mouth towards Raphael. At the same time, there was a black energy cannon in the fire. It was Mirajan's magic. The fusion of the two turned into black and red laser flame energy. Cannon magic. Card magic divide. At this time, several red lights fell on Urza and the others' magic, and Kana's card magic caused their attacks to split into more than a dozen and attack Raphael together. This was their plan, to restrain Raphael before he came ashore. With the presence of sea water, Gray's magic would be stronger. Then the remaining ones with long-range attacks focused on attacking Raphael, trying to catch him off guard. Looking at the magic emitting powerful energy in front of him, Raphael smiled slightly, reached out and grabbed the energy cannon, blew out the flames on it, and let the flying sword fall on him and be broken and disappear, gently breaking the ball on his feet. Shackles then quickly came between them and crushed the energy cannon. The moment the energy cannon was crushed, a powerful energy spread from Raphael to the surroundings. Everyone was hit hard by this energy before they had time to react. Everyone let out a scream and was beaten backwards, while Mirajan in the sky was also hit by this energy and fell from the sky. Listening to the screams on the distant island, Makarov gritted his teeth and said, "This be asterisk 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 D. I told him to stop, but he still beat them so badly, this guy. How will he find a girlfriend in the future?" Elfman, who was relatively well injured, helped Mirajan up and looked at Raphael in front of him with dull eyes and said, "Are you serious? Our attacks had no effect on him, and he even used our attacks to fight back. This the strength of Fairy Tail Guild's strongest S-class mage." Urza stood up with her sword in hand, pulling Gray and Mina Natsu up together, and said, "So we can't confront him head-on, we can only use roaming attacks on him to make him tired of dealing with it, so that we can succeed." Quote. "Although I don't want to agree with what the armored woman said, we can only rely on guerrilla tactics and use speed to deal damage." Mirajan took a few deep breaths and finally recovered. "No, can you not discuss tactics in front of me? I heard it clearly. Do you want me to pretend not to hear it?" Raphael said helplessly, "Don't make me look like a boss." Seeing their renewed fighting spirit, Raphael always felt that the BGM was going to sound the next second. Ice make ice prison. Gray used all his magic power to release his magic on Raphael, creating a huge ice prison to trap Raphael. "Attack quickly, I can't hold on long." "You talk too much, Raphael." Soul annihilation. Mirajan clasped her hands in front of her chest, thick black magic particles clasped between her hands, and a thicker energy ray shot towards Raphael. Advertisement. Card magic light binding. Kana threw 10 cards towards Raphael, and a thick light appeared from the cards and bound Raphael. Fire Dragons. Roar. Natsu once again spurted fire from his mouth that was even more intense than before. Whole body reception iron bull crash. Elfman instantly turned into a giant bull made of iron and hit Raphael. The swords of Tianlin Chaos merge into one. Urza summoned dozens of sword shadows, and then combined them into a huge sword to strike at Raphael. "Then let me give you another chance and show you what true strength is." Raphael was also on fire, and with one effort he broke free from Kana's restraints, opened his hands and used his body to meet the bombardment of everyone. The next second, everyone's attacks hit Raphael without reservation. A huge explosion sounded instantly, and the place where Raphael was standing became filled with smoke. Is it successful? Kana asked in surprise. But in answer to her question, everyone was gasping and staring at the smoke. Ah, your attacks excite me so much. Before he finished speaking, a dark figure flashed out of the thick smoke and appeared in front of Gray instantly. What? Before Gray could say anything, a hand forcefully pushed his head into the beach. First, Gray, Elfman, be careful, Mirajan shouted loudly as she stood in front of her brother as soon as she saw Raphael. My whole body is made of iron. I don't know if I can block my punch. Raphael instantly came in front of Elfman and punched him on the head, causing Elfman to spin and fly away, and the transformation was released in midair, body, and fainted. It seems not possible. Second one. Damn it, Fire Dragon's iron fist. Natsu pushed the floor towards Raphael and stretched out his fist wrapped in flames. Without saying a word, Raphael stretched out his fist to fight Natsu. You are very brave. Ah, Raphael grinned and cracked Natsu's fist and arm bones with one punch and knocked him away. The third, Elfman. Ah, just as Mirajan called out her brother's name, she saw Raphael appear in front of her, and then she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen the next second, and her eyes instantly turned black. The fourth one. Raphael retracted the foot that kicked Mirajan away and turned to look at Kana and Urza who were standing close to each other. Chapter 7 The End. Kana looked at Raphael who had killed 4 people in an instant, collapsed on the ground, and said in despair, no way. How can we win? There is no way we can win. Urza panted heavily, changed into a diamond armor, guarded against Raphael's surprise attack, and growled at Kana, can't win. I don't understand what it is, I only know that I can't give up, no matter what, I have to persevere until the end, give cheer up, Kana. Then he transforms into the black feather armor, holds a sharp sword, and uses this armor that can infuse the whole body's magic power into the weapon to deliver the final blow. Kana looked at the small but extremely tall figure standing in front of her, and couldn't help but think of the reason why she wanted to become an S-class mage in the first place. Wasn't it just to face that person with the strongest posture? D father, how could you give up right here? Kana stood up hard and stood side by side with Urza. Yeah, Urza, you can't win anything. I don't know and I can't do it. Let's go together. Good. Urza and Kana rushed towards Raphael. Raphael looked at their figures and nodded. It seemed that he had passed the test this time, but he still had to fight to the end. He clenched his fist and swung it out the moment they rushed over. He was about to hit Urza who was slightly in front. However, Urza suddenly disappeared and only hit Kana who was half a step behind, beating her. Flew out. Just when Raphael couldn't change his posture, Urza, who had disappeared before, appeared behind him and used her last strength to strike the strongest sword from top to bottom. Look at the power of our bond, Raphael. It turned out that in just a few seconds when they rushed over, they completed a plan. Urza fainted. When Raphael hit her and her body was off balance, Kana activated card magic to move Urza to Raphael's back and deliver the strongest blow. Kana was half a step behind just now so that she could have time to activate the transfer card attached to Urza's back, allowing her to exchange with the gravel behind Raphael to realize this highly tacit plan. Raphael felt the sharpness on his back, but he wasn't nervous. After all, Saitama's physique is not only about strength, but also has the strongest defense. There is no problem at all in a hard attack, but being hit like this seems to damage his clothes. This won't make you handsome. You should be more handsome. Soon enough, he suddenly turned his forward punch into a left rotation force after knocking Kana away, and then used this rotation force to make a 180-degree turn. Just before Urza's knife hit her, he swung his left fist towards Urza's abdomen and knocked her away. However, since Urza was already the last person who had not fallen, Raphael turned his fist into a palm and knocked her away, unable to fight back effectively. The moment Urza landed, Raphael calculated the place where she would land and stabilized Urza. Caught it. Raphael gently put Urza down and smiled at Urza. Congratulations Urza, you have become the new S-class mage of Fairy Tail Guild. Then he looked at the fainted people around him, walked over, picked them up and laid them down on the soft beach, and said sheepishly, but I'm really sorry, in order to knock you down, I used a little more force. Quote. Urza shook her head and smiled bitterly, it's okay. After all, you have always been merciful, and you have received so much magic from us. It is us who have been attacking you with all our strength. It should be us who are sorry. After all, you promised clearly before setting off. The president can't kill his friends, but you are so powerful, so many of us can't do anything to you. Advertisement. Raphael pulled a signal flare to let the ship come over. After listening to Urza's words, he shook his head and said seriously, no, you are wrong. You only show respect for me by attacking me with all your strength. After all, I am the strongest in the guild. The S-class mage cannot be defeated so easily by you. At this time, Makarov fell from the sky and gave Raphael a violent shock. He twisted Raphael's ears and said angrily, you brat, didn't I tell you to hold back a little bit? Why did you beat them all unconscious? Be gentle, President, they are all fine. I have already gathered my strength. They are just unconscious and not seriously injured. In other words, Natsu may have some problems with his arm, but he will be fine with Mistgun here. Right Mistgun. Raphael covered his head and ears while winking at Mistgun. Mistgun ignored him and stepped forward to treat Natsu with his magic wand. Huh, You passed the test. Makarov also knew their situation, but he was just a little worried that Raphael could be cruel to girls. After all, it would be difficult to find a girlfriend in the future. Urza hesitated for a while, then looked at Makarov as if she had made up her mind and said, President, I think I. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Makarov. I know what you want to say, but in fact you didn't get this S-class wizard by luck. Strength is the foundation, and courage and companionship are the foundation. It is the basis for you to pass the S-class wizard examination. The purpose of arranging assessors is to enable you to understand the true meaning of a partner, and to have the courage to challenge bravely even when facing an enemy you cannot defeat. This is a truly qualified S-class mage. Quote. What Makarov hopes most is that Urza can become an S-class mage this time. It can be said that among the three, Urza is the one he is most optimistic about. Marajan is too temperamental and needs to be tempered. Kaina has great potential, but her strength is indeed a bit lacking. Only Urza is calm and trustworthy. I know the president, I will bear the reputation of an S-class mage and work hard to keep moving forward. After hearing what the president said, Urza no longer hesitated and accepted it happily. After Mistgun's treatment, everyone who had fainted woke up one by one. After all, they really didn't do anything serious, and Natsu's injuries were basically better. After all, he was raised by a dragon, so his physique is different. Marajan and Kaina found out that it was Urza who became an S-class mage in the end. They felt a little regretful, but they were still sincerely happy for Urza. On the way back, everyone gathered around Raphael and asked questions. After all, they only knew how powerful he was, and today they officially felt the tip of the iceberg of how powerful he was. The curious people wanted to know more about his power, but they seemed to have forgotten all about it. The previous battle. Raphael breathed a sigh of relief while answering their questions. It was great that his friends didn't alienate him because of this. If it was lively like this, it would be a real guild and it would feel like home. So this is why the super magic released by Laxus in the end did not hurt everyone in the guild. He also recognized these family members in his heart. It's just that he's more Tsunere, but that's okay. He's in his rebellious stage, so just give him a good beating. Makarov looked at the scene in front of him with relief, feeling very proud of these children. This is our guild ship. The president and his friends are back. Advertisement. From afar, I saw people from the guild gathering at the pier waiting for a long time. President, who has become an S-class mage? One of them asked from afar using amplification magic. Is it Urza? It could also be Marajan. Kaina is also a possibility. But with the monster Raphael here, it's possible that no one will pass. Everyone on the shore was speculating excitedly. When the ship approached the dock, Makarov stood on the bow and solemnly announced, the S-class mage who passed this time is Urza Scarlet. Oh, I said it was Urza. She is only 15 years old this year. If it weren't for the existence of the monster Raphael, she would be Fairy Tail's youngest S-class mage. Raphael immediately jumped onto the shore and said with fake anger, Hey, I've tolerated you for a long time. From the beginning, some people have always said that I am a monster. I will bite you to death. Ha. Everyone laughed happily. Makarov waved his hand. To celebrate Urza becoming an S-mage, we are having a banquet tonight. Woohoo, let's have a banquet. A group of trustworthy friends surrounded Urza and the guild president, and happily walked back to the guild. The banquet lasted all day and all night, and early the next morning, Urza took on her first S-class mission to complete, while Marajan trained even harder to become an S-class mage as soon as possible. More than half a year after Urza became an S-class mage, Marajan also successfully became an S-class mage. The examiner at that time was Urza. Raphael was lucky enough to be with the ship as a guarantee. He watched Urza and Marajan fight with his own eyes. They were evenly matched, and even fought for a long time. I couldn't help but sigh that the competition between girls was more terrifying than anything else. However, something happened to Marajan after she became an S-class mage that she has never been able to get out of. Raphael no longer takes long-term missions, but has been taking some short-term missions and waiting for that event to arrive and make changes. Soon, Raphael will change something that Marajan will regret for the rest of her life. Chapter 8 S-level mission. Beast King. Save. Kingdom of Fury. Shadow Forest. The Shadow Forest is dark and quiet all year round, but at this time it is raining lightly, making the forest even darker. Deep in the forest, there were bursts of fighting sounds. This is Marajan's S-level mission, to defeat the Beast King. She originally wanted to use this mission to choose a powerful receiving creature for her brother to effectively improve Elfman's strength. However, at the moment of the fight, she found that she was overestimating himself. There was a loud noise, and the devilish Marajan was knocked away. She slid on the ground for a distance, panting heavily and looking at the Beast King in front of her. This is a Beast King with huge horns, crimson arms, strong feet like eagle claws, cyan skin on the chest, and a mouthful of fangs. And based on Marajan's encounter with it just now, this may be a member of the ethnic group. The strongest king among them. Marajan underestimated the intelligence of this Beast King. According to Marajan's strength, even if she was defeated, she would not be beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. This was because the Beast King would not engage in a head-on confrontation with her. Instead, they constantly attack Lysina and Elfman behind Marajan, leaving Marajan to passively accept the Beastmaster's attacks without being able to fight back. The light rain from the sky fell on her head and flowed down. I don't know if it was her sweat, tears or rain. Marajan felt extremely regretful at this moment. She regretted not investigating clearly before challenging this cunning beast king, regretting bringing her younger brothers and sisters to challenge together, regretting not listening to Raphael and calling him to join him if she wanted to do this task. Everything stems from her own arrogance and so-called self-esteem and pride. Ah, elder sister. Marajan was once again hit hard by the beast king and sent flying, and this time it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Marajan could no longer maintain her demon form and exited the demon form. Damn beast king, I won't allow you to bully my sister, take over Black Bear. Elfman roared with red eyes and rushed forward, transforming into a 2-meter-tall black bear and planning to wrestle with the beast king. Don't go there, brother Elfman, come back quickly. No, danger, Elfman. However, although Marajan has been passively defending, it has also severely exhausted the beast king. Elfman rushed over and knocked it down. You be asterisk 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 D, how dare you hurt my sisters, I won't let you hurt them again. Take it. Elfman pounced directly on him, released the whole body reception, and then used the reception magic with all his strength, and actually succeeded in allowing him to receive the Beast King. But before Elfman had time to be happy, the Beast King's violent magic instantly exploded in his body. Elfman uncontrollably completed the transformation into a Beastman and transformed into a Beastman form. Ouch! Elfman was completely out of control. Scarlet red instantly filled his beast-like eyes. He roared crazily at Marajan, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him and could not get up again. He leaned forward slightly, ready to sprint. Elfman, cheer up, don't be controlled by the Beast King. Marajan could do nothing but shout loudly to Elfman, but it was obvious that Elfman, who was unconscious, couldn't hear it at all. Advertisement. At this moment, Lysina opened her hands and stood between Elfman and Marajan, crying loudly, Brother Elfman, I am Lysina, please stop. No, Lysina, run away, he has lost his mind. Run away. Lysina did not listen to Marajan's dissuasion, but took a step forward, trembling and smiling. Brother Elfman, what's wrong with you? I am your favorite sister Lysina, and behind me is Sister Marajan who loves us the most. Even if you forget about us, Brother Natsu, Brother Raphael, and everyone in the guild, please wake up. Brother Elfman is our favorite. Now, let's go home together, Brother Elfman. Roar, snapped. Elfman, who had lost his mind, was not moved at all. Even because Lysina took a step forward, he made a small crater on the floor in front of him with a manic palm, and the flying stones gave Lysina a series of scars. No, Lysina, Marajan screamed frantically in fear, telling Lysina to stop moving forward and run away quickly. At some point, the light rain turned into a heavy rainstorm, and the already dark and heavy environment became even more silent and terrifying. Roar. Elfman was roaring crazily. He could no longer control the Beast King, and the last trace of reason had been completely wiped out. He raised his palm again, with only bloodlust and killing intent in his eyes. He wanted to slap the noisy little bug in front of him to death. Brother Elfman. Don't. Lysina stood firmly in front of Marajan and kept trying to wake up Elfman. No, run away. The Beast King's big palm quickly struck Lysina with a scarlet wind. Lysina. Marajan's pupils dilated and she tried to stand up to save her sister with a hoarse voice. If I were not so arrogant. If I were not so blind. If I were stronger. Marajan blamed herself crazily and blamed herself crazily. She could only watch helplessly as her sister died in front of her eyes. At this moment, the Beast King seemed to have received a heavy blow and flew backwards uncontrollably while vomiting blood. He knocked down several big trees and fell to the ground unconscious. The power that roared the Beast King away also dispersed all the dark and heavy clouds. A ray of sunlight fell down, and it happened to shine on the boy who was standing in front of Lysina and still maintaining his punching posture, as if he was covered with a golden coat. Clothes. It's Raphael. Marajan saw Raphael's figure and saw that Lysina was finally saved. She immediately relaxed, then her vision went dark and she fainted. Advertisement. Sister. Lysina heard the sound behind her and hurried over to hug Marajan, tears streaming down her face. Thank you, Brother Raphael. Raphael waved his hand, sighed and said, I've caught up. I told your sister to tell me to come and help if she takes this mission. If I hadn't just finished the mission and returned to the guild, I didn't see you and asked the president. I just realized you were doing this mission, otherwise you would have been killed by your arrogant sister. Although Raphael knew that Lysina was just sucked to another world, who knew if there would be another one like him? What if he really died this time? So he had been paying attention to this matter and luckily arrived in time. After a brief treatment by Lysina, Marajan woke up and heard what Raphael said. She was silent for a while, then crazily hugged Lysina and cried loudly, I'm sorry, Lysina, I was wrong, I shouldn't be so blindly arrogant. I was wrong, I'm sorry. It's okay, sister, I know you are doing it for our own good, I understand. Lysina comforted her sister while stroking her back. Marajan cried for a while before she stood up from her sister's arms in embarrassment. The two sisters bowed to Raphael and said, Thank you Raphael, thank you for your rescue. If it weren't for you, I would have lost Lysina. If I lost her, I don't know what I would do. Raphael shook his head. You're welcome, we are in a guild, we are partners and even family members. If your family is in trouble, I think anyone will help. In fact, Natsu and Gray know about your situation and want to come over and help. It's just that I'm more suitable. Let's go back and say hello to your guildmates. They're worried about you. Raphael carried Elfman, who had exited the Beast King transformation, and called Mirajan and Lysina on their way back. Okay, Lysina said sweetly, sister, let's go home. Yeah, when they were about to reach the entrance of the guild, they were surprised to find everyone in the guild waiting for them outside. Look, they're back. Are you okay? Everyone gathered around Mirajan and the others, chattering with concern. Levi even immediately used word magic to initially treat them. Mirajan and Lysina looked at the people who cared about them, with tears in their eyes, and said happily loudly, it's okay, we are okay, thank you for your concern, I'm sorry for making you worry. What are you talking about? We are a family, just be fine, Macau and Wakaba said in unison. It seems that Elfman has become stronger. When he gets better, I will definitely challenge him. Natsu was very concerned. It's good that you're okay, otherwise no one would fight with me. Urza said with a smile. Okay, everyone, please go back to the guild and don't disturb their healing. Raphael said to everyone. Yes, then to celebrate their safe return, let's have a party. Makarov said loudly. Good. Everyone gathered around Mirajan and they happily entered the guild. Mirajan looked at everyone's smiles and caring from the bottom of their hearts, and made up her mind to change herself, and she could no longer let the people around her get hurt because of herself. Then she looked at Raphael in front of her and said secretly in her heart. Thank you, my great hero, Raphael. Chapter 9. The plot begins. Harjan Town. This seaside city was a bit lively today. A man who claimed to be fire dragons came to the city, and a group of fangirls surrounded him. On the street not far away, a handsome young man walked up. This young man was wandering around with a lot of snacks in his hand, eating them while walking. I saw a group of people gathered in front of me shouting star-chasing words like, I love you, adults. The boy ate a piece of silk fish grilled in one bite, and while chewing, he said magically, I didn't expect that there are star-chasing girls in every world. It's amazing. Is this a unified existence in all dimensions? Raphael, why are you here? The young man heard a voice calling him from behind and turned to look over. Oh, it's you Natsu, and you happy, I just finished the mission, what are you doing here? This boy was Raphael, who had just returned from a 3-year overseas mission. It was the two-cat team of Natsu and Happy who stopped him. It's all Natsu's fault. He came here unless Ignial was here. My tuna, I just caught it, woo. Happy opened his hands and threw himself at Raphael. The one crying in his arms kept accusing Natsu. If Urza and Mirajan are the elder sisters among their younger generation, then Raphael is the elder brother. He usually takes great care of his younger brothers and sisters, and treats Happy equally, so when Happy is bullied by Natsu, he will go to Raphael to complain. But I really heard that Ignial is here. I believe Max won't lie to me. Although Natsu was a little embarrassed, he still stubbornly insisted on his point of view. Raphael gave Natsu a shock. You idiot, Ignial is so big. If you were really in this city, you would have discovered it all the way. And how could there be such a big creature in the city? Ah, that's right, why didn't I think of that? Natsu slammed his fist on his palm and said in sudden realization. Happy instantly fell to the ground and could not get up again. At this moment, the group of star chasers not far ahead seemed to have expanded a lot, almost squeezing into Raphael and the others. Advertisement. Maybe it was because they saw Raphael and Natsu standing like logs in the middle of the road, neither walking nor licking their idols. Immediately, a few idiot fans jumped out and pointed at them, akimbo, and yelled, Are you blind? Didn't you see Lord Fire Dragon here? How dare you untouchables block Lord Fire Dragon's way? Get out of here. Quote. Yes, that's right, quickly kneel down and apologize to the great Fire Dragon Lord and then get out of here. Apologize. I originally wanted to chat more with Natsu, but I was annoyed by these words like flies and mosquitoes. As we all know, Saitama hates mosquitoes the most, so Raphael, who inherited Saitama's physique, is the same. Especially in his previous life, he was harassed by crazy fans because he resisted the culture of male femininity. Endless anger surged into his heart instantly, and Raphael glared at them angrily, gritting his teeth and speaking out one word. Roll. Ah, monster. The brainless fans who wanted to continue to curse suddenly felt as if they were about to die. The sunny sky turned into darkness, and there was only a huge head and red eyes in the darkness. These girls were scared and scattered instantly. The timid ones wet their skirts directly, and the so-called fire dragon flew away in a panic without saying a word, emitting flames from under his feet. A bunch of trash. Let's go. Natsu, it's been a long time since we last met. I'll treat you to food and have a good chat. And Happy, let's go have a fish dinner. Raphael looked at them with disdain, turned around and hugged Happy to find a restaurant with Natsu to have a good reunion. Yeah, you've become stronger again, so awesome, let's duel, but wait until you're full. Natsu looked at Raphael's awesome power and was about to challenge him, but his rumbling stomach made him change his mind immediately. At this moment, a clear and pleasant female voice sounded. If you don't mind, please allow me to treat you. Raphael and Natsu turned around and saw a beautiful girl with golden hair standing in the sun with her hands behind her back. The girl was wearing a white dress with blue trim, a blue folded skirt, a few keys and a whip hanging around her waist, and a plump and tall figure. She was a super beauty. Advertisement. Although I don't know why this girl wanted to treat them to a meal, but if someone treats them, they can have a free meal without paying. Those who don't accept it are all fools, and they are skilled and bold, not afraid of her doing anything. Then the three people and the cat came to a restaurant and ordered a lot of dishes. Natsu and Happy ate them directly, while Raphael was more elegant, but his mouth never stopped. After all, he had eaten wild game for so long that his mouth was almost dry. Hey, hey, that's enough, just eat without worrying about it, and don't you even ask me why I invited you. The girl looked at the hungry ghosts in front of her, and she couldn't help but speak out as she was reaching the peak of her desire to complain. Yasuo, spicy and sweet. Happy asked incoherently while stuffing fish into his mouth frantically. You swallow it first. The girl covered her face helplessly, it's mainly to thank you. Huh, Natsu and Happy had question marks on their faces, and Raphael just remembered this plot. Isn't this the beginning of the first episode? It seems that the plot has begun. The ugly guy just used charm magic, which is a kind of magic that can make people obedient and attractive. Because a dark guild used this magic to abduct many girls before, it has been banned by the Magic Council and is a prohibited magic. If you hadn't made him flee and stop using this magic, I would probably. That's why I decided to treat you to a meal and repay you well. By the way, my name is Lucy, and I'm also a wizard. I haven't joined any magic guild yet. Do you know what a guild is? The so-called guild is a guild where a group of like-minded wizards gather together. Although many guilds want to invite me to join along the way, I am still determined to join that guild. After all, that guild is recognized as the strongest guild. You don't know what that guild is yet, it's. Raphael listened to the girl in front of him talking non-stop, and Natsu and Happy next to him were already seeing stars. Raphael couldn't help it, bit the chicken leg hard and said, Enough, you've said enough, it's too long, shorten it to 20 words. Yes, I'm sorry. Lucy realized that she had said so many words, stood up and kept apologizing to them. Then I'll leave first, I have to go to the guild, I've paid for your meal, eat at ease. Natsu and Happy, who were like dead fish just now, revived and jumped up instantly, and said to the girl with tears in their eyes, You are such a good person. Don't be like this, it's so embarrassing and shy, I'm leaving. Looking at Lucy who was running away, Raphael smiled knowingly, turned to look at Natsu and Happy and said, Are you full? Let's go meet our future partners. Chapter 10 Welcome to Fairy Tale. Hey, Raphael, who is the partner we want to welcome? Where is it? Happy asked, lying on Raphael's head. Yes, and why do you have to go to the tavern to welcome your partner? Is that partner in the tavern? And Happy, why are you always on Raphael's head? Natsu asked curiously at the same time and said to Happy condemn. Don't worry, take a good rest first, there is a battle to be fought tonight. Raphael chose to play it safe. However, as soon as Natsu heard that there was a battle, he immediately stopped worrying about his partners and looked completely on fire. However, Raphael is not very optimistic about him. It can be said that it would be better not to hold him back. After all, tonight's battle is on a luxury cruise ship docked on the shore. For Natsu, who is allergic to transportation, unless Happy flies with him all the way, he is a hostage. It's a pity that Happy can't. Time soon came to dusk, Raphael was having a drink, and Natsu was eating a crazy meal next to him. I don't know if it was because of the dragon's physique or because there was a dragon in his body, but he had just eaten a big meal before. It was only a few hours before we could have another big meal. At this time, Happy, who was wandering outside, hurried in and said loudly to Raphael and Natsu, Oh no, do you know what I heard? Raphael finished the small drink in one gulp, put down the glass and said, Although I roughly know what it is, you should tell me what you heard again. Happy danced and said, Remember the uncle we chased away this morning? I heard others said he was Fairy Tale's mage, and he was also a fire dragon, but I have no impression of him at all. Natsu also stopped eating at this time and said with a confused look, Fire dragon. Is he also raised by Igneal? Then is he the partner Raphael mentioned? Happy and Raphael looked at this neurotic cheater with black lines on their heads. Raphael couldn't help it anymore and gave Natsu a slap in the face. Idiot, Happy means that the so-called fire dragon is a fake. Our battle tonight is to fight him off, because. Raphael, Natsu and Happy said in unison, the reputation of the guild cannot be smeared by anyone. Natsu nodded seriously. Let's go, I can't help but teach him a lesson. Then everyone came to the pier, where a luxurious ship was docked on the beach. Natsu, who had been so high-spirited before, instantly withered and even retched a few times out of reflex. Ship. Natsu finally couldn't help but ran to the side and vomited. Raphael covered his face. I knew it underscore. Advertisement. Happy flew next to Natsu and asked while stroking Natsu's back, What are we going to do? Can I just pull Natsu and fight in the air? But you have to hurry up, I'm afraid I can't hold on. Raphael shook his head. Don't worry so much, you can just beat them down. Raphael walked to the side of the boat, stretched out his fist to press against the boat, and murmured to himself, Well, just use some force, but you can't break the future two-cow slave. Natsu stopped vomiting at this time, and he and Happy stared at Raphael's movements excitedly. Here we go, that titan-like power is shocking every time I see it. The next second, Raphael's fist moved forward slightly, and instantly the entire bottom of the ship turned into powder, as if someone had deleted it from the layer. Then only the upper half of the boat fell from the air and hit the water hard. The entire boat was instantly smashed into two halves. At this time, in the ship, Lucy, who had been plotted again because of her lack of experience in the world, had just learned about the fire dragon conspiracy and shed tears of hatred. She did not expect that the famous fairy tale was actually such a guild. Her ideals were completely broken. When the fire dragon was about to invade her, the ship suddenly felt a falling feeling, and then it seemed to have hit something heavy and cracked directly in the middle, just separating her from the fire dragon. This huge movement woke up all the women who had been cast with sleeping magic, and they ran away with the crew members shouting, causing huge chaos. In the chaos, Lucy took the opportunity to escape. Damn it, who did it? Everyone, listen to the order and get them back. Fire dragon ordered to his men as he escaped from the cabin. Lucy, who had just escaped from the ship, saw Raphael and Natsu happy. Where am I? And shouted anxiously. Escape quickly, the people inside are from the Fairy Tale Guild, and they do the same things as the Dark Guild. If they see you, they will kill you. Go and expose their plot to the Magic Council. Shut up. Hurry and arrest those few. These were a few fierce-looking strong men who escaped from the ship. They seemed to be the subordinates of the so-called Fire Dragon. The Fire Dragon saw Lucy yelling and exposing their conspiracy, and gave orders to his subordinates with fierce looks. I saw those fierce men heading towards Raphael and the others, while the Fire Dragon planned to catch Lucy himself. You dare to pretend to be Fairy Tale, that's unforgivable. Natsu was so angry that he used Fire Dragon's roar to kill all the vicious men. At the same time, Raphael also rescued Lucy. Fire Dragon saw them showing off their power and asked seriously, who are you? Don't you know that I am from the Fairy Tale Guild? How can you prove that I am not a fake? Brush. Natsu pulled off his coat, revealing the fairy tale crest on his shoulders, and said with his fists on fire, I am Natsu from the Fairy Tale Guild. I have never met you. As for the proof you mentioned, I think this crest can prove everything. Already. Advertisement. Fire Dragon saw Natsu's coat of arms and knew that the real Fairy Tale Guild was coming. Before Natsu could finish his words, he directly hit Natsu with a purple flame that had been charged for a long time. He saw that Natsu was hit without any defense. He suddenly said proudly, this is Fairy Tale. It's not that good at all. It can't even block my Porla's small fire attack. Before she finished speaking, Porla looked at Natsu in surprise and couldn't say the rest of the words. Not only did Natsu not suffer any damage after being hit, he even ate it in big gulps. Bah, it tastes terrible. Your flames are so disgusting. Are you practicing properly? He actually ate the flames. What a monster. Porla cursed secretly, already having the idea of escape in her mind. Eat my special move, Flame Vortex. Porla waved her hands, and two purple flames crossed and spun towards Natsu. Fire Dragon's roar. A ball of blazing fire burst out from Natsu's mouth and directly hit the center of Porla's flame vortex. The two magic collisions produced a huge explosion, instantly shattering the entire dock and surrounding buildings. Ha 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 ha, I'll spare you this time. I'll settle the score with you next time. Porla used this explosion to create purple flames under her feet and flew away into the distance. You have insulted the reputation of the guild, smeared the image of the guild, offended the Fairy Tale Guild, and just want to walk away like this. What a beautiful idea you have. At this time, Raphael's voice sounded on Porla's head. Before Porla could react, he punched Porla to the ground. In an instant, a big pit appeared on the ground, and Porla passed out in the Yamcha posture. In a pit. Raphael spat at Porla, walked up to Lucy, stretched out his hand, and placed her celestial spirit key in his hand. Hey, this was found on the counterfeit. It should be your thing. As a celestial spirit mage, losing the key will make the celestial spirits sad. Lucy reached out and took the key, staring blankly at Raphael and Natsu. In the firelight, the two figures were so tall. Hurry up. The criminals who are fighting privately on the coast and destroying the surrounding buildings are in front, don't let them escape. Army. Natsu and Raphael's expressions changed. This thing was just like the police in the previous life. They came after they were all solved. It's not that he's afraid of them. After all, Raphael can kill them all with one punch, but they belong to the Order side after all, and it's quite troublesome to get caught. So Raphael and Natsu turned around and ran. After all, as long as they weren't caught, there would be no evidence that they did it. So this is the real Fairy Tale Guild. It's so great. Lucy smiled and thanked them behind with tears in her eyes. The next second, the two people who had just escaped appeared in front of her again, and then each of them pulled her with one hand and ran away together. Before Lucy's tears were wiped away, she was dragged away by two animals. No. Why are you dragging me away? I'm a victim. They won't do anything to me. Aren't you going to join Fairy Tale? Natsu turned to Lucy and said, so we can just take you there. Raphael also turned his head, looked at Lucy, and said in unison with Natsu happy, welcome to Fairy Tale. Chapter 11 Welcome to join us. Magic Council. The round table meeting was surrounded by 9 of the most powerful people in the world. Snapped. An old hand slapped a stack of newspapers, which also recorded the recent coastal blasting case. It's those troublemakers from Fairy Tale again. An old voice said angrily. Just for one criminal, Porla, the entire port and surrounding buildings were destroyed in half. If there were 2 more criminals, wouldn't the entire town be destroyed? Another old voice echoed. It's okay, it didn't cause any casualties. At worst, we can just deduct their money and use it for reconstruction. A kind, old voice chose to excuse Raphael and the others. But they have caused too much trouble. Every time they perform a mission, half of the venue is destroyed. If this continues, the entire kingdom will probably be destroyed. A younger, thicker voice retorted. Yeah, let's just let them disband. A slightly shriller voice made an impossible decision. Okay, actually I quite like those idiots. Although some people are indeed hopelessly stupid, a large part of them are talented. A young voice said, and some of you can withstand that titan a punch. The people who had been having a heated discussion before were suddenly speechless as if their necks were pinched. Previously, they almost forced Makarov to abdicate and dissolve the guild because Jirdas accidentally shattered a symbolic fountain square. Raphael appeared before them like a god and blew the entire council to pieces with just one punch. In the end, Makarov could only make a symbolic payment and finish the job. After a long silence, a hoarse voice said, "This matter is over now. Give them the compensation form and let them compensate. Let's call it a night. Comma 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 comma. Thank you very much, but I don't want to be chased by the army. I am obviously the victim." Lucy was dragged along by Raphael and the others, and her hands almost grew a lot longer. When she finally stopped, the first thing she did was to complain crazily to them. As expected of Fairy Tale's complaining officer, he still managed to complain for such a long time after running all the way. This is a concept level, right? Raphael looked at Lucy, who was not blushing and out of breath, and his thoughts were as far as the sky. Love, why don't you turn around and look, Lucy? Although Happy can fly, he is still young after all and does not have enough magical power to fly for a long time. He was exhausted after following him all the way. Now he has to endure Lucy's nagging, so he can only change the subject abruptly. What's behind me? Wow. Here is. Lucy looked at the majestic guild in front of her and couldn't help but exclaimed. It was as spectacular as going to the Forbidden City to see Tiananmen for the first time in her previous life. Welcome to Fairy Tale, Happy jumped up and said to Lucy. Boom. I'm back. Before Lucy could say anything else, Natsu kicked the guild door open, rushed into the guild, and kicked Bucktooth away with a flying kick. UB asterisk 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 D. You actually lied to me that Harjan has a dragon. Natsu roared with a trace of fire in his mouth. The buck-toothed man who flew out instantly stopped the car in the air and knocked Natsu down in the air against common sense. UB asterisk 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 D. I only heard about it. You ran away before you heard it. You kicked me. What? Then the two of them spilled all the drinks of the spectators who were drinking next to them, and a big melee began. Advertisement. Ah la la. Natsu seemed a little confused when he came back. Welcome back, Raphael. Mirajan greeted Raphael gently. Since Lysina was rescued by Raphael, Mirajan and Elfman seemed to be different people. Mirajan hated her own arrogance and conceit, and since then she has gradually become mature and gentle, but her essence remains the same, she just changed from being aggressive on the outside to being sinister on the inside. Elfman, on the other hand, hated his own weakness. After that time, he changed his weakness and continued to exercise like a muscular man every day. In the end, they became the same as in the original novel, but the good thing is that they no longer waited for Lysina's arrival with pain and regret. Isn't this a little bit? It's super confusing, Lucy complained as she bent down to avoid a flying plate. Ah la la, this is the new guy who is going to join the guild. Don't worry, even though they look like this, they are actually very easy to get along with. Before she could finish her words, Mirajan, who was smiling and gentle, smashed a wine glass full of wine. When it reached her head, the red wine flowed down from her head. Looking at Mirajan's stiff smile, Lucy asked carefully, are you okay? Miss Mirajan. After all, she was a goddess who had been in Time magazine, so Lucy recognized Mirajan at a glance. The corners of Mirajan's mouth raised and she opened her eyes. She instantly transformed into a demon and rushed towards chaos. Ah, I just washed my hair, you bastards, who threw it away? Get out of here, ah. The corners of Lucy's mouth twitched, and she spat out something old out of nowhere. At this time, the other half of the door that was not kicked open by Natsu was kicked open by Gray. The moment he entered the door, his clothes disappeared inexplicably. He shouted loudly. I heard that Natsu is back, and Raphael is back too. Let's fight them. Ah, naked man, Lucy shouted with her eyes wide open. Where are my clothes? No matter where Natsu is, right. I'm on. Gray jumped directly into the chaos. Lucy was wondering why he didn't ask for Raphael's help, but found that Raphael had been knocked unconscious by a bunch of grapes. You were knocked unconscious a long time ago, and you were knocked unconscious by grapes. It's too shameful. The boys in our guild are so bad. Kana held a wine barrel and filled it with tons of wine. Lucy's whole face was twitching. It seems, you're not much better. Come to me, I'll protect you. A pleasant voice came from behind Lucy. It's Loki, the handsome guy who ranks in the top 3 of the list of magicians who most want him to be their boyfriend. Lucy, who was still having a nymphomaniac moment, looked at Loki who was hugging him and felt helpless. He collapsed on the ground. He is actually a scumbag. Lucy's whole person became a loser. Are you new here? A pleasant voice sounded in front of Lucy. It's the little angel Lysana. Lucy looked at the cute and beautiful girl in front of her and shouted happily. No, you go find someone to stop them. Lucy suddenly remembered that now was not the time to chase stars, and hurriedly pointed to the chaos ahead and said. Lysana smiled and shook her head. It's okay, they're used to this, don't worry about it. Suddenly a wine barrel flew from nowhere and knocked her away. Little angel Lysana. Are you okay? Lucy rushed over in a hurry. Isn't this great? Lysina stood up with blood on her head and lay down again after saying this. No, hey, it's even scarier. Lucy couldn't help but spit out her old words. Sister. What B*********** D did it? A muscular man appeared behind Lucy. Seeing Lysina's misery, he rushed into the crowd and was knocked away in the next second. No. What are you going to do? Lucy couldn't complain anymore. She felt that if she could absorb the energy of complaining, she could destroy the kingdom. Just when things were about to get out of hand, a huge figure full of oppression appeared. You bastards. Advertisement. Just stop it. With a roar, everyone in the room stopped. Only Natsu was still baring his teeth and claws, but was crushed by the figure. So scary. Lucy was trembling as she looked at the huge figure, but she suddenly saw that the figure turned into a little old man less than 60 centimeters tall. I saw him flying up to the bar, but he flew too high, hit the railing on the second floor and fell down. Lucy. The whole thing is broken. When Makarov heard Lucy's complaints, he slipped and almost lost his balance and fell again. He coughed twice and shook off the documents in his hands. You guys are always getting into trouble. Look, the council will send another batch. Criticism alone. Gray, you did a great job, but why did you get naked on the street? And ended up stealing other people's underwear. Gray. That's because it's not good to be naked. Lucy. Then don't get naked in the first place. Kana, forget it, you drank 15 barrels of wine, why did you lie about the funds and let the council pay for it? Kana. I was discovered. Lucy. It's hard to drink so much without being discovered. Loki. During your mission, you actually hooked up with Representative Reggie's granddaughter. Loki. Don't blame me, it's because I'm too charming. Lucy. He is indeed a scumbag. Natsu. You destroyed 7 houses, a lighthouse, half a church, you even burned down the observation station, and this time the Harjan port. Natsu. Raphael was also responsible for the destruction of Harjan. Lucy. So the person in front admitted it confidently, right? Raphael ate the grapes and said, Lucy, are you a complainer? You can actually capture every point. Lucy. You actually pretended to be knocked unconscious by grapes. Makarov on the stage was still pointing out the losses caused by each member during the mission, and the atmosphere became more and more serious. You guys always make me get scolded. Lucy looked at Makarov with his head lowered and trembling in fear. But, forget about those critics. Makarov burned the criticism sheet in his hand and threw it to Natsu to eat. Magic is the miracle of the soul, all the success that is injected into one's own soul. If we always care about the opinions of people above us, then we will never make progress, so go to hell with them. Going on the path you believe in and stick to, this is fairy tale. Oh, a group of people cheered, all laughing. Raphael ate grapes and walked to Lucy's side. Well, this guild is pretty good, isn't it? Lucy also laughed heartily and said, yeah, welcome to our big family. Raphael looked at Makarov on the stage and smiled at Lucy. Chapter 12 Saving the Soldier Macau. Raphael. Natsu, do you think it looks good? Lucy smiled and stretched out her right hand to show them. The back of her hand was printed with the fairy tale emblem. Raphael nodded approvingly. It looks good. Raphael, where is your emblem printed? I've seen Natsu's, but I haven't seen yours yet. Lucy looked at the emblem on Natsu's arm and suddenly became curious to know where Raphael's was. Raphael smiled slightly, then clenched his hands into fists and put them together. A black and red fairy tale emblem appeared on both fists, half of each fist, and the two together formed a complete emblem. Love, Raphael's emblem is printed under the skin with special pigments. As long as he exerts force, the emblem will appear on his fist. He is the coolest in the whole guild. Happy said while eating canned tuna. President Grandpa, is my dad not back yet? A childish voice came. Just as he was about to get up and find a task to do, Natsu turned his head to look at the bar. It turned out to be Romeo, the son of Macau. I heard that his father hasn't been back for a long time. It seems that he accepted a subjugation mission. Could it be? Shut up. Kana growled at a few people who were talking nonsense. Enough, Romeo, you are the son of a wizard, and the son of a fairy tale wizard. You have to believe in your father and go home and wait for him to come back. Makarov shook his head. Advertisement. But he hasn't come back for more than a week. He said he would be back in 3 days. Romeo continued to beg Makarov with tears in his eyes, go and find him for me, please. He went to Mt. Jakob, not far away. Please, don't be silly, Romeo. Your father is a wizard, a mature wizard, not a wizard who can't take care of himself. There are no wizards in this guild who let others clean up their asses. Go home and wait, Makarov shouted at Romeo seriously. Romeo jumped up and punched Makarov, then ran away crying. Why is the president so ruthless? Lucy frowned as she watched the farce in front of her. Don't look at the president like this. In fact, he is also very worried. Marajan, who came over to clean up the dishes, said to Lucy. The president didn't let anyone go, mainly because of Macau's self-esteem. Everyone who can become a wizard has his own self-esteem. If everyone goes to help because they think he is not good enough, then this wizard will be ruined. Raphael also said to Lucy seriously, but his eyes were always on Natsu. Natsu should be about to help, otherwise he can only go by himself. After all, Makarov just glanced at him obscurely, which means that he wants him to help. He is really a tsundere old man with a hard mouth and a soft heart. But Natsu is Natsu after all, the most loyal person in the whole guild. Although Macau likes to tease him, it's just a little play between friends. Natsu slapped the table and cracked it, stood up and said to Happy, let's go. That kid, but let him go, he can decide the path he wants to take. Makarov shook his head, but still smiled happily. Natsu, what happened? Suddenly, Lucy asked strangely. Because Natsu's experience is the same as Romeo's. Marajan sighed. Yes, his father also went out and never came back. Raphael continued, by the way, his father is a dragon. Dragon. His father is a dragon. Lucy was very surprised. How is this possible? Yes, Natsu was picked up by the dragon when he was a child and raised him. The language, culture, and even magic were all taught by the dragon. Raphael took a sip of the strawberry milk handed by Marajan. Then he said, but one day, the dragon disappeared. When Natsu woke up, his father was gone, so now he is looking for it all over the world. That's Ignir. No wonder he was so angry when he found out that he had been deceived. After all, he is his father, even though he is his adoptive father. Lucy murmured to herself after listening. Lucy, go help him. Raphael stared at Lucy and said. Me, can I? Lucy pointed at herself in surprise and asked. Advertisement. Raphael and Marajan looked at each other and smiled, feeling very relieved because Lucy's first consideration was not why she was asked to go, but whether she could help Natsu. Okay, you have great potential. Believe me, you can definitely help him. Raphael affirmed. After all, if Lucy hadn't caught him at the end in the original work, Natsu and Macau might have fallen off the snow cliff. He was seriously injured even though he wasn't dead. It's a pity that this was deleted in the TV version. So that's why I'm following you. Lucy explained the reason for her sudden appearance to Natsu and Happy in the carriage. Love, you're so good. Happy hugged Lucy and cried loudly, wiping snot on her body. Don't rub your nose on other people, and my name is Lucy. Lucy punched Happy down with a black line on her face. Help, help, Natsu, who looked so majestic before setting off, but now looked so miserable, lay slumped on the bench of the carriage and moaned weakly. Natsu, the curse of your vehicle is still as serious as ever. Looking at you makes me want to get carsick. Raphael said helplessly, covering his face. I wanted to ask from the beginning, why are you here? Didn't you just let me come? And we are all crowded together in this small carriage, why don't you find a bigger one? Being squeezed, I could only rely on it. Lucy, who was leaning against the wall, complained helplessly, if I had known you were coming, I would have looked for a house, otherwise I would have no place to live. Love, you can live with Natsu like me. Happy, who was lying on Raphael's shoulder, raised his hand. I'll bite you and pluck your beard, believe it or not. We'll be there soon. Bear with me. I'm on my way to complete another mission. I'm on my way to repair and rebuild Harjan Port. I'm fined and have no money. Come on, take a ride. Raphael threw Natsu aside and sat down. Lucy explained. Raphael can't say that Makarov was worried that they forced him to come, although he was also worried that his butterfly effect would cause Lucy to fail to catch Natsu and the others, so he finally followed him, but this is Natsu after all. The first time he teamed up with Lucy was because the bond between Natsu and Lucy began to take shape, so if their lives were not in danger, he would not take action. Arrive. Chapter 13 Father's love is to accept the commission from his son and work hard to complete it. It's so cold. Lucy was the last one to get off the carriage. She was shivering with cold as soon as she got off the car, wearing few clothes because it was summer. That's too exaggerated. It's still summer outside, but why is it windy and snowy here? It's still a blizzard. Lucy complained as she grabbed Raphael's cloak and found a blanket in Natsu's backpack. Who told you not to wear more clothes? Raphael said helplessly, I ran so fast that I didn't even listen to what I said after that. Those who didn't know thought you had accepted the mission of rescuing Macau. Aren't you worried about Natsu and the others running away? She said. It's amazing, it actually opened instantly. Looking at the big clock horologium that appeared inexplicably in front of him, Raphael sighed. He was worthy of being a girl who could enter fairy tale and become the main force later on. You lead the way, I'll stay inside, she said. What are you doing here? Natsu was speechless. Isn't that to save Macau? Besides, why did you come here? What kind of mission is Macau doing? It takes so long and it's still such a harsh environment, she said. Hey, thank you for your hard work, big clock. You actually finished this sentence in one breath. It must be hard for you to have such a master. Happy looked at horologium sympathetically. I'll pull your beard, little kitten, don't stir up trouble here, she said, and I think it's right. You came here without knowing anything. Didn't Raphael tell you? Macau's mission is to conquer the Balkans. Natsu said to Lucy helplessly and seriously. Balkan. B**************** D Raphael, you didn't tell me you were crusading against it. Huh, where's Raphael? She said. Hey, he left, just when you said he would stay inside. Happy answered every question. It's so scary, I want to go back, she said. Then horologium imitated Lucy's shivering appearance. Then go ahead, I'll look for it myself. Natsu waved his hand, shouted Macau's name, and walked away. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from Natsu's head and hit him with his fist. Natsu was startled and rolled and jumped to dodge the attack. It's the Balkans. Happy shouted. Balkan, who failed to hit it, rushed directly towards Natsu. Natsu was about to dodge, but found that it just jumped over Natsu's head and ran towards Natsu's back. No, Natsu suddenly remembered that Lucy was behind him and turned around quickly. Hey, it's a woman. Balkan looked at Lucy in the horologium with heartbroken eyes and heavy breathing. The next second he picked up the clock and ran away. Advertisement. Come and save me quickly, she said. Hey, this Balkan can talk, Natsu. Yes, it will be easier if you can talk. Natsu chased Balkan in the direction he left. And where is Raphael now? If there hadn't been such a big snowstorm, they would have been able to see him when they looked up, and he was floating in the air with his left foot stepping on his right foot. Raphael crossed his hands, looked at Natsu, and shook his head. Now Natsu is still a bit immature. He only cares about looking for friends whose life and death are unknown, but completely ignores the partners around him. He is loyal but still a bit reckless. It turns out that apart from asking him to protect Natsu, Makarov's main purpose was to observe whether Natsu was qualified to enter the next S-class wizard examination. But let's help him solve the minor problems caused by shouting in the snow environment first. Really, I'm not their nanny. I will ask the president to pay me my salary when I get back. Raphael grumbled as he landed from the sky and looked at the disaster in front of him, an avalanche. Countless snowflakes kept collapsing and then merging, rolling crazily down the mountain, like a giant white snake pouring down crazily, and the snow underfoot was also trembling crazily. Raphael looked at the avalanche that was about to drown him indifferently. He just raised his hand and curled his fingers, just flicking forward as if flicking away a nose. In an instant, the giant snake-like avalanche dragon instantly turned into water droplets and exploded into the sky. The land and mountains under the snow were directly destroyed, leaving only a deep ravine. Then the flying snowflakes instantly destroyed the ravine. Covered. Done, call it a day. Raphael clapped his hands and turned towards the direction Natsu left. What remains is a miracle of mountains turning into plains. It turns out that Balkan took over Macau. After a hard fight, Natsu and Lucy finally defeated Balkan. The moment Balkan fell, he turned back into Macau, Happy suddenly realized. Except, I have to say that Lucy is sometimes blind to magic, so no wonder she matches up so well with Natsu. Hey, it's a kind of magic that takes over other people's bodies. At this moment, Natsu may have hit Balkan too hard, and the ice wall with Macau shattered, and Macau was about to fall into the abyss. Natsu flew over and hugged Macau, and Happy used its exclusive magic, wings, to hug Natsu. However, the young Happy couldn't hold on for long, and when he saw that his magic power was exhausted, he was about to fall with him. Lucy grabbed Happy's tail. However, the weight of two men and a fat cat was obviously not something a girl could bear. Lucy was gradually pulled out of the cave, but Lucy's celestial spirit Taurus happened to be sent back at this time due to lack of magic power. Lucy also began to close her eyes in despair. At this moment, Lucy suddenly felt someone holding her back, and then grabbed her hand and pulled Natsu and the others up easily. Lucy opened her eyes and saw that it was Raphael. Advertisement. You're here, it's going to be the finale. Hee, I'm sorry, it's a reflex, thank you, Raphael. Regarding Raphael's appearance, Lucy's first reaction was to complain, and Raphael covered his face and was speechless. Thanks, Raphael, but what about Macau? He's bleeding a lot now. Natsu asked, frowning as he looked at the huge wound on Macau's abdomen. Use your flame to burn the wound, so that it can be blocked and stop bleeding. Raphael had no choice but to use Natsu's method in the original work. After all, there was nothing in the original work, and Fairy the magicians in the Tale world are all warriors, and each one's body recovers faster than the other. You be ************** D, you have to go home and sleep, or you will die. Romeo is still waiting for you to come home, you know that. B*********** D. Natsu immediately pressed his flaming fist on Macau's wound. The severe pain immediately woke Macau up. Macau screamed in pain while shedding tears, I'm so useless. I've defeated 19 of them, but I was accepted on the 20th. I'm really useless. What a drunkard, how should I go back to see Romeo? Lucy was shocked. She thought he just couldn't defeat this one and was taken in. She didn't expect that he had defeated so many monsters before, and even failed after being attacked by a sneak attack. They were all so difficult to deal with. But he could deal with 19 of them non-stop. Snapped. Natsu slapped Macau directly. Anyone can say you are useless, but you can't, because you are Romeo's father, you are his role model, he is proud of you, I just hope you can go home safely. But, Macau wanted to say something else, but Raphael blocked his mouth and shook his head. It's okay. You have succeeded. You have completed Romeo's commission for you, haven't you? That's enough, Raphael said to Macau with a smile. Let's go back and tell Romeo how powerful his father is. Under the setting sun, in the empty park, only Romeo sat on the bench sadly and dejectedly. He was worried about his father and Natsu, who helped him find his father. He extremely regretted saying those words to Macau. Because of the teasing of his friends, he became angry and asked his father to do a difficult task. However, because of his anger, his father has not come back until now. Just then, a dark figure appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw that it was Macau. He happily threw himself into Macau's arms and cried loudly, Dad, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have asked you like that, I'm sorry. Macau held Romeo's head and choked with sobs. No, I am the one who wants to say I'm sorry. I have worried you for so long and made you look down upon by your friends, but now. Macau pulled Romeo out of his arms, looked into his eyes and said, we'll talk to them later. You can tell them directly that your dad and I will kill 19 vicious monsters by myself. Ask them whose dad can do it. Quote. Let's go. Go home. Under the setting sun, the figures, one large and one small, gradually drifted away. Chapter 14 Strange Commission. Many days have passed since Macau was rescued. During this period, Natsu and Lucy also performed several small tasks together. At the same time, Lucy also rented an apartment and settled down. But whether it was intentional or unintentional, the room Lucy rented happened to be opposite Raphael. As for how to know, you have to ask Natsu. Raphael, who had just had dinner that day and was lying down with Ju, suddenly heard lively and familiar voices coming from the house opposite, which seemed to belong to Lucy and Natsu. Curious, he decided to take a walk after dinner. After knocking on the door for a long time but receiving no response, Raphael could only jump up to the second floor. As soon as he entered, he saw Natsu inviting Lucy to join the team. Ah, you have done so many missions, and you are not part of the team. Raphael sat on the edge of the windowsill and asked curiously. The sudden sound scared Lucy and she quickly hid behind Natsu, then quietly emerged. Oh yo, you guys have a thing, tongue curling and tongue flicking. Raphael looked at it with interest. Don't enter other people's homes quietly, you be asterisk 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 d. Stick your tongue out and say it. Seeing that it was Raphael, Lucy just breathed a sigh of relief, and then complained angrily. Raphael jumped down from the windowsill, stretched and said, I knocked on the door, but you ignored me. Lucy was stunned for a moment, thinking that she might have been too surprised by the amount of the task list that Natsu brought out, so she didn't hear it. She was about to apologize, but she ran into rage when she heard Raphael's next words. Although I was knocking in my heart, I was knocking for a long time. Ah, you be asterisk 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 d, who can hear you knocking on the door in your heart. Boom. Ah, Lucy punched Raphael hard, which hurt her. After all, it was the skin under Saitama's constitution. Raphael didn't know how strong he was now. Anyway, he should be able to directly absorb the magic power of the elf without being hurt. Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it. I apologize to you, but Natsu, what are you doing here? Raphael smiled innocently and asked Natsu. I accepted a mission. It's just a request. I thought it would be most suitable to team up with Lucy. Natsu smiled and gave a thumbs up to Lucy, showing his big white teeth. So this one is the blonde maid. You were just using me as bait, right? That's right. You were plotting against me. How despicable. Lucy rubbed her hands while condemning Natsu and the others. No matter what, the celestial spirit magician's contract cannot be broken, so first call Master Happy to listen. Hey, don't call a kitten your master, you be asterisk 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 d. Looking at the quarrel in front of him, Raphael remembered that the story behind this mission was quite touching. It seemed that he could participate in it and provide material for his future biography. Yes, the invincible and boring Raphael is now waiting to join the main story. He doesn't even do tasks. He just stays at home every day. When he has no money, he goes out to do a few quick tasks. In the end, he has nothing to do. It turns out that Lucy is a novelist, and Raphael also suddenly had the idea to write a biography so that future generations can use his biography to take reading comprehension tests. So perverted. Advertisement. Hey, I think so too. Well, Raphael, you don't have to go if you don't want to. Thinking that his future children would also experience his pain, Raphael unknowingly showed a twisted smile, which resulted in crazy complaints from the Lucy trio. Ahem, what, you invited me to join you, right? I agreed, let's go back to get some beauty sleep. Raphael dropped these words and ran away. Early the next morning, they hired a carriage and set off. Fairy Tale Guild at this time. I hate it, Natsu took away the task I wanted to do. The Levy trio muttered when they heard Mirajan say that Natsu had done the task of taking out a book from Dukabar's house first. After all, in their impression, Natsu should be doing stronger tasks instead of these low-level tasks. It's not necessarily a bad thing, Levy, maybe you were right not to go. Makarov whispered. President. Levy looked at President Makarov in confusion. The client of this task has increased the bounty from 200,000 to 2 million. It seems a bit tricky. And I heard that several small guilds took it before us, but they couldn't complete it. Makarov tipped his hat with his staff and said, 10 times. It's the same as killing monsters. It's true that I was right not to take it, but aren't Natsu and the others in danger? Levy nodded and said. Your wine, President, don't worry. If it's just Natsu and Lucy, you might be a little worried, but Raphael is also there. With him here, you won't even be afraid of the century-old mission. Mirajan handed Makarov a glass, he said to Levy with a smile after drinking. Raphael, isn't he a homebody lately? Why do you suddenly want to go on a mission? Or with Natsu? Gray asked, taking off his clothes in an instant. I think it would be better to nail your clothes with nails. Mirajan smiled and said the scariest words to Gray. I heard Raphael said he wanted to write a biography, and then he said there might be a story behind this task, so he followed. That's it, It seems like it's time to find something for him to do. Makarov chuckled, thinking about how to exploit Raphael. Hacho. Raphael sneezed instantly in the carriage, spitting all his saliva onto Lucis' face opposite. Phil, Lucis' roaring voice almost overturned the roof of the carriage. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Someone was saying bad things about me. I couldn't help it. Raphael kept nodding and smiling, begging for forgiveness. Everything is fine. How long does it take to arrive? I feel like I'm going to die, Natsu, who was sitting next to Raphael, asked weakly. Hey, we're here, Happy said, flying in from outside the carriage. We're here. I want to eat. Vomit. Natsu thought he had stopped and was instantly resurrected with full health, but unexpectedly the carriage stopped and moved forward, causing Natsu to vomit instantly. Don't vomit here, we'll need it later. Lucy kicked Natsu out in a hurry. Raphael suddenly regretted following him. Halazman Town, a small town full of birds singing and flowers fragrant. 2 men, a woman and a cat came to the small town, and it turned out to be Raphael and the others. Advertisement. Next time I won't take the carriage again. Natsu gasped. It seems like you say that every time. Raphael shook his head. Let's go eat. I'm hungry. Natsu decided to skip this topic. Can't you eat fire? Why don't you make fire and eat it yourself? Lucy asked doubtfully. You're asking, how can you eat the things you produce? It's like you can't eat the cows and dogs you summoned. Natsu looked at Lucy with an idiot look on his face. They have names. Okay, then I probably understand. You go and eat first. I'll come back later. Lucy sighed and parted ways with Raphael and the others for the time being. In the restaurant, Natsu and Happy were eating heavily. Raphael sat aside in disgust and was also eating. Hey, Natsu, I don't want to eat fat or unpalatable food. It doesn't taste good. Happy spat out a mouthful of fat meat, which made him feel disgusted. Leave it for Lucy, she likes it. Natsu thought and came up with a good idea. You are so mean, but I agree. Raphael muttered while eating. You 3 bastards, that's enough. I don't like eating fat meat. Don't let me eat anything that tastes bad. Lucy's voice came from in front of them. Raphael and the others looked up and were instantly stunned. I saw Lucy wearing a black and white maid outfit, with a pair of ponytails on her head, a pair of knee-high white lace stockings on her slender and tender thighs, and a pair of black high heels, which made her look particularly beautiful. Master, eat slowly. If it's not enough, I'll bring it to you. Lucy blew a kiss at them. It's over. Lucy really put on a maid uniform. She really believed our joke. What should we do? Happy whispered loudly in Natsu's ear in a panic. No. It's okay. We pretended not to know. It can't be called a joke now, so let's leave it at that. Natsu also whispered to Happy loudly and nervously. Raphael looked up, clicked his tongue, lowered his head and continued to eat his delicious food. What? I heard it. And you, Raphael, what's that expression on your face? Am I ugly? Lucy went crazy instantly. Knock knock knock. In front of a luxurious villa, Natsu knocked on the door, while Lucy sighed. Seeing Lucy's inexperienced look, Raphael covered his face helplessly. Lucy, if you can't act, don't force yourself to act, it's too fake, so you can only lie to Natsu. Then Natsu and the others walked in through the back door with puzzled faces, while Raphael waited outside the door. After all, he already knew the situation. Let me tell you some good news. The mission has been raised to 2 million. I'm rich. Lucy jumped out and told Raphael the good news. And the task is super simple. Just burn it down. The next step is up to me. Lucy strode confidently towards the Duke of Ibar's palace. Ha 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 ha. It's on fire. Hey, 2 million can buy a lot of dried fish. Natsu and Happy also strode towards the Duke of Ibar's palace in the same excitement. Raphael shook his head, turned his head and took a meaningful look at the villa. He seemed to see through the wall and saw the 2 people inside, and then left together. These 2 seem a little pitiful, so let's treat it as a good deed. Chapter 15 The Greatest Fatherly Love. Prince Ibar's Palace. Lucy came out wearing a maid outfit, reached out to knock on the door, and gestured vaguely towards the woods behind. Come on Lucy. Natsu and Happy hid behind the tree to cheer Lucy up. Raphael, on the other hand, took out a handheld camera from somewhere and planned to take a picture of this classic moment. After all, this is the first time that Virgo appears in such a terrifying image. I probably won't be able to see it in the future, so I have to hurry up and record it, he. Lucy turned her head and glanced at the strange Raphael, covering her face and shaking her head. There was no hope. At this moment, a big hole suddenly opened in the floor next to Lucy, and a blonde female tank weighing more than 500 pounds wearing a maid outfit emerged from the hole. Lucy looked at the behemoth in front of her, swallowed uneasily, and said cautiously, Hello, I'm here to apply to be a maid. The female tank squinted at Lucy and shouted into the hole. Master, she is here to apply for a job as a maid. When Lucy was wondering why she was shouting into the hole, a short fat man suddenly came out of the hole, and her jaw dropped in shock. Duke Ibar looked Lucy up and down carefully, then turned around and said, Your hair is suitable, but you are too ugly. Not to mention that you should be as beautiful as her, the Duke said while pointing at Tank and gesturing. Lucy looked at the horse-faced maid on the other side. At least be as cute as her. Baluge, send the guests away. After hearing what the Duke said, Lucy was petrified on the spot. Tank mercilessly threw her aside. She turned around and walked back to the Duke's mansion. As she walked, she was still discussing how Lucy, who was so ugly, had the courage to participate in this recruitment. As if she had been hit hard, Lucy silently walked to Natsu's side and hugged her legs without saying a word. Hey, Lucy is really useless. Happy immediately sprinkled a handful of salt on Lucy, while Natsu next to him was still nodding in agreement. No, that B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************e I want revenge. Lucy was furious and replied to Happy, planning to rush in and kill everyone. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Natsu was so excited that he wanted to rush forward. No, Natsu, I'll just say it. He is a duke after all. If something goes wrong, the president may have less hair. Lucy quickly stopped Natsu's move. Then let's sneak in, find the mission items without anyone noticing, and then burn them to complete the mission. Raphael thought for a while and came up with a plan to sneak in. Okay, Natsu turned off the engine helplessly. But I don't guarantee that I won't burn his shoes and clothes when I burn the books, hee. Lucy stuck out her tongue playfully, but saw Raphael, Natsu and Happy take a few steps back. Ah, so scary. Hey, Lucy is too cautious. So you can't mess with women, it's very scary. Boom, boom, boom. A big bump suddenly appeared on the heads of the two cats. Lucy gritted her teeth with smoking fists and said, I heard it, let's go, you bastards. At this time, Sir Ibar, who was in the Duke's palace, was watching Raphael and the others sneaking into the Duke's palace in the crystal ball, and said to himself, I really don't understand why there are magicians coming to my Duke's palace again, and looking at that ugly man. The symbol on the woman's hand is still the Fairy Tale Guild. Could it be that it was found by my mortal enemy? Two tall black figures appeared behind him. What about Fairy Tale Guild? They are all going to be killed by his brothers anyway. What we want to think about now is how to kill them. Oh yo yo oh ha ha ha. Raphael and his friends were spotted by the maids as soon as they came in. Raphael and his friends hurriedly ran to a study room. Raphael asked them to come find them. He was just looking out at the door, but he was actually being lazy. Found it. Lucy shouted happily. Just when she was about to let Natsu burn it, she discovered that this book was written by her favorite author. She immediately decided to read it before burning it. So your target is this broken book. I thought it was. A big hole was instantly broken in the floor of the study room on the second floor, and Abar jumped out. Can you send us off then? Happy asked innocently. You have a beautiful idea, but it doesn't matter if the book is broken. No one can take away what belongs to us. Ibel was angry. He had never seen such a shameless person, actually robbing other people's property. Advertisement. Come out, brothers Panishu, and tear them apart. The mechanism was turned on, and the heavy bookshelf slowly opened to both sides, and two figures, one tall and one short, walked out of it. From the mercenary guild, Raphael said seriously, looking at the two people in front of him. You are quite knowledgeable. The short man nodded and said. At this moment, Lucy seemed to have discovered something in the book and ran away quickly. While running, she said, Natsu, Raphael, I seem to have discovered something in the book. Stop them and I will decipher it. Huh, could it be a treasure? I'll go and deal with her, and you should hurry up and deal with them. Abar made a diving move and dived into the floor to chase Lucy. Happy, go help, we'll take care of it here. The Panishu brothers waited for Happy to leave and waved to Raphael and the others. Come on, you two, but I suggest that the fire magician next to you not take action, otherwise you will lose miserably. Natsu, he underestimated you, do you want to go first? Raphael heard the words of the Panishu brothers and knew that he had no chance to be the first in this battle. They are looked down upon. Let me knock them all down. Raphael, just watch from the side. Natsu clenched his fists in displeasure, lit up the flames, and grinned. HMPH, it seems that fairy tales magicians are quite arrogant. They always think that they are very strong, right? You go there alone. I hope you won't regret it later. The short Panixiu said disdainfully. Stop talking nonsense. Come on, Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu couldn't help but rushed forward, igniting flames in his hands and hitting the two of them. The Panishu brothers left their spot instantly to avoid Natsu's Iron Fist attack. The short Panichu took out a long-handled pot and hit Natsu directly. Natsu jumped up to avoid it, but the tall Panichu grabbed his clothes in midair and threw him towards the wall. The wall cracked instantly. Natsu passed through the wall and was about to fall downstairs. He reached out and grabbed the guardrail and turned around to hit the brothers with an axe. The short Panichu held a pot and blocked him. The tall Panichu grabbed him. He took the opportunity to give Natsu a fist and hammer blow on the railing. Seeing that the situation was not good, Natsu kicked off the pot and used the force to do a backflip and jumped downstairs to avoid the attack of the tall Panichu. The Panishu brothers looked at Natsu condescendingly and said proudly, do you know what the magician's weakness is? Natsu was confused for a moment. Will you faint and vomit when you encounter transportation? Raphael also went down to the first floor at some point and found a sofa to sit and watch the show. When he heard Natsu's words, he immediately covered his face. That's your personal weakness, Natsu. Really? The Panishu brothers on the second floor ignored them and continued, it's the flesh. Flesh. Yes, the so-called magic requires you to exercise your mental and intellectual strength every day to be able to use it skillfully. In other words, all your daily exercise time is used for meditation and neglects physical exercise. The Panishu brothers also jumped in front of Natsu. While attacking Natsu, they said, "We mercenaries train our bodies every day. Our strength and speed are beyond your understanding." Natsu kept dodging, but Natsu didn't notice that he was about to approach a huge figure. The Panichu brothers saw this figure, looked at each other, and continued to push Natsu towards the dark shadow. "We once took over a mission, and we also went to kill a magician. This magician had trained his magic to the point where extremely good, but in front of us, he was killed by one punch before he could even use magic, so the so-called magician is no better than an ordinary person without his magic power." The next second, Natsu was directly tied up by a pair of huge arms. He looked up and saw that it was the 500-pound tank. The Panishu brothers took this opportunity to hit Natsu hard. Suddenly, Natsu disappeared together with the tank, and the Panishu brothers punched nothing. Looking at the scene in front of him, Raphael shook his head and sighed. "What's going on? You still have to do it in the end. I wish I could have solved it from the beginning." The Panishu brothers turned to look at Raphael and roared angrily. As expected of the magicians of fairy tale, each one is more arrogant than the other. "We decided not to play anymore and use our special kill to get rid of you." I saw that they were in a strange posture. The short one was holding a pot with a long handle, while the tall one was standing in the pot. "Come on, use the heaven and earth destruction technique." The short one threw the tall one into the sky with all his strength, while Raphael stood still and watched. Advertisement. "You think it's in the sky?" The short Panixiu came to Raphael in an instant and hit Raphael with a pot. "It's actually on the ground." "You think it's on the ground?" The tall Panicho punched Raphael from the sky. "It's actually in the sky. No one can survive after taking this trick from our two brothers." The two attacks all hit Raphael, creating a layer of smoke, while the Panishu brothers finished their work and were about to leave. This special move should be called a combination skill, right? And it's so rubbish. No one can survive, but I managed to survive, right? How? How is it possible? A voice came from the smoke, and the Panishu brothers looked back in surprise. The smoke dissipated, and Raphael's figure was revealed. Not only was he unscathed, he was even picking his nose. "The magicians you say are physically weak." Raphael flicked the booger away and stepped in front of the tall Panichu, punching him to the floor. "It is undeniable that some magicians are like this, but..." Then he dodged and kicked the short Panichuo's pot into pieces, then kicked him away and embedded it in the wall. "Not including me, or the magicians of Fairy Tale Guild." At this moment, there was an explosion from the underground of the Duke's palace. Raphael smiled knowingly. "It seems they are over. Didn't I say I wanted to burn it? Why did you get it back?" The client, Mr. Kirby, said angrily. "I know why you want to burn it. Are you the son of the author of this book?" Lucy stared at him. "So what? This kind of rubbish work, this kind of inferior work, shouldn't exist in the first place. What's more, my father threw away his dignity as a writer to complete it, and used his dignity and his family to get it. What's the point of existence? I hate him and this book all the time." The client Kirby roared with tears. "But do you really know what your father paid? You only know that he lost his dignity for money and wrote a book for this B**************, but you don't know that if he didn't write, your and your mother's lives would be in danger. You only know that he left you for 3 years to write this book, but you don't know that he was imprisoned for 3 years without food or water. You don't know anything. As his son, you don't even know that he was imprisoned for 3 years. If you don't want to find the truth, you will only blame your father." Lucy slapped Kirby and scolded. Kirby knelt on the ground weakly, crying bitterly while holding the last book left by his father. At this moment, the book he held in his arms glowed. This was a great magic. The author poured all his magic and energy into it, and it would only appear when his relatives came into contact with it. I saw that the name of the book changed from Sunrise to Letter to Mr. Kirby, and all the contents inside were changed to expectations and praise for his son. The reason why he no longer continues to be a writer is that besides writing the worst works, he also wrote the best works. You are his greatest pride. I don't seem to really understand my father until now. Kirby shed tears, looked at the contents of the book, and murmured to himself. "Let's go, Raphael. Lucy, happy, our mission is not completed yet, so we don't want your reward." Natsu turned around with a smile and walked away with his head in his hands. "Yes, the requirement was to burn it down. We didn't do it, so it can only be considered a failure." Raphael shook his head with a smile and turned away. "But, okay." Lucy was puzzled, but could only turn around and leave. "Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Natsu, why don't you want any reward? Although it wasn't burned down, the mission has been completed." After walking for a long time, Lucy finally couldn't help but speak. "Let Raphael tell you, you already knew that, right?" Natsu waved his hand. "Because that house was rented from a friend, and even the suit he was wearing was rented. He must have gone bankrupt to release this mission," Raphael said with a smile. "Ah, that's why you, but how did you find out?" Lucy asked strangely. "The smell of the room I smell is different from that of those two people, and Raphael must have realized that they were unfamiliar with everything there and were even afraid to touch it," Natsu said, holding his head. "However, we have also received a reward," Raphael said with a smile, "that is to witness a great father." "Yes, great father's love," Natsu murmured to himself and looked into the distance. Chapter 16 Disciplinary Committee, Urza. Well, looking for the magic puppy, looking for the love fortune teller, lifting the cursed ring, all kinds of tasks. Lucy looked at the order list on the task bar in surprise. It has been half a month since the last mission. In order to pay the rent, Lucy and Natsu formed a team many times, and they were chased crazily because Natsu was so destructive that the little money he earned was not enough to compensate. As a last resort, Lucy could only look for a task that was suitable for her. When she saw the task list on the taskbar, Lucy was instantly surprised, because Natsu had always taken over the task before, and Lucy could just follow him as a teammate. Yes, after all, we are the Fairy Tale Guild. If you want to do anything, just ask me. The president is not here right now. Marajan stood behind the bar and put her face on her hands and smiled. Not there. Yes, I didn't see the president early in the morning. Where did he go? Lucy asked curiously. The old man went to attend the regular meeting. Marajan, bring me a strawberry milkshake. Raphael yawned and walked in, rubbing his hair. Regular meeting. Okay, here's your strawberry milkshake. Marajan made a pink strawberry milkshake for Raphael, and then borrowed Lita's light pen to explain to Lucy while drawing the so-called meeting as the president of the guild in each place. They gather together to meet and make regular reports. Unlike the council is the management body that controls these guilds, and the regular meetings between guilds are for mutual collaboration or exchange of information. Quote. I always feel like they are working so hard. Lucy felt dizzy and felt like a lot of things had been stuffed into her head. Raphael looked at Lucy amusedly while drinking the milkshake. This rich girl who escaped from a wealthy family had quite a lack of common sense in the magical world. At this moment, Raphael saw Natsu quietly walking behind Lucy from the sidelines. He suddenly smiled evilly and pretended to be serious and said to Lucy, Lucy, do you know, between these guilds, cooperation is very important. If you ignore this, you will. What will happen? Lucy was listening intently. Those dark guys will pop out. Natsu suddenly shouted eerily behind Lucy. Hey! Lucy jumped over the bar and hid behind Marajan. Lucy, you're a coward. Happy laughed. You bastards are actually scaring me. Stop giving others random nicknames. Lucy stuck her head out from behind Marajan and yelled at Natsu and Happy. Ha ha ha, Natsu is really bad, but he is right. Raphael also laughed unscrupulously. Okay, Marajan comforted Lucy and said with a smile, those dark guys do exist. Dark guilds that are not on the side of justice, they will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. Natsu, what are you doing here? Lucy said angrily to Natsu. I didn't see you when I went to your room, so I came to the guild. It was my task before, but now it's your turn. Natsu said carelessly. Didn't I say I was going to my room? Lucy came out of the bar and punched them, and we've disbanded the team. Why, wasn't it good that we formed a team before? Natsu asked in confusion, covering his head. What a ghost. I almost have no money to pay the rent if I team up with you. Lucy covered her face helplessly. There's no need to force yourself to team up with them. You can also come and form a team with us. Gray and Loki's voices came from the side. Didn't you take down those two mercenary guilds and a gorilla-like woman by yourself? You are so powerful, come and team up with me. Gray opened his hands to Lucy. Advertisement. Your clothes, Gray. Marajan smiled and nodded at Gray. What's going on? Did you take out the hanging eye? Gray grabbed Natsu's clothes and said viciously. You obviously took it off yourself, do you want to fight? Droopy eyes. Natsu responded not to be outdone. Then the two men struggled with each other, while Raphael was taking photos frantically. Raphael, please, remember to share one with me. The two said in unison. You are so powerful, come and team up with me to form a team of love. Loki pulled his collar and walked towards Lucy. But I didn't do those. It was Raphael who defeated those two people, and it was Natsu who defeated that woman. Tell you secretly, Loki, she is a celestial spirit mage. If you don't believe me, see if there is a key hanging on her waist. Raphael whispered in Loki's ear, and at the same time, he was ready to take a picture of Loki's fall. The scene of escaping. Celestial spirit mage, are you a celestial spirit mage? Loki looked at Lucy with a horrified look on his face. He had just handed over the key to Lucy's waist. Yeah, what's the problem? Lucy looked confused. Well, we're done, don't pester me anymore. Loki fled, accompanied by a click sound. We haven't started yet. Lucy covered her face helplessly. What's up with him? I heard that he can't deal with the celestial spirit magician. He may have been hurt by a girl. In a way, Marajan, you are right. Raphael listened to Marajan's answer and thought while playing with the camera. Suddenly, Loki, who had run away, hurried in again, shouting as he ran. Attention, everyone, Urza is back. Urza is back. A group of people were surprised in unison and sat down quickly. Gray and Natsu didn't even fight. Is it so scary? Lucy was infected by the atmosphere and trembled instantly. She's back. It seems she won't have any leisure time. Raphael sighed after taking the last sip of the strawberry milkshake. I saw a crimson-haired Oni-san wearing medieval knight-style armor and a skirt walking in. She also carried a huge horn on her shoulders. Urza, you have collected some weird things again. Is this the horn of a monster? Raphael said as he watched the corners of Urza's mouth twitch. I didn't expect that Urza was a collector. Whenever she went on a mission, she would always collect something to bring back. But considering that she had so many sets of armor, it seemed normal. Yes, but this was given to me by a local. I thought it was pretty, so I took it back. Where is the president? Urza put the horn on the ground, and the weight instantly made everyone jump on the spot. The president has gone to hold a regular meeting. Do you want to sit down and have a rest and have a drink? Marajan looked at Urza with a smile. No, compared to this, I heard that you have caused a lot of trouble. Even if the president forgives you, I will not forgive you. Urza pointed at them with one hand on her hips and said in an imposing manner. What's going on with her? Her aura is so terrifying. Lucy trembled even more. Hey, Urza is super powerful and scary. Happy didn't dare to speak loudly and just whispered in a low voice. Kana, you are a girl, how can you drink in that position? Advertisement. Kana quickly put down the wine barrel, put her legs apart and sat cross-legged. Brigitta, if you want to dance, dance outside. Don't dance standing on the table. Brigitta sat up instantly. Wakaba, your cigarette ashes fell on the ground. Wakaba quickly squatted down and swept away the ashes. Macau, are you still drinking and have you forgotten what Romeo said about you? Macau poured the wine directly and drank boiled water. Nab, why are you still hanging around in front of the taskbar and still can't find a suitable job? Urza sighed and shook her head. You guys, it's really annoying. Forget it, I don't want to say so much today. Lucy. No, you said a lot. By the way, Natsu and Gray, did you get along well today? Urza glanced at Natsu and Gray. Of course. We are best friends. Natsu turned into happy. And when did Gray put on his clothes? Lucy looked at Natsu and Gray, who were as close as two brothers, and finally couldn't help but complain. Suddenly Urza glanced over, and Lucy stiffened instantly. Lucy. No way, is she coming to me? Help Natsu. Natsu. Lucy. What the hell are you? Lucy looked to Natsu for help, but she didn't expect that he had turned into Happy's second generation. Are you the new member? Urza looked at Lucy sharply and asked. Yes. Lucy was sweating profusely. Well done. You've completed several missions well. Thank you for your hard work in keeping Natsu from causing sabotage. Suddenly Urza walked up quickly and praised Lucy. No. It's okay. This is what I should do. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Urza walk towards Raphael, she quietly asked Marajan, why are they so afraid of Urza? I see Urza is also very nice. Marajan explained to Lucy while drawing, because they have all been beaten by Urza. Natsu challenged Urza to death and was beaten half to death. Gray wandered around naked and was beaten. Loki wanted to pick up Urza, but he was beaten to death. Anyway, except for me and Raphael, everyone else in the guild was beaten to death by Urza. Quote. Okay. The corner of Lucy's mouth twitched. It turns out that they have basically been beaten before. No wonder they are so afraid of Urza. This force is too strong. So in our guild, she is like a disciplinary committee member, controlling every move of the members. The purpose is not to embarrass the guild. She is really a good girl who thinks about the guild. Lucy looked at Urza's back and thought with admiration. Chapter 17 Team Up. Raphael, you should have nothing to do recently, right? Raphael watched Urza walking towards him and asked about his itinerary, and raised his eyebrows. It seemed like it was the Larabai incident, right? But shouldn't Natsu and Gray be invited? Why did you invite me directly? After thinking about it, Raphael understood the reason. After all, there were only a few S-class wizards in the original guild, Laxus was not in the guild, and Marajan was basically useless because of the Lysina incident. To choose between the shorter ones, the only choices were Natsu and Gray. But now he, the strongest S-class mage, happened to be in the guild, so Urza invited him directly. Yes, what's wrong? That's good. By the way, Natsu and Gray, you guys come over here too. I need your help with something. Urza nodded, then seemed to remember something, and then called Natsu and Gray over. When Natsu and Gray walked up to Urza, Urza said seriously, actually, there is something that needs your help. I originally wanted the president to make the decision, but I think it would be better to solve it as soon as possible, and with Raphael and you now, I think this matter can be resolved quickly. Wah, what? Gray and Natsu were surprised. Everyone was shocked when they heard Urza's words. After all, it was the first time they heard that Urza needed help, and they were among the strongest people. It's a happy decision. We'll set off tomorrow. Please prepare yourself. After Urza finished speaking, she left, so resolutely. Raphael shook his head and said with a smile, then let's see how powerful you are tomorrow. As usual, I won't take action until you can't solve it. After all, I'm just a war reporter. Then Raphael left too. Natsu and Gray instantly felt like they were in danger. After all, they were going on a mission with Urza, so there was no telling how badly they would be beaten. And I don't want to do a mission with this droopy eye, suspended eye. The two of them thought in unison. That's right. Natsu seemed to have a good idea. He took off all his clothes and put them on Happy. From now on, you are Natsu and I am Happy, This is completely impossible. Lucy's ruthless complaint broke Natsu's fantasy. Urza, Raphael, Natsu and Gray, oh my god. Marajan muttered, suddenly letting out an exclamation. What happened? Lucy felt like she had been scared all day today, first by Natsu, then by Urza, and now by Marajan. This may be the strongest team in Fairy Tail Guild. Marajan was shocked. Advertisement. It seems like it's true. Oh my god, this is the strongest team. The strongest S-class and Fairy Queen plus Fire Dragon and Ice Man. I can't imagine who else in this team can defeat them. Everyone has just recalled this combination, and everyone started discussing it word by word. At this time, Mirajan grabbed Lucy's hand. You should go too, watch them, don't let them destroy the city. Miss Mirajan, how do I feel that you are asking me to die? Lucy was completely unmoved and even rolled her eyes at her. Era Allah, it's okay. It's just a broken limb at most. I can cure you *******. Mirajan gave Lucy a bright smile. It's even scarier. Lucy slapped the table and shouted. The reward for this mission is 15 million, Mirajan issued the final devilish whisper. I think some help is still needed. Lucy changed her mind instantly. The words are divided into two parts. Eisenwald, the dark guild that caused the formation of Fairy Tail's strongest team, is punishing the members who leaked the news. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it. The armored woman is too strong and we can't stand it. A bloody member was kneeling in the Eisenwald hall. HMPH, so you escaped and leaked the information. A white-haired man carrying a scythe and with tattoos on his face and body snorted coldly. Be more careful in your next life. A green-black blade flashed past, and the member's head instantly fell to the ground. I don't know which guild that armored girl belongs to yet, but she is so powerful, she must be from some well-known guild. A tall and thin man said with his tongue hanging out. It's okay, don't worry about her. If she comes, I'll make sure she never comes back. The man with the sickle carried the sickle and said with a raised corner of his mouth, after all, your boss, I am the famous god of death, Aragorn. Let's start preparing for action first. All those old men are running to hold regular meetings now. This is our perfect opportunity. When Kageyama comes back, we will start attacking immediately. Aragorn licked the scythe and smiled darkly. Magnolia Station. You too, no wonder Mirajan asked me to watch you. Advertisement. Lucy knew that Natsu and Gray would pinch each other when they were together, but she didn't expect that they would pinch each other from the moment they met in the guild to the station. Lucy covered her face speechlessly. She felt so embarrassed now. Raphael, who was watching the show, rolled his eyes, leaned into Lucy's ear and said something. Lucy's eyes glowed instantly, and then she shouted to them, Urza, you're here. Natsu and Gray, who were tugging at each other, jumped away in an instant, and said arm in arm, we are also getting along well today. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Raphael, your plan worked. Lucy held her belly and laughed. You lied to me, the two said in unison and looked at Lucy. Is this your idea? He pointed at Raphael in unison. Hey, isn't this a great feeling? Raphael smiled unscrupulously, and Natsu realized that they actually said the same thing at the same time. You copy me, you still imitate me, snort. Lucy was laughing like crazy. At this time, it was Raphael and Happy's turn to take a few steps back silently. It was so embarrassing. Fortunately, Urza did appear in time, which alleviated this embarrassing situation, but... Oh my god, Urza, are you moving? Do you need to take so many things? Raphael was shocked by the large cart full of Urza's belongings. This was more than it looked in the anime, and it was faster. Stacked to the ceiling. So no matter which world girls go on a long trip, do they bring so many things with them? Raphael silently glanced at Lucy's 3 large suitcases and thought with a twitching corner of his mouth. We're not going on a trip. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to Raphael. Because at this moment, Natsu, who had always been afraid of Urza, suddenly seriously challenged Urza, which shocked Gray. That's right, you have indeed grown a lot, so I accept it. When this mission is over, I will start the challenge with you. Urza said with a serious face. It's a deal. It's a deal. Chapter 18 The Forgotten Natsu. Help, I can't help anymore. It didn't take much to figure out that Natsu's allergy to transportation was back again. You're so bad, Natsu. It makes me want to puke. You went to another position. Gray said with a look of disgust. Natsu, you are still as helpless as ever about transportation. I really can't do anything about you. Come next to me and I will help you. Urza patted the place next to her and said. Urza, can you cure Natsu's problem? That's amazing. Lucy asked in surprise. Lucy, I suggest you leave a comment after reading it. Raphael thought of something and fiddled with the camera instantly. It's very simple, as long as. Urza hugged Natsu's shoulders with one hand, and then punched Natsu hard in the stomach. Natsu, who was already uncomfortable, fainted instantly. Let him fall asleep and he will be fine. Click. Raphael faithfully recorded this another classic. I understand what you said, Raphael. Lucy said with a twitching corner of her mouth, and how many ugly photos have you taken? You can open a photo studio. Hey, Lucy's complaints are delicious as always. Happy said while eating canned fish. Grab your can, little kitten. Lucy said fiercely to Happy. By the way, until now, I have never seen anyone use magic in the guild except Natsu and Happy. Even Raphael's magic. Never seen it. Lucy looked at Urza and the others expectantly. Miss Urza, what kind of magic do you use? Hey, Urza's magic is very beautiful. A lot of blood appeared all of a sudden, the opponent's blood. Happy looked at Lucy innocently and said. That wouldn't be beautiful, it would be scary, right? Lucy silenced Happy with a knife in her hand. I don't think my magic is anything special, but in terms of beauty, Gray's is the most beautiful. Yeah, Gray made a fist with one hand and put it on his palm. With a small flash of light, an ice sculpture of Fairy Tail appeared in his palm. You are indeed beautiful. Are you an ice mage? Lucy was extremely surprised. Suddenly she seemed to have discovered some blind spot, and looked at Gray with an anti-smile on her face. Ice and fire. No wonder you and Natsu can't deal with each other. Because it's a bit cute. Advertisement. I want you to take care of it, Then what is your magic, Raphael? I have carried out several missions with you, but I have never seen your magic. Lucy cast curious eyes on Raphael. Ah, me, it's not a powerful magic, it's just an infinitely powerful magic. It's not worth mentioning, but Happy is right about one thing. Urza's magic is really beautiful. If you have the chance to see it in the future, got it. Raphael waved his hand and continued to play with his camera. Infinite, isn't that the strongest? Lucy was completely amazed today. Yes, he is the strongest in the guild, Urza said with a smile. Okay, stop bragging me and tell me about your situation. Urza, if you need to use me to take action, it's probably not an easy task. There was an inexplicable feeling of embarrassment in hearing someone praise oneself, so Raphael quickly changed the subject. Then let me tell you the specific situation. I heard it in a tavern in Onabasi after the last commission was completed. That group of people made me feel very suspicious because they had been discussing the topic of lifting some seals. At this time, when I heard them say that they were going to unseal Larrabee and give it to Aragorn, I remembered that it was a guild that specialized in assassination missions. Urza spoke seriously about the news she knew. This kind of commission had long been banned by the council, but Eisenwald, where Aragorn was not moved at all and only accepted assassination commissions, so Aragorn was also called the God of Death. Raphael introduced Lucy and others seriously. So 6 years ago, the Eisenwald Guild was completely expelled from the Magic Parliament Alliance and included in the category of Dark Guilds. Dark Guild. Lucy was instantly frightened and sweating. She thought that with Natsu and others, she would just be a soy sauce, but she didn't expect that there would be dark guilds involved. Is it too late for me to leave now? Don't talk nonsense, we're at the stop, let's get off the bus. Gray was the first to get off the bus, after all, he was sitting next to Urza and felt very uncomfortable. Don't pull me, Happy. Lucy was dragged off the bus by Happy. Only Raphael was helping Urza push her tall suitcase, car. Advertisement. It's a pity that I didn't realize the name Aragorn at that time, otherwise I would have killed them all at that time. Urza clenched her fists fiercely. So it seems that this so-called Larrabee is probably some bad dark magic. After all, it is common sense that the sealed ones are dark magic. Raphael looked at the train leaving, and couldn't remember what he seemed to have forgotten. So I can't just sit there and watch. We have to break into the Eisenwald Guild. That's why I want you to join me. It's a bit difficult for me to fight against the entire Dark Guild alone. I think it will be easy with you. Hey, Lucy, you've produced so much juice. You stupid cat, this is sweat. Lucy looked at the train leaving, and could only helplessly follow them step by step. Let's go. First investigate the location of the Eisenwald Guild, and then we'll start. I think we have something that may be more important than investigating Eisenwald. Raphael heard Happy's voice and remembered what he had forgotten. Natsu is gone, so I still prefer the CP of Lucy and Natsu. With Raphael's simple reminder, Lucy reacted immediately. Now it was Urza and Gray's turn to watch the train going away from them with sweat on their foreheads. Let's talk about two things. Natsu woke up from his coma quickly, but he found that he was still on the train, and suddenly felt that it would be better not to be awake. Just when he wanted to find his partner, he found that there was no one around. Natsu could only hold his hands and lower his head and tremble constantly. Excuse me, is there anyone sitting here? If not, can I sit down? A young voice sounded in front of Natsu, and then sat down directly regardless of Natsu's answer. You look very uncomfortable, are you okay? He looked at the fairy tale logo on Natsu's arm and said with a smile, Fairy Tale, the strongest guild, and a formal guild. I'm really envious. Natsu didn't hear what he was saying clearly, but just kept breathing in and out. If Urza were here, she would find out that he was the Eisenwald member who discussed the unblocking and took on the unblocking task. Natsu. Danger. Chapter 19. Spell Song. Oniba Station. Oh my god, it's all my fault. I was too busy talking and ended up forgetting Natsu in the car. He's prone to motion sickness. Anyway, it's all my fault. Give me a good beating. Urza looked up to the sky and screamed in confession. So this is the situation. Please stop the car quickly, put it in reverse, put Natsu down, and then move forward. Gray said to the train conductor with his hands clasped together. I always feel like I'm in a guild of stupid and unlucky people. Lucy complained mercilessly while looking at the dramatic scene in front of her, and planned to stay away from them. What the hell? What are you talking about? What nonsense? In short, it is impossible for me to stop the train because of a passenger who missed the station. The train conductor said with a confused and angry look. So it should be enough to pull this off. At some point, Raphael came behind the train conductor and pulled the emergency stop brake. In an instant, all the horns sounded emergency stop sirens, and one train after another stopped. What did you do? Come on, let's find someone to take our luggage to the hotel. It's important to catch up with Natsu and rescue him. At some point Urza conjured up a small car and beckoned everyone to get in the car and chase them. And on the other side of the train, the man opposite Natsu was still chattering and noisy, constantly testing Natsu. You, are Fairy Tale Guild so arrogant? Others have been talking about it for so long, but they actually ignore others. It's really infuriating. He smiled with narrowed eyes, stood up and kicked Natsu on the head. Although I'm from the Dark Guild, it's really rude of you to do this. He stepped on Natsu's face while stepping closer and grinning viciously at Natsu, so I want you to learn a lesson. Knowing that we Eisenwald are not easy to mess with, remember the person who defeated you, I am Mr. Kageyama of Eisenwald, ha 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 ha. Natsu, who was already feeling sleepy and uncomfortable, couldn't bear it anymore. He opened his eyes and slapped Kageyama's feet away, breathing heavily and staring at him. You guy, have been talking to yourself here since the beginning, what are you going to do? Natsu struggled for a long time to finish a complete sentence. You guy, stop looking down on others. Do you know what our guild said about your fairy tale? Kageyama slapped Natsu's head one after another, harder and harder. Flies, they are all flies, muahahaha. That's enough. You be asterisk 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 d, do you want to fight? Natsu stood up angrily and lit up his hands with flames. The result was that he almost vomited for a second, and the magic was naturally extinguished. Kageyama, on the other hand, sat on the stool, looked at Natsu who was making a fool of himself, and smiled ferociously. Ha ha ha, what kind of magic are you doing? Vomiting flames. It's so scary, watch out, this is the real magic. Advertisement. The next second, a fist suddenly appeared in Natsu's shadow, knocking him to the ground hard. At this moment, a piercing siren sounded, and the moving train suddenly braked to a stop. Kageyama accidentally fell to the floor, and the contents of the backpack next to him also fell to the floor. No, I was seen. Kageyama immediately put everything away. It's parked. Natsu stood up and looked at the B asterisk 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 D in front of him who was humiliating his guild. From the corner of his eye, he saw what seemed to be a suspicious skull flute in his backpack. You guy, you were very happy just now, weren't you? Natsu started to burst into flames. He looked up at Kageyama and punched him hard, sending him flying away. Taste my fly punch. Bar. You be asterisk 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 D. How dare you attack Eisenwald? I won't let you go. Kageyama wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and was about to rush forward to fight Natsu. It has been confirmed that the emergency stop just now was a mistake, and we will start driving now. You guy, I remember you. Let's show off next time we meet outside. Natsu said harsh words while vomiting. He knew he had to leave the train quickly or he would die of vomiting. Wow, Natsu used all his strength, jumped through the glass and jumped out. Kageyama looked at him with a gloomy expression, but there was no resistance at all. He knew that there was something more important than killing Natsu. I won't give up just like this, just wait for me. Look, it's Natsu, but how did he fly out of the car? Lucy saw Natsu's figure from all the way, and quickly called to Raphael who was driving below to speed up and catch Natsu. Boom. Gray, who was trying to catch Natsu on the roof of the car, was knocked to the ground by Natsu's headbutt. Gah. Raphael braked suddenly and stopped. Lucy and Urza quickly got out of the car and ran towards Natsu. Are you guys okay? It hurts so much. You be asterisk 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 D, did you do it on purpose? Gray yelled, covering his swollen head. I just got hit and my memory was knocked out, so I don't know what just happened. Natsu looked at Gray expressionlessly. Natsu, are you okay? I'm sorry I left you in the car. Happy stretched out his wings and rushed to Natsu first. Urza, you are going too far. And you, Lucy, Happy, Raphael, you actually forgot me in the car. Natsu said fiercely. You guys, you selectively forget, right? Gray's face was filled with black lines. Advertisement. It's all my fault, but the most important thing is that you're okay. Boom. Raphael, who had just gotten out of the car and walked over, saw Natsu being held tightly in Urza's arms and hitting the thick armor, and couldn't help but feel a headache. Just in case Natsu was knocked unconscious, Raphael quickly stepped forward to rescue him. Why did you jump out of the car window? What happened? It hurts. Speaking of this, I'm angry. A little guy from a guild called Tai Shisen or something who came from nowhere dared to mock our guild. If it hadn't been for the train, I would have beaten him down long ago. Quote. Natsu said angrily, covering his head which was knocked out of 2 bags. As a result, he was punched out by Urza in the next second. You idiot, the one we are going after is Eisenwald, why didn't you listen to me just now? Lucy. It's not that he didn't listen, it's that he was knocked unconscious by you. It's okay. It's too late to chase him now. What are his characteristics? Raphael asked. Characteristics? Nothing special, just that he wears a skull flute with 3 eyes. Natsu recalled it carefully, and only thought of this. Are you sure it's the 3-eyed skull flute? Raphael asked seriously, and Lucy on the side also looked wrong. You're sure? I looked at him before hitting him. Natsu said doubtfully. If it is true, it will be over. What's wrong? What's wrong with that flute? Raphael. Let Lucy tell you, I only know a rough idea. Everyone looked at Lucy. If that's true, according to legend, that flute is lullaby, and it can play a curse song that brings death. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Everyone was stunned. And it's a forbidden magic that will cause death. No matter who you are, they will die if they hear it. Raphael finally added. Damn it, then the terminal station this train is going to is. Gray couldn't imagine it. The center of the country, the trumpets there can spread all over the country. If they blow the tune there. Urza said seriously. What are you talking about? Hurry up and stop them before they happen. Natsu finally realized the seriousness and shouted directly. Get in the car, hold on to the armrests, I'm going to drive with all my strength. Raphael also quickly got into the car, pouring all his magic into the car, and the car flew away like lightning in an instant. Chapter 20 Chase. Karuki Station, a prosperous station in the past, is now in chaos. All members of the Eisenwald Guild surrounded and occupied the station. But uncharacteristically, this dark guild did not kill all these people, but just drove them away. At this moment, the train that Natsu and the others took arrived at the station. You scumbags, if you don't want to die, get out of the car and get out. We Eisenwald have chartered this car. As soon as he entered the carriage, Aragorn drove all the passengers away. Then he walked straight to Kageyama. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and I'm almost tired of waiting. Is that done? Kageyama nodded, stretched out his hand and handed the skull flute to Aragorn. I have unlocked the seal, this is that. It's that forbidden magic, curse song. Aragorn took the flute and looked at the terrifying flute carefully. This was originally just an ordinary flute that could only be used to kill with fixed point curses. However, after being manipulated by the great black mage Zirf, transform and evolve him into a top-notch magic item. Group curse magic, curse song. Aragorn held up his flute. Oh, it's really scary. Little Kaga is really capable. Boss, next we can. Everyone cheered. Well, now start executing the plan. Damn, what on earth are those guys going to do with that magic? Urza said through gritted teeth. On the way, everyone analyzed it carefully and felt that it was impossible for them to choose to curse all the residents of the country, because even if they succeeded, they would not be able to survive. After Natsu and Urza's brief contact with them, they felt that they were not the kind of people who were willing to sacrifice their lives. After all, the darker the guild is, the more selfish it is and the more afraid of death it is. So everyone finally came to the decision that there must be a bigger conspiracy hidden behind them. Raphael, are you okay? If you continue like this, your magic power will be sucked away by this magical four-wheeler. Lucy looked worriedly at Raphael who was driving in front of her. Yeah, how about I drive it for you instead? Urza also said worriedly. The people who had just passed by Karuki Station heard that the train they took before was robbed by a group of people. They instantly realized that it was done by Eisenwald's people. After all, the flute was on the train. Advertisement. So Raphael chased them with full force. As for how fierce this fire was, just look at Happy and Gray, because they all fell to the side due to motion sickness. As for Natsu, don't mention it. It's okay, this is nothing, who am I? I'm the strongest. Raphael turned his head and smiled, joking. Saitama's physique is very awesome, and he can have different energies according to different worlds. And reach the strongest level. Therefore, his magic power can be said to be infinite. The magic power used at this distance is not even as much as the magic power he can use with a casual punch. This is why his serious mode can be infinitely powerful. Okay, if you can't hold it any longer, tell me, I'm still at my peak. Seeing that Raphael didn't look like anything was wrong, Urza breathed a sigh of relief, but she still mentioned the substitution. Raphael stopped talking. After all, it was a bit uncomfortable to have the wind and sand blowing into his mouth. He just waved his hand back. Osapana Station. The busiest and most prosperous station in the kingdom was now surrounded by people. Helplessly, Raphael and his party could only find a place to park and walked in. Looking at the crowded crowd in front of her, Lucy asked anxiously, what should I do? I can't get in at all. Can't get in. It doesn't exist. Raphael turned to give Lucy a smile, and then the people in front were thrown to the back one by one. In the blink of an eye, there was no one in front. Raphael clapped his hands. Look, isn't there no one here? Lucy. It's true that there's no one left, but you threw them all out. Ignoring Lucy's complaints, Urza quickly looked for the station staff to ask about the situation. Maybe they were shocked by Raphael's operation just now. No one Urza asked could explain clearly what happened. Urza could only ask him to sleep in a friendly way. Of course, let's ignore the big swelling on their heads for now. I've heard about it. Gray's timely appearance saved the innocent staff. Eisenwald members are inside and have occupied it. Troops have already entered, but no news has come out. Hey, let's go into the depths then. Happy raised his hand and took the lead, and flew behind everyone. You were so shameless, you shouted so loudly. Lucy looked at it with contempt. When everyone walked to the steps of the platform, they discovered that the previous army had been completely wiped out. After all, they were members of an entire dark guild. It was normal for the army station nearby to be defeated and wiped out. They're inside, please. A dying soldier fainted after saying this sentence with all his strength. Advertisement. Damn it, these bastards. Let's go, we're about to get in. Urza clenched her fists and walked ahead angrily. In the waiting room of the station, the members of the Eisenwald Guild were waiting for their arrival. After all, they had already learned from Kaga Asia that the members of the Fairy Tale Guild were coming to meddle in their own business. So, there are so many people. Lucy looked at the crowd in front of her and started to get scared in surprise. After all, even a large guild like Fairy Tale was not as large as the crowd in front of her. Lucy made a rough calculation and found that there were about 300 to 400 people. She was so frightened that she hid behind everyone with Natsu on her back.
It is indeed her, the armor lady. She must have exposed our plan. The Eisenwald member Urza met that day recognized her. You flies, it's all your fault. Kageyama gritted his teeth and looked at them. As expected, Fairy Tail is here. I have been waiting for you for a long, long time. Aragorn, the ace of the Eisenwald Guild, said with a grin on his shoulder as he carried his scythe. You are Aragorn, right? What's your conspiracy? Urza looked at Aragorn seriously and asked. Who knows, you can't stop us anyway, there are only 5 of you, there are hundreds of us here, you are dead. Aragorn looked at them with disdain. Hehehehe. Gia. The Eisenwald Guild members looked at them with ferocious smiles, as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Natsu, wake up. Lucy quickly shook Natsu desperately, trying to wake him up. It's impossible. I received 3 consecutive hits from the train, the magic wagon, and Lucy. I won't be able to wake up. Happy shook his head and sighed with his hands spread out. UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* shake Happy instead, vowing to die with it. But ask us what we are going to do, quack quack. Aragorn grinned ferociously as he activated his magic and flew in front of a loudspeaker. Urza's expression changed instantly. Are you going to play a curse song? Unexpectedly, the most unexpected thing happened. Don't worry, I just want to kill the people in this station or this town. At my current point, what I want is not right but power. Aragorn stretched out his hands and floated in the air like a hug. Same. This is not power, at all, it is just a complete massacre. Urza said through gritted teeth. No, I am just carrying out a punishment called death. In the name of my god of death, I will bring heavenly punishment to those trash people. Aragorn looked at the 5 people below and laughed crazily. Chapter 21 Fight, Crimson Knight, Fairy Queen. In the waiting hall of Ozabana Station, the fairy tale 5 people and the Eisenwald Guild were confronting each other. You bastards. Let's go up and catch all these bastards. Gray pointed at them angrily and provoked. Natsu, Gray, you deal with those people, I'll deal with Aragorn. Raphael, you protect Lucy, and provide assistance as support. There is only one purpose, to stop and destroy. Urza arranged the task in an instant. Natsu woke up from his coma after hearing Kageyama's voice, and his whole body was already on fire. Yeah, I'm already on fire, that one over there, let's start the land battle now. Come on, let me freeze you all to death by myself. Go with peace of mind, I promise you won't be hurt at all before I fall. Then, come on. Urza took the lead and immediately transformed into a magic sword and rushed forward. At this moment, Aragorn turned around and flew out of the window on the 2nd floor. Humph, I won't waste time with you here. The rest is up to you. I'm going to play the flute and let these flies have a taste of Eisenwald's dark power. Don't run away. The plan has changed. Natsu and Gray, you go after him and I will take care of the rest. Urza hurriedly changed the battle plan and turned to look at Natsu and Gray. I believe that with the combined efforts of you two, we can definitely defeat Aragorn. Natsu and Gray looked at each other unhappily and were about to retort. Urza's eyes seemed to have a bit of murderous intent. Hey, we will definitely defeat him. Natsu and Gray quickly caught up hand in hand. They ran away. Do you want to chase them? Eisenwald's people looked at each other. Don't worry, I'll go. One of the members stretched out a black rope and grabbed the railing, drifting towards Natsu and Gray. I'll go too, I won't let that red-haired brat go. Kageyama used his shadow to escape. Then let's leave it to Ryuri and Kageyama. Really, they are too bellicose. Then let's hurry up and get rid of the 2 remaining chicks and that useless man who looks like salted fish, so that we can help the boss. The remaining members of Eisenwald looked at Urza and the others with a sinister smile. It's so rude to be called a useless man. Raphael lay on the ground and propped his head up as he raged helplessly. Hey, Eisenwald and Lucy couldn't complain at the moment. If you continue to insult Fairy Tale like this, I guarantee you will never see the sun tomorrow. Advertisement. Urza rushed forward with a magic sword in hand. Are you really not going to help? Raphael, there are hundreds of people there. Lucy looked at Urza worriedly and said to Raphael. Don't underestimate Urza, she is a fighting genius. Raphael was indifferent and even changed to a comfortable position to watch. How about we lie down and watch together? Look, Happy is lying down. No, you guys should get nervous too. Lucy's mouth twitched and she was speechless as she looked at the man and the cat who had turned into salted fish.
Urza. So familiar. Before anyone in Eisenwald could recall Urza's name, Urza chopped down several people with a long sword. Damn it, you're good at melee combat, right? Then I'll attack you from a distance. One of the Eisenwald members was about to launch a long-range attack on Urza. Urza saw the sneak attack keenly, and directly transformed from the magic sword into a long spear to kill the sneak attack with one shot. Then she transformed into a pair of swords to mow the grass unparalleled, and all the Eisenwald personnel surrounding her were chopped down. As if it was not enough, Urza transformed into an axe, and it was a long-handled giant axe. A large windmill rotated around her directly into created a vacuum zone. This woman, how can she change clothes so fast? The members of Eisenwald began to get scared. Change your clothes. Lucy looked at Urza in confusion as she showed off her power. The principle is actually the same as your celestial spirit magic. First store the weapon in a different space, and then summon it when needed. Happy acted as the narrator. Wow,
It's amazing. Lucy praised. Remember what I said. Her dress-up magic is not only great, she's also very beautiful. Raphael fiddled with the camera again, preparing to capture this beautiful moment. Hey, yes, Urza's dressing up is different from others, her dressing up. This is too slow, speed up. Urza finally activated her real magic. Quote. It is to fight by changing the magic armor that can enhance one's abilities. This is Urza's magic. Transformation. Armor of family. Urza's armor disintegrated instantly, and at the same time a burst of smoke filled the air, which made Eisenwald's old lady feel very sorry. Then the smoke dissipated, and Urza transformed into a beautiful armor, with the surroundings of the armor suspended. Holding 10 swords, Urza also held 2 long swords in her hands. Knight. Wow. Lucy looked at Urza with adoration in her eyes. Fairy tale. Urza. Dress up magic. Knight. I know. She is. Fly. My sword. The sword of circulation. Advertisement. Urza yelled, and the 10 knight swords surrounding her were like a ring, harvesting the surrounding enemies. In an instant, the guild of several hundred people was reduced to a dozen people by Urza. Quote. The strongest woman in fairy tale, Urza, known as the Fairy Queen. One of the remaining members finally recognized her, and suddenly none of them dared to step forward. Damn it, this woman is too scary. Let's attack the people on the other side instead. They look so weak, and use them as hostages to make this scary woman surrender. Eisenwald's Piotto instantly jumped up and led the remaining members straight towards Raphael and Lucy. Seeing them rushing to Raphael's side, Urza breathed a sigh of relief, released the dressing spell, and returned to her original knight armor attire. The remaining member who didn't rush over saw Urza so relaxed and suddenly had a bad feeling. Ah, Raphael, get up, let's run away to Urza, they are coming to catch us. Lucy was shocked and shook Raphael quickly. It's okay Lucy, with Raphael here, no one can hurt us, because he is. Old God Happy was watching the show with his arms folded. You guys are useless, you are the weakest and so on. You are really rude. Raphael watched them rush over. Not only was he not panicked at all, he even stretched himself. Stop looking down on others. When Piotto saw that Raphael didn't pay attention to their attack, he was instantly furious and vowed to tear Raphael into pieces. Suddenly, he only saw a huge fist appearing in front of his eyes. The next second, the dozen members who rushed over, including Piotto, were all hit and flew backwards. They smashed through the glass and flew out into the sky. Quote. He is the strongest mage in our guild, Raphael, known as Titan. Happy finished his words at this time. So amazing. Lucy looked at the big hole in front of her and opened her mouth in shock. Titan. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree, Raphael's name is more useful than his own name. No, the remaining member was frightened and fainted in an instant. Let's go support them. I don't know how they are doing. Raphael clapped his hands and walked towards Urza and said. It's okay, I believe them. The most important thing now is. Outside Ozabana station, a group of people were still gathered around to get a result. Urza grabbed the staff's loudspeaker and walked to the steps and said to everyone, if you don't want to die, go away quickly. The station has been occupied by people from the Dark Guild. They are going to use a collective curse to kill everyone present. People, stay as far away as possible. The crowd was stunned for a while, then panicked and everyone fled, including the staff. Okay, let's go. Chapter 22 The Battle Between Two People. As Natsu and Gray chased Aragorn, they chased each other in a disreputable manner while quarreling with each other. Aragorn, I can handle it by myself. I don't need your hanging eye to get in the way here. Natsu kept bumping into Gray. It's your droopy eyes that are getting in the way here. It's true Urza, how can ice and fire get along harmoniously? It's impossible. Gray also kept pulling Gray. As they kept pulling each other, they came to a T-shaped intersection. Which way? Natsu asked as they stopped. Do you still need to ask? Let's go separately. Gray took the lead and walked to the left passage. He took 2 steps and paused. Natsu, don't die. What? It's okay, let's go. Gray strode away quickly, looking a little embarrassed. Weird guy. Natsu looked at Gray in confusion, then turned to walk to the other side of the passage, his hands lit with flames. These guys always insult Fairy Tail and constantly insult Fairy Tail. Provoking trouble, my flames can't help but burn them all to ashes. Makarov, who was having a regular meeting at this time, suddenly received a letter from Marajan. Since all the people present were his old friends, he opened it directly in front of everyone without any hesitation. A small Marajan popped out of the envelope and greeted her sweetly. Hello, President, thank you for your hard work. Makarov looked at everyone proudly and said proudly, beautiful, isn't it? This is the facade of our fairy tale. Looking at the envious looks cast by the guild leaders towards him, he then listened to Marajan's message. I have some incredible news for you. Urza, Raphael and Natsu have formed a team with Gray, and of course Lucy and Happy. Quote. Makarov's smile suddenly froze, and his hands began to tremble. I think this should be the strongest team in our guild. It's great, right? Makarov began to sweat profusely. I feel it is necessary to tell you this matter to make you happy, so I wrote a letter to you. Okay, that's it. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Makarov fainted and fell to the ground. The presidents quickly got closer to check on him, but they heard him muttering to himself, it's over, it's over. Everyone looked at each other, wondering why Makarov was not happy when he heard the news, but felt like it was the end of the world. Makarov stared wide-eyed and prayed to heaven and earth for the first time. What is this? They can really destroy a city. The meeting is about to end. Don't let anything go wrong. Please God, please protect me. Advertisement. Gray couldn't hear Makarov's pleas because he was locked in a bitter battle. After being separated from Natsu, he quickly found the broadcast room. Thinking that Aragorn said he would use the radio to spread this forbidden magic, he quickly kicked the door of the broadcast room into pieces. But to his surprise, the broadcast room was empty, and he suddenly felt bad. Gray realized that their real purpose might not be what they said, but something else. At this moment, a person slowly hung from the ceiling above Gray. He stared at Gray and smiled ferociously, then stretched out his hand and instantly released the black wire and inserted it into Gray, as if to make several holes in Gray's head. Gray felt the wind behind his head and rolled around to avoid Piero's attack. Piero, who missed the hit, did not continue to pursue, but slowly hung down from the ceiling. Looking at Gray's embarrassed appearance, he smiled evilly. Said, "It seems that my guess was right. Some of you will definitely come here, so I laid an ambush, but I didn't expect to catch a big fish." Gray looked at Piero seriously. "Your real purpose is not to play the curse song here, right? In fact, it has another purpose, right? Gia, you are quite smart, but so what? Just because I am here means that you cannot affect our plan." Piero looked at Gray with disdain. Haha, how can a bunch of little rats who can only live in the sewers have the courage to challenge Fairy Tale? Really, if you don't focus on work, you will do all these messy things all day long. Gray was also grinning. "Then let me beat you up and teach your ignorant little mouse a lesson." Gray activated his magic directly, and an ice spear quickly formed in the air and flew straight towards Piero. Piero directly disconnected the black line connecting the ceiling. He dodged Gray's ice spear and raised his hand at the same time. It was extremely sharp. The black line swept towards Gray instantly. Gray dodged and jumped away from the range of the black line. After seeing the black line smashing the broadcast console to pieces, he was sure that Aragorn's purpose was definitely not to broadcast the curse-killing magic here. At this moment, several semi-invisible black lines suddenly appeared behind him and stabbed at him. Gray had no time to dodge, so he could only use a lot of magic power to instantly create a 10-foot thick ice wall to barely block this sudden wave. Attack. Gray frowned and looked at the extremely arrogant Piero, feeling helpless for a moment. Piero's magic is fast and concealed, so Gray can only find a way to fight him up close to have a chance of winning. Ha 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 ha, are you going to repay Fairy Tale like this? You are too weak. Piero smiled crazily. His magic black thread was dancing wildly, cutting everything it touched in half. Suddenly, Gray appeared in front of him. What? When? Piero was startled and quickly tried to pull back the black line to defend, but he was still a step too slow and was directly hit by Gray. Piero was beaten so hard that he broke through 2 walls. Gray gasped and walked up to him with scars all over his body. The moment Piero flew out, he realized how Gray had rushed in front of him. "You have so much magic power. You created springs and ice plates on your back, and then ejected directly. But you were seriously injured, so you came here despite my magic." Piero slowly stood up and grinned. "Finally, let me ask you, what is your purpose?" The words are divided into 2 ends, and the flowers bloom on 2 branches. Natsu on the other side was carrying out crazy destruction, destroying every room he saw, like a bulldozer. Advertisement. And on Natsu's head, a shadow appeared. He looked at Natsu's behavior and complained with a black line on his head. "This guy can't open the door. There is such a big door right next to it, it's too random." This dark figure slowly appeared with its body and hands, and its face looked like that of Kageyama, who had severely insulted Natsu when he was feeling unwell. Kageyama folded his hands and looked at Natsu below, who kept shouting for Aragorn to come out. He frowned disdainfully. "I'm looking for Aragorn, but it's a pity that he can never find him. After all, Aragorn has left here long ago." Kageyama's eyes gradually became sharp. "Although I know it's okay to let it go, but when I saw this B*******************************. It's just very unpleasant." Kageyama instantly jumped down from the ceiling and kicked Natsu in the back, sending him flying away. Kageyama looked at the embarrassed opponent in front of him with a smile, and stretched out his hand to challenge him. "I have seen through your magic. It is quite rare to use flame as a weapon to increase your destructive power." Natsu was so angry that he tore the wooden board in front of him to pieces. "You guy, you actually attacked from behind. Although I want to find Aragorn, I decided to beat you down first and then look for him." As soon as he finished speaking, Natsu ignited flames in his hands and rushed towards Kageyama. Kageyama did not dodge at all, and directly activated his shadow magic, causing several black fists to appear in the shadows around Natsu and hit Natsu crazily. Natsu was startled and remembered that this was the magic on the train at that time. He quickly blocked these fists with his hands, used the force to jump up, and then transformed into Fire Dragon's roar, spraying flames from his mouth and shooting towards Kageyama. Kageyama's expression changed. He didn't expect Natsu to have long-range magic. He hurriedly put up a barrier from his own shadow to block Natsu's flames. Then, while Natsu was still in midair, he stretched out a hand from Natsu's shadow and grabbed Natsu. His feet hit the ground hard. In the second contest, Natsu was still at a disadvantage. However, Natsu suddenly jumped up as he was thick-skinned. Apart from being a little dirty, there was no other change. Kageyama's eyes became serious. Because Natsu's flesh was too thick, a simple blow might not have much effect on Natsu, so he instantly switched to another method. When Natsu stood up, several sharp shadow guns appeared instantly and stabbed Natsu. When Natsu heard the sound behind him, he rolled away and dodged. What's wrong? Are you scared? Don't run away. Give me a good fight, ha 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 ha. Kageyama felt happy watching Natsu keep avoiding his magic in a panic. I've had enough fun, I'll finish you off with this next move, Shadow of the 8 Snakes. Kagarima used a lot of magic to construct 8 huge snake shadows, and the snake shadows bit Natsu crazily. Have you had enough fun? I've had enough fun too. Just let me beat you up like this. Natsu was also angered by the continuous attacks, and he scattered all the snake shadows with just a few punches. Wah, what? Kageyama was surprised for a moment. Fire dragons. Wing strike. The next second, Kageyama was severely beaten out. Natsu stood in front of Kageyama with anger all over his body, looked at him coldly and asked, "Tell me, where is Aragorn?" Chapter 23 Urgent. Save the president. Calculating the time, it should be almost time. Since you want to know the reason so much, it's okay for me to tell you now. I can also watch you look desperate, ha 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 ha. Piaro stood up slowly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled crazily, as if he had already won. But actually, it doesn't matter if you say it before. After all, you must not be able to get out. The boss's magic has surrounded everything here. Surrounded. Gray was surprised. He didn't expect that the god of death, Aragorn, had such powerful magic. This is a type of spell magic. By arranging the spell in advance and then using it by a key person, this magic can set conditions in advance so that people cannot go out. Urza saw Aragorn in the sky and wanted to fly up to catch him but was surrounded by a barrier formed by a gust of wind. Unwilling to give up, Urza tried to break out but was injured in her arm. Raphael stopped Urza in time, took a look at the magic, and seriously explained the principle of this magic to Urza, Lucy and others. Does that mean his goal is to stop us? Lucy asked while bandaging Urza. No, I think his setting is that no one who enters the waiting hall of this platform can leave. Raphael shook his head. No way. There are people from their guild here. Lucy couldn't believe it. HMPH, this is what the Dark Guild does. If necessary, they can even abandon their partners mercilessly. Raphael looked coldly at Aragorn in the sky. I have to say that the magical world is unreasonable. Magic like this seems to communicate with the power of the rules of the magical world. If you are not strong enough or cannot find loopholes, there is no way to solve it. Although Raphael can break this barrier, after all, Saitama's power is completely unreasonable, but Raphael cannot control himself from breaking the city into pieces. When the barrier is broken, the city will be destroyed, and then it will not be magic. The council wants Fairy Tail to disband, and the whole world is probably asking for Fairy Tail to disband. Aragorn laughed at them with a ferocious smile and flew away. Come on, let's go back now and find that Kageyama. He may have a way to get out. Urza thought that since Kageyama could lift Lullaby's seal, then the wind barrier could definitely be lifted as well. UB*************D, are you trying to hold us back? Gray also learned the news from Piaro and kicked him out. Ha 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 ha. Be furious, but it's useless. This magic called the demonic wind wall is not something ordinary people can solve. And don't you want to know what you are using that thing for? Gray's fist stopped in front of Piaro. He. Let me name a place, Kroba. Kroba, where is? Piaro took advantage of Gray's trance to make a sneak attack and pierced his limbs. Could it be, how could it be, that your purpose is the president's? Gray's face turned ugly, completely ignoring his own injuries. Wahahaha, you have finally figured it out. With the power of Boss Aragorn, we can definitely make those stinky old men who know nothing die after hearing the curse song. But you will be stopped by us and you can even accompany us here. It makes me happy to think about them dying together. This is revenge for the harm we suffered in the past. You bastards, please disappear, ha 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 ha. Piaro laughed wildly with a ferocious expression. Gray lowered his head, clenched his fists, and rushed in front of Piaro despite his magic. He knocked him to the ground with a punch and activated his magic at the same time, freezing Piaro. Living. We will definitely stop you. If you dare to touch our boss, we will let you know what regret is. In this world, there are guilds more terrifying than the Dark Guild. Gray looked at Piaro's ice sculpture coldly. Advertisement. Gray, are you okay? At this time, Raphael and his group found Gray. Looking at the bleeding Gray, Lucy asked worriedly. I'm fine, but now we have to hurry up and get out. Gray used his freezing magic to freeze the wound. The purpose of those bastards is the old man. What? Urza was shocked, then find Natsu quickly. We need to rely on Kageyama's ability to get out. At this moment, a vibration came from not far ahead. Natsu should be over there. Urza ran over immediately. Haha, Aragorn, he is no longer here. Kageyama smiled wolfishly. What? Natsu looked confused. Natsu, stop, it's all thanks to you. You idiot, you did a great job for the first time. Urza and Gray shouted to Natsu together. Not sure if he was being praised or scolded, Natsu looked at the two of them in confusion. Urza rushed directly to Kageyama, took out a sword and put it against Kageyama's throat and asked him, stop talking nonsense, remove the barrier now, or I will cut your flesh piece by piece. Natsu broke out in a cold sweat. That. I said he was already so miserable, is this too much? At this time, Raphael, who was still watching the show, suddenly flashed to Kageyama's side, then smashed the wall with a punch and caught the fat man who was scared and fainted before. What? Urza was shocked, and then suddenly felt Kageyama's body sink in her hand. It turned out that the fat man inserted a knife into Kageyama's vest. You damn B**************, D, although I know that you dark guilds never take your partners seriously, but every time I see it, I get angry. Raphael punched the fat man into pieces with anger. So scary. Lucy was so scared by the scene in front of her that she couldn't stand steadily and fell down. Hey, don't worry, Raphael is only ruthless to his enemies, but he takes good care of his own people. Happy comforted Lucy in an uncharacteristic way, after all, it had been scared like this before. Damn it, the only hope, cheer up. Help us remove the magic wall. Urza shook Kageyama frantically. Give up, Urza, he can't use magic in this state. Gray was desperate. The people who came to the magic wall of wind were at a loss, and Natsu, who learned on the way that Aragorn's goal was the guild leaders, attacked the barrier again and again and was bounced back again and again, leaving him covered in wounds. Raphael, can't you just break this barrier? Lucy asked Raphael while looking at Natsu worriedly. No, unless this city is completely gone, I can't do it. Raphael shook his head. Natsu was once again bounced to Lucy's side, and there was no good meat on his body. Advertisement. Enough, Natsu. Lucy quickly hugged Natsu to stop him from bumping into her. Right, use celestial spirit. Turning to see Lucy, Natsu suddenly remembered his previous experience with Duke Ibar, and thought he could travel through the celestial spirit world. No, Natsu. Ibar was able to travel because he and celestial spirit were in two different places. But here we only have Lucy, who is a celestial spirit wizard, and there are no celestial spirit wizards outside to provide support. Even if there are, they need the same key as Lucy. Raphael broke Natsu's fantasy. Lucy then added, but each celestial spirit key is unique, so this can't be done at all. Ah, speaking of celestial spirit, I finally remembered something. Happy flipped through its own small backpack. I wanted to tell you before I left. This is it. Happy took out a golden key. This is Virgo's key. Lucy was surprised, and the next second she ran over and grabbed Happy's beard. How can you take someone else's things? No, Virgo entrusted me to give it to you. Happy handed the key to Lucy incoherently. Virgo, the gorilla maid. Natsu thought carefully for a long time before he remembered who Virgo was. Lucy, who was originally happy to get a key to the Zodiac, froze instantly. Oh, yes, she said that because Abar was arrested, the contract between them was also terminated, so she came to me to tell me that she would give herself to our Lucy. Ah, thank you, Happy, but our top priority now is to find a way to get out of here first, right? Lucy instinctively resisted the celestial spirit, which was more terrifying than the image of the gorilla. But, as a little kitten, you talk too much. Lucy grabbed Happy's face. But Virgo can dig holes. I think we can drill through this magic barrier from underground. Happy insisted. Yes, Lucy said in surprise, then I'll start the contract now. In order to get out, she didn't care whether it was a gorilla or not, and immediately recited the opening formula to summon Virgo. A flash of light passed by, and a tall and cute beauty in a maid outfit appeared in front of him. Natsu looked at her in silence for a while, and suddenly realized, so you went to lose weight. What weight loss? This is basically a different person. Lucy's precise complaints came. After Virgo's explanation, everyone knew that the specific image of celestial spirit was transformed by the most expected appearance of its owner. Oh, then Taurus. Raphael suddenly thought of Taurus's huge mouth, and couldn't help but glance at Lucy. Yes, indeed. Lucy was confused when she saw Raphael's admiring eyes and his face of approval. Okay, let's talk about the rest later, let's get out of here first. Guilty Raphael quickly changed the subject. Then, Virgo made a diving move and created a tunnel leading to the outside in the blink of an eye. Everyone finally got out of the magic barrier. At this moment, a strong wind blew, blowing Virgo and Lucy's skirts up, which made Gray's eyes go straight, while Raphael watched Natsu and Happy fly away. Chapter 24 Fierce Battle. Death Aragorn. Natsu and Happy are chasing Aragorn. Get in the car and we'll chase them. Raphael drove the magic four-wheeler over at some point. Only then did everyone realize that Natsu and Happy were gone. Without hesitation, everyone got in the car and Raphael headed towards Kroba at full speed. At this time, Aragorn was heading towards Krobana at full speed. Thinking that the president of the so-called Justice Guild was about to die in his own hands, he felt that his life seemed to have reached its peak. Aragorn, who was feeling proud, saw that the city was right in front of him, and immediately accelerated his speed. At this moment, he seemed to hear something behind him and turned his head quickly. At this moment, a pair of size 42 feet hit his face accurately, as if he had deliberately used his face to catch it. Aragorn, who was hit, couldn't control his wind magic for an instant, and fell from the sky like a comet falling onto the railroad tracks. As for Natsu, the moment Happy ran out of magic power, he landed smoothly on the rails. I fly, cannot move. Happy slowly fell down like a fallen leaf. Natsu gently caught Happy and said to Happy gently, "Thank you, Happy. Thanks to you, I can catch up with him. It's up to me what happens next." Aragorn climbed up from the ruins, stared at Natsu and asked fiercely, "You brat, you came so fast. It seems that the trash can't do anything at all, but your greatest luck is to escape from there." Next, I'm going to make your life worse than death. You guy, what do you think of the people in your own guild? Natsu lit up his hands with blazing flames and looked at Aragorn angrily. You are actually going to attack those old men now. Don't worry, I will definitely be here. Stopped you. Aragorn covered his face and looked up to the sky with a laugh. Mahahaha, if you think you can do it, then come. By the way, I will spare your life and let you watch how those old men died in front of you. Yes, ha 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 ha. However, it was a bit uncomfortable for him to just fall from the sky. Aragorn was just confronting Natsu, trying to recover better before attacking, and Natsu, who had just experienced a big battle and kept hitting the magic wall, was also taking this opportunity to recover well. Ichiban. The war is about to break out, it depends on who can reply faster. On the other hand, Kageyama, who was on the magic car heading to Kabaro, was silent for a long time after being rescued, and finally couldn't help asking his question. Why? Why did you save me? You want to take me as a hostage, right? Don't think about it. Aragorn is called the god of death not only because his assassination missions have never failed, but also because he is particularly cold-blooded. He will not go because of anyone except himself. People change their decisions. After talking on the phone for a long time, Kageyama closed his eyes and leaned against the wall of the car, feeling like he was about to be killed or cut into pieces. If you really want to die, I will kill you right now. Gray, who was looking out the window, turned to look at Kageyama coldly, but will death end everything? No, maybe you did do a lot of bad things. But you should all work hard and move forward. Kageyama instantly opened his eyes and looked at Gray, something seemed to be flowing in his eyes. Advertisement. Then he sighed and turned to look at the sky and the setting sun outside the window. Why don't I want to? I also want to bathe in the sunshine, and I also want to become a righteous wizard that everyone respects and loves, but... Gray looked at the man in front of him and felt something similar to himself from him, a helplessness towards certain things and a powerlessness towards certain changes. At this moment, the magic car that was supposed to be running smoothly suddenly experienced a bump, and the people in the car instantly fell into a ball. Urza quickly shouted outside. Raphael, are you okay? What's going on? Raphael stretched out a hand and waved. It's okay, it's just that the railway in front suddenly turned into pits one after another. It should be caused by that B************ D Aragorn. Urza stretched out her head and looked at the railway outside the window. Sure enough, it was full of potholes one after another. Her support for Natsu could only be slowed down. She clenched her fists and looked into the distance worriedly. You must hold on, Natsu, you must try your best to stop him. Before we arrive, you can only rely on yourself. If you can't stop him, the elders will be in danger. What's wrong? Aren't you going? What are you hesitating about? Aragorn gradually revealed a sinister smile, and his injuries seemed to have fully recovered. However, Natsu's dragon physique was almost gone. The corners of his mouth raised. Then as you wish, I will burn you and that stinky fluke together. At this moment, Aragorn stretched out two fingers and formed sword fingers, and waved at Natsu. Natsu's eyes changed, and he quickly stretched out his hands and crossed them in front of his chest and ignited flames. The next second, several invisible wind blades cut towards Natsu. Natsu was hit by this invisible attack and retreated repeatedly. After a few steps, he stepped on the air and fell off the cliff beside the railway track. This was Aragorn's plan, using the wind blades with low consumption to continuously attack and force Natsu to retreat from the railway track and fall down. The moment Natsu fell, he immediately thought of a solution. He transformed the flame into a rope hook, then waved his fist to let the flame rope hook the railway wood on the other side, and then used inertia to swing directly from the other side. Next is my turn. Natsu grinned. Seeing that you are wearing so little, let me warm you up. Natsu's feet instantly ignited flames, and he used the flames to propel himself. As soon as Natsu's voice fell, he instantly came in front of Aragorn. So fast. Aragorn's pupils dilated instantly, and he was knocked away by Natsu's collision before he could dodge. Fire Dragon's Hook. Then Natsu used his power to support himself and hit Aragorn with an inverted hook, which made Aragorn roll over. After that, he used the power of the rotation to hit Aragorn with a Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Boom. Advertisement. With a loud bang, Natsu's last punch didn't hit Aragorn, but only hit the floor, making a small hole in the floor. Natsu stood up and looked up at Aragorn. Get down, you be **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** scared. If he had reacted a little bit worse, that punch would have killed him directly. Don't be too proud. Storm wave. Aragorn made a few gestures in the air, stirring the airflow in the air to form a rotation, and then waved his sword downward, and a huge and fierce tornado directly hit Natsu. Natsu was carried by the tornado and rotated dozens of times. At the moment when the tornado dissipated, Aragorn's figure appeared in front of Natsu, and he waved the huge sickle in his hand towards Natsu. Just die with this move. Natsu instantly landed and stood firm and raised his arms to catch Aragorn's sickle, and then Natsu's mouth bulged. Aragorn instantly had an ominous premonition. Fire Dragon's Roar. Natsu's mouth instantly spurted out a large amount of fire and swept towards Aragorn. Aragorn had no choice but to give up his sickle, and at the moment the flames hit him, he jumped up into the air. You are so shameless, you flew up to the sky again, get down quickly. Looking at Natsu jumping below, Aragorn shed a few drops of cold sweat. What's wrong with this monster? He can catch the sickle with his hands and release magic from his mouth. Is this the wizard of fairy tale? It seems that I really underestimated you, so next, let's start to really get serious. Aragorn grinned. Ah, I'm on fire. Natsu looked up at Aragorn with a smile on his face. Aragorn crossed his arms across his chest, lowered his head, and growled, "Storm. Wind. Clothes." The wind from all around gathered towards him, slowly sweeping from his feet to his head. With a loud bang, Aragorn appeared in front of Natsu with the wind wrapped around him. The wind on his body was constantly spinning. Next, let's have the second round. Chapter 25 Wind and Fire. The one you went to stop Aragorn was the guy who played with fire, right? Kageyama said suddenly. Huh, is there a problem? Gray looked at him doubtfully. Then he is dead. It is impossible for fire magic to break through Aragorn's trump card magic, Stormcoat. It can be said that fire will not even exist in front of Stormcoat. A smile gradually appeared on Kageyama's face. Storm drill. Aragorn, who was in the sky, took advantage of his descent and quickly stirred up the rotation of the wind whirlpool around him, forming a drill like an electric drill that quickly drilled towards Natsu. Natsu jumped back to avoid Aragorn's attack. He seized the opportunity when Aragorn came down from the sky and punched Aragorn with a flaming fist. Aragorn, on the other hand, did not dodge or evade, and directly stretched out his palm to catch Natsu's fist. When the palm and fist met, something happened that shocked Natsu. The flame was blown out. What? Natsu looked in disbelief. Ha, as expected, without the assistance of the flame, your fist is limp. Aragorn's sinister smile appeared faintly. No. Impossible, the flame actually disappeared. Natsu jumped back and left Aragorn's attack range, looking at him with an ugly face as only his smoking fist was left. My storm jacket blows strong wind from the inside out. In the headwind, the flames cannot burn at all. Aragorn did not pursue the victory, but looked at Natsu like an ant. So, fire cannot defeat the wind. That is to say, you can't defeat me. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong wind swept towards Natsu. Natsu was hit by the strong wind and could only passively defend himself, unable to do any effective dodge. Don't you understand? Your flames can't touch me at all. Aragorn laughed wildly and added the wind blade to the strong wind blowing towards Natsu to cut Natsu. The originally small and invisible wind blade was enhanced by the strong wind and turned into a meter-long wind knife. Accelerated by the strong wind, it cut towards Natsu like a bullet. Natsu gave up his defense and used the power of the wind to dodge with difficulty. He finally dodged the wind blade that was cutting towards his limbs, but a larger wind blade suddenly appeared in front of his chest and was about to cut him into pieces. Two halves. Natsu pushed his feet hard, stepped down from his horse's stance, and walked directly onto the iron bridge, narrowly dodging the wind blade. Natsu was angered by the continuous attacks. Thinking that his fists would be rendered ineffective by Aragorn's magic, he changed his tactics. Natsu's feet were ignited with flames, and he rushed towards Aragorn with the help of the flames, trying to use this speed to get close to Aragorn again and launch a combo punch. Advertisement. Aragorn still didn't dodge, looking at Natsu charging towards him with disdain. The next second, Natsu was blown away, unable to even get close. HMPH, do you think the same move is still useful to me? Aragorn taunted Natsu. This next move will take care of you. Aragorn raised his hands high, stretched out his sword fingers, crossed them on his chest, and shot a wave of light formed by a large number of wind blades straight towards Natsu. Just die here. The wind-soaring magic that tears everything apart. Emerald Swift. In an instant, a large number of wind blades hit Natsu directly. The railway and floor where the wind blades passed were cut into cracks, and even the air was cut into cracks. After a while, they slowly converged. There was a loud noise, the smoke cleared, and Natsu fell down. There was no good piece of flesh on his body, only the dragon scale patterned scarf was still intact. Happy, who woke up at some point, looked at the scene in front of him and shouted sadly, Natsu. Stand up. Natsu. Natsu. Your body is really good. You are the only one whose body can be preserved intact by my attack. Everything else was torn into pieces. Aragorn looked at the severely injured young man in front of him. Although he was an enemy, he still sighed. Then he turned around and wanted to leave, but you were still defeated in my hands. Don't worry, you won't die so quickly, because I also want you to see how I used curse songs to send those old men to the sky. Quote. What do you mean by using a curse song? Natsu gasped and slowly stood up. If you really want their lives, just defeat them with dignity. Wah, what? How can you still have power? Aragorn was so surprised that he couldn't believe it. If you don't even have the courage to challenge openly, just go back and hide in your sewer. Natsu's angry body lit up with flames and rushed towards Aragorn. HMPH, don't overestimate your capabilities. Aragorn waved his hand, and Natsu was blown away again. Damn it, I don't believe it. How can I not get close to you? Natsu's flames grew stronger, and Happy, who was keen, noticed that Aragorn's wind gradually began to be attracted by Natsu's flames. How is it possible? This is magic that converts emotions directly into flames. Impossible, how could a brat like him know this kind of ancient magic? Aragorn muttered in disbelief. Emotional flame. Happy heard Aragorn muttering to himself, rolled his eyes, and suddenly thought of a good idea. Natsu, give up, you can't do it, you should let Gray help you solve it. Advertisement. What did you say? Ah, as if adding fuel to the fire, Natsu's flames instantly grew a little bigger. What? My wind. The moment Natsu's flames intensified, the wind that had been lingering around Aragorn was instantly sucked away by Natsu. My stormcoat, has been cracked. Aragorn shouted in horror. Watch me beat you up. Natsu's head shrouded in flames roared, looking like a demon in fire. Fire dragons. No, it's impossible. How can dragon-slaying magic still exist after being lost for a long time? Aragorn finally heard Natsu's magic cry seriously and shouted in even greater horror. Quote. Sword horn. As the voice sounded, Natsu's headbutt hit Aragorn at the same time. Aragorn was hit and flew directly into the air. The blazing flames directly ignited Aragorn. After a while, Aragorn fell heavily to the ground. On the ground, the whole body was burnt. Happy. What did you just say? Natsu, who had defeated Aragorn, was not happy. Instead, he turned to Happy to discuss what he had just said. Cat's memory is not good. What did I just say? Happy looked at Natsu with an innocent face. You actually said that I can't beat this guy, and you want Urza to help. Natsu mentioned Aragorn and said dissatisfiedly to Happy. Quote. This memory is worse than that of a cat. Happy looked at Natsu with black lines on his head. By the way, how did I hit this guy just now? Natsu suddenly remembered that he, who had been blown away all the time, actually hit this untouchable enemy. No matter what, you won in the end. You were the best, Natsu. Happy gave Natsu a thumbs up. Natsu looked at Happy and laughed heartily. On the other side of the ground, Lullaby Flute, who had been forgotten by Natsu and Happy, was also secretly laughing. Chapter 26. The strongest team joins. Great, Natsu, are you okay? You guys came too late, I already got rid of him. Looking at the belated arrival of everyone, Natsu complained triumphantly. It's not my fault, it's all because that B************ D Aragorn flew away and destroyed the road. Raphael helplessly spread his hands and smiled bitterly at Natsu. How is it possible? Actually, that Aragorn actually lost. The Kageyama thief on the side couldn't believe it. After all, Aragorn was the god of death who claimed that there was no enemy he couldn't defeat. At this moment, he felt something beside his feet. When he lowered his head, he saw that it was actually that weapon. Flute. It turns out that after Aragorn was defeated by Natsu, the flute fell aside, but the careless Natsu didn't notice it at all, and always thought that the flute was still on Aragorn's body. Well done, Natsu. You don't have to worry about the president and the others this time. The next step is to go to Kroba and ask the president how to solve this flute. Urza jumped out of the car and praised Natsu immensely. You guy, you are naked but wearing a scarf, you look like a pervert. As soon as Gray saw Natsu, he rushed up to him and complained to Natsu face to face. By the way, if I give them a kick at this time, will they kiss each other? Raphael looked at their posture and suddenly felt a little itchy on his feet. You actually have the nerve to accuse me. Natsu replied to Gray, then turned to look at Lucy. Lucy, lend me your clothes. You pervert, why do you want to borrow my clothes? Lucy was startled, holding her chest and retreating. Kageyama watched them playing around without anyone paying attention to him. He quietly used shadow magic to pick up the flute, and then quietly approached the cab of the magic car. Raphael sensed his small movements when he activated his magic, and just glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and let him act. After all, in order to play the flute player needs to sacrifice everything, but people like Kageyama who still have a glimmer of sunshine in their hearts will never sacrifice themselves. Besides, those old men are not vegetarians. If you really want to kill them with a curse song, then Zirf himself is more like it. With Raphael's indulgence, Kageyama easily grabbed the magic vehicle and drove away. That B******************, D, thanks to us we saved his life, hurry up and catch up. Gray was instantly furious. It's okay, I did some tricks on that car. If someone other than me wants to drive it, he must output double the magic power. In this way, even if he arrives, he will have to find a place to restore the magic power before he can play the flute. Raphael stopped Gray. Natsu and Urza had the urge to chase after him. So let's take a rest first and recover before we go. There will be a tough battle to fight later. Raphael gave up. Then how are we going to get there later? It's still a long way from here to Kroba. Lucy looked at the desolation around her and asked doubtfully. Don't worry, I have a plan. Raphael winked at Lucy. Kroba City regular meeting venue. Kageyama observed in the woods outside the venue and found that everyone inside was still sitting peacefully discussing, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he successfully snatched the magic car and brought it over, when he drove into the woods next to the venue, all his magic power was consumed, and he collapsed on his seat on the spot. He continued to meditate, and finally recovered some of his magic power after sunset, and was able to gain the ability to move. Kageyama originally thought that the flow of magic power caused by this meditation would attract the attention of the presidents in the venue, but until he regained his mobility, no one came to check. He thought that all the presidents had left, so he, who had just gained the ability to move, immediately went to the hillside opposite the window of the venue to observe. Unexpectedly, it was already dark and they were still discussing. Oh, you can become the president of the guild just like this. You don't even know when the enemy is around you. It's really unbelievable. Kageyama sneered disdainfully, as if to cover up his embarrassment just now. Such a close distance should be enough, just blow this flute. Suddenly, an old hand patted his shoulder, which scared him so much that he turned around and found that there was a little old man less than 50 centimeters tall standing behind him. He is the president of the Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov. Single quote. Kageyama was stunned. He didn't expect to see one of the presidents he wanted to eliminate here. Ha 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 ha. I teased you. Ah, no, now is not the time to do this. If I don't find them soon, I will probably be nagged to death. Makarov, who was still laughing at scaring Kageyama, suddenly thought of what he should do most now. Thinking of the consequences of not finding the few destroyers in his own guild, he instantly broke into cold sweat. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. You are covered in wounds. Go to the hospital to see a doctor. Makarov waved to him and turned to leave. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the hillside not far from where they were, and a big rock fell next to the venue, but strangely, Kageyama seemed to have neither heard nor seen it. Hey, Raphael, you are so awesome. Yes, so awesome, such a big rock. Advertisement. Too exciting, I want to do it again, Raphael. Several voices came from the top of the big rock. It turned out that Raphael and his group finally arrived. Lucy jumped down from the rock in shock. She thought that the method Raphael mentioned was to find a car or use flying magic to fly over. But she didn't expect that Raphael would lift a super big rock for them to sit on and then throw it towards the direction of Bakro. Lucy screamed all the way and her legs were weak when she came down. Natsu, Happy and Gray just looked at Raphael with admiration. As for Urza, she was not surprised. After all, it was easy for someone who could even create a tsunami to do this. They hurriedly ran towards Makarov, but were stopped by Blue Pegasus's president Bob halfway through. Don't worry, let's continue watching, it's okay. It turned out that this venue had been cast with magic, blocking Kageyama's perception, so that he could only hear and see what the presidents wanted him to hear and see. After all, they were the presidents of the guild, and they had already discovered him when he was meditating. They wanted to take him down directly, but Makarov thought Kageyama could still be saved, so he cooperated in this play. Listen to President Bob, don't you know the strength of our president? And there are so many presidents here, let's watch the show with peace of mind. Raphael comforted the anxious people. He knew that Makarov's goal was to help this boy who still had sunshine in his heart, and this boy would not disappoint in the end. Why not save a person who yearns for sunshine from darkness? Ah, little Raphael is still reliable, little Urza has grown up. And you, little Natsu and little Gray, are so cute. Bob blew a few passionate kisses at them, and Raphael and the others shuddered instantly. Who is he? Lucy saw the person that Raphael and the others avoided for the first time. Hey, he is Mr. Bob, the president of the Blue Pegasus Guild, and the one over there is Mr. Goldmine, the president of the Quattro Cerberus Guild. Happy explained to Lucy. So the Justice Guild is a little abnormal. The one who looks like a girl is a man, and the other one who looks like a mother-in-law is also a man. Lucy complained with a twitching mouth. Raphael heard Lucy's complaints and nodded involuntarily, but Raphael remembered that they were not like this when he first met Bob and Goldmine. Bob was a handsome man with a graceful demeanor when he was young, and Goldmine was also one of the best handsome guys, but now. I have to say that time is really a butcher's knife. Raphael looked at the two with sympathy. Bob and Goldmine felt Raphael's gaze, and immediately narrowed their eyes and said to Raphael with murderous intent, I feel that you are thinking of something very rude. Raphael turned his head away with a guilty conscience, and observed whether there were any enemies around him. Anyway, he looked very busy. Well, I like to play the flute very much, but the hospital does not allow me to play it, so I can only come here to practice. Do you want to listen to me play a song? Kageyama would not give up this rare opportunity. After all, it would be easier to break through one by one, so he quickly stopped Makarov. Makarov saw Raphael and the others, turned his back to Kageyama, breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and nodded to him. Ah, so, then I will listen to you play a song. Old people who have been tired all day sometimes want to listen to pleasant music to relieve themselves. Seeing that Makarov agreed so easily, Kageyama glanced at Makarov with disdain and raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. In case something changed, he quickly put the flute to his mouth and prepared to activate the curse song to kill him. The old man of this most powerful guild. However, just when he put his lips to blow, he hesitated. He thought of Gray's words, of Raphael's anger because he was backstabbed by his companions, of Urza screaming at him for his help. No, Urza was about to rush forward when she saw this, but Goldmine stretched out her hand to stop her. It's okay, just keep watching. Blow. Makarov kept urging. Yes, blow, as long as you blow, as long as you blow, everything will. No, nothing will change. Makarov looked at Kageyama calmly. Kageyama was startled and looked at Makarov, knowing that he had seen through everything, but, why not just subdue him? Kageyama looked at Makarov in confusion. Some things don't have to be done, but some things must be done. Weak people will always be weak, but it doesn't mean that being weak is bad. People are born weak, Makarov said calmly with his hands behind his back. He looked at Kageyama, because a person will always be lonely and restless, that's why there is a guild, and that's why we need partners. Kageyama slowly put down the flute and looked at Makarov, trembling all over. In order to live strong, you need partners and support each other. You may fall many times, you may fail many times, but. Makarov stood on the stone and touched Kageyama's head. As long as you have faith, you will always take a step for tomorrow. Even if you are deep in darkness, as long as you yearn for the light and the sun of tomorrow, then strength will continuously pour out to support you to continue walking, and you will be able to smile. Stay strong and survive these things. Makarov grinned at Kageyama. You don't need to blow this flute to get it. Snapped. Kageyama knelt down weakly, and the flute in his hand fell aside. I lost. I'm sorry. President, you are great. Everyone cheered. Urza picked up the president and slammed him into her arms. The pain made Makarov grin and wanted to escape from Urza's arms. Raphael walked up to Kageyama, stretched out his hand and said to him, I believe you can change and be saved. In the following days, please make up for the mistakes you made before. Kageyama looked up at Raphael, and the tears he had held back for a long time finally burst out. Can I still bathe in the sunshine? Do I still have a chance? Advertisement. Natsu also walked up to Raphael at this time, smiled and nodded to Kageyama, as long as you want. At this moment, purple smoke emitted from the unattended flute next to it, and from this smoke came a disgusting and unpleasant voice. What a bunch of useless trash, even if you want to be lazy and pick up ready-made ones, you still can't. Let me do it myself. The black smoke slowly expanded, and a monster-like figure appeared in front of everyone. It was nearly 100 meters tall, with lines like a dead tree all over its body, but also like thick and entangled tree roots. Strong and huge. On the head, 2 thick tree roots extend from the forehead as horns. The face is like a skull with 3 eyes, just like it was in the flute state. This monster-like demon exudes an ominous magic power, which makes people feel depressed and heavy. Those 3 black hole-like eyes make people feel as if they will be sucked in if they look at it one more time. Come and eat your souls. The devil stretched out his hands and shouted to everyone. Is this the monster that Dizzy transformed into? It's too scary. Lucy and Happy hugged each other and shouted in fear. All the presidents present and Urza suddenly. This guy is the devil in Zeref's book. Goldmine looked at the monster in front of him seriously. Zeref. Demon. Urza looked at Goldmine in confusion. Zeref was a vicious black mage from long ago. He created a lot of evil magic and monsters, and these monsters are demons. Goldmine is really a qualified narrator. Can souls be eaten? Is it delicious? Don't look at me, you be asterisk 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 d, how do I know? In such a serious occasion, only Natsu's broad strokes missed the point. I don't want to think about it anymore, just eat them all at once. The devil opened his mouth and wanted to start the curse song. Change into armor of family relationship. Urza slashed the devil's feet wildly in an instant. The devil instantly became unstable and the magic in his mouth cancelled the release. Fire Dragon's hook attack. Natsu took the opportunity to quickly climb up to the demon's shoulder from the other side and kicked the demon's face to the side. The demon angrily turned its head and sprayed light balls at Natsu continuously, but Natsu dodged them one by one. Ice Make Shield. Some of the light balls flying towards the presidents were instantly blocked by the Ice Lotus shield created by Gray. Then Gray changed his gestures and released countless ice guns that poked several big holes in the demon's body. Damn it, you ants actually dare to stop me from eating, then I will eat you first. The devil was furious at this series of blows. In order to prevent being interrupted again, the demon forced and quickly launched the curse song. Puff. Everyone who was prepared fell down instantly. It's bullshit, it's definitely bullshit, it's definitely bullshit. Lucy complained 3 times to the devil. No, impossible, where has my beautiful singing voice gone? The devil went crazy. Bob pondered for a while, then punched his fist and said suddenly, I understand. Originally, the holes in his flute were in the right position, but the holes that Little Gray gave him just now destroyed his overall structure. Now he seems to have no holes. A toothless tiger can no longer play the curse song. What? This is unforgivable. The demon was so angry that he wanted to beat them all to death. Come on, everyone, let's finish him off with the final blow. Raphael raised his arms and shouted. Put the flames in your left hand and the flames in your right hand together. Natsu clasped his hands together and smashed the demon's face hard, Fire Dragon's brilliant flame. Urza below also transformed into a black feather armor that doubled her power, and cut off one of the demon's legs with a single sword strike. Ice Make. Gray's freezing magic spell froze the devil's other leg, and then it was chopped off by Urza. The demon, who was severely hit on the head and had his legs cut off, instantly fell towards the presidents. Raphael ducked under the demon who was about to fall and punched him seriously. A normal punch. The demon was instantly blown to pieces, and the seemingly terrifyingly powerful demon exited in an anticlimactic manner. Looking at the powerful Raphael and others, Makarov smiled and showed off to everyone. Fairy Tale Guild, the strongest team, join us. But the next second he stopped laughing and turned around and ran away. Raphael, Gray, Urza and others also ran directly with the president. Even Lucy and Natsu ran away in cold sweat. Even Lucy was the first to runner. The other presidents looked at Fairy Tale with confusion. The president opposite Makarov suddenly thought of something, his expression changed, he turned back to look at the venue, and froze with his mouth wide open. I saw that a large villa that looked like a medieval castle that originally existed there had been reduced to ashes with the wind of Raphael's fist, and a large section of the hillside behind it was cut off. Chase me. Chapter 27 The Battle Between Natsu and Urza. Arrest Urza. Magic Council. A group of people who had nothing to do all day gathered together again to discuss. These dark guilds are becoming more and more arrogant. Even getting rid of one Eisenwald will not solve the fundamental problem. There are countless dark guilds. Then how about making a strategic plan and killing them all one by one? Everyone in the Magic Council had a heated and useless discussion about the Eisenwald incident. The second chief of the Magic Council, Oj, held the damaged and sealed Larabai in his hands and said seriously, if someone uses Zeref's magic again in the future, we won't be able to bear it. But now I'd better think carefully about why this contraband that should have been stored under the seal of the council wandered outside and happened to be obtained by a minion of the Dark Guild. The chief of the Magic Council stared at everyone present, his sharp eyes seeming to see through someone with ulterior motives. Everyone was silent. After all, this was indeed a mistake by the management, and no one could escape the blame. Kai Keelan, who was on the side, folded his hands and lowered his eyebrows and said, anyway, fortunately, this matter did not cause a big disaster and was solved in time, thanks to the fairy tale group. He raised his head and looked at everyone with a smile. Although you don't want to admit it, this is a fact. If the curse succeeds this time, all the presidents of the guild will be wiped out, and even some of us will lose our lives. Quote. Urtia on the side covered her mouth and smiled. Although they caused some destructive losses, their actions also protected each of us very well, but they are so powerful. They destroyed it with just 5 or 6 people. A whole guild. Snapped. What do you mean? Do you want to say that we are also responsible? Do you want to say that it was us who caused it? Didn't those guys cause enough damage? How much trouble those wanton guys caused? The trouble they caused this time even made us miserable. Some members of the parliament couldn't sit still, slammed the table and stood up to look at Kaikarain and asked questions. Kaikarain lowered his head and sneered, and said slowly, that's not what I said. I just want everyone to put aside their prejudices and praise them. How about that? After listening to his words, several members of the parliament looked at each other with ugly expressions for a while, then sat down in silence. No one noticed that a hidden light flashed in Kaikarain's eyes. Lucis' house. Lucy, who had just written down everything she had experienced in a letter and put it away, was stretching and preparing to take a rest. The house you live in with 70,000 yuan is really nice. A male voice came from behind Lucy. Lucy turned around stiffly and saw that it was Gray and Raphael. Gray was still sitting on Lucis' sofa with his shirt off. As for Raphael, he was digging through the refrigerator looking for snacks. Snapped. Boom. Ah. Lucy kicked Gray away with a high whip kick, and then knocked Raphael down with a flying punch. You two bastards who illegally invaded the beautiful girl's room. Advertisement. Gray, you even took off your clothes in other people's rooms. Lucy was so angry that she kicked Gray again. You misunderstood, I came in after taking off my clothes. Gray explained with size 38 shoe prints on his face. Go back to your house. Lucy pointed to the door with her hands on her hips, and then looked at Raphael who was still eating Lucis' cake lying on the floor. Don't come to other people's homes and search the refrigerator for something to eat. Shoo, shoo, isn't that why I'm so greedy waiting for you, shoo? Raphael mumbled while eating the cake. Wait for me, Lucy asked doubtfully. We knew you wouldn't remember it. Do you still remember that Natsu is going to challenge Urza? Gray said while rubbing his face. Shoo, it's today. Raphael had finished eating, he got up from the ground and clapped his hands and said. Let's go and show you a real battle between magicians. Fairy Tale Guild. A group of people gathered in front of the door, and in the middle of the crowd were Natsu and Urza. Lucy tried her best to pull away from the crowd and got in. Looking at the two Natsu in front of her, she was surprised. Are they serious? Elfman on the side roared. Of course you mean it, otherwise you wouldn't be a man. Mira turned to look at her silly brother and said, Urza is a girl. Girls who are more masculine than men. Raphael complained at the side. This isn't good. 2 of the strongest teams are going to duel or something. Lucy looked at the 2 of them worriedly and said. The strongest team. Who said that? So tasteless. Raphael continued to complain mercilessly. As a result, when I turned around, I saw Mira crying sadly. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Raphael quickly ran over to comfort Mira. Although he knew she was faking it, as a woman, you just need to coax her. The strongest team. I don't agree with that. Elfman retorted, completely ignoring his sister. Mirajan cried even louder, and Raphael, who was still busy comforting Mirajan, suddenly wanted to beat Elfman away. Yes, I admit that Urza is the strongest woman, and Raphael is indeed the strongest monster, but that is a monster, not a human being. Questions came out from the crowd one after another. Raphael. Forget it, give up. Whoever has the ability can do it. When it comes to the strongest team, I think Laxus's Thunder Gods can also compete. Of course, our team can also compete. Levi and her followers said in unison. Ahem, cough, cough, we will discuss who is the strongest later. Now let's watch the duel between Natsu and Urza. Raphael looked at Mirajan who fainted from crying and quickly changed the subject. Yeah, come on Natsu. Come on Natsu. Everyone immediately recalled the business, and Mirajan, who had just fainted on the ground, was instantly resurrected with full health and stood in the best position to watch the battle. Advertisement. It seems like a long time ago that I last faced off against you. Urza lowered her eyebrows in memory. I was still young then, but things are different now. Having experienced the baptism of battle, I will definitely defeat you today. Natsu declared war on Urza with great enthusiasm. Then I have to get serious. It's been a long time since I've been able to move my muscles properly. Urza opened her eyes, filled with the same fighting spirit. The next second, she changed into a black patterned armor. The pattern resembled a ball of burning flames, and her hairstyle changed into twin ponytails. Urza seems to have really become serious. Raphael looked at Urza seriously and said. Why do you say that? Lucy looked at Raphael in confusion. Because Urza's armor is the Entei armor, and its only ability is fire resistance, and Natsu's ability happens to be fire, which means. This means that Natsu's fire has directly weakened at least half of its effect. Gray took Raphael's words and looked at Urza seriously. Happy looked at Natsu equally seriously. Lucy thought it was worried. Natsu just wanted to comfort him, but the next second Happy took out a banknote and said to Kana, who opened the handicap, I'd better win by betting on Urza. What a heartless cat. Lucy complained to Happy, and then changed her tone, I'm different. I can't bear to see either of them lose. Gray looked at Lucy speechlessly. Unexpectedly pure love. The Entei armor suits me just right. Natsu looked at Urza and his fists burst into flames with excitement, this way I can use my full strength without any worries. Start. Makarov appeared between the two of them at some point and announced the start of the challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, Natsu kicked the ground, and the flaming fist reached Urza in an instant. Urza jumped back to dodge Natsu's attack, and then swept the sword in her right hand towards Natsu. Natsu ducked to avoid Urza's sweep, and then stretched his legs to kick Urza from bottom to top. Urza turned her head and dodged Natsu's kick, and struck Natsu with her left hand from the lower left corner to the upper right. Natsu quickly rolled back to avoid Urza's attack. Urza took the opportunity to give Natsu a sliding shovel when Natsu was on the ground with both hands, kicking Natsu to the ground. However, Natsu was not a vegetarian. The moment he fell to the ground, he released fire dragon's roar towards Urza, which was so violent. The flames shot towards Urza. Urza's reaction became more sensitive and she flipped back to the extreme. The flames flew out of her body, burning the innocent spectators nearby and screaming. So awesome. Lucy looked at the rapid close combat in front of her. She didn't even react when she saw Urza and Natsu separated and faced off again. How? It's wonderful. Raphael bumped into Gray and teased. No. Gray responded to Raphael unhappily. Natsu took a moment to catch his breath, then immediately rushed forward and planned to use Fire Dragon's Iron Fist to attack Urza, and Urza was also ready to chop Natsu away. At this moment, a voice stopped the two people who were continuing to fight. Let's stop here. Everyone immediately turned around and saw a frog man standing in front of him. He was wearing a purple robe and a tall, thin hat on his head. It stretched out its hands and pointed at everyone and said, That's it, stay there and don't move. I am the envoy sent by the Magic Council. Everyone was shocked that they were actually sent by the Senate. Makarov stood up and asked with an ugly face. Then, what is the messenger doing here? You should also know that in the Eisenwald incident some time ago, Urza was suspected of obstructing the normal movement of the train, damaging the train tracks, and destroying the ocean hall where the president's regular meetings were held. Now for 11 crimes including damage to articles. Arrest Urza Scarlet immediately. Chapter 28 Crime and Punishment. What are you talking about? UB *********D. Why are you arresting Urza? Natsu, who had a hot temper, couldn't help it. His whole body burst into flames and he rushed forward to knock the frog man down. As a result, the giant Makarov slapped him and pinned him to the ground. Gray, Elfman. Makarov called their names and motioned to them with his eyes. Gray and Elfman nodded and stepped forward to stop Natsu from doing anything outrageous. Natsu struggled wildly between them unwillingly. Urza stepped forward and knocked Natsu unconscious with a knife. Then Urza calmly stepped forward to accept the detention of the council's troops, and quietly put on the magic handcuffs. Although everyone's expressions were ugly, no one stepped forward to stop him. After all, they all knew that this was just a formality. They were arrested in the morning and released in the afternoon. After all, everyone in the guild, except Natsu, has been there several times. The reason why Natsu has not been is because Makarov is worried that something might happen with his one-track mind, and then the formality will really turn into arrest. But they understood, but they were still very unhappy to have people from their guild cuffed away in public, especially since the duel between Urza and Natsu was interrupted when it was not going well. No. Why are you like this? Miss Urza is about to be taken away. Isn't she our partner? Why don't you go up and rescue her? Little cute Lucy doesn't understand why everyone can watch Urza being arrested and taken away so quietly. Even the real culprit Raphael is still watching the show. Feeling Lucy's pitiful and resentful look, Raphael couldn't help but touch his nose and smiled helplessly. He could tell with his toes that this moth was pronounced as Chickline and written as Jello. He just wanted to see Urza and plant the navigation seeds in Urza. Otherwise, how could it be possible that those people in the Tower of Heaven chapter could not find Urza before, but found it accurately after Urza met Zekeline once? But even if you want to see Urza, you don't need to use this method. It's really uncomfortable to think about even forcing a crime on her. Raphael, who originally wanted Urza to come back early and planned to keep an eye on Natsu, sighed helplessly, stepped forward and said to the frog man, I'll go with him. After all, strictly speaking, I was responsible for most of those crimes, don't you? Are you going to just watch me, the real criminal, go free? The frog man looked at Raphael and his expression changed. Raphael, it's you. He recalled the scene where Raphael went to the council review site for the first and last time but destroyed more than half of the council, and he couldn't help but shudder. But he didn't dare to refuse, so he had no choice but to agree. After all, Raphael's gaze towards him was getting more and more dangerous, and he heard that Raphael's enemies could no longer leave any corpses, and they were all turned into pieces. He didn't want to become one of them. It's not him who has the headache anyway. Raphael, actually, Urza was moved and wanted to say something, but Raphael stopped her. It's okay. I haven't been to the council for a long time. I'm going to see if it has become stronger there.
Raphael's words made the frogman sweat even more. He turned his head and pointed at Makarov, said, President, you must keep an eye on Natsu, otherwise you won't be able to have dinner tonight. Then he turned around and stepped onto the magic circle with Urza. With a flash of light, they went directly from Magnolia to the Fury branch of the council. Led by the frogman, the messenger of the Senate, they walked all the way to the review venue. Suddenly, Urza, who was walking in front, suddenly tensed up and her whole body became alert. Raphael, who was strolling behind, understood that she had met a man who had given her nightmares. Not far ahead, a young man with blue hair and red tattoos on his face leaned on the railing and looked at Urza playfully. Chickline. Urza frowned and stared at the young man in front of her. Advertisement. The frog messenger knelt down directly on the ground to pay his respects. Allah, relax, I'm not your enemy. Chickline looked at Urza with a smile. This is just my missing body, don't be nervous. The old men behind that door are also missing people. As you know, this is just a small form. There is no need to come in person. Urza looked at him angrily. Did you do it? This is such a boring trick. Allah, how can you think so? I have been arguing with those old guys for a long time because of you, and I have said a lot of good things for you, but you know, someone has to be the scapegoat. Zycrane spread his hands helplessly and looked at Urza with a fake sad smile. Shut up, Urza growled. Forget it, it's not a big deal to find you before the review, it's just... Kikirane moved closer to Urza, lifted her chin and looked at Urza. That matter must not be discussed with the old men. Crack. What? Zekalane was instantly startled and quickly separated from Urza, turning around to see Raphael just putting down the camera. Raphael. Chickline looked at Raphael with an ugly expression. What are you doing here? Are you going to destroy another council branch? Chickline had heard of the incident that caused heavy losses to the council and caused disgrace. Although he came in after that incident, Ursha restored the scene to 3 parts. Such an attack, even he is very afraid. Me? I'm here for a trip. You know, I haven't come here for a long time. You guys go on, I'm leaving now. Raphael squinted at Chickline, saying he wanted to leave but there was no sign of it. The meaning of. Although I know that Jelal was brainwashed, similar to Buria's experience. But Jelal still hurt Urza after all, and the hurt in her heart was more painful than her body. As for the guy who hurts his mates in the guild, regardless of whether he has hard reasons or not, he should be beaten first and then talk about it. It's a pity that Chickline is a missing person. I don't know where he is hiding. It may be in the Tower of Heaven, but that place is in the vast ocean after all. Raphael is lazy and can only wait to beat him up when he meets him later. Anyway, his plan will be implemented soon, and then he will have a chance to seek justice for Urza. Perhaps sensing Raphael's murderous intent, the fearful Chickline left first, leaving a message before leaving. Wait, we will meet again, Urza. Raphael pursed his lips in disdain. He was not a devil, so why did he run so fast? He kicked the frogman who was still kneeling with his head down. Let's go, finish it early and go back early. Okay. You actually know such a powerful person, the frogman said while trembling and leading the way. Human? That's a demon, Urza said through gritted teeth. Raphael looked at Urza in front of him and touched his chin without a trace of beard. Urza might know something, but maybe she wasn't sure? Forget it, I am invincible anyway. As long as I am here, I am the Dingai Shenzhen. No one can come back alive. Raphael thought narcissistically. In the court, the 10 members of Congress who were sitting high up, including Chickline, were all looking at Urza and the 2 below. To be precise, they were looking at Raphael. They looked at Raphael in shock, tears streaming down the face of the missing body, and they communicated with each other with their eyes. Advertisement, let me go. Why is this guy here? I don't know, don't look at me. Why did that frog B************* D bring this guy here? What should we do? Just end it. They looked at Raphael with ugly expressions and were silent for a long time. Raphael just smiled and looked at them without saying a word. Ahem, let's start the trial. The speaker felt that if it continued like this, it would really end in an anticlimax, so he could only bite the bullet and announce the start. Snapped. Next, the magic review will begin, and the suspect Urza Scarlet will be invited to the testimonial stage. The defendant Urza is suspected of. The review was carried out in an orderly manner. Although the specific details were basically done by Raphael, they did not dare to anger Raphael too much. After all, there were only 3 or 4 capable people out of the 10 people present, and the rest were all idiots who could only become members of the parliament. Just the so-called rich and powerful, so I could only pull Urza as a warning, but who knew that Raphael also came with her, and now no matter how careful she was, she could only hold her nose and become a formality. The sad thing is that 2 of the 3 or 4 capable people are still undercovers. Raphael looked at them with eyes full of sympathy. At this moment, Raphael's expression changed and he looked helplessly at Urza. Urza looked at Raphael with a puzzled look. Suddenly, a big hole broke through the wall behind her, and Natsu rushed into the judging site pretending to be Urza. I am Urza. You have arrested the wrong person, come and arrest me, Natsu said as he breathed fire round. Yes. I'm sorry. Urza bent down and apologized sincerely to the speaker, her face turning red. It's over, I can't eat Myra's cooking tonight. Raphael covered his face and shook his head helplessly. Put them in jail. The council leader twitched the corner of his mouth, sighed, and delivered the final verdict. Raphael had no choice but to follow him into the prison. If he had known, he wouldn't have followed him. If he had known, he would have stayed in the guild and watched Natsu. If he had known, he wouldn't have come to the show in a bad mood. If he had known. Seeing Natsu still whining next to him, Raphael and Urza instantly became angry and rushed forward to punch and kick Natsu. After beating him hard for several hours, Natsu's whole body was swollen until he stopped. Why are you making a nest? It's so hard, uncle, Natsu asked with a swollen, pig-headed face in confusion. Raphael, who had already lost his temper, kicked Natsu's butt again when he heard Natsu's words. You idiot, we are here just for a formality. We are almost finished and ready to go back to the guild. Natsu was surprised, then lowered his head and apologized weakly. Yes, I'm sorry. Urza shook her head and turned her back to Raphael and Natsu with a smile they didn't see. But I'm very happy, thank you. Raphael looked at the girl in front of him who was protecting herself with cold armor and sighed. Maybe. To untie Urza's knot, we can only wait until the Tower of Heaven. Chapter 29 Sleep Magic. Laxus. Oh, it's time to come out and enjoy the fresh air. Natsu was released from prison and returned to the guild the next day, wandering around like a husky, holding a wine glass and jumping for joy. Raphael looked at Natsu with a black streak on his head. I would have kept this guy in jail for a few more days. Lucy collapsed on the table, breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, it turned out to be just a formal arrest. It scared me to death. That look was like a salted fish that had lost its dream. Gray on the side suddenly clapped his hands as if he had a sudden realization. So I asked the frog to come because he will be back soon. The Japanese word, frog, has the same pronunciation as go home, explanation from the original work. Elfman instantly shuddered and looked at Gray speechlessly. As expected of a magician who uses ice, even the coldest jokes are colder than what most people say. Then Elfman seemed to remember something and turned to Natsu and asked, Natsu, what about the battle between you and Urza's manly man? What's the result? Natsu, who was still wandering around, suddenly remembered that the battle between him and Urza had not yet been decided, and said directly to Urza, Hey, Urza, the battle between us is not over yet. Urza, who was quietly eating a small cake on the side, refused directly, Forget it, I don't want to compete anymore, I'm tired. Raphael knew that she hadn't completely gotten over the Jelal-like Zekline she had seen before, and was still secretly feeling sad. The stubborn Natsu doesn't care whether you agree or not, he just rushes forward. Urza shook her head helplessly, and then her hands suddenly transformed into a big hammer and sent Natsu flying away. Really, since you insist, let's start. Natsu was sent flying with the sledgehammer, smashing 4 or 5 tables, and then rolled around on the floor several times. Finally, he hit the guild wall directly and passed out happily. Gray, Lucy and Elfman were so frightened that their mouths opened wide. Raphael silently prayed for Natsu in his heart, and cold sweat the size of stones was shed on their heads. Urza wins. Happy jumped up happily. After all its net worth was used to buy Urza's victory. Ha 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 ha, Natsu, you are too inferior. Thunderous laughter instantly erupted in the guild, turning into a sea of joy. Mira Jane covered her mouth and laughed. She turned around and saw the president sitting unsteadily. She suddenly asked in confusion, What's wrong, President? The president's head was nodding up and down, like a chicken eating rice. He shook his head. It's okay, I'm a little sleepy. It seems that guy is here. Yes. Mira didn't finish her words, she instantly collapsed. Raphael quickly hugged Mira and slowly laid her flat on the table. After all, if Mira was in a position where she fell because she fell asleep, she would probably be overwhelmed by all kinds of plates and cups. As Mira fell, as if some debuff had been triggered, people in the entire guild fell one after another, like dominoes. Even the famous fairy queen Urza is not immune. Advertisement. In the end, only Makarov and Raphael were left conscious in the entire guild. Compared to the drowsy Makarov, Raphael was not affected at all and was as energetic as if he had taken Hyundai. When most of the people in the guild fell asleep, a man wearing a black windbreaker walked in from outside the guild door. His head was wrapped in a black turban, and his face was wrapped in a patterned square scarf. He wrapped himself so tightly that only his eyes could be seen. Mistgun. Makarov called him, his head hanging down. You let them all fall asleep, and you still wrapped yourself up so tightly that it's not hot? Raphael slammed his fingers on the table and complained. It's not hot, and I'm a little tired of you complaining about it every time. Besides, you know why I'm like this. While Mr. Gong answered Raphael's question, he walked to the taskbar to take over the task and report to the president. Hey, that's right. You look exactly like that guy. It's so unfair to you. Raphael couldn't help but sigh. After all, for Mistgun, looking exactly like Jelal meant that he could never appear in front of everyone in the guild, or strictly speaking, he could not appear in front of Urza. After all, they are partners in the same guild. He doesn't want to hurt his partners, so he would rather wrap himself up and become the most mysterious S-class mage among the people. Forget it, I can't say anything. Remember to unlock the hypnotic spell when you leave later, otherwise the old man will roll off the bar. Seeing that Makarov was about to lose his strength, Raphael wanted to see him roll down, but thinking of how cautious he would become in the future, Raphael reminded Mistgun. Don't worry, The moment I walk out of the door is the time limit for unlocking the magic. Mr. Gong walked out of the door without looking back, and the people in the guild also woke up one after another. Ah, this feeling. Miss Gunn is back. Mira Jane sat up, rubbed her head and said helplessly, but she glanced at Raphael secretly from the corner of her eyes, with a hint of blush on her face. That be asterisk 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 D. Macau said angrily, rubbing his head, because his head fell directly on the table and it was still hurting. His hypnotic magic is still as powerful as ever, Elfman exclaimed. Miss Gunn? Lucy asked confusedly. Her mind was not yet clear, and the happy in front of her seemed to have turned into 2 or 3. He is one of the strongest male candidates in Fairy Tale. Loki stood beside her and said at some point. Loki, who had just finished answering Lucy's question, suddenly felt that the voice was familiar. He turned around and saw that it was Lucy. He was so frightened that he backed away quickly. I don't know why, but he seems to be very concerned about others seeing his face, so he makes everyone fall asleep every time he comes to the guild to take on tasks. This is why he is called the most mysterious man. Gray rubbed his temples and explained to Lucy. This is too strange and weird. Lucy looked surprised. After all, they were all in the same guild, and no one would laugh at him, so why couldn't everyone know his true identity? So in the entire guild, only the president and Raphael have seen his true appearance. Gray simply lay down on the table, as if this would make him more comfortable. HMPH, not necessarily, I know it too. A voice came from the second floor. Advertisement. Everyone looked up to the second floor. A burly figure walked to the railing on the second floor, held up his face, smoked a cigar, and looked at the people downstairs with an unruly look. This figure looks young, and seems to be about the same age as Urza and others. He has short golden hair, wearing earphones with sharp corners, and a lightning-like scar on his right eye. He looks like a bad boy. Laxus, you're actually here, everyone exclaimed. After all, Laxus has not returned to the guild for many years, and it is harder to see him than to see Miss Gunn. This is one of the strongest candidates. Gray changed his posture, holding his face and consciously explaining to Lucy. Mr. Gunn is a very shy person. He has his own reasons. Don't delve into it any further. Laxus looked at everyone with disdain. His tone was very arrogant, but when his eyes saw Raphael, his expression changed. It was ugly for a moment. Raphael smiled with narrowed eyes and raised the strawberry milk to signal to Laxus. Laxus snorted and looked away. Laxus, fight with me. Natsu didn't know where the link was wrong, but suddenly he became angry again, raised his head and pointed at Laxus and launched a challenge. HMPH, forget it, you can't even beat Urza, and you still want to fight me? Laxus looked at Natsu with a disdainful smile. What are you talking about? Urza clenched her fists in displeasure and stared at Laxus with an ugly expression, as if she was going to rush up and fight Laxus in the next second. Cool. Calm down. Don't be impulsive. The guild members nearby quickly stopped Urza. If they really wanted to fight, the guild would probably be dismantled. What am I talking about? I said I am the strongest in the guild. Laxus opened his hands, pointed at Raphael and said, even you, Raphael, I can defeat you. Raphael put down the milk, looked at Laxus, turned his back to Makarov and asked, can I beat him now? I haven't beaten him for a long time and I think he can do it again. Makarov sighed and advised. Hey, forget it, beating him in front of so many people will make him lose face, and he will be even more rebellious by then. Let him go, he will suffer in the future. Then you will know how to repent. Raphael turned to look at Makarov. Are you sure? If you continue to let him go like this, I think it will be you, President, who will regret it in the end. After all, he started a civil war and even forced the people in the guild to kill each other. Makarov fell silent without saying a word. Raphael shook his head and then turned to watch the show. I don't care, you have to fight me today. Natsu rushed up to the second floor to fight Laxus regardless. The next second, Natsu was slammed to the ground by Makarov's huge fist. You can't go up, you can't do it now. Hey, come up quickly, I'm waiting for you, but it seems that someone has made the old man angry. Laxus lay on the railing and mocked Natsu. Laxus. That's it. Raphael's smile disappeared completely, and he stared at Laxus and said calmly, his eyes seemed to pierce Laxus. HMPH. Although Laxus wasn't afraid of Raphael, the experience of being beaten before still made him a little frightened. Forget it, it's boring. Laxus turned and walked towards the second floor. When he was about to walk in, he turned and sneered at everyone. I am the strongest person in Fairy Tale, and I will not give up this throne to anyone, no matter what. It's Miss Gunn. Urza is still that man, even Raphael. I'm the strongest. Chapter 30 Theft Mission? Cursed Island? Evening. Lucy, who was reluctant to go home, was helping Mira clean up the dishes. She remembered the scene in the morning and couldn't help but ask Mira suspiciously. Mira-chan, what the president just said, you can't go to the second floor, what does that mean? When Mira heard Lucy's question, she stopped what she was doing and said to Lucy with a smile, well, it's too early for you, but I can tell you in advance. Do you remember Macau's mission? Mira did not explain directly, but asked Lucy a small question first. Macau. Is it the mission to conquer the Balkans? Lucy recalled it, looked at Mira and asked. Yes, what do you think of that mission? Looking back now, it was quite dangerous, if Natsu hadn't saved Macau at that time. But does this have anything to do with the mission on the second floor? Macau's mission is a mission on the first floor, and the mission on the second floor is hundreds of times more difficult than the mission on the first floor. Mirajane said while pointing upstairs with a smile. Hundreds of times? Doesn't that mean we have to kill thousands of Balkans? Lucy was shocked. If you only deal with a few thousand, it's still simple, it's not 100 times more powerful. To be considered 100 times more powerful, it would have to be 10 times more powerful than the thousands. Myra's words shocked Lucy so much that she was speechless. She didn't expect that the mission on the second floor would be so dangerous. So the missions on the second floor are all S-level missions. If you make a mistake in judgment in one detail, the whole army will be wiped out and your life will be wiped out. Therefore, the execution of these missions must be approved by the president. And there are only a few people in our guild who are approved by the president, including Laxus, Raphael, Urza and Misgun, so that's why the president doesn't allow Natsu to go to the second floor. Then Mira approached Lucy and told Lucy with a smile, "You must not worry about the commission above. Although the reward for the task is very high, it is easy to lose your life." Lucy nodded in fear. Early the next morning, Mira hurriedly ran down the stairs on the second floor, shouting anxiously as she ran. "Sorry, President, there is one missing letter of authorization on the second floor." Advertisement, puff. The guild leader Makarov, who was drinking, immediately spit out the wine in his mouth, and other people in the guild also turned to look at Mira in surprise. Raphael was quietly drinking milk. He remembered the plot. In order to prove himself, Natsu asked Happy to steal a commission on the second floor. This plot is nothing, but the next ghost incident is the real priority. Raphael looked at the milk in the cup solemnly. It seems that he will be in charge of the guild recently, leaving the ghost people with no chance of coming back. Which idiot would take away something like that? That's right, it's such a dangerous task that only an S-class magician can solve. Who would be stupid enough to take it away and complete it secretly? After the brief surprise, people in the guild began to talk about it. "I saw a cat with wings sneaking it away last night." Laxus folded his hands, sat on the second floor leisurely drinking wine and smoking a cigar and said calmly. "A cat with wings? Happy? Doesn't that mean Natsu and Lucy are also involved?" These idiots, they're playing Dafa. Everyone was surprised, and then began to worry. After all, S-level missions would really kill people. This is a serious violation of the rules. They will be kicked out of the guild when they come back, right, old man? Laxus squinted at Makarov and let out a few mocking chuckles, but we must also they can come back, after all, with their three-legged cat skills, hee. Laxus, you knew why you didn't stop them? Mira stared at Laxus seriously, with a terrifying light in her eyes. Your expression scares me. Besides, how'd I know it's not just a stray cat that just came up and took something it thought was food? Laxus watched with contempt and arrogance as Mira Jane continued to taunt them. Laxus. Advertisement Raphael's voice came from behind Laxus. Laxus was startled. In an instant, he felt an irresistible force pressing his head and punching him from the second floor to the first floor. I don't care what you want to do, and I won't care if you provoke, but you shouldn't put your partners in danger. Raphael said angrily to Laxus. Raphael. Laxus felt particularly ashamed, being slapped on the head in front of a group of people he thought were weak. He was so angry that he shouted Raphael's name and turned into lightning and rushed towards Raphael. Since the old man can't control you, then I will teach you a lesson in my own way. Raphael punched you hard, and everyone in the guild seemed to see a blinding fist expanding in front of them. Boom. There was a loud noise, and Laxus was knocked unconscious by Raphael. Don't worry, he's fine. I just knocked him out and he will wake up after a while. Raphael looked at Makarov's concerned eyes and clapped his hands angrily and said. Epsilon equals. Omicron ****. Makarov shook his head, sighed helplessly, turned to look at Mira and asked, have you found out which order sheet is missing? It's the Cursed Island, Galuna Island. What? That Devil's Island? Makarov shouted in surprise, and then said anxiously to Raphael, Raphael, go and bring them back to me. Raphael was stunned. Why do you still have your own business here? However, when he turned around and saw Laxus who had been knocked down by him and Urza who was not in the guild for the time being, he helplessly covered his head. It seemed that he was the only one suitable. Okay, in that case, I will take over this mission. Natsu and the others are in the same team as me. Let's explore the path first. Is that okay, President? Seeing Makarov nodding in agreement, he turned to Gray and said, let's go, you are indispensable for this mission. There will be people you are interested in over there. Gray looked confused when he heard Raphael's words, but he still agreed. After all, he actually wanted to see how scary the S-class mission was. Halfway through, Raphael remembered something and turned to Makarov. By the way, President, if Urza comes back, remember to tell Urza not to take on missions in the near future. Something big may happen. Wait. I'll come back and continue the mission. Makarov raised his head and looked at Raphael. What did you find? No, this is just my intuition. I hope it won't happen, but it doesn't matter if Urza doesn't come back. Mira is here. Raphael waved his hand and turned around and walked out of the guild with Gray, leaving Raphael's last words in the air. Please. You must protect the guild. 2 SP Chapter 31 Let's go. Galuna Island. At Harjan Port, Natsu, Lucy and Happy, who had disappeared for a long time, suddenly appeared here. Ah, why did I promise you to come? Can I regret it now? Lucy, who was originally full of interest, finally started to get scared after asking several boatmen who did not dare to go there because they were afraid of the Cursed Island. Stand up. Lucy is so embarrassed. She was the one who wanted to get the money because she wanted it. Happy kept complaining as he flew around her. So I say we should swim over, Natsu suggested again excitedly. Snapped. Don't even think about it. Only you can do this. Lucy slashed Natsu's head with a knife and rejected Natsu's idea. The words are divided into 2 parts, and the flowers are divided into 2 parts. Gray looked at Raphael next to him and hesitated to speak. When Raphael saw Gray showing such a dead look, Raphael hit Gray on the head with a bang. If you have anything to say, just say it, don't be so mother-in-law. Gray covered his head and jumped around for a while, then said angrily, "You are too harsh. I just want to ask you what kind of existence you just mentioned that I am interested in." Raphael rolled his eyes and smiled maliciously. "There, your significant other exists. To a certain extent, Leon is indeed his other half." Gray's mouth twitched and he said, "Forget it if you don't say anything. Why not say disgusting things about your other half?" Gray, who pretended to retch a few times, was silent for a while, and then continued to ask, "Why is the president so nervous about this mission? And why is it so urgent for you to chase them back? Natsu, will they really be killed? Expelled from the guild?" Before answering your questions, let me first ask you, do you understand why S-class missions are called S-class missions? Raphael turned back and looked at Gray seriously. Isn't it called an S-class mission because it is difficult to do or has a high mortality rate? Gray pondered for a while and answered what he knew. Raphael shook his head. These are only a small part. The real reason is that these tasks were obtained with the lives of countless magicians, including even the lives of S-class magicians. Only then did we get the relevant information, the true message of the mission. Gray's pupils shrank. He couldn't believe that so many people had to be sacrificed just to get the mission information. Behind every S-level mission there is a demon or monster hidden by at least 2 or 3 people, and there must be at least 1 magician among them to solve it. And there is a demon behind this cursed island. Although this demon is actually dead, Raphael added this secretly in his heart. Devil? Gray instantly remembered the weakling demon from the previous lullaby incident. Do you think it's the demon from Bacrow's time before? That's just a minion at best. You should be familiar with real demons. Raphael looked at him meaningfully. Gray's pupils shrank when he heard Raphael's words. He remembered the great terror that destroyed everything for him. As for Natsu and the others, don't worry, everything will be fine. Do you remember what I said before? Raphael turned around and continued walking towards the port. He seemed to see Natsu and Lucy. Advertisement, what you said before. Did you mean to count the tasks you accepted? Yes, the nature of the mission I accepted and then invited Natsu and the others to be my team members is different from the one where Natsu broke the rules and stole the mission himself, so. Look, they are right in front, let's scare them secretly, them. Raphael was sure that the figures in front of him were indeed Natsu and Lucy. He quickly slowed down and secretly called Gray to come over and scare them. Gray was instantly relieved after hearing Raphael's words, and then he smiled evilly and quietly approached behind them. Natsu and Lucy were helplessly looking at the sea in the distance, unable to think of any way to get out to sea. So I'd better swim there. Lucy, sit on my head and I'll take you there. Natsu still insisted on swimming over. After all, transportation was too scary for him. Hey, you are so close. Found you. Raphael and Gray quietly walked up behind them, looked at each other with evil smiles, and stretched out their hands to pat their shoulders. Natsu and Lucy were so frightened that they almost fell into the sea. Snapped, don't suddenly appear behind others. After Lucy came to her senses, one person punched her to cover up the embarrassment of being frightened. Gray? Raphael? What are you doing here? Natsu was so nervous that he didn't know what Gray and the others were doing. Raphael covered his face helplessly. Your affairs have come to light. The old man entrusted us to bring you back. Have you already discovered me? Natsu opened his mouth in surprise. Now even Lucy covered her face helplessly. You didn't hear a word Raphael said just now, did you? Come back with us. It's still time to go back now, otherwise you will be expelled from the guild. Gray rolled his eyes and said to Natsu in a serious tone. No, I want to do the S-level mission. Natsu shook his head stubbornly and refused to go back. I want to prove to the president that I have the ability to complete the mission on the 2nd floor. Expel. Expel from the guild. Lucy on the side only focused on these big words throughout the whole process, and her eyes were dark. Raphael, they forced me to do it. I have been persuading them not to come. The clever person. The cat has urgently decided to distance himself from the relationship and protect himself. Strictly speaking, it was you, Happy, who exposed yourself first. After all, you are the only cat who can fly and grow wings. Gray's ruthless words instantly hit Happy hard. Happy out. Ha ha ha, you stupid cat. Advertisement. Lucy took the opportunity to laugh at Happy mercilessly. No, I don't care. I will definitely complete this mission. Now is not the time to back down. Natsu clenched his fists and looked at Raphael with fire in his eyes. In that case, follow me. Raphael turned around and looked for Bobo, the only boatman willing to take them to Galuna Island. I know Raphael, you won't. Natsu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Raphael to pull him back. Raphael took the mission himself, and then invited you and me to complete this mission as members of his team. Thank Raphael. It's him who not only saved you from being punished this time, but also allowed you to gain experience. Gray held his hands, a faint smile flashed across his face, and then turned his head to look at Raphael's figure and said to Natsu. Natsu was silent. You must be Bobo. Raphael looked around and found the boatman with a beard like a circle on his mouth. I have to say that the aesthetics of the devil is a bit weird. It's okay to transform into an angular face, but even the beard has to be made into a circle. With the mouth in the middle, it looks like a target no matter how you look at it. What's wrong? I said I won't go to the cursed island, right? Bobo looked up at the man in front of him who was smiling and squinting at him. His intuition felt that this man was scary, especially scary. We are wizards from the Fairy Tale Guild. We have been commissioned to go to Galuna Island to help lift the curse. Are you sure you don't want to send us there? Raphael looked at Bobo with empty eyes. In that case, I'll send you there. Bobo felt that if he didn't agree to Raphael, he would suffocate. Sure enough, after he agreed, the suffocation disappeared instantly. He was breathing heavily like a spring breeze. When he came to his senses, Raphael had already called Natsu and the others to get on the boat. Natsu walked to Raphael in silence, looked up and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Raphael. Although I accepted the mission, I won't do it unless you ask me to. I know what you want to prove, so feel free to do it. I'll take care of it. Raphael patted Natsu on the shoulder and turned to walk onto the boat. Okay. I will definitely prove it to you. Natsu was instantly excited and got on the boat with great enthusiasm, but the next second he turned into a dead salted fish that was about to ascend to heaven. You can't be handsome for more than a second. Lucy's complaints were quick, accurate and ruthless. Uncle, do you know what the curse on the island is? After complaining, Lucy turned around and asked Bobo, and why did you send us there after knowing that we were wizards? Bobo was silent for a while, looking at the turbulent sea in front of him and said, that curse is terrible. Everyone on our island is cursed. I am the only one who escaped from that place with great difficulty. I have asked many people to help, but everyone who lands on the island will be cursed and cannot be eradicated. Even so, are you sure you want to go? Lucy was trembling with fear, while Gray frowned and looked ahead seriously. Go? Fairy Tale will never give up a mission unless he dies in battle. Bobo turned his head unexpectedly and glanced at Gray. When he saw the dozing Raphael, he flashed a glimmer of understanding. Yes, with the existence of such a strong man, this time, maybe it can really succeed. Bobo retracted his gaze and looked at the looming island in front of him. A strong sea breeze lifted his cloak, revealing his devil-like arm in front of everyone. Gray, Lucy and Happy were stunned for a moment. So, please lift this curse that has caused us so much pain for so long. Chapter 32 Village. Moonlight's mistake. Looking at Bobo's terrifying arms, Lucy and Gray wanted to say something, but they couldn't. We can see Galuna Island. Bobo suddenly shouted, attracting the attention of Gray and Lucy to the small island in front of them. Ahead is Galuna Island. I can't go past it, otherwise I will return to my cursed state. Perhaps because of Raphael's presence, Bobo did not disappear directly like the original work and used huge waves to push everyone to the island. Okay, we are magicians. Don't worry, Uncle, we will definitely solve this terrible curse. Gray and Lucy clenched their fists and made a solemn promise to their uncle. Then, it's up to you, Gray. Raphael stood up, carried the dizzy Natsu, and nodded to Bobo with a half-smile as he passed by. Bobo suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and was instantly glad that he did not go ashore roughly as planned. Yeah. Look at me. Ice make floor. Gray nodded, walked to the bow of the ship, a burst of white smoke flashed through his hands, and activated the ice modeling magic. The sea surface quickly began to freeze, and a runway made of ice emerged directly, connecting it to the island. Gray, your magic is particularly pleasing to the eye every time I see it. This magic is very free. After saying goodbye to Bobo and gliding on the ice, Raphael said to Gray in admiration. Raphael would never admit that he was envious. After all, let's not say whether he is strong or not. Being handsome is a matter of a lifetime. Unfortunately, he only has ultimate strength and defense. No, I think, Raphael, your magic is the best, because there is no enemy you can't defeat. If I had your power, then. Gray shook his head. He seemed to have remembered something, and there was a hint of pain and regret in his eyes. Raphael looked up at him, shook his head and continued gliding forward in silence. Soon, everyone finally set foot on the island, finally reached. Lucy's legs were a little weak from sliding. She stepped on the soft sand and cried with joy. God knows how she got here just now. Happy, who has been flying in the sky teasing Lucy, said he didn't know either. Ouch. I'm resurrected with full health. As soon as he landed, Raphael threw Natsu directly to the ground. The next second, Natsu stood up like a carp, full of energy and ready to fight. The environment here feels so primitive. Advertisement. Lucy looked around for a week and found that the plants here were surprisingly big. Even one leaf was twice as big as hers, almost catching up with Virgo during Duke Ibar's time. Let's go. I saw a stockade ahead. Our client should be over there. Raphael called on everyone to walk forward together. Soon, everyone came to a village. The village was surrounded by thick wooden piles nearly 20 meters high. The tops of the wooden piles were all sharpened. On the gate of the village, there was a sign with the words, "No entry," engraved on it. No entry allowed. What should I do? Why don't you tell Natsu to just break in and rush in? Ouch. I agree. No, Lucy directly stopped Raphael's plan, stopped Natsu's imminent move, and glared at Gray. Gray. At this moment, two figures appeared on the city wall, shouting at them and asking, "Who are you?" Lucy, who had seen Raphael and the others being unreliable, stood up quickly, raised her head with a smile, spread her hands and said sweetly to them, "We are the magicians of Fairy Tale. We have accepted your entrustment and are here to solve your problems. So this is the mission you accepted, but just in case you show me your guild badges." Perhaps because Raphael accepted the mission, the two people on the city wall did not have the doubts in the original work, but they still conducted confirmation checks as usual. After checking everyone's membership badges, the two people waved directly inside, and the heavy and huge door began to slowly rise. Behind the door stood a group of people in robes, the first of whom was a little old man holding a scepter. He stepped forward and opened his robe to everyone. The villagers behind him also took off their robes one by one. Seeing that they all had more or less symbols of demonization, Gray and others were instantly stunned. I am Mocha, the leader of this village. You have seen, too, the painful curse we have been subjected to. Not only us, but even animals such as cats and dogs have become demonized. The village chief, Mocha, raised his demonized hands and expressed his pain to everyone in Fairy Tale. At the end of the sentence, the children behind him couldn't help crying. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became gloomy. Gray was silent for a while and continued to ask in a low voice. Have you never thought about seeing a doctor? Is it possible that this is just a disease? What is the basis for the curse you said? Mocha shook his head and sighed. It's useless. We have gone to more than a dozen doctors, and they all diagnosed him as fine. As for the reason why we think it's a curse, Mocha looked up at the sky. That's because we think it's probably related to the moon magic. The magic of the moon? Lucy asked in confusion. Our island will be illuminated by the moon at night. The ancients used this moonlight to develop and store the moonlight, so that the entire island will be as radiant as the moon. Mocha recalled the good times before, a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes, and the next second, it turned directly into fear. Advertisement. But a few years ago, the moon turned purple. We are affected by the purple moon, and when it appears, we will look different. While talking, the moon appeared on time. Everyone looked up and found that it was indeed a purple moon. Suddenly, Mocha and the people in the village began to wail. Everyone turned around and saw that they were undergoing inhuman changes. Each of them seemed to fade, turning their human appearance into a demonic one. How? How could? Lucy covered her mouth in surprise, and Gray and Natsu also looked in disbelief. So this is why we think this moonlight is the reason why we become like this. Mocha took a step back and said to everyone, as soon as the purple moon came out, we all turned into this ugly look until dawn, to recover. But this is not a complete recovery. During this, our hearts are constantly being swallowed by this evil. Mocha looked at everyone sadly, so although we have restored our human form in the morning, there will still be some demons left behind. Characteristics, and some that are completely devoured will remain in the form of demons, so we can only bear the pain and kill them. Why? Why? Lucy was surprised. She didn't expect that the final result would be like this. Are we going to kill them just because they can't change? Natsu yelled at Mocha angrily. Do you think we want to? We tried to imprison him at first, but it turned out to be like that. Nothing can imprison him. Mocha also shouted at Natsu, and then took out a bottle from his arms. Photo, I had no choice but to kill my own son. I was in pain too. Do you understand? That is. Lucy and Natsu saw clearly the appearance of the person in the photo in front of them, and were instantly shocked, because that person was Bobo who had just pulled them over. But we still. Lucy was about to say something when she was stopped by Raphael. Lucy looked at Raphael in confusion. That one might be a ghost. He has been wandering the sea looking for someone to deal with, Gray explained to Lucy in a low voice beside him. Ghost? Lucy looked at Gray in confusion, but... Gray shook his head and looked at the village chief Mocha seriously. There is something I have never dared to say. I looked back before landing on the island, but I only saw the small boat on the sea, and the Bobo had disappeared, gone. Lucy looked at Gray in surprise, and then at Raphael who said nothing, making her tremble with fear. Raphael also trembled, but he was suppressing his laughter. After all, he knew that these were actually demons, but they had been magically amnesiac. Bobo was not a so-called ghost. He just left the range and restored his memory. Just a demon. That's why we decided to use all the remaining resources in the village to issue a commission, hoping that some powerful magicians can help solve this problem. Otherwise, if this continues, we will all be devoured by demons. Mocha said lowly. He said with a sad and desperate look. I will never allow this to happen. Natsu solemnly vowed to Mocha. Then how do you need us to solve it? Lucy finally recovered from her fear of seeing ghosts and looked at Mocha in confusion. Since we are like this because of this moon, the only way is. Mocha raised the scepter in his hand and pointed at the moon. Destroy this unfortunate moon. Chapter 33 Gray's Nightmare, Delilah. Destroy the moon. How to do it? Lucy sat in a house assigned to them by the village and looked out the window melancholy. By the way, don't lie down at the window and be exposed to the moon. Close the window, Happy. Have you forgotten what the village chief said? Seeing Happy lying on the window looking at the moon, Lucy quickly stopped Happy. What did he say? I'm a cat. I can't remember. By the way, Lucy, you took a fish from me before, and you have to give me back a tank in the future. Happy looked back at Lucy with an innocent look on his face. Then do you remember that I owe you a fish? Lucy covered her face helplessly. It's too tricky no matter what, Natsu said unhappily. Yeah, destroy the moon or something. Gray took off his shirt and nodded while holding his hands. I have no idea how many punches it takes to break it. You really want to destroy the moon? Raphael will be able to do something, right? Lucy was too lazy to pay attention to the two guys playing tricks and turned to look at Raphael. How should I put it? I can indeed do it, but I can't destroy the entire moon just because of one person on the island. Raphael shook his finger in a funny way. Then what should we do? This can't be completed at all, so is this the level of an S-level mission? Lucy slumped to the ground with a melancholy look on her face. Happy, take me up there. If we can't complete the mission, wouldn't it damage Fairy Tail's reputation? Natsu looked at Happy and came up with a good idea. No, I can't do it, Happy answered cutely, raising his hand. I think there are other ways to lift the curse besides destroying the moon. Lucy lowered her head and pondered. Go to bed first, and go to the island tomorrow to survey the situation before making a decision, Raphael suggested with a yawn. Before he finished speaking, Gray, Natsu and Happy immediately lay down, while Raphael occupied the other side of the floor. Lucy could only lie helplessly between Gray and Natsu, listening to their 360-degree snores at close range, didn't sleep all night. Early the next morning, Lucy, who was fed up with the snoring of those two guys, pulled them up. At this time, the sentry at the door saw them, and not only opened the door for them, but even told a hellish joke. It's so early, you guys, you can't sleep because there are demons around you, right? I'll prepare holy water for you next time. Actually not. Lucy's head was covered with black lines. Advertisement, before destroying the moon, let's go out and investigate first. If the village chief asks, you tell him this, Raphael said to the sentry. We still have to destroy it. The group of people who had just walked out of the village looked at the endless forest ahead and were at a loss as to where to start their investigation. Crack. Ding dong. Hearing the movement behind him, Raphael knew without even thinking that Lucy had summoned the big clock to cover him again. He turned around and saw that it was indeed the case. Aren't you afraid that there is a curse here? It's hard to guard against such intangible things, she said. I want to go in too, Happy said cutely to Lucy. You're so stupid, Lucy. Natsu was speechless by Lucy. I'll just freeze them all with curses or whatever. What's there to be afraid of? Gray was full of confidence. Sometimes I feel tired following them. Raphael bumped Lucy's clock and said with a headache. They are really idiots, she said. Love, it says. At this moment, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in front of them. They looked up and were instantly frightened and surprised. They saw a big rat wearing a bra, about 20 or 30 meters tall, appearing in front of them, with his hands stretched out and his mouth constantly bulging. No, you guys are holding your breath, Raphael quickly reminded Natsu and Gray. It's okay, use my ice shield. Gray was about to activate his magic. The next second, the big rat suddenly sprayed out a plume of smoke towards them and enveloped them. Natsu was immediately knocked unconscious. Gray's magic was so smoked that he couldn't activate it, and could only keep lowering his head and coughing. Lucy's magic was directly dispelled by the smoke, and the whole group except Raphael was wiped out in one fell swoop. I don't know what the big mouse ate. The smoke puffed out for more than a minute before it stopped. Looking at the embarrassed people, the big mouse smiled very happily. The next moment, the big rat chased them fiercely. Raphael picked up Natsu and ran away. The thing was so smelly that it probably hadn't been bathed in hundreds of years. Raphael didn't want to touch it with his fists. The group of people fled in embarrassment, while the big mouse behind them kept playing tricks on them like a cat chasing a mouse, and from time to time acted out the scene of being caught. Advertisement Gray was extremely angry at being chased. He turned around and cast magic on the floor where the big rat was about to pass, turning that small area into ice. The big rat didn't have time to get out of the car and stepped on the ice. He slipped and fell onto his back. Natsu woke up at some point and saw the big rat that had caused them such misery falling to the ground. He quickly rushed up, and Gray punched and kicked the big rat like crazy. Stop fighting, look, Lucy spotted something and quickly called everyone over. There was a long staircase ahead, and at the end of the staircase stood a dilapidated temple. Everyone hurriedly walked towards the temple. The closer they got, the more they realized that the temple seemed huge. It was not until they entered the temple that they found that it was extremely empty and surrounded by broken buildings. Everything looked so dilapidated, as if they had passed through the temple hundreds or thousands of years ago. Look, there is a moon-like pattern here. Natsu pointed at the moon-shaped pattern on the stone in front of him and shouted to everyone. Moon emblem. I remember this island was called Moon Island, right? Gray remembered the information he had learned while chatting with the village chief. Island of the Moon, Curse of the Moon, Crest of the Moon. There must be some connection among them. Lucy held her chin in thought. The ground here is very broken, and it doesn't look like there's anything there. Could it be that there's something underground? Raphael looked around the temple and came up with an idea. He only vaguely remembered the general plot. I barely remember the details. Oh. Natsu tried his best to avoid the floor, but in the next second, a big hole was opened in the floor and everyone fell down. You be asterisk 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 D. You're too reckless. Gray, who finally climbed out of the pile of rocks, grabbed Natsu's collar and shouted angrily. No, can someone come here? Happy's situation is not good right now. Lucy looked at the huge bone shape in Happy's throat and quickly reached out to help take it out. It's okay, now that we're down, let's go exploring. There must be a secret here, right, Raphael? Huh? Where is Raphael? Natsu slapped Gray's hand away, excitedly wanting to explore, but turned around and didn't find Raphael. Only then did everyone realize that Raphael was missing. Raphael, Lucy, who had finally helped Happy take out the bones, quickly shouted Raphael's name. I'm here. Raphael's voice came from the cave entrance ahead. Everyone hurriedly walked towards the passage. As soon as they entered the cave entrance, everyone was stunned. They saw a huge ice block standing in front of them, and there was a huge demon frozen in the ice block. Raphael stood in front of it and was as small as an ant. Gray, who came in last, saw that the demon was indeed shaking all over, with anger and fear in his eyes. No way. It can't be here. Dai Chapter 34 Drops of the Moon. Conspiracy. Impossible. How could this monster, this demon, Dai be here? Gray yelled in panic. Calm down, Gray, he's still frozen. Raphael held Gray's shoulders and looked at him. Gray looked at Raphael and felt a little relaxed, but Raphael could still feel his heart beating very hard in his body. Dai do you know this thing? Yeah, what exactly is it? Lucy and Natsu looked at Gray in confusion, especially Natsu, who had never seen Gray look so glum. Dai is a demon that brings disaster. Gray gritted his teeth and kept staring at it, but it shouldn't be here. Who brought it here? At this moment, there was some noise behind Dai and Raphael and his party quickly found a place to hide. The sound gradually got closer. As soon as everyone hid, two people appeared, a short man and a tall man. The short man had two thick black eyebrows on his face, and the tall man had dog ears and mouth, and was naked. He walked with his upper body stooped. Someone seems to be talking here. The short man walked in front and looked around with his hands behind his back, and then yawned loudly. I feel so sleepy during the day. By the way, Toby, why do you have ears? It couldn't be because of the drops of the moon. Is it time to evolve? This is decoration. Yuka, did you hear it wrong? There is no one here at all, Toby yelled at him. Toby, Yuka, it's so sad. Angelica was beaten by someone and became swollen into a pig's head. On the other side, a girl wearing gothic clothes came over. That's just a mouse. Sharia, Toby roared. That's not a mouse, that's a hunter wandering in the dark. This is love. So, was there an intruder? Yuka mused. Then let's kill them all. Before Lord Zero knows about it, we can't let them ruin Lord Zero's plan. Sharia showed a sad face and said the most terrifying words. Yes, we are about to collect almost all the moonlight. We must not let them waste all their efforts. Advertisement. When the trio walked away, Natsu couldn't help but jump out and asked, why are you hiding? Why don't you just beat them down and arrest them to find out? Because I suspect this is a conspiracy, the changes in the villagers and the fact that this person was transferred to Dai Raphael said seriously, looking at the direction in which the trio left. Although he knew his purpose, he still couldn't bear to unblock the demon sealed by his master in order to surpass him. If it hadn't been for Dai who would have been killed by Urubing in the end, and if it hadn't been for everyone in Fairy Tail trying their best to stop it. It is estimated that the hellish scene will happen again, and how many family members will be as separated from each other as before. For the sake of his own selfishness, he completely ignores the safety of others. This kind of person is really damn it. Moved here? Lucy looked at Raphael in confusion. Yes, this guy was originally sealed in the iceberg of the northern continent. This group of people worked so hard to bring him here. There must be a huge conspiracy. Raphael looked at Gray, who lowered his head and said nothing and sighed, explained to Lucy. 10 years ago. Gray's hoarse voice suddenly sounded, and everyone looked at him. 10 years ago, it did all kinds of evil in Islam. Because it was immortal, many magicians couldn't do anything to it. Gray raised his head and looked at everyone. His hands were clenched. It could be seen that he was not calm all the time. My parents and my home were wiped out in that disaster. Gray turned his head and looked at Diolila, who was frozen. It was the teacher who taught me magic, Uru, who sacrificed her life. It took her life to turn it into a piece of ice that will never melt to seal it. Gray. Lucy covered her mouth and looked at the boy in front of her who looked like an abandoned kitten. She didn't expect that he was burdened with so much. Natsu was silent for a while, then his fists ignited with flames and he shouted. In this case, then try to defeat this demon. Boom. Gray turned around and knocked Natsu down with a punch. He said anxiously and panicked. Fire wizard, get away from me. What if your flame melts it? Gray. Calm down. You also know that this is the ice that your master used his life to turn into that will never melt, which means that this seal will not melt so easily. Raphael quickly held Gray down and asked him to calm down. Gray. You be asterisk 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 d. If it melted so easily, these people wouldn't bother moving it around. Natsu covered his face angrily and yelled at Gray. Yes. Lucy suddenly punched her fist. Do you remember what they just said? Advertisement, moon drops. Gray recalled carefully and remembered that Yuka had said before that he wanted to collect moon drops. Yes, why do they collect moonlight? Maybe it's to make moon drops and let Delilah unseal them, Lucy said seriously. What is this for? Why do we have to unblock this demon? Gray approached Lucy and asked anxiously. I don't know, I'm just making a guess. Maybe we won't know their purpose until we know the true abilities of the moon drops. Lucy was so frightened that she waved her hands and backed away crazily. It's easy to figure it out, just go after those people just now, Raphael suggested lightly. No, we'll just stay here and wait for the moon to come out. Gray rejected the proposal. Why? Natsu asked confused, and it's just daytime now. Waiting until night will be boring. Do you still remember what we have learned from the time we landed on the island to now? Gray turned around and asked everyone a question, but he did not intend to wait for everyone to answer, and directly asked and answered it himself. It's the moonlight. Whether it's the villagers' moon curse or the moon drops they just mentioned, it's all related to the moonlight. And just now that group of people said that the collection of moonlight is about to be completed. I think the final result will still be returned to Dai Leon, so I have to watch carefully here to see what the group of people are going to do. Then let's just wait here, waiting for the mastermind behind the scenes to show up. As for the boring problem, it's actually easy to solve. We got up early in the morning. We can just use this time to get some sleep. Raphael made the final decision. As soon as he finished speaking, Natsu fell to the ground and fell asleep. The promised time is too long and boring, Lucy complained with a twitching corner of her mouth. But the amazing thing is that Lucy, who is supposed to be the sleepiest, doesn't feel sleepy at all. Girls are strange, they never fall asleep when they should sleep, and they easily get sleepy to death when they shouldn't.
By the way, Lucy, I remember that there is a constellation specifically for playing in the constellation key, do you have one? Seeing Lucy squirming like a maggot because she couldn't sleep, Raphael reminded Lucy with a twitching corner of his mouth. Yes, that's Lyra, open the Lyra gate, Lyra. Lucy suddenly understood and immediately summoned Lyra. In Lyra's beautiful singing, she slowly fell asleep. Gray sat alone facing Dai Leon. As he sang, he remembered the time he spent learning magic with Uru. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Emperor Ling, no matter who you are, if you dare to insult the name of Uru, I will definitely beat you away. Chapter 35-0 Emperor Leon. I don't know how long it took, but waves of low and neat chanting kept coming, waking up everyone who was sleeping soundly. What is that? Lucy pointed to the ceiling above Leon in surprise. I saw a purple light shining down from the hole, and the range of the light just covered Dai Lionla's whole body, looking like a piece of amethyst. Damn, someone is really up to something. Gray said angrily. Purple light, isn't this the light of the moon? What is going on? Happy looked at the purple light in front of him in surprise. Let's go outside to find the source of light. Raphael called everyone out of the ruins to find the source. Gray rushed out immediately. When they walked outside the ruins, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. I saw several people wearing robes and tattoos with moon patterns on their heads gathered in a circle enchanted to the moon, and several magic arrays faintly emerged from the light pillars illuminated by the moon. It turns out they did it, but what did they want to do? Lucy, who was hiding at the side, asked Raphael in a low voice. I don't understand either, but their purpose is very clear, which is to shine the moonlight on Dai Lionla. Raphael shook his head and said, after all, this language has been lost for a long time, and it is difficult to find ancient books. This is a spell in Belial language, which means drops of the moon. Lyra appeared beside Lucy at some point and said with a solemn expression. Oh, Lucy summoned something else. Natsu, who fell asleep early in the morning, was completely unaware of Lyra's existence. Boom. Don't interrupt, keep listening. Gray hit Natsu on the head with a bang, signaling Lyra to continue speaking. These guys plan to use the moon drops to lift Dai Lionla's seal. Lyra looked at everyone seriously and said. Impossible, the magic that sealed Lyra is absolutely frozen and cannot be melted. Gray refuted Lyra's words in disbelief. No, any magic has a corresponding magic to dispel it, and the moondrop magic is the best among them. Lyra shook her head, concentrating the magic of the moon in one place can dispel any magic. Quote. How could? Gray couldn't believe it, but what he saw in front of him forced him to believe it, which made him extremely angry inside. Those guys have no idea how terrifying Dai Lionla is. It seems that the reason for the changes in the people in the village has been found. Natsu clenched his fists and said, this magical power is too powerful, causing them in human form to be continuously devoured, because what this group of people want to unblock is the devil, so all the villagers turned into demons, which is really unforgivable. Raphael heard Natsu's analysis from the side and shook his head secretly. It was very organized, but basically not right. The analysis was very good. Don't analyze it again next time. I'm going to knock them all away. Natsu clenched his fists and was about to rush forward, but was stopped by Lucy's elbow. Wait a minute, someone is coming. Advertisement. A long-haired man wearing a blue robe and a horn mask walked over slowly, followed by Yuka and Thor. Oh, I've been searching all morning, but I still can't find the intruder. Yuka said, shaking his head. I'm sorry, Lord Zero Emperor. This is a sad thing. We found traces of the intruders during the day, but they may have hidden somewhere behind them. I couldn't find them out. It's really sad. The man in front Sharia frowned and confided to the man sadly. Intruder. The man known as Zero Emperor murmured, then raised his head and asked, how is the progress of Dai Lionla's resurrection? This voice, isn't it possible? Gray heard Emperor Ling's voice and looked at Emperor Ling in disbelief. Based on the current progress, it's either today or tomorrow. Sharia instantly changed from sadness to happiness, asking for credit to Zero Emperor like a little girl. It seems that it will be done soon. A smile appeared on Emperor Ling's lips. This guy is so stinky. He calls himself Zero Emperor and wears such an ugly mask. Natsu was whispering to Lucy and had a long discussion about Zero Emperor's outfit. Raphael looked at the two people in front of him with an ant's smile on his face. As expected, he still liked this couple the most, but Lucy seemed to be the most stupid. Do you want to work hard to match them up? Or let nature take its course? Raphael's thoughts flew out of the sky. He suddenly thought of the silver-haired girl and didn't know what she was doing now. At this time, Mirajan, who was far away in Magnolia Town, looked up at the moon with some feeling, shook her head, and walked briskly back to the apartment because she bought the freshest strawberries to make a strawberry milkshake. Since it's almost done, at this juncture, I don't want anything to go wrong. Now that you have found the intruder, Emperor Ling walked to a small slope and looked in the direction of the village. On this island, there is only the edge of the island. There is a popular village, and they will probably be there, just in case. Now go and destroy that village for me. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Emperor Ling to be so cruel and would kill everyone just because of something uncertain. Natsu couldn't bear it anymore, so he jumped on the ruined fence, sprayed a fierce flame into the sky, and declared war on Zero Emperor and others. The intruder you are looking for is here. If you want to come to us. This guy is so reckless. But it's really time to jump out. Raphael shook his head and followed Natsu to stand up. I have no choice but to bite the bullet. Lucy gritted her teeth and showed the key, preparing to fight. That coat of arms turns out to be from the Fairy Tale Guild. It seems that the people in the village entrusted the magicians with it. Sharia said clearly. So that village can't be kept. Why are you still standing there? Go and destroy that village. I am enough here, Emperor Ling said to them. UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* forward with a vigorous step, releasing ice magic with both hands to form a series of sharp pillars that swept towards Zero Emperor. Advertisement. Zero Emperor snorted coldly, stretched out one hand, and actually used the same ice magic to offset Gray's magic. That guy also uses ice. Natsu said in surprise. Long time no see. I didn't expect that the magician entrusted by the village was you, Gray. Zero Emperor said hello to Gray. Do you know what you are doing? Leon. Gray gritted his teeth and looked at Ling Emperor. They know each other. Lucis' surprised expression was exactly the same as Happy's surprised expression now. Hurry up and complete the mission. Leon did not answer Gray's question, but turned to urge the three of them. Hey, wouldn't it be very embarrassing if you let them go in front of me? Raphael picked his nose and stood up, blocking the way of the three people. Wah, when? Leon was surprised because the trio was originally behind him, but now he found that Raphael had stopped them behind him. Leave it to me, I've wanted to compete with Master Titan for a long time. A short old man wearing a mask appeared next to Leon, and then used magic. In an instant, the three people disappeared. Oh, you actually made them disappear. Is this time magic? You briefly exchange the time when I am here and the time when I am not here, so that they can take the opportunity to leave when I am not here, right? Quote. After knowing the result, the process of inferring it is very simple. This is the only skill that a time traveler can have. As expected of Lord Titan, you can see through my magic at a glance. The short masked old man squinted his eyes and smiled, hiding the surprise in his eyes. Titan. That man who was said to have invincible power like a Titan. Leon looked at Raphael with an ugly expression. Lucy, Natsu and Happy, you go to the village now, leave this place to me and Gray. Raphael ignored them and said directly to Natsu and Lucy. Natsu and Lucy nodded, turned and ran towards the village. Don't even think about leaving. Leon wanted to release ice magic to stop them, but Gray instantly released several ice arrows, forcing him to turn around and defend. After Gray's delay, Leon missed the opportunity to stop Natsu and Lucy, and had no choice but to let them run back to the village. Gray, he will leave it to you, can you do it? I think you must have a lot to say to him. Raphael asked Gray. Yeah, leave it to me. There are some things I want to ask clearly. Gray stared at Leon angrily. So, Raphael grinned and said to the little old man in the mask. The second round begins. Chapter 36 Showdown. Natsu's Yuka. Putting your hopes on the two of them. Forget it, Sharia can get rid of them all anyway. Leon shook his head, gave up chasing Natsu and the others, and said calmly to Gray. Don't talk to me like a senior, you are no longer a disciple of Uru, Leon. Gray shouted angrily at Leon. But neither are you, because Uru is no longer in this world. Leon took off his mask and looked at Gray calmly. That's because she lost her life in order to seal Dai Lionla, but as a disciple, you want to destroy what she left behind with her life. Gray yelled at Leon angrily. But, Uru was killed by you, right? Leon looked at Gray indifferently, you can really live without shame. Gray was trembling all over, looking at Leon with an ugly face, but couldn't say a word to retort. On the other side, Raphael was confronting Urtia, whose alias was Saludili. Although he was standing crookedly and shaking his legs, it was probably a confrontation. Damn it, I didn't expect to encounter this monster. It's not a good time to go out today. Opposite him, Urtia was not so relaxed. A few drops of cold sweat ran down her masked face. Even though she had just tricked Raphael, that was because Raphael didn't want to care at all. If Raphael became serious, it would be her fault. You will be subdued the moment you activate the magic. Don't be nervous. Let's watch a show. I don't want to do anything for a while. I'm quite tired. Raphael's voice came from behind her, and Urtia's pupils shrank instantly. What? When? Raphael put his hands on her shoulders and forcefully pulled her over to watch Gray and Leon fight together. Feeling the faint force on her shoulders, Urtia could only sigh and watch the show quietly. On the other side, Natsu and Lucy, who were rushing to the village, met the Sharia trio on the way, but one was on the ground and the other was in the air. The Sharia trio were seen sitting on the back of the big rat. The big rat was holding a huge bucket and flying with its tail as a propeller. I found you. Natsu sprayed flames directly into the sky with a big fire breath. Sharia quickly controlled the big mouse and narrowly avoided it. UB***********D, you are very dangerous. Toby shouted angrily at Natsu below. Get down here. HMPH. I originally wanted to use it on those villagers, but since you want to stop me, let you try it first. Sharia snorted coldly. Angelica, get down here. I saw the big bucket in the big mouse's hand tilted, and some green liquid fell from the sky. The strange thing is that these liquids were like jelly, one by one, in huge quantities, forming a sky-like giant net towards the ground. Natsu and Lucy enveloped him. The flames in his left hand and the flames in his right hand merged into one. Fire dragons. Happy pulled Natsu and flew into the air. Natsu put the flames in his hands together, formed a calyx shape with his hands, and hit the liquid sky directly, Huang inflammation. A huge stream of flames spurted out from Natsu's hand, scattering the liquid light curtain in all directions. The liquid scattered onto trees, grass, and stones, and was melted cleanly in an instant, even leaving a small pit on the ground. It was so scary. Fortunately, Natsu broke it up. Seeing the scene in front of her, Lucy patted her chest in fear and breathed a sigh of relief. Ju actually used flames to disperse it. What kind of monster is this? The Sharia trio looked in disbelief. At this moment, the flames that had just dispersed the liquid canopy came straight towards them. As they were in surprise, they were hit by the flames before they had time to react. The three people who were still flying in the sky suddenly the rat was forced to make an emergency landing. Boom. Advertisement. Ahem, you damn bastards, it seems I have to deal with you first before I can complete Lord Zero's commission. Sharia walked out of the smoke, looked at Natsu and Lucy and said fiercely. Ooh, it should have been like this a long time ago. Toby said with excitement. Oh, hurry up and get rid of it, I'm so sleepy. Yuka said in an old-fashioned way. Then, I'll leave this to you. We're just 2 against 2. I'd better solve Lord Ling's request first. Sharia changed her tone and left the task to the 2 of them. Ah, not together. Toby howled in surprise. You don't understand, this is love, Angelica, let's go. The big mouse stood up instantly. Sharia jumped into the big mouse's hand and dived directly from Natsu. Damn it, Lucy, let's, Natsu was about to ask Lucy to join him, but when he turned around, Lucy disappeared. Why did I subconsciously hug this thing? Lucy quickly opened her eyes when she heard Natsu's cry, and found herself hugging the big mouse's toes with a look of confusion on her face. Then, that's an idiot. Natsu's eyes widened and the corners of his mouth twitched. Happy, go and save. Before Natsu could finish his words, he saw the big mouse crashing. Why does it feel like watching animation? Yuka shook his head helplessly and said. I'll leave this to you Natsu, I'll go see Lucy. Happy flew away before he could finish his words. You're the only one left. Toby said with a smile. Then it's up to me. Natsu grinned at them and clenched his hands into fists, take care of you. I saw Natsu kicking the ground with his right foot, igniting flames at the same time as a boost, and quickly rushed to Toby's eyes. Toby could only widen his eyes and had no time to react. He was knocked to the ground by Natsu's headbutt. Then Natsu's mouth bulged, and he flipped using the downward force after hitting Toby, and sprayed the fire dragon's roar directly at Yuka, and a blazing flame swept towards Yuka. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the flames directly hit Yuka who had no time to react, while Natsu had just eased the force of his forward somersault and stood firm on the ground. After hitting the enemy continuously, Natsu did not look happy, but looked serious and alert. As expected of the mage of fairy tale, you are so violent, you must be the legendary fire dragon in this guild, right? When the smoke cleared, Yuka, who had just been hit by the flames, was unhurt, and Toby, who had just been hit by a head hammer, also stood up like a carp. We used to be magicians of a famous guild, but attacks like yours can't defeat us. Yuka and Toby surrounded Natsu one after another. You should know the guild Lamia scale, right? We are. Toby and Yuka slowly approached Natsu as they spoke. Before he finished speaking, Natsu opened his hands and let out a large fire blast. UB***************, D, listen to what I'm saying. Yuka used magic to isolate the flames and said to Natsu bitterly. TCH, who cares about you? I don't care who you are or which guild you belong to. As long as you hinder me from completing the commission, you are my enemy. Natsu looked at Yuka disdainfully, as long as you know this, that's enough. Damn it, Toby, don't interfere, I'll take care of him alone. Yuka stared at Natsu, gritting his teeth to prevent Toby from joining forces. Advertisement. Fluctuation. Yuka raised his right hand, linked his fingers into a palm knife, and activated magic on Natsu. A half-moon-shaped light wave formed from the air flew towards Natsu. Natsu clenched his fists and was about to break the crescent-shaped light wave. Suddenly he seemed to feel something and quickly rolled sideways to avoid it. The light wave flew away from his body, leaving a deep ravine on the floor. Sharp intuition. Yuka waved his arm to block the flames sprayed at Natsu when he fell to the ground, and said slowly, the waves I made in my hand can neutralize any magic, so your magic is useless to me. Ineffective, but I can cause harm to you. No wonder I just felt that my flames were defenseless. Natsu stood up, wiped the dust from his face, and stared at Yuka and said. When I was a magician at Lamia scale, my job was to fight against magicians. Yuka stirred the air with his hands, and 2 huge light waves slowly emerged in his hands. In other words, all magicians the soldiers are helpless in front of me. Yuka waved his hand, and the 2 light waves flew towards Natsu, getting bigger and bigger on the way. When they arrived in front of Natsu, they hit him like two huge meteorites. The light wave hit Natsu directly without any surprise, and the huge energy exploded the grass into gravel and soil. Then you'll know if you try it. Natsu caught Yuka's magic and rushed forward with Yuka's magic. He quickly struck Yuka with his flaming left hand. Yuka opened the shield with one hand, blocking Natsu's attack and invalidating Natsu's magic. Natsu was not surprised to see that the attack was blocked, because his right hand passed through Yuka's wave barrier without using any magic and hit Yuka. Oh, who told you that being close to me is my shortcoming? Now you don't have to use your hand. Yuka sighed, and directly added vibration on the basis of maintaining the barrier. The violent and rapid vibration caused Natsu to howl miserably. Suddenly, both Yuka and Toby were startled by Natsu, because Natsu put his head in, and the shaking head looked like a devil. If you can't use magic, then you can use your body. Ha 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 ha. Natsu looked at Yuka with a grin, enduring the pain. Huh, come on if you can do it. You can't use magic in the wave, let's see what you do. Yuka recovered from the surprise and looked at Natsu's overestimation. He laughed and taunted Natsu. That's it. Then thank you for the reminder. Natsu grinned wildly, and flames began to appear from his elbow outside the wave. Fire Dragon's elbow. The fierce flames turned into propulsion, and Natsu's right hand hit Yuka as fast as a rocket. The huge force instantly knocked Yuka upside down for a long distance before he fainted. Awesome, I managed to kill Yuka, but you can't kill me. Toby's hands stretched out sharp claws. My hands have a secret effect that can paralyze people. Quote. Paralysis, right. Natsu looked at him calmly and slowly uttered a few words. Quote. Quote. Toby was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, Natsu guessed his ability right away. You are powerful, but what can you do? As long as I touch you, you will be at my mercy, ha 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 ha. As he said this, Toby licked his paws and fell down instantly. Quote. What an idiot. Natsu looked at the fallen Toby with black lines on his head. Natsu turned to look in Gray's direction, then turned and ran towards the village. These guys have gone too far. Whether it is the village or the villagers, they must definitely be restored to their original state. And you, Gray, don't die. Chapter 37 The Conflict of Ideas. Remember it. It was you who killed Ulu. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve to call her by her name. Leon shouted angrily at Gray, then hit Gray with an ice hammer and knocked Gray away. Leon, you. Gray fell in the ruins and looked at Leon angrily. What's wrong? It's said that the center is too guilty to take action against me. Leon stared at Gray fiercely, then don't stop me from resurrecting Dai Lionla. I won't let you succeed. Lion's words severely stimulated Gray, and he stood up again. HMPH, then I'll watch. Ice make eagle. Leon threw away the mask and raised his right hand. A magic circle appeared, a burst of light flashed, and a group of ice birds pecked at Gray. Gray also activated his magic, creating a huge lotus-shaped ice shield that blocked Lion's flying bird. It seems you have forgotten that my magic is different from yours. Leon waved his hand and saw that the ice hawk that was supposed to be blocked directly bypassed Gray's ice shield and attacked Gray from behind and from both sides. Gray could only protect his key parts. My modeling magic is good at movement and your modeling magic is good at stillness. How can just a small ice shield block my attack? Leon increased the number of ice hawks, and Gray had no choice but to roll to the side to avoid the ice hawk's attack. Then Gray put his hands together and launched a magic attack on Leon. Ice make big ice hammer. A huge ice mallet quickly formed on Lion's head, and then the gravity acceleration quickly hit Lion's head. Leon didn't panic at all, and stretched out his sword fingers with one hand, activated magic, and a huge ice ape quickly formed, and crossed his hands above his head to block the ice hammer. It's so vulnerable. It's been so long and you still haven't made any progress. You're still using your hands to activate magic. Leon shook off the broken ice on his robe and looked at Gray with disdain. Have you forgotten what Uru taught us? It's easy to lose balance when casting modeling magic with one hand. Only both hands are stable. Advertisement. Gray gasped and looked at Leon. I'm different. My ability has surpassed Uru. Leon looked at Gray calmly. You guy, stop being so self-righteous. Gray gritted his teeth and looked at Leon. This is what I want to say, have you ever hit me once before? Leon mocked Gray. I'm different from before. Gray gritted his teeth, clasped his hands together, and used all the magic in his body to cast his magic, Bingchangquan. In an instant, icicles as big as stone pillars headed towards Leon, and the place where Leon was suddenly covered by densely packed huge icicles. The next moment, all the icicles collapsed, and Lion's figure was looming in the mist. It's the same, nothing has changed at all. I'm your senior brother. I was stronger than you before, and I'm stronger than you now. Lion's voice penetrated deeply into Gray's heart like a magic sound. Suddenly, Leon raised his hand, and a giant dragon made of ice directly pushed Gray into the sky. Gray was pushed by the ice dragon and spit out a mouthful of blood in midair, and fell heavily to the ground. Our path and time stopped from that moment. My goal is Uru. I want to surpass her. Leon walked up to Gray and kicked Gray away. But because of you. Because of your fault. Ulu is dead. Leon shouted angrily at Gray. I lost the chance to surpass her. My only chance now is to wear Leon. That's why I want to melt that piece of ice, clear the blocked road. Leon turned his back to Gray and said, that Leon wearing girl can't even solve Uru. If I solve it, it will prove that I am better than Uru, and I can surpass her. Then my dream can be achieved. Gray stood up with difficulty and sneered at Leon. Do you really think it's possible? You know how powerful that monster is, don't think about it, you can't do it. Leon was irritated by Gray's words. He turned around angrily, waved his hand and used the same magic directly on Gray. The huge ice blocks instantly froze Gray's limbs and body, and continued to destroy the functions of Gray's body. You told me to stop. You said this is impossible. We told you the same thing at that time, right? But how did you do it? Leon made a fist, and the ice that froze Gray exploded instantly, blowing Gray to pieces. Mu Cha said, it was because you insisted on challenging Dai Lionla that you killed Ulu. You are not qualified to say her name, you are not qualified. Leon waved his hand downwards towards the sky angrily, stabbing Gray with a sharp ice sword, vowing to kill Gray on the spot. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Gray, it was Raphael. With a casual punch, the densely packed ice swords in the sky instantly turned into powder and disappeared with the wind. That's enough. Gray was at fault, and you're not much better. Raphael helped Gray up and said to Leon with a frown. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, Raphael was distracted for a while, and Gray was beaten into an amoeba. Fortunately, he arrived in time, otherwise Leon would not need to exist. Although he knew that Leon would not kill Gray, after all there seemed to be a lot of densely packed ice swords, but only one or two were aimed at the arms, which could only scratch the skin. As for the reason for the distraction, I have to praise Ertia. She was able to make the ground under her feet dilapidated and brittle in an instant. Then when Raphael was unstable, she went directly deep into the mountain, and then the surface layer is instantly reinforced, which makes it difficult for Raphael to hit or not hit. If beaten, Ertia will turn into flesh, but Raphael still admires her. After all, at the end of the original work, she sacrificed all her time in exchange for that crucial minute. She even thought it was a failure. And how can such a girl who is crazy about herself not make people feel bad for her? Even if he doesn't fight, Ertia's current ability will still cause some trouble. After all, Raphael hates trouble the most. After a long time, Raphael sighed and chose to let Ertia go. After all, this girl was really miserable. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? It's him who's wrong. Gray. I'm not wrong. Leon became even more angry when he heard that neither Raphael nor Gray understood him and even accused him. He raised his hands angrily, and even used his hands to release magic for the first time, creating 9 huge ice dragons. As soon as the 9 ice blue dragons came out, the entire sky above the ruins was covered by ice dragons, and then Leon lowered his hands. With one wave, 9 ice dragons blasted towards Raphael. Raphael looked at the dragon charging towards him with great momentum, shook his head and sighed, then put down Gray. He looked up at the ice dragon, clenched his fist and swung upward. A huge black-red magic circle appeared in Raphael's sky. The next second, the dragon in the sky instantly turned into powder, and the dark clouds that enveloped it were dispersed. How is it possible? Leon looked at Raphael in disbelief. From the time the ice dragon appeared to when the ice dragon turned into powder, the interval was less than 2.5 minutes. Only then did Leon know what it means to only call the wrong name, but not the wrong one. Nickname. Let's go. Ertia appeared beside him in an instant, and then disappeared with Leon in the next second. Raphael did not chase him, but quietly turned his back to Gray and watched the direction Leon ran away. Why don't you keep him? You obviously can. Gray's voice came from behind Raphael, and it sounded a bit complaining and angry. Remember what I said to Natsu before we set off. Raphael turned around and looked at Gray. I will not interfere with this mission unless your lives are in danger. But you obviously can. Gray lay on the ground anxiously wanting to say something. Raphael interrupted him, squatted down to help Gray up, looked into his eyes and said, will you be willing? Gray was silent. He looked at the hole in the distance silently. It seemed that he could see Lionella through the hole. Yes, I won't give in to that D's talk of transcendence. I will stop him with my own hands. Chapter 38 Lucis Battle. The plane on the other side just crashed. No, it was Lucy who probably fell into a rat. She was very lucky. Even the rat was knocked unconscious, but she was unscathed except for a slight headache. Lucy slowly got up holding her dizzy head and glanced around, but did not find Sharia who was following the falling rat. While Lucy was wondering, Sharia's voice came from a small cliff nearby. Lucy quickly turned her head to look, and was surprised to find that she was actually shedding tears. You did a great job, Miss Fairy. Sharia's tears kept falling, and she held her hands over her heart with a painful expression. You caused me to lose the trust of Emperor Ling, and you also caused Angie to lose his trust. Rika fell like that. You. Unforgivable. Sharia's expression instantly became ferocious, threads appeared faintly on her hands, and then the giant tree next to Lucy instantly turned into a terrifying-looking tree man. Up. Wooden puppet. Following Sharia's command, the tree man broke free from the roots of the tree and swung the branches towards Lucy. Lucy had no time to escape, and was directly kicked by the tree man, and kicked out by a tree root. Lucy endured the pain, took out the key of Taurus, and opened the door of Taurus in midair. Open it. Gate of Taurus. The doorbell rang, and a muscular Tauren with a giant axe appeared from the smoke. The moment he appeared, he slashed at the tree man with an axe. The tree man instantly split into 2 halves, and Lucis' crisis was resolved. she took the opportunity to adjust her posture in midair and landed like a black widow. That golden key, the so-called zodiac. Sharia looked at Lucy in surprise. Celestial spirit magic, celestial spirit magician. Well done, Taurus. Lucy stood behind Taurus and praised him, then looked at Sharia seriously. Come on. I have Taurus here. Any attack will be cut in half by it. Miss Lucy is right. Miss Lucy has the most perfect figure. Taurus excitedly raised his giant axe and shouted. You are so shameless, you actually taught your own celestial spirit to praise yourself like this. Sharia covered her mouth and looked at Lucy, ignoring Lucy's retort, and said with an unclear smile, but, I seem to be the celestial spirit wizard. The nemesis of soldiers. Really, listen to what others say, that's what he has to say. Lucy was furious with incompetence. Looking at Sharia, she was also a little annoyed. She pointed directly at Sharia and commanded Taurus, Taurus, defeat her. But Taurus was not moved at all. Instead, he turned to stare at Lucy fiercely, then turned around and gave Lucy an axe. What's going on? What did you do to Taurus? Lucy dodged Taurus's axe attack in embarrassment and shouted towards Sharia with an expression of confusion and surprise. Sharia did not answer her, but manipulated Taurus to continue to subdue Lucy. When Lucy was embarrassed to avoid Taurus's axe blow, her old strength was exhausted. Before her new strength was generated, she was pushed to the ground and choked by Taurus' neck. Yes, I'm sorry, Miss Lucy, I can't control myself and carry out your instructions. Taurus was sweating profusely and explained helplessly to Lucy. Don't you want to know what I did to this cow? My magic is puppet attack, which can control all creatures except humans. Sharia raised her hands and moved them slightly, looking at Lucy with disdain at the corners of her mouth. It also applies to celestial spirit, because they are not human, so. Taurus, take off her clothes. Sharia kept waving her hands, controlling Taurus to start tearing off Lucy's clothes. Damn it, Taurus, cheer up. Close the door. Close the Taurus door. Lucy struggled with an ugly face, but it had no effect at all under Taurus's huge force. It's useless. If you want to close the door, both parties must agree. Under my control, the cow will not agree. In other words, you cannot close the door unilaterally, so you just enjoy this. Let's have a feast. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement. Sharia laughed wildly and waved her hands faster and more vigorously. Please, shut it down. Lucy felt Taurus' movements getting faster and faster, and she couldn't help but become anxious. She used the last strength and magic power in her body and shouted, shut it down. Gate of Taurus. There was a slam of a door closing instantly, and Taurus instantly turned into bubbles. Lucy forced the door to close and drove him back. Ju can actually force the door to close. Sharia was stunned for a moment, because this was the first time she met a celestial spirit magician who could force the door to close by himself. I did it. I did it by forcing it to close. I grew up. Lucy looked at her hands, turned the back of her hands and saw the fairy tale badge. She smiled confidently, stood up, and held the small leather the whip pointed at Sharia. Don't underestimate me, I am also a member of fairy tale after all. So what? Don't forget, your celestial spirit magic doesn't work on me. Sharia looked at Lucy mockingly. Then what should we do? Lucy slowly picked up a key and looked at Sharia with a sneer. I seem to have many powerful celestial spirits. Are you sure you can control them all? Open the Canis Minor door. Blue. The doorbell rang, and a cute little man with a sharp nose appeared in front of Lucy. HMPH, no matter what celestial spirit you use, you are my puppet. Puppet attack, puppet control. Sharia raised her hands with a sneer and moved her fingers slightly. Blue, who had just come out, was instantly manipulated and attacked Lucy's feet. What? It's actually a low-level celestial spirit. Release the control. Sharia's expression changed instantly when she saw that Blue couldn't do any harm to Lucy at all, and was even a little cute. You got fooled. Lucy took the opportunity to rush forward and give Sharia a whip, but Sharia hurriedly stepped back to avoid it. You guy. Doll attack rock doll. Sharia couldn't accept that she had been deceived by a big-chested and brainless person, and angrily manipulated the surrounding rocks to quickly assemble it. Stop struggling mindlessly. As long as I use celestial spirit to destroy it first, and then force the door to close and recall, you will. Lucy looked at Sharia with confidence, but when she saw more and more rocks gathering together, and finally turned into a rock giant, Lucy's smile froze instantly. Then I want to see how you destroy my rock giant puppet. Attack me. Sharia was sitting in the rock giant's mind, looking at Lucy who was frozen in panic below. She couldn't help but laugh loudly, and then smiled ferociously at Lucy attacks and leaves. Lucy could only run away in embarrassment, thinking about which of her celestial spirits could solve this problem while running, but the more she thought about it, the more desperate she became, because none of her celestial spirits could solve this rock giant on land. Lucy was so distracted by her thoughts that she didn't notice the rocks at her feet. As a result, she tripped and fell on the beach. She saw the sea water in front of her, and she had a flash of inspiration and thought of a good solution. She hurriedly ran towards the sea. When Sharia saw this, she mocked. What? You want to rely on sea water to make my rock giant decompose? It's useless. Under the control of my magic power, it will never do it without my permission. Disintegrated. Sharia manipulated the rock puppet to make a big jump and jumped directly in front of Lucy, blocking her way. HMPH, I won't use such a stupid method. Lucy once again raised a golden key and put it in the water to open the door. Open the door of Aquarius. Aquarius. The doorbell rang, and a half-human, half-fish woman appeared in front of the two of them holding a jar. Advertisement. Aquarius. You actually have such a powerful celestial spirit. Sharia looked at Lucy in surprise, and then showed a sarcastic smile. You are so stupid. I told you that I can control your celestial spirit, but you still summon one such a powerful celestial spirit. Puppet attacks puppet control. Sharia activated magic directly on the rock giant's head, and Aquarius was instantly controlled. It seems that today is your memorial day. Aquarius, let this woman disappear. Sharia grinned and controlled Aquarius to attack. A huge wave swept towards Lucy. Do you really think I don't remember your abilities? Lucy showed a meaningful smile. Sharia was suddenly startled. Before she could think about it, she was instantly swept into the waves and rolled with Lucy in the vortex formed by the waves. After a long time, Aquarius stopped attacking. Lucy and Sharia appeared on the beach in a daze. Looking at Lucy's appearance, they muttered, "Huh, what about forcing the door to close? I can close it myself. Idiot." After saying that, she looked at Lucy's stern eyes with a flash of relief, then closed the door and went back to take a beauty sleep. The two people who were too dizzy and unable to walk began to fight each other, although they couldn't touch each other. Aquarius is the celestial spirit who will use the sea to baptize her regardless of friend or foe. Lucy punched Sharia, but because she was too dizzy, it only hit the air next to Sharia. I see, you are too cunning, but my rock puppet has not been knocked down yet. Sharia also punched Lucy back, knocking the air out of her as well. It's okay, I just need to make you dizzy so that you can't control the puppet. Lucy is the wizard of fairy tale after all, and she doesn't feel dizzy anymore. It's like this. Sharia was still dizzy and couldn't find her answer, but that didn't stop her from raving. Humph, thanks to you being a fairy tale mage, you're still a tie with me despite all the tricks. And you will be the loser when I recover. Really? What about this? Lucy, who was no longer dizzy, stepped forward and threw Sharia over her shoulder with all her strength. I actually lost. Sharia fell down with a look of surprise and regret, and the rock doll next to her collapsed instantly. Avenge me, Angelica. Sharia gave her final instructions to her pet mouse before fainting. What? Isn't that her puppet? Lucy was startled. She looked at the big mouse attacking her and struggled to avoid it, but she had exhausted all her strength and closed her eyes. Waiting for death to come. Ah la la, although I'm a bit of a germaphobe, I can't let you kill my companions just like that. Just one punch. Lucy heard Raphael's voice and opened her eyes in surprise. She saw a tall figure standing in front of her, slowly closing his fists, and the big rat had disappeared. Raphael. Lucy cried with joy, wanting to say something to Raphael. Raphael shook his head, stepped forward to help Lucy up, and smiled at Lucy. I'm sorry, I'm late, but you are great and you have grown up. Lucy shook her head and showed a bright smile to Raphael. Not too late, just right. Under the moonlight, Lucy's smile was particularly charming and beautiful, and Raphael was stunned. Then he shook his head and helped Lucy walk towards the village. Under the moonlight, the shadows behind the two gradually intersected. Chapter 39 Never Give Up. Natsu fights alone. Leon. Gray jumped up instantly, looked around, and found himself lying in a house, with bandages all over his body. Did you have a nightmare? A voice came from the door. Gray turned around and saw that it was Raphael. Am I really wrong? Gray looked at his palm in confusion. I don't know the specific situation, but from your words yesterday, maybe it is indeed your fault. Raphael leaned against the door frame and tilted his head to look at the man who had blamed himself for 10 years. Gray covered his face, shed tears, and said painfully, if I was not so stubborn and arrogant at that time, Uru would not have died. I am sorry for her. You may have been a B*********** D when you were a child, or even an arrogant B********** D, but does your master really think so? Raphael shook his head and sighed at Gray. In fact, this is also your master's choice. With her strength, she can pull you away even if she is defeated. Raphael walked up, patted Gray's shoulder, and said while looking at the sunshine outside the window. Gray was silent, covering his face and trembling all over. So, do you want to give up? If you want to give up, I will deal with them right now and go back to the guild in the afternoon. Raphael shook his head, turned and walked out the door, paused at the door, and said with his back to Gray. After a long time without hearing Gray's answer, Raphael sighed and walked out the door. How is Gray? Lucy asked worriedly outside the door. It's okay, believe him, he is our fairy tale wizard, we have to believe in our partners. Raphael gave Lucy a thumbs up and smiled cheerfully. Then, Raphael's ears moved, he walked to Lucy with a smile, turned around and looked at Gray's door, and said to Lucy, look, he's coming out. Bang! The door of the room was pushed open by Gray. He stood at the door and looked at Raphael, his eyes firmly clenched, his fists. Can't give up. You said that you can't do it. I want to do this job to the end. I want to punch Leon back myself. Raphael and Lucy looked at Gray, then smiled at each other. Raphael walked up and hugged Gray's neck. Don't worry, I'm a little lazy recently and don't want to do it. Just then, Happy flew over anxiously. Oh no. Natsu is gone. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Advertisement. Everyone was shocked for a moment, and thinking back carefully, it seemed that they had never seen Natsu since they returned to the village last night. Lucy asked Happy nervously, aren't you always with Natsu? How come you didn't know he was missing? Happy looked at Lucy worriedly and said, Natsu asked me to help you yesterday, and then I met Raphael carrying the unconscious Gray. He asked me to send Gray back to the village and then save you. Then I saw you and Raphael came back, and then I fell asleep. Lucy looked at Raphael nervously and expressed her guess. Could it be that Natsu couldn't beat those two and was arrested? Raphael shook his head, picked up Happy and stroked it to relieve its anxiety, and said thoughtfully, no, those two can't do anything to Natsu. I think Natsu may solve it himself. Gray was shocked. He knew how strong Leon was, and he also knew that Natsu's strength was not as good as Leon. He hurriedly said anxiously, what are you waiting for? Go help Natsu, he can't deal with so many people alone. Before he finished speaking, Gray took the lead and rushed to the ruins. Raphael hurriedly called Lucy to follow. On the other side, Natsu woke up from a bush. He was on his way to the village. Because of his injuries, he needed to sleep to recover, so he fell asleep in a bush. He wanted to take a nap, but he slept until dawn. I overslept. Natsu rubbed his eyes and said in a daze, then he suddenly had an idea, right. I can take this opportunity to destroy that ritual, so that Ola will not be resurrected. Natsu came to the gate of the ruins triumphantly, rubbed his shoulders, and shouted with full energy. Let's do a big job. At this time in the ruins, Leon, sitting on the throne made of rocks, folded his hands and looked at Toby standing below, and said coldly, it's so embarrassing, you are the only one left. Toby stood trembling, looking at Lion's eyes, he was a little nervous. Yes, please don't tell others that I lost to myself. Leon looked at him silently, and he was speechless about this idiot. In this case, it may not be easy for Dai Lionla to get back together tonight. An old voice appeared behind Toby. It was Ertia. No, it should be her current pseudonym, Saludili. You're here, Saludili. Leon looked at Saludili. Tonight, all the moonlight will be cast on Dai Lionla to revive him, but if the drop of water ceremony does not go smoothly, then everything we have done before will be in vain. Saludili nodded and continued. But with that titan around, this drop of water ritual probably won't go smoothly. Leon said with a melancholy look on his face. Let me deal with him. Although I am not his opponent, I can still delay it for a while. Saludia was silent for a while and then slowly said. After all, she was the only one with time magic among the people present. You can try to delay the time. At this moment, the ruins suddenly began to shake. While Leon and the others were wondering, the ruins began to tilt. Wah, what? The ruins actually tilted. Toby felt the movement of the ruins with a surprised look on his face. Someone is wreaking havoc. Saludili looked for the intruder with a solemn expression. At this moment, there was a hole in the floor of the palace. They looked down and saw Natsu. What are you doing? B*****************. D. Leon walked to the hole and looked at Natsu angrily. Do you still have to ask? Is the ruins tilted? Then the moonlight won't be able to shine on the demon underground. Natsu also looked up at Leon angrily. What a good thing you did. Fairy tale B*************. D. Leon looked at the damage Natsu caused and wanted to eat him. Advertisement. It's so noisy that you're so verbose. If you want to fight me, now is the time. Flames suddenly ignited under Natsu's feet. After a compressed jet, Natsu rushed towards Leon like a rocket. Leon had no time to react and was directly pushed away by Natsu. Leon, who was pushed upwards, turned directly into broken ice. Leon appeared on the other side and used modeling magic on Natsu to create a large number of ice eagles flying towards Natsu, intending to take advantage of Natsu's inability to dodge in the air. Seeing that the ice eagle was about to hit him, Natsu breathed out flames and used the flames to form thrust to force himself to turn in the air and avoid the attack, and fell next to Leon. Then his feet lit up with flames, he put his hands on the ground and did a Thomas spin towards Leon. Leon could only keep dodging. Natsu specializes in Lion's lower third, forcing Leon to jump up and dodge. Natsu seizes the opportunity, puffs out his mouth, and instantly shoots flames into the air, intending to reciprocate Leon. At this moment, Saludili took action. With a wave of his hand, the floor under Natsu's hands broke instantly, and Natsu fell directly. The flames sprayed towards Leon instantly shot towards the ceiling at an angle, barely scratching Leon. Ah la la, it's really dangerous, Lord Zero. Saludili said with a smile, and Toby behind him was all hit by the flames. Who asked you to take action? Leon looked at Saludili angrily. Ah, you're angry, but you have to understand that you can't make any mistakes before Dai Lionla is resurrected. Saludili continued to say with a smile. Meaning that I can't even kill a fire-breathing one. Leon angrily activated his magic and surrounded everything around him with ice. I'm the only magician who can defeat Dai Leon. If I can't even defeat this kind of guy, if you can't defeat him, then I won't have to resurrect Dai Leon. You are not allowed to take action next. Hey, Saludili covered his face and shook his head helplessly. Defeat Dai Lionla. You guy, why do you want to release it to fight with it? Isn't it already defeated? Natsu, who had climbed up at some point, asked Leon with a puzzled look on his face. What do you know? This is all to surpass Uru. To continue my dream, Leon quickly formed a large number of ice birds to attack Natsu. Then why don't you just go find Uru and give him a good beating? Natsu continued to wonder while dodging. Stop pretending to be confused, don't you know? She is dead. Leon stared at Natsu indifferently, without any emotion in his eyes. So that's it. Natsu was stunned. It's all Gray's fault. Leon waved his hand angrily, and while Natsu was stunned and distracted, a hidden ice bird suddenly appeared in front of Natsu, hit him and exploded. Natsu narrowly blocked the attack with his arm, but the arm that blocked the attack suddenly suffered severe frostbite. I don't know what your situation is. Natsu lit up the flames and looked at Leon firmly, but the current situation is that you have caused a lot of trouble to a group of people. Natsu's fist burst out with more intense flames. So, now I just want to use this blazing flame to wake you up. Chapter 40 The real truth is a sharp blade. Lion's goal has always been to surpass Uru. Gray, who was immersed in moving forward, talked about what he knew about Leon, and everyone's eyes instantly turned to Gray. The reason why he wants to lift Dai Lionla's seal is because now that Uru is gone, he wants to surpass Uru, and this is the only way. Gray said slowly. He believes that if he defeats Dai Lionla, who cannot even defeat Uru, then he must have surpassed Uru. That's it. If you want to transcend someone who no longer exists, this is really the only way. Lucy said with a solemn expression. She seemed to have remembered something. No, there is something Leon doesn't know yet. Gray's mood suddenly became agitated. He gritted his teeth and tried to stay calm. Uru did disappear, but she is still alive. What? Lucy and Happy were shocked. Really? Raphael is now slowly recalling the plot. To a certain extent, Uru is indeed not dead, she is just alive in another form, but this kind of life, don't mention it. Gray continued to recalling what happened 10 years ago. 10 years ago, my village and parents were destroyed by Leon. Only I was saved because my parents put them in the cellar and blocked them with their bodies. Survived. Gray choked up and continued. It was Uru who discovered and saved me, and also taught me modeling magic, giving me the ability to protect myself. But I didn't understand it at the time, and I just wanted to quickly have powerful power to take revenge. One day I heard others discussing that Dai Lionla had arrived in the northern continent. I ignored their dissuasion and insisted on challenging it, but when everyone arrived in front of the ruins, they were surprised to find that the ruins were tilted. Natsu must have done it. He is inside now. Let's go quickly. Gray hurriedly wanted to rush into the ruins. I found you. Fairy tale. A group of people from the cult gradually approached them. Leave this to me, you go and end things with Leon. Raphael stood up, faced the cult, and said with his back to Gray. Raphael, go quickly, don't forget that this mission is a test for you, especially you. Gray gritted his teeth and continued rushing towards the ruins. In the ruins, Natsu and Leon collided many times, but because Lion's modeling magic was too powerful and free, Natsu mostly dodged and was unable to cause effective damage. At this moment, there were bursts of tearing sounds from the ice wall next to it, and after a while, Gray broke through the ice and entered. Natsu and Leon both looked at him in surprise. Gray said to Natsu, I'll take over now. I'll end it with him. Advertisement. But didn't you lose once? Natsu asked. No, it won't happen this time. I will end it with him completely. Gray clenched his fists and stared at Leon through gritted teeth. You are very confident, you are the loser. Leon looked at Gray mockingly and said. 10 years ago, I was responsible for Ulu's death. Gray looked at Leon with firm eyes, squatting on a horse and crossing his hands. However, I hurt my friends, made unforgivable mistakes to the villagers, and melted ice. I will never forgive you. Let's be punished together. Leon saw Gray's posture and instantly panicked. This posture is absolutely freezing. Absolutely what? Natsu looked at the two of them confused. Are you crazy? Leon shouted frantically at Gray. Two choices, either leave here and stop your plan, or die with me. Gray looked at Leon calmly. So you were trying to threaten me with this? How boring. Leon instantly relaxed and looked at Gray with a mocking look on his face. Do you think I'm joking? Gray began to release magic power, and the powerful magic power instantly blew Natsu away. You guy. Leon resisted the magic power with difficulty and tried to fight back. Upon seeing this, Gray directly increased the burst of magic power. Leon was finally thrown away and slammed into the wall. I'm ready to die. Let me ask you one last time. The continuous burst of magic power made Gray's face look particularly ferocious, and his body gradually began to crystallize. Die together. Alive. Gray gave his final cry. Ha ha. Leon climbed up while holding on to the wall, staring at Gray with a ferocious smile. Come on. Use magic if you dare. Natsu on the side finally recalled that Gray's master lost his life because of this magic. He anxiously used all his strength to go to Gray. It seems that this is your answer. It's over. Absolute ice. Gray couldn't let go when he saw Leon. He angrily turned on the magic to the maximum, and was about to cast this magic that would lead to death. Natsu on the side finally crawled to Gray's side. Seeing that Gray was about to activate his magic, he jumped up and punched Gray down. As Gray was distracted, this ultimate magic stopped being released. UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Natsu held Gray's arm angrily and yelled at him. I have to end things with this guy. I'm ready to die. What are you doing again? Let me go. Gray grabbed Natsu's collar and shouted angrily at Natsu. Natsu grabbed Gray's hand, stared at Gray and said angrily, can death solve the problem? Ah, how long are you going to run away? Gray was stunned. At this moment, there was a sudden vibration from the ruins. Raphael and Lucy, who had defeated the cult group outside the ruins, although Lucy was just shouting 666 from the side, were touching fish. When they looked up, they saw the ruins returning from the tilted state. Become what it is. Advertisement. What happened? Why did the ruins change back to their original state? Lucy covered her mouth in surprise and asked Raphael in disbelief. Someone should have used magic to restore it to its original state. In this way, Leon will still be unsealed. Let's go and have a look. Raphael stared at the ruins and answered Lucy's question. It seemed that it was Urtia's magic or the I want to go in and have a look. In the ruins, Natsu went after Cerudili, leaving only Leon and Gray. You have already thought that Natsu will stop me, so you are confident, right? Gray stared at Leon and asked his own question. No, I didn't expect you to really release it, but it doesn't matter if I force it. After all, I still have a partner. And have you forgotten that the moon drop can lift the absolute ice? Leon folded his hands mockingly and looked at Gray. Ah, yes, then the absolute ice I released at the beginning has no effect at all. Gray thought about it belatedly. Give up, you can't beat me. Stop it. Gray walked up to Leon and said, give up resurrecting Lionla. Huh, when did you become a mother-in-law? Leon looked at Gray with disdain, and even wanted to laugh. Did threats become preaching if they don't come true? Do you think it's a cartoon? Listen to me, Ulu. Gray continued talking to himself, looking at Leon calmly. She's still alive. Lion's eyes widened with disbelief. Absolute freezing means converting one's body into ice. In other words, the piece of ice you plan to melt now is Uru, her body. She turned into ice and is still alive. Gray lowered his head and trembled. Said. Leon just listened blankly and showed no reaction at all. I'm sorry, I kept hiding it from you. This was a decision made by Ulu and I. She was afraid that you would unseal the demon and then challenge it beyond your own capabilities and lose your life. Gray gritted his teeth, shed tears, and told Leon the truth with his whole body trembling. Gray. Leon was silent for a long time and slowly walked towards Gray. So don't. Gray thought the persuasion was effective and raised his head. Just as he was about to continue persuading Leon, an ice sword instantly penetrated his body. Leon walked up to Gray with a ferocious smile, looked at Gray fiercely and said, I've known about such boring things for a long time. Uru now is just a pile of ice cubes. Leon pulled out the ice sword, brought out a trace of blood, kicked Gray to the ground, walked up to Gray and said coldly, that's not Uru anymore, it's just a pile of useless ice slag ready to melt. Why are you still so naive? You guy, did you know this all along? Gray covered his wound, lying on the ground, looking up and staring at Leon with hatred. Chapter 41 Gray and Leon fight again. Natsu's battle. So you knew it all along. Gray jumped up from the ground angrily and punched Leon so hard that he backed away. What? How is it possible? With such a serious injury, actually. Leon looked at Gray in surprise. He didn't expect that Gray, who was seriously injured, still had the strength to beat him to injury. I have reached my limit. I advise you to go to your limit. Gray shouted. An ice bow appeared in his hand. Gray put 3 ice arrows on the bow. The bow was full of strings, and the 3 ice arrows seemed to be unsheathed. It flew towards Leon like a flying sword. Leon hurriedly set up an ice shield to block it. Unfortunately, the temporary ice shield was not as good as the accumulated force. Lion's ice shield was instantly broken, and all Gray's attacks hit Leon, sending him flying away again. Leon was about to fight back, but as soon as he raised his head, he was kicked in the face by Gray and flew out again. Gray angrily chased after Leon, who was knocked away, punched and kicked him wildly, completely giving up the use of magic. After a while, Leon was beaten black and blue by Gray. Leon finally got away from Gray's beating. He gasped and stood up with difficulty, holding on to the wall. He looked at Gray angrily. He didn't expect that he would be beaten to pieces by the junior brother he had always looked down on. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he decided not to hold back anymore, and used 2/3 of his magic power to create an ice dragon. The ice dragon frantically entangled and hit Gray, and finally flew up into the sky with Gray on its head and then fiercely struck him. Dropped Gray. Originally I wanted to keep him to fight with Leon, but now I'll get rid of you, the troublemaker. Leon grinned angrily, and he wanted to tear Gray apart. Ahem. I won't let you go. Gray trembled and struggled to stand up. So what? While you are still lying here, the moon drop ceremony has already started. Leon laughed wildly. Just like you believe in your companions, I also believe in Natsu. He can definitely do it. Gray stood up and shouted towards Leon. So what? Have you felt this vibration? That's the ceremony going on. Do you know how long I've been waiting? I have been constantly looking for partners and information for the past 10 years before I found this island. Leon waved to Gray, and a group of ice blades stabbed directly at Gray from the ground. Gray held the blade against his head and used an ice ball to block the attack from the blade. I moved Leon here 3 years ago, and it took me 3 years to melt the ice. You tell me to give up now. Leon angrily continued to use magic to attack Gray. You actually spent 3 years doing this boring thing. Gray dodged Lion's attack with difficulty. What did you say? Bored. Gray's words angered Leon again. He frantically made ice animals and kept throwing them at Gray. You, a person who has only been in the guild for 10 years, don't deserve to say this. Gray continued to defend Lion's attacks with his body, stared at Leon and said, I just believed what Uru said. I went to the country in the west and found many powerful magicians, so I entered Fairy Tale, the guild's the president is one of the most powerful men in the world. He once told me that absolute freezing turns the caster's body and will into a piece of ice that will never melt. The moment the ice melts, the caster dies. Advertisement. Gray looked at Leone angrily. I didn't expect that the person who wanted to kill her was actually her top disciple. This is really disappointing. Leone was stunned for a moment and said with a sneer, whatever you say, I live for this moment today. This is my first and only chance to surpass Uru. Think about it, the monster that Uru couldn't defeat was easily eliminated by me. Isn't this a great thing? Leone rushed straight towards Gray. A shadow of a wolf emerged from his fist. The moment he hit Gray, he transformed into an ice wolf and pounced towards Gray. You say you want to surpass Uru without knowing anything, you be asterisk 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 D is a million years too early. Gray dodged Lion's attack by turning sideways, and instantly formed a two-handed sword in his hand. He twisted his waist with the sword and cut Leone in half. The next second, the cut Leone turned into ice cubes, and the real Leone appeared in front of him. Behind his back, there is still a lot of magic power condensed in his hands. Ice make white tiger. Ice make cage. A giant tiger made of ice attacked Gray. Gray jumped up and flipped backwards. On the way, he clasped his hands together and released a huge ice cage to lock up the ice tiger. HMPH, this little cage can't be controlled, let me break through it. Leone confidently directed the ice tiger to smash the cage, but found that it couldn't be broken through at all. He couldn't help shouting in surprise, what? How is that possible? Quote. Remember Uru's guidance. The balance of the modeling magic with one hand is very poor, and you will not be able to exert your full strength at critical moments. Ice make ice and snow cannon. Gray jumped off the cage, and the moment he landed, a huge cyan cannon appeared on his shoulder. As Gray activated his magic, Leone was hit hard by the ice and snow cannon. Leone fell to the ground with serious injuries, and Gray finally couldn't help the pain on his body and knelt down. After the conversation was divided, something happened on Natsu's side. Natsu finally caught up with Saludili and was surprised to find that he had actually chased into the cave where Dai Lionra was hiding. Moreover, the ritual had been going on for a long time, and the ice that froze Dai Lionra began to melt slowly. Natsu wanted to rush up and interrupt the ritual, but was constantly blocked by Saludili. This made Natsu realize that he had to get rid of the masked old man in front of him first. Seeing that one of Dai Lionra's arms had melted out, Natsu anxiously ignited a flame and punched Saludili. Advertisement. Saludili dodged easily, and said to Natsu playfully, "Ah, if you use fire magic to attack me here, it will accelerate the melting of the ice." Natsu was unmoved, his feet ignited with flames and kicked Saludili madly, looking at him coldly and said, "If it was so easy to be melted by fire, you wouldn't have spent so much effort here. I just need to defeat you quickly and then get rid of the guy above." "Oh, you are quite smart and flexible, Lord Fire Dragon." Saludia has not attacked all the time, but just kept dodging Natsu's attacks, which resulted in Natsu just constantly destroying the stone but having no way to deal with him. Ow! A harsh, unpleasant and disgusting sound suddenly sounded, and Natsu, who was constantly attacking Saludili, had to stop and cover his ears to resist the sound. This voice spread throughout the ruins. Gray, who was about to take a break and bandage his wounds, changed his expression. He knew it was the voice of the demon. Finally, you didn't catch up. Damn it, then I will end it all. Gray firmly covered his wounds and slowly walked towards the location of Dai Lionra. Leone behind him disappeared without a trace. Toby, who was on the top of the ruins, had just sprinkled all the drops of the moon on Dai Lionra's body, waiting for Dai Lionra's revival, and was knocked out the next second. Raphael took back his hand that knocked Toby unconscious, looked at Dai Lionra under the cave, couldn't help but sigh, turned around and called Lucy to gather at Dai Lionra. Natsu, who finally recovered, looked at Dai Lionra, whose half-body had been completely unsealed, and was more anxious to find Sarudili to quickly get rid of him, but was hit in the face by a crystal ball the next second and was knocked out. I have to hurry up, Lord Fire Dragon. Sarudili's smile never changed. He waved his hand to recall the crystal ball and then continued to hit Natsu in an arcing trajectory. Just what I want. Natsu showed excitement and smashed the crystal ball with a punch. He turned around and was about to rush up to hit Sarudili away, but he didn't expect the crystal ball to recover instantly and continue to hit Natsu. Natsu couldn't dodge in time, was hit in the abdomen by the crystal ball and was dragged into the sky by the crystal ball. Natsu struggled to get rid of the crystal ball and landed steadily on the gravel. He looked at the crystal ball with an ugly face. It actually recovered. My magic is to manipulate the time of objects, which means I can make the crystal ball return to before it was destroyed. Now let you see another ability and see how this crystal ball will attack you in the future. Natsu was wondering, but was hit by the crystal ball several times in a row in an instant, and he couldn't even do effective defense. How can there be such magic? Natsu smashed the crystal ball with a powerful punch. The next second, the crystal ball continued to recover and hit Natsu's head. But after my observation just now, your magic seems to be useless to the human body. You observed very carefully. My magic is called the Arc of Time. The only disadvantage is that it is ineffective against living things, so I can only use external force to slowly melt the ice that Uru has turned into. Saludili said with his hands sluggish, and gave Natsu a ball by the way. You guys, I really don't understand you. Resurrecting this guy and letting Leone defeat him, is this your only purpose? Don't you think it's like playing house with a child? Natsu lowered his head to avoid the attack of the crystal ball, and smashed the crystal ball again, asking him puzzledly. Do you really think that little brat can defeat Dai Leon? Don't be ridiculous, only your titan here may be able to defeat it, but that monster is immortal, and it's useless to defeat it. Saludili waved his hand to recover the crystal ball and flew towards Natsu again. Wouldn't that be worse? Natsu dodged the crystal ball in annoyance, turned around and grabbed the crystal ball and threw it at Saludili. Bad. No, that's just right. Immortality doesn't mean it can't be controlled. My goal is to control it. Own it. Create a continuous stream of power flowing to me. Saludili stopped the crystal ball flying towards him and laughed crazily. You guys, you've been annoying from the beginning, and you've injured so many people and even destroyed this island for such a boring purpose. I can't stand it anymore. Natsu's anger reached the extreme. He jumped up with all his strength and ignited a huge flame to hit Saludili. Saludili sneered, waved his arms, and more crystal balls from different timelines appeared and hit Natsu. Natsu didn't dodge, but increased the radiation of the flame, instantly smashing all the crystal balls and producing a lot of smoke. What? Saludili showed a surprised expression for the first time, and then the next second Natsu appeared from the smoke and punched Saludili hard and flew out. At this moment, all of Dai Lionra's ice melted. Dai Lionra, resurrected. Chapter 42 Ulu's last teaching. No change in the villagers. After being unsealed, Dai Lionra looked much more terrifying than when he was frozen. His huge body, ferocious face, and terrifying screams all shocked Lucy's nerves. So Lucy hid in the big clock again. Natsu and Gray looked at the big guy in front of them with solemn eyes. Leon, who was slowly crawling over with his seriously injured body, laughed wildly at the resurrected Dai Lionra. Ha ha ha. They succeeded. Next, I will defeat this monster demon and prove that I can surpass Uru. You can't. Stay there. Gray pointed at Leon who was struggling to stand up and shouted. Ha 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 ha. I can do it. Uru can't be defeated. Now, I will defeat it. Leon kept bleeding, panting and struggling to get up from the ground to challenge Dai Lionra. I, now, will surpass you. Leon, who stood up with difficulty, staggered and was about to challenge Dai Lionra. Ha! Gray knocked Leon down with a knife. Leon quickly woke up, but he had no strength to stand up. He could only look at Gray with resentment. Enough. Leon, leave it to me next. Gray slowly walked in front of Leon and made a gesture of absolute freezing magic, just like the scene and posture when Uru stood in front of him. Let me seal Leon, absolute ice. Ha! This time it was Gray's turn to be knocked down. Raphael stepped forward and kicked Gray to the ground, forcibly putting him and Leon together. Gray, why do you always think about sacrificing yourself? I'm still here, am I a decoration? Raphael looked at the young man in front of him with a strong spirit of sacrifice and had a headache. If Natsu was the troublemaker, then Gray was the sacrificer, who wanted to sacrifice at every turn. I was speechless when I read the comics in my previous life. But he is immortal. Ha! Gray was interrupted by Raphael's slap. You two fools, how can there be immortality in this world? If there is, it's just that the damage has not reached the extreme, and you underestimate your master too much, right? Now show me how powerful your master is. Before he finished speaking, Dai Lionla, who was about to raise his hand to hit Raphael from behind, was instantly shattered into pieces, and floated away with the water flow formed by the Uru ice. Absolute freeze is a powerful magic. In addition to freezing all enemies, it will also constantly erode the enemy's vitality. During the 10 years, your teacher has actually been fighting with Dai Lionla non-stop, constantly erode Dai Lionla's vitality. The drop of the moon can indeed remove all magic, but it takes hundreds of years to remove the super magic of absolute freeze. Do you really think you removed Uru's magic? In fact, Uru has killed Dai Lionla. She won and there is no need to freeze her anymore. Raphael looked at the shocked and unbelievable two people, sighed, and told the real truth. How? How is it possible? Leon cried in disbelief. Will I never be able to surpass the teacher again? Advertisement. Raphael and the others did not speak again. Anyone could see that although Leon kept saying that he wanted to surpass Uru, he actually wanted to avenge Uru. He was not satisfied that Dai Lionla did such a cruel thing but was only sealed. He wanted to kill Dai Lionla to avenge his master and his junior brother. Your master is so amazing, Gray. Natsu said to Gray in admiration. Master. Gray looked at the water flow transformed by Uru in front of him, covered his face, and tears kept flowing from his eyes. He finally understood the meaning of Uru's last words to him. It turned out that the teacher not only sacrificed himself to seal and kill Dai Lionla, but also sealed and killed the shadow in his heart to avenge himself. This is the last lesson Uru taught them, using his life to exchange for their future. Raphael and Leon met on the top of the ruins. Looking at the sea, Raphael sighed. The sea is tolerant. Your master is actually still alive, but she has merged into the sea, but she will continue to protect you in the future. Gray and Leon looked at each other and smiled. All the grudges disappeared the moment Lionla was broken. Gray stepped forward and touched Lion's fist. What are your plans next? Leon shook his head, looked at the sea and said, I don't know either. I lived for the past 10 years to unblock and challenge Lionla, and now it's all over. I'm quite confused. How about joining Fairy Tail? Natsu excitedly invited Leon. Joining a guild is a good idea, but forget it by joining Fairy Tail. After all, Gray is already in your guild. I'm going to find another guild. Let's grow together and wait for my next challenge. Leon smiled and shook his head, refusing. Natsu invited and then issued a challenge to Gray. Yeah, then I'll wait for you. Gray stepped forward and fist bumped with Leon, smiling happily. Actually, they are also a bunch of pitiful people. Raphael looked at the people who were laughing happily and shook his head with a smile. After all, this group of people can gather together because their hometown or relatives were destroyed or killed by Dai Leon. From their point of view, it doesn't actually mean they have done anything wrong. As long as they can get revenge, they can even pay their own way. Life. They are just doing righteous things in their own way. Everyone who solved the Dai Lionla incident happily went down the mountain and prepared to go to the village chief to collect the reward. Advertisement. On the way, Natsu said happily. This S-level mission is not that bad, it was completed easily. Gray rolled his eyes at Natsu, helped Lucy walk and said, you idiot with droopy eyes, if Dai Lionla hadn't been eliminated by my master long ago, how could it be so easy? Natsu looked at Gray with dissatisfaction, his eyes burning. That's okay, I'll knock it away with one punch. Lucy, who was helping Gray walk, was speechless with these two guys. They started arguing as they talked, and their incompatibility was clearly reflected in them. At this time, Raphael, who was walking in front, smiled meaningfully and said without looking back, do you really think this S-class mission is solved like this? Do you still remember what the real commission mission is? The mission, to solve the villagers' curse problem. Lucy thought of it first, and then asked doubtfully, but wasn't that caused by Lion's magic ritual using the moon drops? Yes, now that the moon drop ceremony has ended, the people in the village should have recovered, right? Gray said uncertainly. It's useless to think so much. Just go back to the village and find out. Happy, rush. Like, Natsu chose to give up thinking about these complicated issues and pulled Happy to lead the way past Raphael. This reckless guy. Gray, are you almost done? Raphael nodded after receiving Gray's confirmation, then let's catch up with Natsu. Everyone quickly arrived in front of the village. Natsu shouted loudly for the people inside to open the door, but as soon as the door opened, everyone was stunned. I saw that the villagers and village chief inside not only did not return to their human form, but even became more or less aggravated. How could this happen? Lucy covered her mouth in disbelief. Didn't we succeed? Gray clenched his fists and looked at it in frustration. Damn it, I'm going to find Leon and the others. Advertisement Chapter 43 Fly to the Sky. That's enough, calm down, Natsu, it's not their problem. Raphael shouted directly to calm Natsu down, Leon and the others were also photographed for 3 years, why are they okay? So the problem is not on them. That's right, if they were to get closer, they should change more thoroughly, but we see that they don't change at all no matter whether it's day or night. Lucy raised her index finger and said with sudden understanding. Are we really going to destroy the moon? Gray looked at the sky helplessly. Indeed, but there are some questions that need to be asked clearly. Village chief, please summon all the villagers to the center of the village. Raphael nodded, and then asked Mocha, who was walking over, to summon everyone. Mocha looked confused, but he still called everyone to the center of the village. Raphael looked at everyone and asked a question. Your symptoms mean that you will turn into a demon when you see the moon above at night. Bar. After getting everyone's nods, Raphael continued. If I guess correctly, this situation started 3 years ago, right? The villagers looked at each other, but the village chief stood up and admitted. It was 3 years ago, but what does this have to do with you solving the curse? Why didn't you destroy the moon? Raphael waved his hand. Don't worry, the moon issue is easy to solve. Now we need to explore the cause of this symptom. Since you were like this 3 years ago, I think you should be able to see it at the ruins every night. A beam of light appeared. Didn't you send someone to check? The village chief hesitated for a moment and said hesitantly, that's because our village has a rule that does not allow us to go to the ruins. Gray couldn't help it anymore and said to the village chief, then you are all like this and still stick to the so-called rules. Natsu also said angrily, for this rule, would you rather kill your relatives than go and see it? Can you tell us the truth? Otherwise I can't help you. Lucy frowned and said to the village chief. The village chief's body trembled, and finally he sighed and said, actually, when we found the light pillar, we went there fully armed as soon as possible, but we usually return to the village just walking. No matter which direction we start from, we can't get close to the ruins. Natsu and the others were shocked for a moment, listening to the village chief's words in disbelief. Happy was so frightened that he trembled and hid behind Natsu. Natsu, do you still remember that masked old man who fought with you? Raphael looked at everyone in a funny way and said to Natsu, looking meaningfully at a big tree not far from the village. Urtia, who had returned to her original appearance at this time, was instantly startled and ran away without daring to stay any longer. Advertisement. Running so fast. Raphael looked away and looked at Natsu's explanation. That, yes, it should be his fault. His magic can repair or destroy all items, and it can also summon the same individuals from different points in time. Natsu frowned and thought about it. He said while making a fist and smashing it into his palm. In other words, after the villagers left the village, the person moved the village or the road to let them come back. Lucy suddenly realized. Raphael covered his head helplessly. I just wanted to say that that person was standing next to him. Why did one or two of them analyze it like a wise man? The next step is to break this moon and let the truth of everything emerge. Raphael almost understood the matter. He walked under the moon, stood upright with his feet spread wide, his eyes glowed red, and a black-red magic circle appeared on his fist. He looked up at the moon, indifferently. Punch at the moon. Normal mode. Fist style. As Raphael punched out, a huge wind pressure pushed everyone down instantly, and the moon above everyone's heads instantly shattered. Then the real moon came out, and the surrounding sky shattered and fell like snowflakes. Wah! What? The sky was actually shattered by Raphael. Lucy looked at Raphael in disbelief, covering her mouth and watching all this in surprise. That's not the sky, but a membrane of evil energy formed by the waste gas generated by the moon drop ceremony. This membrane held the village upside down like a giant bowl, which caused them to change. It's like this, Raphael explained to everyone. The thick purple film in the sky was broken by Raphael, revealing the golden moon. Under the golden moonlight, the villagers were exuding golden light, and the surroundings of the village were also exuding colorful brilliance. Everything looked like so beautiful. After a long time, the moonlight baptism of the villagers ended. Gray, Natsu and Happy were surprised to find that all the villagers had turned into demons, and Lucy was even more scared to tremble. She asked tremblingly, "What is going on? Why have all the villagers turned into demons? Could it be?" Yes, this is their original appearance. It's just that the evil film has modified their memory, giving them the wrong memory that they will turn into demons at night. Raphael explained to Lucy with a smile. In other words, this village is. Lucy instantly collapsed to the ground with her feet weak, and was so frightened that she became weak. Demon village. Gray also looked at the village chief in surprise. Advertisement. Yes, they can transform into humans, and then their memories are tampered with when they transform into humans. This is why they call the process of restoring the true form of the devil being swallowed by the devil. This is memory impairment caused by moon drops. Raphael looked at the happy villagers who had recovered their memories and couldn't help but smile knowingly. These were more like angels than demons, cheerful, sunny, and upward, better than many humans. Then the reason why they can't get close to the ruins is because they are demons and not someone who did it. Happy suddenly thought of something and approached Raphael and asked. Yes, that ruin is actually a temple. Although the temple is dilapidated, there is still holy light left, and they are creatures of the dark system, so they cannot get close to the temple, and they will become unconscious in the end. Take the best route away from the holy light, which is to return to the village. Raphael looked at the blushing Lucy and the unconcerned Natsu in amusement, shook his head and continued to explain. So this is why even though Leon has been irradiated for 3 years, there is no change. After all, it is holy light and it only works on dark creatures. You guys are so awesome, please, you are indeed right. An unexpected figure appeared, it was the demonized Bobo. Weren't you stabbed to death by a sword? Mocha looked at his son in front of him with trembling hands, unable to believe his eyes. Dad, have you forgotten? We are demons, how could we die if stabbed in the chest? Bobo patted his chest and laughed, so the others you thought were dead are also back. Mocha turned around and looked in surprise. Sure enough, the villagers who had been stabbed to death because their memories had been tampered with and thought they were demons resurrecting came back to life one after another, hugging each other next to their relatives. If you are not a ghost, why didn't I see you when I turned around that day? Gray stepped forward and asked with a surprised look on his face. Because I can fly. I'm really sorry if I scared you. Bobo smiled heartily, spread his wings and flew into the sky. Seeing this, other tribesmen also spread their wings and flew into the sky. They smiled happily and sang. Under the golden moonlight, they looked like angels are dancing in the sky. Lucy, Gray and Natsu looked up at this beautiful moment together, smiling and silent, watching them sing and dance in peace. Raphael also smiled, looking up at the group of demons dancing under the moonlight, and couldn't help but sigh. It's better to say it's an angel than a devil. It's so similar. Chapter 44. A ghost like rad droppings. Ha ha ha. From now on, I can also say that I have done S-level missions. Lucy just got off the boat and burst into laughter with her hands on her hips. But it's all thanks to Raphael, Gray and Natsu. Happy said, raising his hand. You're still a cute cat even if you don't speak. Lucy said helplessly to Happy, and I also helped, okay. I defeated that doll girl myself. But we worked hard for so long and only got 1 key. Happy said with his head lowered in frustration. Yes, Raphael, why don't you want to be paid? It's so much money, Natsu said while walking in frustration. I'm sorry to say it, but you must have secretly asked me to do this task at the beginning. Raphael gave a quick response to 1 person and 1 cat. Although it was accepted in my name in the later stage, we cannot encourage this trend. Tell me, how will you complete this mission if I'm not here? Natsu, do you really want to fly into space and smash the moon? It's not impossible, Natsu muttered quietly from the side. Hey, why don't you sell Lucy's key? Let's split the money. Happy conspired with Raphael and the others in the loudest voice. I heard you, little thief cat. Lucy knocked Happy's head angrily. I told you, there are only 12 of these keys in the world, they are very precious. Just the cow and the maid. Natsu turned around and said disdainfully. If I practice hard, the celestial spirits will definitely be better than you. Lucy shouted angrily at Natsu. Okay, let's go back to the guild first. Don't forget, you will be punished this time. Raphael said with a smile. Punishment, is that what it is? Gray was startled, then looked at Lucy and Natsu with gloating. Punishment. What punishment? Gray, what's your expression? Lucy was startled and asked quickly. Punishment, it's not a big deal, it's just that. Natsu hugged Lucy and was about to explain to Lucy. Suddenly he seemed to remember something. His face became paler and paler, and he sweated more and more. In the end, he just squatted down. He was holding his head on the ground like an ostrich. Is it so terrible? What kind of punishment is it? With Lucy's shouts, everyone happily walked towards the guild. Ha 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 ha. Natsu, let's see if you dare next time. Ouch. Boom. Gray was laughing at Natsu when he suddenly hit an invisible wall, causing him to jump in pain. This is. Lucy and Natsu were startled, stopped quickly, looked up and looked ahead. I saw a looming barrier surrounding the guild. There were several magic puppets installed on both sides of the guild inside the barrier, which seemed to be on guard for something. The sharp-eyed Raphael also saw a circle of hidden magic around the guild. Trap. Isn't this formation a sneak attack? Lucy murmured in surprise. Raphael frowned, thinking that after the plot of Moon Island, there would be an attack by ghosts. Could it be that they did it? Advertisement. At this time, the patrolling magic puppets noticed their presence. One of them came over, raised the magic cannon in his hand and pointed it at them and said, "No non-fairy tale guild members are allowed to approach. We are from the fairy tale guild, who are you? Why don't you let us in?" Natsu, who had the hottest temper, suddenly burst into flames and shouted at the puppet with his hands lit with flames. Enemy attack. The magic puppet's eyes instantly turned red and sounded a harsh alarm. The surrounding magic puppets also gathered around, and the magic traps in the hiding place also flashed a glimmer of light, as if they had all been activated. What's going on? You went out on a mission and you can't even return home. Gray clenched his fists and stood next to Natsu, ready to start a fight. Don't worry, maybe something happened to the guild, so we set it up like this. Let me think about it. Raphael stopped Natsu and Gray. After all, the puppet made it clear that he was not from the fairy tale guild. No one is allowed inside. People from the fairy tale guild. By the way, we should just show them the guild badge together. Raphael thought for a while and thought of a way. Natsu and Gray instantly took off their coats and clothes, revealing the crests on their arms and chests. Lucy and Happy revealed the crests on the backs of their hands and backs. Raphael also revealed his crests. The red light in the magic puppet's eyes flashed, as if it was scanning something. Confirmed, they are from the fairy tale guild. The alarm has been lifted and we are allowed to go. The first magic puppet waved to the puppets behind, and then they formed a magic circle, and the surrounding barrier was instantly revealed. A door was opened that could allow one person to enter, and the surrounding magic traps instantly became silent. Come on, let's go in quickly and see what went wrong that caused us to be so alert. Raphael called everyone to walk into the guild together. After finally entering the guild, Raphael and his party were surprised to find that everyone was drinking wine happily, and instantly became like a confused monk. You're back, Raphael, you seem to have lost your hair again. Natsu and Gray are back too. Lucy is in great shape as always. Everyone in the guild waved to them. Yo, welcome back. Makarov, who was drinking, said to Raphael and the others with a smile. President, what's going on? You can still drink, Natsu shouted as he threw himself in front of Makarov. Mira, what's going on? Seeing that the president was in good spirits, Raphael just looked at Natsu with a smile. Suddenly a little shabby, Raphael turned to ask Mira, who was standing next to him with the same smile. Okay, it's just a little trick from the ghost. Mirajan waved her hand and said calmly. It's really them, what did they do? Raphael nodded and then asked. I didn't do anything. Someone came in pretending to be a guild member and wanted to cause damage, but I happened to be discovered by Sister Mira. Then, the pretender was free-falled by Sister Mira. Lisina was helping on the side. He said with a smile. Advertisement. Free fall. I wish them well. Raphael instantly thought of that scene. Sweating profusely, I prayed for the unlucky man. Crack, crack, crack. Raphael turned around and saw that Natsu, Happy and Lucy were each slapped by Makarov as he stretched out his arm, but Lucy's slap was on her butt. Hey, Lucy is a girl, you can't do this. Mirajan accused Makarov with a sullen face. President, do you know what the situation is now? The guild has been provoked. Listening to what others were saying, Natsu also understood the situation, but saw that his president was still safe and sound. Drinking wine, he shouted angrily in an instant. Calm down, it's not a big deal. Really, don't worry about them. They only have this ability, do some small tricks and so on. Makarov said while drinking heavily. Hey, I need to pee urgently. Go to the toilet. Makarov found an excuse and escaped to avoid Natsu's constant questioning. Damn it, what happened to the president? Natsu punched the table, wondering why the president's reaction was like this. Actually, the president is also very unwilling, but the council has regulations that do not allow the guild to engage in direct private fights. This is not conducive to the stability of the order of the magic world. Mira looked at Makarov's back and sighed to Natsu. One breath. Looking at the formation outside the guild, it shouldn't just be someone pretending to invade the guild, right? Raphael was interested in this question. Mira hesitated for a moment, looking aside to Urza. Urza shook her head, stepped forward and said to Raphael, let me answer this question. After you left, the president accepted your opinion. In addition to asking me to wait for you to come back before picking up the mission, he also asked me to do the mission outside. All the teams were called back, but among the teams that came back, one member of several teams had his identity replaced and sneaked into the guild, intending to cause irreparable damage to the guild at night. Quote. Fortunately, those teams were very familiar with their teammates. When they realized something was wrong, they immediately picked out all the substitutes. But the worst thing was not this. Soon after, someone imitated me and invited the women in the guild. The children went out to perform a mission together. Fortunately, Mira discovered it in time, otherwise. Urza punched it down and the poor table finally fell apart. It's all my fault, if only I hadn't gone out to buy strawberry cake to eat. Okay, it's over, Urza, no one was hurt, it's okay. Mira walked up to comfort Urza for the first time. Raphael was silent for a long time, then he punched the table. The poor table was shattered and turned into powder. He turned around and walked out of the guild. What are you going to do? Raphael, Mira shouted quickly. Nothing, there are a lot of mice, I'm going to kill some mice. Raphael waved his hand and walked out, while Natsu and Gray looked at Raphael in confusion. Hitting a mouse, isn't he a misophobic? Lucy said doubtfully. He's not fighting a mouse, he's going to teach the ghost a lesson. Mirajan looked at Raphael's back worriedly, praying silently in her heart. Don't get into trouble, don't be too impulsive, Raphael. Chapter 45. A little warning to the ghosts. What? Then go and pull him back. Lucy said anxiously. No, he doesn't listen to anyone except the president. Sometimes he may not even implement what the president says. Mirajan shook her head and said. It's okay, just let that kid go. Makarov, who appeared at some unknown time, said seriously. But doesn't it mean that guilds can't fight privately? Gray asked doubtfully. Yes, I said I wanted to go and you stopped me. Natsu echoed dissatisfiedly. I told you not to cause trouble, did you listen? Makarov shouted, the ghosts are now in full strength, and we only have two S-class magicians known to the outside world, and Raphael is the strongest one, it's most appropriate for him to go. That boy Jose has been jumping more and more recently, let a junior give him a lesson to see if he still has the nerve to jump around in front of me. Makarov stood up and said loudly, you brats, let's wait for Raphael's good news together. If the opponent retreats this time, then we will forget about it. If he dares to cause damage again, we will start a war. Oh, I've been waiting for a long time. Hearing that Makarov finally opened his mouth to start a war, a group of people were like wild wolves in estrus, eager to fight the ghost right now. In the northeastern part of the Kingdom of Fury, there is a small town called Oak. In this small town is located a wizard guild, the ruler of ghosts. Oh, what an ugly logo, ugly name, and the ugly sound of drinking inside. In front of the gate of this guild, stood a young man with short hair. From this young man's mouth, he revealed his great dissatisfaction with this guild. This person was Raphael. After coming out of the guild gate, he spent a few minutes coming to the ghost guild in the northeast of the kingdom. Raphael didn't want to tolerate the ghost guild's abuse. No one in this world could stop it anyway. So he just let his temper come over. Boom. Advertisement. There was a loud noise, and the ghost guild's door instantly fell into pieces. The cracked door fragments flew into the guild, and a few lucky people who were still drinking and celebrating were randomly selected and given red envelopes and coma packages. He actually knocked on the door regardless of life and death. The members of the Ghost Guild who were still standing yelled at Raphael. HMPH, I am Raphael from the Fairy Tale Guild, and I am here to give you a little surprise on my behalf. Raphael glanced at everyone coldly and said with a cold snort. Fairy tale, ha 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 ha, isn't that a turtle huddled in a turtle shell? Yes, someone is willing to come to your door to die today. How dare a person from Fairy Tale break down the door of our guild? You really don't want to live or die. After listening to Raphael's words, the members of the Ghost Guild burst into laughter, and kept saying words that ridiculed the Fairy Tale Guild. Is this your last will? I accept it. Remember not to be so foul-mouthed in your next life. Raphael's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and the ghosts seemed to see a pair of scarlet eyes looking at them, and their laughter stopped instantly. The next second, Raphael stood in the middle of them, and the ghosts who spoke rudely turned into blood foam the moment Raphael appeared, dyeing the clothes, faces, and hair of the people around him red. Ah, Gao Ji, Sabi, RP, Jian Ren, and now Kan were beaten into powder in an instant. The ghosts looked at Raphael who appeared in the middle of them in disbelief. It looked like he surrounded them all by himself. And those ghosts who were dyed red by blood foam screamed sharply, and those who didn't know thought Raphael had done something to them. Advertisement. Damn it. Come on. Let's attack him together and knock him down. Let him feel our power. Someone gave the order, and the specters rushed towards Raphael, with the light of the magic circle shining in their hands. A burst of white light lit up, and a faint black and red light flashed in the white light. The people who rushed up just now were bounced out as quickly as they were now, and instantly broke several holes in the wall of the Spectre Guild, and were embedded in the wall. So, does anyone still think that fairy tale is garbage now? Raphael clapped his hands and looked at the wailing people, and said disdainfully, then which little cutie is willing to tell me where your president is? I have something to talk to him about. Yes, I'm sorry, I don't know where he is either. The adults of the four elements usually see him. One of the lucky people who was not embedded in the wall and floor looked at Raphael in fear and answered quickly. Raphael raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the guild leader of the Phantom Guild was different from the guild leader of his own guild. He didn't have the chance to meet him without a certain qualification. He felt inexplicably cool. He was not like the guild leader of his own guild. If he didn't know he was the guild leader, he would have thought he was some old man who came to drink for free. I don't know. Forget it, I'm too lazy to find him. Remember to remind him that if he comes to trouble Fairy Tail again, then this guild doesn't need to exist. Iron Dragon Rod. You want to leave after offending Phantom? Die. Raphael shook his head and turned to leave. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. A thick iron rod flew towards Raphael's back. Raphael didn't even turn his head, but tilted his head, raised his fist, and made a move that made someone's eggs break. The iron rod instantly turned into iron foam. Gajiel. The members of Phantom saw Gajiel and became excited instantly, as if they saw a savior. After all, in their guild, besides the four elements and the president, he is the most powerful trump card. Oh, it looks like a big fish has appeared. Raphael turned around and looked at the man in front of him indifferently. A young man wearing black clothes, with wild black long hair, and decorated with iron nails everywhere on his face, who looked like a bad and rebellious delinquent boy, looked at Raphael arrogantly with his hands on his waist. Iron Dragon, what should I do if I always feel that he is not very strong? Whether it is comics or anime, I even feel that the poisonous dragon in the Six Demons is stronger than him. Raphael looked at the rock-style young man in front of him, and his thoughts drifted thousands of miles away. What big fish. In my eyes, you are just a nail, destined to be bitten to pieces by me. Gajiel grinned at the expressionless Raphael. I don't know what you mean by tricks, I only see that you are the first to destroy our guild. Gajiel clenched his fists and continued to grin at Raphael. Since you are here to cause trouble, then I will stop you. It is normal to cripple or kill you in the process. Come on, let me test how powerful you are, the so-called strongest wizard of Fairy Tail. Remember, the person who kills you is also the strongest trump card of the Phantom Guild. Chapter 46 Confrontation with Iron Dragons. What are you talking about? Beat me to death or maim me. Okay, come on, I'm anxious to go back for dinner. Raphael picked his ears and said impatiently. Gajiel's smile disappeared instantly, and his face became extremely ugly. Although the president just asked him to drive Raphael away this time, he hated being underestimated the most. He decided not to drive Raphael away, but to beat him completely. Destroy him. Stop looking down on others. Go to hell. Iron Dragons roar. Gajiel shouted angrily. His mouth bulged rapidly, and the next second, a silver breath accompanied by countless iron pieces rushed towards Raphael, hitting Raphael instantly and causing an explosion. After a loud noise, the place where Raphael was standing instantly turned into a small pit. The small pit was also surrounded by smoke from the explosion. Everyone in the ghost looked at the center of the smoke nervously and expectantly. The smoke dissipated quickly, and I saw that Raphael had no injuries at all, and even his clothes were intact. He even found a chair to sit on and read a book at some point. The cover of this book was yellow. Raphael struggled to break away from the words in the book, raised his head and looked at the surprised Gajiel, shook his head and said, "It's over. Can you use a little more force? I can't feel it." Gajiel's surprised expression turned ferocious in an instant. He looked at Raphael angrily. He didn't expect Raphael to humiliate him so much. He shouted angrily. Since breath is ineffective against you, I don't believe that close attacks are ineffective against you either. Effect. Iron Dragon Stick. Gajiel quickly rushed in front of Raphael and quickly hit Raphael with combos. First, he turned his right hand into an iron rod and stretched it out to hit Raphael's head. Raphael tilted his head and only hit his shoulder. Then his left foot turned into an iron rod and swept towards Raphael's stool. Raphael hung down. His arm easily blocked the blow. Damn it! Iron Dragon Sword. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Gajiel instantly transformed his hand into a high-speed rotating jagged iron sword and slashed at Raphael. Raphael finally stood up, held Gajiel's sword tightly with his hand, and said to him seriously, "You fight again, but don't break my clothes, or I'll go back with my butt naked later." HMPH. Who cares about you? Gajiel's feet instantly turned into the same iron swords and cut towards Raphael's legs. Oh, you are so disobedient. Children can't play with sharp objects. Let me put them away for you. Advertisement. Raphael broke off Gajiel's arm in an instant with an expressionless face, crushed the iron sword transformed from his legs with one kick, and then knocked Gajiel away with one punch. Ah! Gajiel screamed as he crashed into the guild pillar. His hands and feet had returned to their original shape and were twisted irregularly, and he passed out instantly. Iron Dragon. It's quite brittle. Raphael clapped his hands and turned around and walked out. Since the fight lasted for so long, the president of the Ghost Guild and the four elements did not come out. Raphael also gave up for the time being. After all, the world is so big, and he couldn't chase them one by one. Just teach him a lesson, and no one in the guild will be fine anyway. After a while after Raphael left, the figures of the four elements slowly emerged from the ground. Looking at Gajiel's miserable condition, he couldn't help but shake his head. The water element, one of the four elements, said sadly, "Pitter-patter, Gajiel is in such a miserable condition, it will probably take a long time to recover." The earth element, one of the four elements, shook his head and said, "No, he is a dragon, he will be fine soon." At this time, a figure suddenly appeared next to them, wearing a purple shawl, a towering wizard hat, and purple lips that looked like they were poisoned. This person was none other than Jose Porla, the president of the Phantom Lord Guild, one of the top 10 magicians. He looked at the wailing people around him and Gajil in front of him with an ugly expression. President, why don't you ask the guys from the council to arrest him? There is enough evidence. Fire element, one of the 4 elements, asked Jose in confusion. After hearing the fire element's question, Jose's face became a little more ugly. It went smoothly at first, but when those cowards heard it was Raphael, 1 or 2 of them ran away very fast on the pretext that they had something to do. As this all, now we can only do this. Since the pigs in the council can't help at all, we can only take the initiative ourselves. Let him laugh for a while first, and then we will make him look good when our plan is completed. Jose turned around angrily and disappeared instantly. The 4 elements looked at each other, picked up Gajil and disappeared. I'm back. The door of the guild was kicked open by Raphael, reporting the good news to the members of the guild. Oh. Everyone started cheering, and Natsu and Gray even threw Raphael up. Advertisement. What's going on? How have they become? Macau and Wakaba asked excitedly. They were provoked by others but could not take action, and they had been feeling aggrieved for a long time. As soon as Raphael came back, he made a big splash, which made them extremely happy and let out a big sigh of relief. It's simple, they all fall down. Natsu breathed out flames excitedly and said loudly, next time you take me with you, Raphael, I will blow them away one by one. Urza was also ready to move. After finally appeasing the excited crowd, Raphael finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat in front of the bar. This was even more tiring than fighting. Marajan looked at Raphael's embarrassment and couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Under Raphael's resentful eyes, she handed him a cup of her favorite strawberry milk and said with a smile, welcome back, our great hero. I'm not a big hero, I just let out a bad breath. Raphael drank the milk in one gulp, shook his head at Marajan and said with a smile. At this time, he suddenly realized that the little old man next to him who should have been sitting drinking was missing. Where is the president? Where has he gone? President, he just received the notice from the council. Now that he has passed, he doesn't know what to do. Marajan tilted her head and said to Raphael. Council, that's probably my problem. After all, private fights between guilds are strictly prohibited. Raphael scratched his head in embarrassment and said. It's okay, they won't take anything against the president, and they were the ones who started the attack. Urza walked over and said. Yes, there are some people in the council who are leaning towards the old man, so forget about him. We are so happy tonight, let's have a banquet. Raphael ended the topic and proposed a banquet to celebrate. Oh. Everyone cheered instantly. Gray even took off his clothes and danced. Natsu on the side was breathing fire everywhere, and Happy and Lucy were actually fighting for fish. Only Urza was eating the cake quietly. Looking at the cheerful scene in front of him, Raphael smiled. It seems that there will not be many scenes like this in the later period. So, the meaning of me traveling through time is to protect the joy of these people and let this scene exist forever. However, the president seems to have gone to the council. Judging from the clown's peeing ability, he will probably attack the president on his way back. It seems I have to go there. Raphael disappeared without anyone noticing. Marajan was the only one silently looking at the door that had opened a crack at some point. Chapter 47. The president was attacked. Those bastards are just working for a living. If you can, just go find Raphael. Why are you looking for me? They even scolded me. They are really a bunch of bastards. Makarov had just come out of the council in a carriage and kept muttering in his mouth. Suddenly, Makarov's expression changed. He stopped the carriage and looked ahead with a solemn expression. I saw a figure walking in front of Makarov's carriage, wearing a tall wizard hat, a bat-shaped cloak, and a pair of shoes with curved toes on his feet, with a pair of bat-like wings. The whole person looks like a little devil. Jose, what are you doing here? Makarov looked at the man with an evil smile in front of him with a serious expression. This person is surprisingly the president of Phantom Lord, Jose Porla. Jose didn't intend to answer Makarov's question, but just smiled evilly and looked at Makarov. Hey, my big brother, we haven't seen each other in 6 years, don't be so quarrelsome. Quote. Makarov didn't accept his tactics at all, and questioned him more severely. Sheng. I don't think there are any feelings for people who do little tricks in our guild. If it weren't for the regulations of the council, you would have been destroyed long ago. Jose took a few steps forward with an ugly face and looked at Makarov condescendingly. Come if you can. But you couldn't have noticed that I am a missing person, otherwise I really wouldn't know where you are from. Where does the confidence come from to destroy me? Makarov looked at Jose with cold eyes. What is your purpose? I don't believe you will do it directly regardless of the council's ban for no reason. Hey, what a scary look. Jose lowered his head and looked at Makarov, his eyes equally cold, and his words gradually became more excited. What am I going to do? I'm going to destroy your guild. Why do you have such honor? Is it yours? Why does the good reputation belong to you? It's just for doing damage. Jose's excited words made Makarov frown. That's it. Jose choked on Makarov's words, coughed twice, stood up straight and regained his elegant look. Huh, you won't understand anyway, this is my purpose anyway, you just watch. Destroy your own guild. Makarov looked at Jose calmly at this moment. You are acting so despicably and shamelessly, which insults the name of the 10 holy wizards. You obviously have a bright future, but you attack a junior because of such a trivial matter. You are shameless, you are so shameless. Makarov is actually very optimistic about Jose. After all, he is considered a young saint. Although there were conflicts 6 years ago, he was still very positive at that time. I just don't know what he has experienced in the past 6 years. As a result, it became like this. That's enough. Put away your self-righteous teachings. Who do you think you are? Just wait until your guild and your members will all turn into ashes. Advertisement. Jose pointed at Makarov with an ugly face. He hated being preached to. It was like this 6 years ago and it is still like this now. But he is only a few years older than him. He looks like an old-timer. He thinks he is who? Then his face instantly turned into an evil smile, even worse than Sichuan facial makeup. Since you are so ignorant, then I will tell you my purpose. I need someone from your guild. As for why I want to attack your guild, it's purely because that person is in your guild, and I don't think your guild will hand her over obediently, so I can only destroy your guild first. Looking at Makarov's increasingly angry face, Jose laughed wildly with satisfaction. Ha 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 ha, that's right, your guild was just destroyed by the way. Damn it, you be asterisk 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 D, why are you coming at me? How can you attack the children of the guild? Makarov's whole body exploded with magic in anger. The terrifying magic fluctuations shook the surrounding land apart. Hey, what a terrible magic power, but I am a missing person, you can't hit me. Ha 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 ha. Jose looked at Makarov with a playful expression, and laughed even more crazily. Makarov just clenched his fists angrily and stared at Jose, standing with an ugly face. Oh, by the way, now that I've told you the main core purpose, let me tell you my next plan. I'll take you down first, and then I'll take down the monster Raphael in your guild and the so-called fairy queen Urza. Come on, then no one will stop us. Jose looked at Makarov meaningfully. Makarov was instantly stimulated and lost his mind. He burst out with magic power and rushed towards Jose, *hole. I said it. No. Accurate. Yes. Children. Move. Hands. Jose just smiled evilly on his face. Makarov suddenly felt something and quickly wanted to turn around and defend. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared behind him with his hands clasped together, and his bandaged eyes were crying crazily. This is my guild's wind elemental Arya. He can make you fall down instantly. It's so sad. A great magician is about to. Boom. Sad, you big-headed dog. With a loud shout, Arya, who was about to release magic to deal with Makarov, was instantly knocked into the soil. The soil was instantly marked by Arya. You have me, and I have you. Congratulations to you. Jose's pupils dilated instantly, and without saying a word, he immediately cancelled his thoughts and disappeared. Advertisement. Raphael. Makarov squinted his eyes and looked at the figure in the sun. Ah, old man, they didn't do anything to you, right? The figure turned around, and it was Raphael. It's okay, it's just what Jose said that made me concerned. Makarov nodded towards Raphael, lowering his head in thought. What? He said the main purpose was for someone in our guild. Who is that person? That's right, I know. Raphael walked up to Makarov and looked at Makarov with a smile. You know. Makarov looked at him in surprise. Actually, you'll know if you think about it carefully. Raphael sat cross-legged next to Makarov. The ghost didn't come early to play, but he came later when new people joined, so you can imagine who his target is. Quote. You mean, Lucy. Makarov turned his head and looked at Raphael in surprise. Ah, yes, and do you know what Lucy's last name is? Raphael looked at Makarov meaningfully. Heartfilia. It sounds familiar. Heart. Is that the big Chable? So that's the case, so his purpose is to kidnap Lucy and blackmail her father. No, that's right, but they didn't kidnap Lucy, but Lucy's father sent a commission to retrieve Lucy, and then the ghost just happened to get rich. Makarov jumped up instantly and wanted to rush towards the guild. Raphael quickly took Makarov's hand. Angson, it's okay. I have arranged for Natsu and Gray to protect her. I have also gathered all the remaining members in the guild in the name of the banquet. Now it's time to see will Jose just take action himself. Makarov's expression instantly relaxed, but he still quickly set up the carriage and hurried back to the guild. Raphael looked at the sky outside the window, his eyes playfully looking in the direction of the ghost. Take action, ghost, so that I can justifiably kill you directly. Chapter 48. Lucy was attacked. The members of Fairy Tale, who had been partying all night, were lying scattered around. Lucy helped Mirajan with difficulty to take out the wine glasses and dishes they had pressed one by one and rinse them clean. Thank you, Lucy. Otherwise I don't know what to do. Mirajan held Lucy's hand with both hands and looked at her gratefully. Lucy scratched her head sheepishly and smiled, but what she didn't notice was that a trace of black light followed her hand and fell on her clothes. After helping Mirajan clean up, Lucy happily jumped home. After a long time, Natsu and Gray stood up, looked at each other seriously, and followed Lucy to go out. Wait a minute. Mirajan stopped them and waved a black line. This is a magic prop left to me by Raphael. Use this to follow Lucy, no matter how far away you are. Mirajan looked at Natsu and Gray seriously. Then, Lucy, I'll leave it to you. Natsu and Gray nodded and followed the black line to chase Lucy. Ah, it's really scary. We were actually invaded by another guild. Lucy walked on the road, holding her hands and trembling, saying to herself, and the next second she clenched her fists, but in the end it will definitely be our guild. Victory. After all, Natsu, Urza and Raphael are here, and the president is so powerful, he will definitely win. At this moment, it suddenly started raining heavily, and Lucy hurriedly ran home holding her head in her hands. Suddenly, Lucy stopped, and a girl walked in front of her. This girl had blue curly hair, a tall plush hat on her head, a waist-cinched skirt, and a shawl draped over her shoulders. Wearing a plush shawl, she looked so elegant and noble. Ta ta ta. Yes, the rain girl is Juvia, ta ta ta. The girl's red lips opened slightly and she said some unexplained words to Lucy. So, who are you? Juvia's words made Lucy look confused. She didn't know how to answer her at all, but Juvia didn't want her to answer. After asking, she turned around and walked away holding a small umbrella. Before Juvia's confusing operation allowed Lucy to recover from her confusion, a sudden sound instantly attracted her attention. No no no. Say bonjour with the rhythm of 337. A strange man suddenly emerged from the ground. He was wearing a suit that didn't seem to fit well and a monocle on his face. The crooked figure stood in front of Juvia. Juvia-sama, you can't do this. Sometimes you have to do work. This lady is the target. The strange man continued to twist his body and tilt his head to look at Juvia and Lucy behind her. Is it this little girl? Juvia turned and looked at Lucy calmly. Advertisement. Oh ho ho, as a gentleman, it's really rude of me to forget to introduce myself to you. My name is Saul, the earth element among the 4 elements. Saul spun his body closer to Lucy and introduced himself. Then he instantly retreated and introduced Juvia's identity. Looking at the strange-looking person in front of her, Lucy was already on alert. However, after hearing his self-introduction, she was startled and immediately put her hand on the key on the waist. 4 elements. Are you from the ghost? The next moment, Lucy was directly wrapped in a water balloon. Lucy didn't even have a chance to use celestial spirit magic, so she had no choice but to drop the key on the ground. What the hell is this? Lucy struggled crazily in the water polo. After a lot of effort, she finally stretched her head out. However, she only had time to express her doubts before she was blocked by Zu again. B's magic was pressed into the water ball. Juvia's restraint of water flow cannot be broken. Juvia waved her hand lightly, and the oxygen in the water ball gradually decreased. Lucy was struggling and slowly became weak. Don't worry, Juvia won't kill her. Am I suffocating? Natsu. When Lucy's eyes were hazy, she seemed to see Natsu's figure rushing towards her. Lucy. It's Natsu. Lucy opened her eyes suddenly and watched as Natsu stretched half of his body into the water balloon, reached out to grab Lucy, and then took Lucy out of the water balloon. Lucy hugged Natsu and gasped for air instantly, like a drowning person who had just been rescued from the shore. It's okay, Lucy, we're here. Natsu looked at Lucy with a serious expression. Behind Natsu, Gray had just arrived. Gray and Natsu saw Lucy unconscious in the water ball from a distance. In desperation, Gray used modeling magic to create a bow and arrow and shot it directly at Juvia, while Natsu lit a fire under his feet and finally reached the critical point with the help of the thrust of the flame. Moment rescued Lucy. Natsu put Lucy on his back and looked at Juvia and Saul with angry eyes. You two bastards who want to hurt your friends, have you figured out how to get knocked away by me? Juvia and Saul looked at each other. Juvia directly manipulated the rain in the sky to grow in size, and made another attempt to capture Lucy, who was looking confused behind Natsu. Natsu breathed out flames and spun around, turning all the raindrops 5 meters around him into water vapor. Gray used his modeling magic to turn the raindrops into small ice picks and hit them at Juvia and Saul. Juvia dodged and disappeared into the water. Saul, on the other hand, quickly got into the floor and escaped in an instant. Advertisement. As Juvia left, the sky that had been raining heavily just now cleared up instantly, and the comfortable sun shone on the 3 of them. But Natsu and Gray had no intention of enjoying the sunshine, and looked at the direction they were leaving with ugly expressions. I didn't expect that they actually ran away. Then they are probably afraid of us. Let's send Lucy home first. These bastards will settle the score with them later. It was rare that Natsu didn't yell to catch up. Maybe it was because Lucy seemed to be fine, but now she was unconscious on Natsu's back. He was anxious to send Lucy home. Well, then you can send her back. I'll talk to Mira when I get back to the guild. Gray nodded, turned and left. Natsu continued to look at the direction they left with fire in his eyes, then turned around and sent Lucy back home. Help, why am I at home? Lucy sat up from the bed suddenly, only to find that she was already lying on the bed at home, and she had also changed her clothes. At this moment, the door to Lucy's room was opened, and Lysina and Levi walked in. When they saw Lucy woke up, they happily rushed towards Lucy. You scared me to death, Lucy. Yes, you've been in a coma for a whole day. Lysina and Levi looked at Lucy with tears in their eyes. I'm sorry for making you worry, but did you change my clothes? And how did I come back? Didn't I remember that I was arrested? Lucy clasped her hands together and apologized to the 2 women, then looked at them in confusion. Lysina looked at Lucy with tears in her eyes and smiled. No, it was my sister who helped you change. As for how you came back, have you forgotten everything? Brother Natsu sent you back, and he also wanted to help you change your clothes, but was sent flying by a combination of punches from Sister Mira and Sister Urza. Levi immediately covered his abdomen and laughed loudly. That's right, his face is swollen like a pig's head. Lucy's head was filled with black lines for a moment, but she felt that this was indeed something Natsu could do. However, it turned out that it was not a dream. The person who came to save me at that time was really Natsu. Chapter 49. Never give up on your partners. Let the war begin. President, Lucy is awake. Do you want to go see her? Marajan looked at Makarov with a smile while making a strawberry milkshake. Oh, forget it, it's not her fault. It's just that we didn't pay attention to her, which led to this kind of thing happening. But in the final analysis, I, the president, was still incompetent and failed to protect her. Hello you. Makarov sighed and drank a small drink, looking depressed and sad. President. Marajan didn't expect that her words would have such a big reaction to Makarov, and she hurriedly tried to comfort him. It's okay, he just fell asleep and talked in his sleep. Raphael waved his hand to Marajan and reached for the strawberry milkshake in front of her. Wow. Mira, the strawberry milkshake you made is getting better and better. It's delicious. Marajan looked at Makarov carefully and realized that he had actually blown a bubble out of his nose. Sure enough, he was asleep. The expression on his face suddenly stiffened, and then he rolled his eyes. President, the council is asking you for compensation. Marajan quietly ran to Makarov's side and shouted into his ear, scaring Makarov so much that he immediately hid under the bar. Raphael looked at the scene in front of him and broke into a cold sweat. He suddenly felt that the early Mira was still good. What should he do? This Mira is so dark and scary. At this time, Natsu sat next to him and looked at Raphael seriously. You seem to know the reason why Lucy was attacked. Hey, you actually managed to hold back until now and asked. You've really made progress. Raphael looked at Natsu with a meaningful smile. I didn't think of it until I found out Lucy was fine. Natsu said loudly and stood up confidently with his hands on his hips and looked at Raphael. Raphael slapped his face and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that Natsu was a bit stupid too. Lucy is the daughter of the Heartfilia Chable, do you understand now? Hardly. What is that? Can it be eaten? Natsu looked at Raphael in confusion, not hearing what he was saying at all. You idiot. Raphael is talking about the Heartfilia Zaibatsu, not Hartley, you can't eat it. Gray immediately complained loudly to Natsu, and at the same time, he threw his clothes into another dimension. Heartfilia, I seem to have heard of it, is it that wealthy Chable? Macau looked at Wakaba uncertainly. Advertisement. That's it. I didn't expect Lucy from our guild to be a rich lady. Wakaba was so surprised that he couldn't hold his cigarette steady. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that our guild also has a rich lady. That's great. Then we can't let the ghost capture her. Otherwise, there will be no cost to show off in the future. At this moment, the guild door opened with a bang, and Lucy walked in with tears on her face. She lowered her head and bowed to everyone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry everyone, it's all my fault. I'm sorry. Before anyone could react, Lucy wiped away her tears and ran out. At this moment, Makarov climbed out from under the bar and placed the wine glass heavily on the table. You silly boys, go find her quickly. Now the ghost people are looking for her everywhere. If you don't find her, you won't be allowed to hold a banquet. Makarov raised the staff that appeared in his hand at some point and waved it down heavily. The group of people rushed out the door to look for Lucy, screaming. Raphael, on the other hand, was still drinking strawberry milkshake in the presence of the old god. When Makarov saw this, he hit him on the head with a stick. You go find it for me too. Hey, after drinking the last bit, don't worry, someone will find her. Go. This was Marajan's voice. Seeing her looking at him with a smile, Raphael couldn't help but shrink his neck, swallowed hard, stood up straight, said, I received it, turned around and walked out. Lucy, where are you? Lucy, come out quickly. Gray, are you a fool? How could a girl be in the sewer? Lucy. At this time, Lucy, who was being searched by thousands of people, was hiding in her home, sitting on the bed, holding her knees and crying sadly. She finally knew the reason why the ghosts kept harassing the guild, and it was actually because of her. Advertisement. She knew with her toes that her stupid and self-righteous father must have done something to cause it. She buried her head in her knees and cried for a long time, and finally made a decision, that is, she would go find the ghost herself and ask the ghost to let Fairy Tale go. No, you are our partner. A gentle male voice came, and Lucy raised her head in shock. Unexpectedly, the people in front of her were Raphael, Natsu, Gray, Urza and Happy. Don't think about sacrificing yourself for Fairy Tale. That's impossible. We won't let every partner sacrifice. Urza walked up and sat next to Lucy, helping Lucy wipe away her tears. Yes, Lucy, you are not the type of Harley's daughter at all. You are the one who laughs loudly in this messy place and goes on adventures noisily together. We are lifelong partners. How dare you hurt us? Knock them all away. Natsu looked at Lucy with a smile and clenched his fists to make a flying gesture. You idiot, you already said that you are the Heartfilia Zaibatsu, but Natsu is right, you are a forever partner. There is no precedent for abandoning a partner in our guild. Gray looked at Natsu with disgust and looked at Lucy with a smile. Hey, how about I give you half of my fish? Don't leave, Lucy. Happy looked at his small backpack hesitantly, and finally closed his eyes and gritted his teeth and took out all the small fish he had in stock. FK Lucy. Everyone. Lucy looked at everyone excitedly, tears that had just stopped flowing down again. If you have anything to say, just say it. Raphael looked at her with a smile and encouraged her to express her truest thoughts. I want to stay in the guild. I like Fairy Tale the most. Wow. Lucy threw herself into Urza's arms and cried loudly. Don't worry, as long as you don't want to leave the guild, no one will let you leave the guild. Raphael, Gray and Natsu smiled at each other and promised Lucy in unison. Lucy seemed to be tired from crying and fell asleep deeply in Urza's arms. Urza and the others walked out quietly. What no one saw was that Lucy in bed showed a happy smile after they left. Sweet and bright. After Raphael walked out of Lucy's room, his face instantly became serious. He looked at Natsu, Gray and Urza and asked, "Someone hurt our friends. I'm going to ask for some interest. Are you willing to come with me?" Urza, Natsu and Gray nodded firmly and followed Raphael to become a night death god. That night, all 48 branches of the Ghost Guild were destroyed overnight. Advertisement Chapter 50. Battle with Phantom 1. Phantom Lord's headquarters is a luxurious giant castle. Damn it. Fairy tale scum. Activate the castle titan. Jose listened to his men constantly reporting to him the destruction of the branch guild. He couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and angrily ordered to activate their ultimate arms.
I saw several giant alchemical feet sticking out of the Rivendell Guild's headquarters castle from the ground, slowly moving towards Magnolia, the headquarters of Fairy Tale. At this time, Fairy Tale was filled with laughter. Ha ha ha, Natsu, you guys are so awesome. You wiped out so many ghost guilds in one night. It really made you angry. Wahahaha, Natsu, take action, one is worth two. Natsu breathed flames and danced on the table excitedly.
Don't listen to that fool who is playing with fire. I have also put in a lot of effort, okay. Gray, the naked man, punched him away and Natsu jumped on the table and danced. Bang, bang, you two, stop it, you can't tell anyone you promised. Urza punched Natsu and Gray each. These two idiots knew they wouldn't be able to hold back and wanted to talk about it. Fortunately, we blocked the guild's seal and face. Although it may be useless, without direct evidence, the council will have no excuse to deal with us. Raphael covered his face with black lines on his head and reported to Makarov half-happily. Makarov looked at him seriously. Are you going too far? Raphael was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand. I know what you are worried about, old man. I have investigated some of them. Most of them are bastards who do all kinds of evil. They have done all kinds of threats, intimidation, kidnapping, etc. We let go of the few who didn't do evil, and they were grateful to us, because their families were threatened and had no choice but to work for the ghosts. Quote. Makarov's serious expression finally relaxed and he looked at Raphael with relief. He actually didn't care about Raphael's destruction of the branch guild. What he was worried about was that Raphael would fall into darkness. After all, his methods have become more and more bloody recently. It's getting more and more radical. That's good, but you may have some mental problems recently. After this time, go and see Perliuzica. Makarov nodded, thought about it, and decided to name Raphael. The problem lies. Raphael was stunned for a long time and nodded silently. Sudden, the guild was shaken wildly, shaking everyone to the point of losing their balance. Advertisement. What's wrong? Earthquake. At this moment, the door of the guild was suddenly knocked open, and Alzak, who was acting as a guard outside, ran in frantically. Oops, look outside. It was the first time Alzak learned that the guild could actually move and even walk slowly step by step from the sea, which gave him a great shock. Everyone was startled and hurriedly ran outside the door. Looking at the huge creature in front of them, they couldn't help but open their mouths. Then, what the hell is that? Gray looked at the movable castle in front of him with a cold sweat. The sign of the ghost. Those with sharp eyes have already discovered the huge Ghost Guild seal on the castle. You're kidding. Wakaba was so shocked that he dropped his cigarette without even realizing it. I can't believe that a ghost would actually attack in this way. Mirajan covered her mouth and looked at the castle in disbelief. Then what should we call him? Ghost's moving castle or Jose's moving castle? At this time, Happy would only struggle with such a boring question. So this is why Ghost is called the six-legged walking guild. Makarov also looked at the guild in front of him seriously at this time, but he was not worried. After all, his giant magic could easily destroy the castle. Hand over Lucy Heartfilia to me, otherwise you will suffer a bitter fruit. Jose's voice echoed from the castle. Are you stupid or am I stupid? Just let's do it. Raphael responded directly to Jose and said, doesn't it feel good to have the guild wiped out overnight? Otherwise, such an ugly thing would not come to us. Guild, don't thank me, this is what I should do. Raphael's words were directly transmitted to Jose's ears in the guild through the amplifying magic props. Jose was instantly furious. He shouted angrily. Since you are seeking death, don't blame me. Fire me the magic cluster cannon, Jupiter. The door in the center of the castle slowly opened, and a dark cannon stretched out. The muzzle of the cannon was flashing with white light. Makarov's expression changed, and he rushed forward and used amplification magic to shout loudly at you, Jose. How dare you use this kind of weapon? Aren't you afraid of the council? Advertisement. Ha ha ha. When I kill you and take away all the property of the Heartfilia Chable, as long as you pay some price, the council will not say anything. Jose's maniacal laughter came from the castle, and the magic cannon's charge also disappeared. It's the last minute. Boom. The magic cannon was fired directly, and the waves produced directly pushed the seawater to both sides, heading towards Makarov and the guild members behind him. Damn it. Makarov mobilized all the magic power in his body and was about to enlarge his body to take on this attack. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Makarov, and slapped the cluster cannon into the sky. A beautiful firework appeared in the bright sunny day. What? Jose was so surprised that he fell off the throne. He had thought about being R******D hard, and he had seen people being R*******D hard, but he never knew that this thing could be shot away. Raphael. Makarov looked at the figure in front of him and was stunned for a moment, while Mirajan behind him anxiously ran forward and took his hand, looking back and forth. I'm fine, Mira, don't worry, this is as simple as shooting a ball. Raphael touched Mirajan's head and said with a smile. Then he turned around and smiled at Makarov and said, Old man, let's see what happens next. Don't take action. Soldiers versus soldiers, adversaries and generals. Just sit in the base camp. That's right. Let me knock them away with one punch, and they actually fired such a dangerous weapon. Natsu rolled up his sleeves and raised his fist. Yes, let us do it. Makarov looked at his children with relief, a look of pride on his face. With them here, what could the ghosts do to stop them? What should Jose use to block him? Don't be complacent. Just now it was Jupiter with the least power. Now let me try the most powerful Jupiter. I don't believe you can fly it away, Raphael. Just enjoy the fear in these 15 minutes. Ha 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 ha. Jose's expression became more and more ferocious. He directly ordered to turn on the most powerful Jupiter. He no longer cared whether the civilians were in trouble or not. He didn't care whether the council would arrest him. He didn't care about Lucis' safety either. He just wanted to get rid of the horse now. Karloff, smash Raphael and Fairy Tail to pieces. You're not good looking, but you think you're pretty. Raphael told Jose directly. Ah, you guys. Go to hell. Jose went completely crazy, and a large number of ghost soldiers flew out of the castle in a steady stream. The overwhelming ghost soldiers surrounded everyone in Fairy Tail. These are ghost soldiers created by Jose's magic power. They will suck away life if they come into contact. Please be careful. Kana quickly reminded everyone loudly, then looked at Raphael and others and said, we will block this place, then the big guy on the side and the things inside are up to you. Chapter 51 The Battle with Ghosts 2. Let me destroy that ghost cannon. Happy. Natsu called Happy directly and rushed towards the castle. Hey, Happy spread his wings, picked up Natsu and flew towards the gun barrel. Elfman, let's come together too. Man. Gray and Elfman ran side by side. Wait a minute Urza. Raphael stopped Urza who was about to take off to fight together. Leave it to me Jose. You stay here to protect them. The characteristic of the ghost soldiers created by Jose is that he will not fall, and the ghost soldiers will come out in a steady stream. Continuously, so your protection is needed here. Urza nodded solemnly and stood ready next to Makarov, always keeping an eye out for any friends who were in danger. Raphael. Mirajan looked at Raphael worriedly. Raphael stepped forward and put his hands on Mirajan's shoulders, looking at Mirajan tenderly. Don't worry about me, I am the strongest. When I come back, you will be our guild's hidden S-class mage. Don't take action unless absolutely necessary, hide your trump card. This was a casual move by Raphael from the beginning. Although Mirajan's personality had become much more restrained back then, she still liked to be in the limelight. Raphael wanted to make her pretend that she had to be a poster in the Fairy Tail Guild all year round because of an accident that caused the magic power in her body to be depleted. My mother's plan was to make her a trump card in the guild. I thought Mirajan would not agree, but to my surprise, Mirajan simply agreed before he finished speaking. Also, you have to be careful. Someone might sneak Lucy away during the chaos. If you find out, you can beat him severely. Don't be afraid of beating him to death. He is the one with the thickest skin. Raphael quietly whispered into Mirajan's ear, then turned around and skipped to the castle. Yeah, Mirajan crossed her hands and put them on her chest, looking at Raphael's back worriedly. Looking at Raphael and others who had gone away, Kana turned to everyone and said, next, let these guys have a taste of our power. I can't bear it any longer. Everyone activated their magic to attack the ghost soldiers. Don't underestimate us old guys. Purple flame rainstorm. Macau waved a purple flame, splitting into more than a dozen and rushing towards the ghost soldiers, destroying them accurately. Macau, you be ********D, you actually made progress secretly behind my back. Wakaba angrily spit out a mouthful of flames, and also divided into a dozen fists to scatter the ghost soldiers. Change your clothes. Magic machine gun. Bishi held 2 machine guns and fired wildly at the ghost soldiers. A large number of ghost soldiers were instantly shattered into pieces by this storm of magic bullets. Card. Bow and arrow. Storm shot. Kana used the card to summon a light bow, and fired countless light arrows towards the ghost soldiers. Each light arrow shot through a ghost soldier without losing force. It penetrated 3 or 4 ghost soldiers in a row before slowly dissipating. The girls in our guild are too strong. Fortunately, there is Raphael who can hold up the scene. At this time, Natsu had already flown to the barrel of the gun and smashed it against the barrel for 2 minutes. Damn it. It has no effect at all. As expected, we still have to destroy it from within. Happy rarely gave a good suggestion. Just do what they said. Natsu and Happy quickly climbed in from the mouth of the cannon. To their surprise, the cannon that looked so huge was actually so narrow inside. Natsu could only crawl on his hands and feet, like a cannon. Like a big cockroach. Wow. As soon as Natsu and Happy got out of the barrel, they saw a huge transparent ball, which seemed to be constantly filled with some black gas. What is that? Natsu looked at the huge ball in front of him in surprise. That one seems to be a magic crystal, a crystal used to condense magic power. It's the first time I've seen such a big one. Happy also looked surprised and explained to Natsu. Advertisement. Weapons like magic cluster cannons don't actually fire cannonballs, but use the magic power gathered and compressed by the magic crystal to fire. This also results in the power being more powerful than the ordinary Holy Ten's magic power. I talked a lot, but I didn't understand much. Anyway, it just means smashing the thing. Natsu understood. I won't let you succeed. A voice suddenly reached Natsu and Happy's ears. Guards, get rid of everyone who gets in my way. Natsu jumped down from the pipe without caring and rushed towards the huge ball. I won't let you succeed. The voice appeared again, and as the voice appeared, a figure appeared in front of the magic crystal at the same time. Who cares about you? There's no time. Get out of here. Natsu's fist was wrapped with blazing flames, and with the force of falling from the pipe, he bombarded the magic crystal very quickly. At this moment, Natsu's flaming fist suddenly turned around and punched his brother Cheek-kun, knocking Natsu out of the air and plummeting to the floor. You're the one who's in the way. A boy with a pineapple head and a samurai dress looked at Natsu with disdain, holding his hands. This person is one of the last 4 elements, Todomaru. Natsu, are you okay? Happy looked at Natsu nervously, and at the same time looked at Natsu in confusion. If it hadn't known that Natsu had been having problems with his mind, it would have almost thought that he was crazy. It's okay, my body just moved involuntarily. Natsu stood up and wiped the dust from his face and looked at Todomaru seriously. Get out of my way, I'm going to smash the crystal, so the cannon will be destroyed. Lost. I won't let you succeed, I said this 3 times. Todomaru looked at Natsu with disdain at a 45-degree angle. I said it. There's no time. Ah, Natsu jumped up, wrapped his fist in bigger flames and hit Todomaru. The same situation appeared again. No matter how hard Natsu used to swing his fist, he would use as much force as possible to bend his fist and hit Cheek-kun. This time, he even rolled his fist several times. I am Todomaru who controls the fire element. I can control all fire elements. So, fire wizard, I am your nemesis. Todomaru looked down at Natsu. What nonsense are you talking about? Whether it is the enemy or the natural gas flame, all of them are mine. Natsu shouted at Todomaru, and rushed towards Todomaru with flames all over his body. Todomaru glared, and Natsu's flame was instantly twisted into a twist, constantly burning Natsu, and then he directly kneed Natsu and knocked him to several circles again. Ah, Natsu, now is not the time to hit him, hurry up and destroy Jupiter. Watching the magic crystal getting brighter and brighter, Happy's appearance at this moment was like a world-famous painting, the scream. Ha 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 ha, there is nothing you can do. Blue flame. Todomaru laughed crazily, snapped his fingers, and the blue flame burned and attacked Natsu. Watch me, I eat, I eat, I eat. Natsu was not panicked at all, and even ate happily. Burp. Such a cool flame, it's my first time to eat it. Natsu burped, and 2 streams of cool air came out of his nose. He savored it carefully, and even smacked his lips, as if he wanted to eat more. Fire Dragon Slayer. It seems that our fight today can only end here. Todomaru looked at Natsu in surprise, and then spread his hands and looked at Natsu helplessly. Huh, Natsu looked at Todomaru unhappily. Isn't it obvious? Our flames can't deal with each other. What's the point of fighting? What a joke, you haven't tasted my flames. Natsu continued to look at Todomaru unhappily. But your flames really can't hurt me at all. Natsu's eyes turned, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face, and his mouth kept puffing up. Advertisement. Fire dragons. It's useless, it's useless. I can control any kind of fire you have, and this is a magic that sprays fire from your mouth. See how I can. Saliva. Natsu spat a mouthful of saliva directly on Todomaru's face. The atmosphere of the scene instantly became awkward, and only Natsu was laughing crazily. Quote. Orange flames. In the blink of an eye, the orange flames immediately surrounded Natsu. Natsu was originally confident that he wanted to continue eating, but a foul smell instantly enveloped Natsu. His nose, which was already extremely powerful, was instantly killed on the spot as if it was trampled by 70 or 80 big men with their stinky feet. Natsu covered his nose and rolled back and forth on the ground, screaming, "You be asterisk 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 D, your taste is so bad." Todomaru wiped his face and retorted, "You did it first." The only nervous person was Happy. Natsu. Stop it. Jupiter is really about to launch. At this time, there were 2 minutes and 30 seconds left before Jupiter launched. Natsu. Leave him alone. Happy was eager to wake up Natsu's reason. No, I don't believe I can't beat him. Natsu roared and rushed forward to compete with Todomaru in legs and feet. Give up magic and go straight to the fight, right? But, Todomaru dodged Natsu's punch and sneered at Natsu. He drew his sword and slashed at Natsu. The white blade reflected Todomaru's arrogance. In this case, I have more advantages than you with a sword. Natsu quickly jumped back to avoid Todomaru's sword slash. Todomaru did not give up this opportunity. He took advantage of the victory and approached Natsu while swinging his sword wildly. Natsu could only retreat continuously. He could only passively defend and could not make any effective counterattack. In just a few seconds, Natsu was forced by Todomaru to the gear beside the magic crystal. Natsu jumped directly and jumped behind Todomaru, intending to hit him with a flaming fist. Todomaru looked at Natsu with disdain. He didn't bother to dodge at all. He directly controlled the flames on Natsu's fist to drive Natsu's fist to hit Natsu's face. As expected, Natsu's face was hit, but Natsu endured the pain and released a large amount of flames from the tail of the flame at his elbow to burn Totomaru. Totomaru was unable to dodge and was burned by the flames. The flames went out, the smoke dissipated, revealing the wounded Natsu and the burned Totomaru. He looked at Natsu in disbelief. He didn't expect Natsu to break through the control and attack him. Natsu grinned at Totomaru and released a large amount of flames with his right hand. Totomaru retreated continuously and left Natsu's attack range, intending to reach out to continue to control Natsu's super violent flames. As a result, he was stunned. He didn't expect that he couldn't control Natsu's flames. My flames can only be controlled by me. This is my flame. You are not allowed to touch it casually. Natsu roared and blasted this large amount of magical flames at Totomaru. Totomaru quickly lowered his head and narrowly avoided the attack. He laughed happily. Ha 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 ha, you useless guy, you didn't hit me. At this time, there were still 10 seconds before Jupiter was launched, and Happy had completely turned into a shout. Natsu looked at Totomaru with a smile on his face. Who said I was going to hit you? What? Totomaru immediately turned around and looked behind him. Natsu's flame cannon completely hit the magic crystal without any protection. The magic crystal instantly broke into pieces and finally shattered into pieces. The large amount of magic power in the ball collided with Natsu's flames and produced a violent reaction, resulting in a huge explosion. Totomaru, who was closest, was blown away and went to an unknown place, while Natsu was thrown directly upstairs by the explosion. Chapter 52 The Battle with Ghosts 3. At this time, Raphael had already entered the castle one step ahead of them. The human-shaped hole next to it could tell everything, and now he was playing chess with Jose. Oops, it seems one of your plans has failed. Hearing the explosion downstairs, Raphael looked at Jose with a playful smile, but his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Damn it. Jose really wanted to kill the man in front of him, but as soon as he arrived, he used his magic and disabled one of his arms, making him give up this idea. What on earth do you want to do? Kill me or cut me into pieces, okay. Jose admitted that he had miscalculated. He didn't expect that there really was such a monster in the world. He even scoffed at Raphael's deeds when he heard about it. He thought this was all an exaggeration, but now he knew that the intelligence's assessment of Raphael was even conservative. It's nothing, I just want you to enjoy the show. Don't you want to kill my partners one by one? Then I will let you see how my partners use your aces as stepping stones. Raphael looked at Jose with an expressionless face. He wanted to punch Jose into pieces, but Jose was one of the top 10 magicians after all. Raphael felt that his strength was not worthy of this title at all, but this title was still very important after all. Useful. The council stipulates that if someone kills the 10 holy wizards in any way, then that person will be arrested, and the guild to which he belongs will directly become the Dark Guild. Raphael is not afraid of being arrested, but he is worried about the guild, so Raphael suppresses the strong murderous intention in his heart. Fairy tale partners are his enemies. Just use whatever means you have. Your shameless name is already known to everyone. Raphael looked at him coldly. Don't you really like so-called plans? Then I will use plans to defeat you. I have defeated your plan 3 times. There is a saying that reciprocity is only 3 times. I also have a plan for you to defeat. Let's see who is more powerful, my fairy tale magician or your phantom lord's magician.
Jose gritted his teeth and looked at Raphael angrily. His second step of the magic giant purgatory magic plan was stillborn. With Raphael here, he would probably become completely paralyzed if he moved. Raphael finally smiled at Jose, but this smile made Jose tremble extremely. At this time, Elfman, who was running around in the castle, also met his enemy, the earth element Saul. Hello. Saul tilted his head and looked at Elfman. Saul, please call me Gentleman Saul. Advertisement, exactly. I'll knock you down and tell me where Jose is. Beast arm. Black bull. There was a squirming movement, the light of the magic circle flashed past, and Elfman's right arm instantly turned black. Ah, can you just use one arm? Saul twisted and twisted in front of Elfman. It seems that the rumor is true. Let me tell you secretly, I know you. Ah no, all of you fairy-tale magicians impatient. I've been talking for a long time, are you tired of it? Elfman impatiently rushed up and punched him hard. Saul nimbly dodged Elfman's attack and even did a little dance in the air leisurely. Sand dance. A large amount of gravel enveloped Elfman, and Elfman's vision was instantly blocked. Under Saul's control, the gravel continued to try to get into Elfman's eyes, nose, ears and other places. Elfman had to shield and defend. Concerto of the Rocks. Saul danced the ballroom dance gracefully, spun and jumped to the back of Elfman, waving his arms gently like a baton, and a large number of large pieces of gravel around him rose from the ground and smashed hard at Elfman. All the gravel hit Elfman without falling, and Elfman was hit so hard that he flew backwards. I know, you can no longer accept the whole body because of an accident, right? Saul looked at Elfman as he tap danced. That accident was caused by you trying to forcefully accept an existence that was stronger than you and going berserk. You almost killed your sister, right? Saul's constant verbal attacks finally angered Elfman. He jumped up from the ground in an instant, and his arm quickly received the iron bull and turned into an iron arm to smash towards Saul. Saul dived into the ground in an unexpected moment, and then appeared behind Elfman, and stretched his body like rubber and wrapped it around Elfman's arm. Let me take a look at your memory. Not good. Saul's smile that had been hanging on his lips turned into panic in an instant. Elfman no longer looked irritated. Instead, he smiled evilly at Saul and activated his whole body. Receive magic and transform into a beast king. Advertisement. Elfman, who was covered in gnarled muscles and had 2 giant golden horns on his head, pulled Saul off his arm with a strong tug. Saul's body that had been wrapped around him instantly turned into pieces of dirt and fell down. Elfman pinched Saul's body and slowly placed him in front of his eyes, as if he were holding a figure. It seems that your information is inaccurate. Don't underestimate my relationship with my sister and my sister. Elfman recalled the night of the banquet, when his sister Mirajane and Lasana came over and looked at him at the same time. We don't blame you, Mirajane said to Elfman with a soft smile. Yes, brother Elfman, we have never blamed you, and we are still happy for you. The little angel Lasana hugged Elfman's arm and coquettishly. Sister. Sister. Elfman knew what they were talking about, and there was a trace of frustration in his eyes. You stupid boy. How can you protect your sister if you don't become strong? Mirajane gave Elfman a quick shudder, and then hugged Elfman as well. You have grown up, Elfman, and you are a man. Sister. Elfman looked at Mirajane with tears in his eyes. Yes, silly brother, I have completely forgiven you when you apologized to me. Lasana raised her little face and looked at Elfman with a smile. Lasana. Woo 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 woo. Elfman finally couldn't help but shed tears. He hugged his sister and cried loudly. At that moment, all the self-blame, sadness and regret were released in an instant. He had had nightmares countless times. He dreamed that his sister was slapped to death by the Beast King he had become, and that his sister was trampled to death by him. He woke up from the nightmare every time. He had been holding back his emotions for a long time. No, I'm going to finish playing. Saul let out one last scream, and Elfman grabbed his foot and smashed it to the ground crazily. After a few explosions, Saul was as tattered as a doll being torn apart by dozens of naughty children. Elfman spat at Saul on the ground and turned away, leaving only the broken Saul staring at the ceiling aimlessly. Chapter 53 The Battle with Ghosts. 4. This breath. Is Elfman? Mirajane looked up at the castle with joy. He had really come out of the shadow in his heart. She couldn't help but think of what Raphael once said to her. The Beast King that Elfman accepted was completely destroyed by me. In other words, Elfman is the Beast King. As for why he has not been able to fully accept it, it is because he was resisting the Beast King in his heart. He always thought that he was the one who forcibly accepted it. The Beast King caused you serious injuries and almost killed you. He still needs to solve this problem himself. Now is the Guild War, which is a good time for him to come out. Tonight, you can take advantage of the banquet to help him come out. At this moment, a big hole suddenly opened in the ceiling of the guild, and a metal arm appeared at the hole, stretched out and grabbed Lucy. Alala, it's me again. Gajeel grabbed Lucy by the neck and lifted her up. Gajeel, whose sight was blocked by the roof, didn't notice the corners of Lucy's mouth rising. Gajeel feels that he has been particularly unlucky recently. First, he was beaten half to death by Raphael, and now the injury is not completely healed. Then he was sent by Jose to capture Lucy. Now he is beginning to doubt whether he is an ace or a person who only takes beatings and does odd jobs. Fortunately, Lucy was caught. At this moment, Lucy, who had been lowering her head, suddenly raised her head, stared at Gajeel with a devilish face and said with a ferocious smile, I finally waited for you. A black flame began to appear from Lucy's neck and started to burn along Gajeel's arm. Gajeel quickly threw away the fake Lucy, and the hand holding her turned to metal instantly, throwing away the black flames. It's you, Demon Mirajane. Gajeel looked at Mirajane, who had returned to his original form with an ugly expression. What Raphael said is true. Someone will really take advantage of the chaos to catch Lucy. It turns out that the previous Lucy was transformed by Mirajane in disguise, just for fishing, but she didn't expect to catch a big fish. Damn it. Gajeel wanted to run away. He was still injured and didn't want to fight Mirajane, a well-known S-class mage. Thinking of this, Gajeel secretly scolded those who spread false information and actually said that Mirajane's magic power has been exhausted. Look at this magic power that can distort the air. Are you telling me that she is exhausted? If Gajeel finds out who is spreading the rumor, he will stab him to death with an iron dragon stick. Raphael. Hachu. Who scolded me? Advertisement. Don't even think about leaving. Mirajane received the spirit of Satan all over her body, spread her wings and flapped slightly before catching up with Gajeel, who was running away madly. Dark sparks. Mirajane shouted violently, gathering magic power with her hands to continuously generate dark flash bombs and blast them at Gajeel. Gajeel continued to dodge, transforming his hands and feet into iron rods to continuously knock away the dark light bullets flying towards him. However, if he stayed for a long time, he would lose. Gajeel, whose old wounds had not healed, soon became weak and was instantly beaten by the dark light ball hit, and then was hit continuously, causing a huge explosion. When the smoke cleared, Gajeel's whole body turned into iron, and dragon scales appeared one after another on his body and face, and he stood there panting. Although Gajeel successfully blocked Mirajane's attack, his magic power was also severely consumed, and he was forced to take the attack with his physical body, and cracks appeared one after another in the iron body. Soul Exterminator. Mirajane didn't give him any chance to breathe. She closed her hands and formed a calyx shape, with black light constantly condensing in the center. Mirajane roared, and a huge black light wave shot directly towards Gajeel. With his injuries aggravated and his magic power consumed too much, Gajeel had no ability to dodge. His pupils instantly dilated, and all he could see in his eyes was the shockwave that was getting closer and closer to him. Medalatana. Gajeel thought of the father who raised him and closed his eyes with regret. Boom. Mirajane's attack hit Gajeel directly without exception, and the huge shock shocked everyone in Fairy Tale not far away. What happened over there? Urza, who struck a Yubing child with a sword, easily trampled the Yubing children under her feet and looked in the direction of the shaking and confusion. I don't understand, but this ghost soldier is really annoying. Kana eliminated 2 or 3 ghost soldiers with a flying card, and looked at these countless ghost soldiers irritably. Your Iron Dragon seems to be finished, so you only have one left to use. Hearing the explosion in the distance, Raphael smiled and used the chess piece in his hand that represented Mirajane to remove Jose's direct chess piece that symbolized Gajeel. Knocked down, the only cards left on Jose's cards were his own and Juvia's. Jose took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Raphael looked at him disdainfully. What, did you give up because you knew your end? You really love to give up. Jose just remained silent. Raphael showed a smile, and the entire guild hall suddenly fell silent again, except for the sound of Raphael's knuckles tapping the chessboard. Advertisement Mirajane slowly landed next to the big pit created by her magic, released the receiving magic, and looked at Gajeel calmly in the pit. President, why should you spare his life? Mirajane's voice sounded very calm, but those who are familiar with her know that the calmer Mirajane is, the angrier she becomes. Alas, in fact, this child is not bad in nature, he was just taught bad by those people, so give him a chance. Makarov's voice came from behind Mirajane, and just at the critical moment, the horse Karloff rumored that Mirajane showed mercy to Gajeel. Although Mirajane didn't really want to keep this person who hurt her friends, she still respected Makarov who brought her back to the guild and taught her how to control her own magic reception, so she moved her position at the last moment, and finally just hit Gajeel's side. Yuahe stroked my neck so much that it hurt, it was red. Mirajane turned around and looked at Makarov with eyes wide open, pointing at her smooth and jade-like neck. Makarov covered his head with a headache. He once again felt that Mirajane was still cute when he was a child. Although he had a hot temper, he would pull his beard from time to time and secretly replace his wine with vinegar. Well, not cute either, but it's not as lethal as it is now. How about? I buy more ingredients for you to cook. Makarov remembered that Mirajane's favorite thing was cooking, so giving away ingredients was the best choice for a cook. Mirajane's tears accumulated more and more, and it seemed that they were about to fall down in the next second. You can choose the ingredients. Makarov made a heartbreaking promise. After all, although he is the president of the guild, he doesn't have much spare money to compensate for the damage caused by the members' tasks. Okay. Deal. Mirajane, who was about to cry just now, instantly turned into a sunny and cheerful beauty, as if the aggrieved woman with tears in her eyes just now was not her. Seeing Mirajane jumping away happily, Makarov looked at Gajeel in the pit and sighed. Why save me? Gajeel opened his eyes and didn't know whether he was looking at the sky or Makarov. With Iron Dragon's physique, as long as he doesn't die on the spot or suffers extremely serious injuries, it's a luxury to fall into coma. It's nothing, as I said just now, your nature is not bad, it's just those fools who taught you bad things, so I think you can come to our guild and see what a true partner is. And thanks to Raphael's reminder, I have also secretly investigated you. Although you like to fight and don't care about the safety of your partners, that's all you do most. You should also know what is going on with the people in your guild. Right? Makarov looked at Gajeel calmly and extended an invitation to him. Gajeel lay blankly staring at the sky for a long time. Chapter 54 The Battle with Ghosts. 5. On the other side, Gray's long legs were fluttering very fast. While others were still under the castle, he ran directly to the top of the building. It was raining on the roof of the building. Gray looked at the sky in confusion. It seemed that only a small area here was raining. At this moment, a tall and beautiful figure came out of the rain, holding a small umbrella and a sunny day hanging on his chest. The doll walked up to Gray. Pitter-patter. Tat-tat-tat. Juvia is one of the 4 elements, the rain girl. Juvia looked at Gray with her hands on her hips. The 4 elements. Hand over Lucy, otherwise Juvia won't be so easy to deal with. I'm sorry, no matter you are a child or woman, as long as you hurt your partner, you will not be forgiven. Gray's expression was firm and serious, and Juvia instantly felt as if she had been shot by Cupid, and her heart began to beat wildly. With a blush on her face, Juvia turned around and left. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, Gray would see her idiotic look. Hey, what are you doing? Gray looked at Juvia's mysterious operation with a confused look on his face, and impatiently rushed up and patted Juvia on the shoulder. Juvia's body stiffened for a moment. Her face was full of happiness, her heart was ecstatic, and the next second she suddenly had the idea of possessing all of Gray. Water flow restraint. Juvia shyly turned around and waved fiercely at Gray, and the huge water ball instantly enveloped Gray. Ah, how could Juvia do this? You can't do this to him. Juvia then realized that she had locked up her sweetheart with a water balloon. Just as he was about to lift the magic, Gray had already frozen the water ball into an ice ball and broke out of the ice in an instant. You guy. Gray gritted his teeth and looked at Juvia, then took off his clothes. Ah. Why are you taking off your clothes? I'm not ready yet. Juvia covered her red and hot face and looked at Gray shyly. Ice make Lancer. Gray didn't care about her and directly formed countless ice spears and shot them at Juvia. Advertisement The rapid ice spear hit Juvia in an instant, but the next scene left Gray completely stunned. A large number of ice spears penetrated Juvia's body, and Juvia's body was punched into large holes one after another, but what flowed out of the holes was not blood but water. Juvia's body is made of water. Physical attacks are ineffective against me. Juvia covered her mouth and looked at Gray with a red face. So you'd better hand over Lucy as soon as possible. ICEMAKE battle axe. Gray attacked Juvia again without belief. Although he successfully cut her in half, he recovered quickly. TCH. Gray gritted his teeth in displeasure, looked at Juvia with firm eyes and said seriously, Lucy is a companion, there is no way she can leave it to you. Keywords detected. Lucy, companion, impossible. Love rival. Juvia goes berserk. The aqua blue body instantly turned into fiery red, and the whole body was boiling, changing from cold water Juvia to boiling water Juvia. Oh, I can't forgive Lucy. Juvia went completely crazy, and the drizzle of rain instantly turned into a huge scalding rainstorm. Wow, it's so hot. Gray's body was instantly burned by the rain of anger. He looked at Juvia with a confused face. What does this have to do with Lucy? Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable, Lucy. Juvia's angry body turned into water and rushed straight to Gray. Gray was about to use magic to block, but found that Juvia was already in front of him. He quickly dodged, and Juvia took advantage of the victory to pursue him. Gray was hit by this fast attack and kept dodging. He couldn't make any effective counterattacks at all. However, while dodging, he was also observing the surrounding environment. When he saw a skylight, he knew that the opportunity had come. Gray jumped down from the skylight in an instant, and the moment he landed, he quickly cast magic to form an ice shield to barely block Juvia's attack. But the ice shield also melted quickly at the moment of blocking. After only blocking for 1 or 2 seconds, Gray's ice shield immediately turned into steam. Gray had no chance to dodge this time. He was directly wrapped by the hot water wave transformed by Juvia and rushed to the roof again. Gray was just pushed away by Juvia. At this time, Gray was already in a state of scalding all over. Gray, who had been in a passive state, realized that this was not a solution. He gritted his teeth and spun directly in the air, pressing his arm directly on the heat wave transformed by Juvia. Freeze! With a loud shout, frost began to condense crazily from Gray's hands. In an instant, Juvia and her hot water turned into a beautiful icicle bridge. Advertisement, hey! Gray's mouth corners raised, and just when he was about to say something nice, he suddenly felt that the touch was not right. It seemed soft and elastic. Gray instantly lifted the magic, stepped back a few steps, and looked at Juvia awkwardly. That, I'm sorry. It's okay. That, I like. Walala, the rain was heavy. Gray covered his head with his hands, watching the heavy rain, and complained unhappily. These rains are really annoying. Detected keywords. Annoying, rain. Juvia fell into the hot water state again, and added the violent mode on this basis. The heat wave, which was bigger, hotter and more violent than before, instantly submerged Gray. Gray was still thinking of using the old trick to freeze Juvia again, but unfortunately this time the heat wave was even stronger, and Gray's ice didn't work. Juvia doesn't want to fall in love anymore. Juvia is the water element of Phantom. Juvia wants to destroy you. Juvia roared and rushed towards Gray. She recalled that when she was a child and when she grew up, she was hated, despised and even abandoned by others because of the rain. She had had enough, and she didn't want to be abandoned like this again. I won't lose to you. Gray resisted Juvia's heat wave and gathered all his magic power to perform his strongest moves. I won't lose to you, Phantom. Ice make ice delinquent fountain. Gray, who had staked everything, tried his best to completely freeze Juvia, leaving Juvia with only doubts and surprise. Gray vs Juvia, ice vs water, complete victory. Juvia lay on the ground with lifeless eyes, and she seemed to have lost her dream. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the exposed sun shone warmly on the two of them. Gray lowered his head and looked at Juvia, smiling and saying, How is it? Has the fever gone down? Juvia was stunned by the face shining brightly in the sun at that moment. She found her own sunny doll. Chapter 55 The Battle with the Ghost. End. Oh, it seems that all your aces have fallen. Raphael looked at the calm Ghost Guild President Jose in front of him with a half smile. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have failed. Jose, who was already helpless, was now calm. He was even calmer than at the beginning. Without me, you would have failed. You only saw the few S-class magicians on the surface of our guild, but you couldn't see the bond between our guilds. Raphael shook his finger, put down his legs, pointed to the position of Jose's heart and sighed. As the old man said, you should have an unlimited future, why do you want to mess with us? Jose's expression fluctuated again, as if there was a hint of madness and resentment. Phantom Lord has always been the strongest guild. It has the most people, the strongest magic power, and the most money. But in the past few years, it's because of you, because of your existence. Jose's voice gradually became hysterical. Urza, Laxus, Girdas, Mistgun, Mirajane. Their reputations have even spread to our town, not to mention you and the Fire Dragon. The Fire Dragon has spread directly throughout the country. You are more direct. At the top of every guild's list of people not to be messed with. Jose began to stand up excitedly. From this moment on, Fairy Tale and Ghost's rulers have become representatives of the two major guilds in this country. Some people even compare me with you every time. Why? Raphael shook his head, stood up and looked at Jose seriously. Why? Just because we work harder than you. We are brighter than you. What else have the people in your guild done besides dirty things? Maybe you were really good before. Guild, but what have you done in the past few years? Raphael approached Jose step by step, and Jose kept retreating. Kidnapping, robbery, coercion, etc. I don't believe that you, the president, don't know. You condone it. You really think it's us who are blocking you. Is it you who is blocking you? Jose was forced into a corner. At this moment, he calmed down again. You don't understand, you don't understand. When I'm at my level, all I need is fame. I really don't understand, but I know that partners are more important than any bullshit reputation. Even if we are lonely and dilapidated in the future, we will still have the confidence to return to the first place. But you don't have the confidence. This is the reason for your failure. Raphael took 2 steps back and looked at Jose, making fist seals. Don't worry, you won't die. The sins you have committed will never be repaid in your lifetime. This punch belongs to Mira. If you hadn't always wanted to sneak attack, she wouldn't have been guarding the guild every day without having a good night's sleep. With the first punch, Jose's left arm suffered a comminuted fracture. This punch belongs to Lucy. You made my partner suffer. Advertisement. With the second punch, Jose's right arm was directly beaten into powder. This punch belongs to the old man. You actually want to use the magic power to drain him down. You want to kill him. With the third punch, Jose's legs bent at 90 degrees. Raphael looked at Jose, who kept screaming and struggling indifferently, then turned and left. He was afraid that he would really kill him if he couldn't help it. Sure enough, I'm still very unwilling. Jose lay on the ground with a pale face, looking at Raphael's leaving back. The expression on his face gradually began to become crazy, and the magic power in his body began to fluctuate violently. Raphael's expression changed, and he ran quickly, carrying Natsu, Happy, Gray, Elfman and Juvia out one after another. Boom! Jose self-destructed, and the magic wave of the Holy Ten's power instantly blasted the castle into pieces, and countless scattered boulders fell towards Fairy Tail. HMPH, I told you, Jose, your plan will never succeed. Normal mode secret technique quick punch, ola ola ola. Raphael snorted coldly and started running quickly again. Because the speed was so fast, his figure appeared in front of every piece of gravel, as if he had used multiple shadow clones. Then, as if synchronized, they all held fists and lightly knocked on the gravel. In an instant, everything turned into gravel, as if it was snowing, but Raphael seemed not to move and returned to the same place again. Is it okay? Raphael, and Natsu and Gray, Elfman must be fine. Everyone in Fairy Tail quickly gathered around, exchanging words with each other. Raphael felt warm in his heart when he heard everyone's concern. He glanced at everyone, raised his hands, and shouted loudly, "We won! Woohoo! Advertisement, have a party, have a party!" The crowd began to cheer. Jose, he was actually pretty good 6 years ago. Makarov came to Raphael's side and couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the Ghost Guild in ruins. It's a pity that he is too narrow-minded, otherwise he would have a great future. Raphael followed Makarov's words, but Raphael didn't sigh so much. After all, he was the one who hurt his friends. Makarov sighed deeply and stopped talking. At this time, Lucy was actually in the crowd of civilians, hiding in the city. She heard the cheers of the crowd and ran out quickly. Seeing the Ghost Guild in ruins in front of her, Lucy covered her mouth in surprise. So the people in our guild are very strong. Makarov appeared in front of her at some point and looked at Lucy with a smile. President, I'm sorry, Lucy sadly wanted to say something. It's okay, Lucy. Our 2 guilds have a feud, it's none of your business. Mirajane looked at Lucy with a gentle smile. Yeah, don't be sad, we're all here. Natsu grinned equally cheerfully. Lucy lowered her head and covered her mouth, trying not to let her tears fall. Whether it's happy things or sad things, although we can't own them all, there is always a part that can be shared. Makarov looked at Lucy kindly, knowing how much pressure the child put on himself. One person's happiness is everyone's happiness, one person's sadness is everyone's sadness, one person's tears are everyone's tears, this is the guild. You can feel everyone's mood, don't blame yourself, raise your head. Makarov looked at Lucy with a smile, because you are also a member of Fairy Tail. Lucy looked at the smiling Makarov and saw everyone's concern for her. She finally couldn't help but burst into tears. Her grievances, her self-blame, her sadness, her reluctance, everything, they were all released at this moment. At this time, Makarov's expression changed, and he seemed to have thought of something as he was covered in cold sweat. But this time it seems that it was a bit too much. The ghost was beaten to nothing, and all the guilds were destroyed. The council will definitely go crazy. No. This time the matter is more serious than before, isn't it going to be? Imprisonment? Makarov burst into tears when he thought of this, chapter 56 after the war. No matter which world, violent law enforcement forces always like to clean up the mess. The Fairy Tail people who had just finished the battle were surrounded by the Rune Knights. Don't move. We are the Rune Knights who are forcibly supervising the troops under the Magic Council. The Fairy Tail people were taken to the military camp for some inquiries and inspections, and Raphael was politely invited to sit in the tent on the other side. Raphael, you make it difficult for me. A young man walked in from outside the tent. You don't need to think about who he is because of his blue hair. What are you doing here, Zcrane? Raphael scratched his ears and looked at Zcrane expressionlessly. Nothing, I just came to see you. I heard that you are the culprit of all the things. Zcrane chuckled and sat in front of Raphael, looking at him with interest. Who told you this? This is slander, I tell you it is slander. But we found that there are still survivors. On the way here, we found the unconscious Iron Dragon. I think he should be willing to testify. Zickline's smile was extremely bright, but his eyes revealed cannibalism. Raphael picked out a large piece of earwax, put it close to his nose and smelled it, and then flicked the earwax onto Zickline's clothes with a look of disgust. Zickline's smile became stiff and clenched his fists. Just then, a soldier walked in from outside. He bent down and whispered a few words in Zickline's ear. The smile on Zickline's face finally disappeared. He looked at Raphael with an ugly face and waved his hand to let the soldier go out. Okay, you can make that stupid dragon with a steel head return to his heart. You are really good. Zickline's eyes when he looked at him were no longer relaxed, but vicious. Don't say such harsh words, this is called turning over a new leaf. Raphael looked at Zekrane with a rogue smile. Great, no evidence left, I'm relieved. Zekrane smiled again. Advertisement. Raphael didn't look at him anymore, lowered his head and seemed to be fiddling with something. Zekrane noticed that he was actually picking his nose hard at this time, with a sly smile on his lips. You're fine, you're all fine. Zekrane left a word and turned away, his hurried back was still a little embarrassed. Raphael raised his head and looked at Zekrane's back expressionlessly, with a hint of cruelty and hesitation in his eyes. The Rune Knight's army left quickly, as if they really just came to ask a few questions, and Gajeel and Juvia, who were already among the crowd, were taken away as witnesses. 1 week later, Juvia and Gajeel, who attended as witnesses, fully admitted that it was the Phantom who took the initiative to provoke first, and Fairy Tail fought back later. Phantom was announced to be disbanded, and Jose's 10 Holy Ones were also dismissed on the spot, but since they were all turned to ashes, it didn't matter whether they existed or not. However, the council wanted Raphael to inherit Jose's title of 10 Holy Ones, but Raphael sternly refused. After all, someone had died in this title, so it was unlucky. As for the punishment of Fairy Tail, it was quite controversial. The second and third seats of Og and Michelle, who had been clamoring to disband Fairy Tail, finally got a rare opportunity and desperately proposed to disband Fairy Tail. But except for these two, the other council members still don't want Fairy Tail to be disbanded. If it were to be disbanded, wouldn't it be even more terrifying if the monsters were no longer restrained? Not to mention that monster of monsters, Raphael. They didn't want them to be disbanded the next second after they had just ordered disbandment. In addition, Ajima from the 6th seat had been excusing Fairy Tail, and Fairy Tail was dealt with innocently in the end. After all, everyone in the leadership of Ghost admitted that it was their own problem. In addition, so many people saw that Ghost drove a castle and attacked first. With all the witnesses, the final result was already on the table, on. As for Raphael leading them to attack the branch guild and Raphael suspected of killing Jose, there is no evidence. In the dead of night, no one saw the true face of the person who attacked the branch guild and killed Jose. The sound of the self-destruction was quite loud, so in the end, only the ghost and the injured Jose were born. Thank you, Yajma. Makarov smiled and expressed his gratitude to his old friend as he walked out of the Magic Council courtroom. Oh, I'm fine, I just moved my mouth, but you, please retreat quickly. If this continues, you won't be able to bear it. Yujima looked at his old friend and sighed. Retire. Makarov was moved. It wasn't really because they had caused too many troubles that he was tired and wanted to quit. It seemed a bit, but the most important thing was that he was really old. At this time, in the guild, everyone was drinking wine in extreme boredom. Only Gray felt strange recently, as if there was always something beside him. Advertisement. Hey, Natsu, have you felt anything wrong recently? Gray felt really uncomfortable and quickly grabbed Natsu's collar and asked. Yes, Lucy hasn't come to the guild recently, and she can't even do the tasks she wants to do. Natsu hung on Gray's hand like a salted fish, and he was eager to fight now. No, it's just... Forget it, I can't explain it to you. Gray threw Natsu on the ground and looked around in confusion. Don't you care? Mirajane pointed at the blue-haired heads that kept appearing around Gray, covering her mouth and laughing non-stop. Seeing Mira handing him the strawberry milkshake that she laughed so much that she spilled half the cup, she looked at her with black lines on her head. It's not my strawberry milkshake. Forget it. Who? Oh, she. Don't worry, it's Gray's fault anyway, he captured people's hearts. Then, whose heart did you capture? Mirajane stopped laughing and looked at Raphael with a smile. Looking at the bright Mira in front of him, Raphael was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and said with a blush on his face. Where? There is no capture. No. Looking at Raphael, who was like a child, Mira smiled even more happily. At this time, Loki walked up to Raphael with a celestial spirit key. This. Can you help give this to Lucy? You know my. Loki had disappeared for several days, and Mirajane was shocked to see him again today. Because Loki became very haggard, his face was very pale, his body would tremble slightly from time to time, and he seemed to be in very poor physical condition. Are you okay? It's okay. Just give it to Lucy for me, I'm leaving. Loki waved his hand, turned around and left. Before leaving, he glanced around the guild members in the guild, paused slightly, and then left. Is he really okay? He looks really bad. Mirajane looked at Raphael worriedly. I don't know either, but he will be fine, don't worry. Raphael smiled and comforted Mirajane, turned his chair and looked at Loki's back, sighing inwardly. It's been 3 years, Chapter 57 Lucy, goodbye. No, Lucy is missing. Happy got bad news from Lucy. Everyone in the guild was quiet for a moment, and then started to get excited again. What? You won't get caught again, right? Go find her quickly. Everyone started talking and anxiously wanted to run out of the door to look for Lucy. The poor guild door was kicked and a lot of people were stuffed in. Well, Lucy left a note. Happy quickly took out the note. Ursa took Happy's note, glanced at it, looked at everyone seriously and said she went home. Everyone who packed the door was relieved when they heard the news, as long as they were not captured. No, she still thinks it's her fault and wants to quit the guild and go home, right? Urza's expression changed, and she quickly dug Natsu and Gray out of the crowd, then pulled them out through the wall. Lucy on the other side had already gone home on the train. On the train, she was looking at the scenery leisurely. She had no idea that the people in the guild were nervous about her leaving again, nor did she know that Natsu and the others were. Rushing towards her, all she wants now is to go back and question that man face to face. Heartfilia Mansion, the place Lucy wanted to escape from when she was a child, finally managed to escape when she grew up, but she never expected that she would come back one day. The aunt who was sweeping the floor at the door looked up and saw the familiar figure who had grown up. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, then shouted and rushed forward to hug Lucy. "Miss, you are back, wow. Aunt Beth, I'm sorry for making you worry." Lucy smiled and stroked Beth, who was crying in her arms. "What? The lady is back. Great." The servants of the Heartfilia family who were still working happily stopped their work and surrounded Lucy. "Advertisement, miss, the new book from the East has arrived. Have you neglected your magic practice? You must know that celestial spirit magic requires love and trust. Miss, you've grown up too. Did you run away with someone? Miss Lucy. Welcome back." The domestic servants chirped and cared about her, which made Lucy feel warm in her heart. It was precisely because of their existence that her childhood would not be so dark. They were all that B***************. Just as Lucy was thinking, a servant ran over. "Miss, the master wants you to go to the study to meet him." After not seeing her for so long, the daughter who ran away from home just waited in the study without saying anything. That guy has never changed. Lucy thought angrily, and just wanted to go in to see her father, but Aunt Spate felt that it was not good for her to go in like this, so she took her to change into an elegant and beautiful dress. "You were willing to come back, Lucy." A majestic man stood in front of the study window. He was wearing a decent suit and neatly combed hair. He looked like a serious man. "It was my fault for running away from home without saying hello to you. I will reflect on it deeply," Lucy apologized while bending towards her father. "Smart choice, Lucy. If you continue to be in that shabby guild, then I will do everything possible to destroy it. Now that you have grown up and matured, you must understand that your willfulness will bring endless harm to the people around you. Troublesome." The father looked at Lucy seriously. He didn't scold her too harshly, but the words he spoke were so cruel. "You must always understand. You are from the Heartfilia family, not those untouchables. I am looking for you this time because I helped you make a marriage contract. The other party is the son of the Gelanilu family." A person who looked like a fool appeared in Lucy's mind. She bit her lip. Her father turned around and looked out the window. The words in his mouth could not be rejected at all. "Advertisement, as the daughter of the Heartfilia family, you should understand the importance of this marriage, so you must go to me, and you must give birth to a boy who will inherit our Heartfilia property. That's all I have to say. You go back to your room, go ahead." "Father." Lucy clenched her fists and interrupted him. "Don't understand me wrong. I was just apologizing for running away from home, which made me look like I was running away, so I came back in an upright manner this time. I'm telling you, I'm leaving this home." Her father turned to look at Lucy in surprise. He didn't expect that this daughter who had always been well behaved would dare to be so presumptuous. "Lucy. I'm just telling you, I make the decision in my affairs, whether it's marriage or making friends." Lucy tore her skirt to pieces. "So, please don't take action against Fairy Tale again. If you do it again next time, then you are the enemy of me and everyone in our guild." The father stared at Lucy with wide eyes, and kept staring at Lucy in shock and anger. "Originally, if there was no ghost thing, I would have wanted to have a good communication with you, but you have already caused great harm to my partners. I have had enough of your self-righteousness. For me, what I want is just a place that recognizes my personality." Lucy stared at him not to be outdone. "Fairy Tale has become my second home. It's 100 times warmer there than here. Although I can't bear to leave Aunt Spade and the others, and I also feel very reluctant to leave the place where I spent a short time with my mother, but if my mother is still alive, she will definitely agree with my decision. So, goodbye." In a daze, the father seemed to see his long-dead wife in Lucy. He staggered on the chair and looked at Lucis walking back. He stretched out his hand to say something, but in the end he was unable to let it go. When he came down, he knew that his daughter had made up her mind. Lucy finally said what was in her heart. She said goodbye to the servants and walked out of Heartfilia's house again. She took a bouquet of flowers and went to the back hill to visit her mother's tombstone. "Mom, I finally made a decision. I don't regret it. You will also support me." At this moment, Urza and the others finally caught up. Happy threw herself into her arms and cried bitterly. Lucy hurriedly explained to everyone for a long time before they gave up the idea of helping her vent her anger. Looking at everyone who was nervous about her, Lucy showed a bright and cheerful smile. She looked at Lucy's father who was absent-minded for a while at the window of the study. He hadn't seen Lucy smile like this for a long time, or he had never seen her smile like this since she was a child. "I have never seen such a bright smile from Lucy." He turned around and looked at the photo of his wife on the table and sighed deeply. Did he really do something wrong? He was slowly swallowed by the darkness of the study, while Lucy gradually became dazzling under the sunlight. Chapter 58 Spa Town Hosenka Rocky, the president is back. Listening to the cheers of the crowd and looking at their smiling faces, Makarov felt that although these children liked to cause some little trouble to themselves, they were still very good. "Hey, President, the council members didn't give you any trouble, right?" Lasana immediately poured Makarov a glass of milk. After all, she always felt that Makarov didn't grow taller because he drank too little milk. I think you can give me a glass of wine next time." Makarov looked at Lasana, who let him drink a glass of milk every day, and drank it in one sip with twitching eyes. Committee? I fell asleep as soon as the court session started. I didn't wake up until it was over. Anyway, the final result was that we were not guilty. Makarov smacked his lips, feeling too uncomfortable, so he grabbed Kana's wine barrel and drank heavily. Oh, as expected of the president. Although Raphael told us not to worry, we are truly relieved now. Fortunately Natsu isn't here, otherwise he would have caused trouble again. Only then did Makarov realize that Natsu, Gray, Urza, and Lucy were all missing, and even Raphael, who usually sipped his milkshakes, was not there. Where have they gone? And that brat Raphael, he said it was all my fault and ran away. Makarov casually returned the barrel to Kana, ignoring Kana's bulging face, walked to his exclusive seat, climbed up and sat down comfortably, then turned to look at Mirajane and asked. Natsu and the others are currently doing missions in Spa Town Hosenka. The four of them have become a fixed team. They stick together to do missions every day. There is even a blue figure following them from time to time. The blue figure? Is that the little wife Raphael mentioned for Gray? Makarov saw Juvia squatting on the ground in frustration and drawing small circles in the corner, and said with twitching eyes, then look for let's give him a chance to join the guild. Although I don't know how she escaped from the council, but in case there is a misunderstanding, it's better to join in as soon as possible to protect her. Mirajane smiled, placed a glass of wine in front of Makarov, and continued. As for Raphael, he seems to be at Granny Porlyuzuka's place. In his words, he is learning some medical skills so that he can give first aid next time someone is injured. Anyway, he is very mysterious and won't let me know anything. HMPH. Mirajane was very angry when she mentioned Raphael. That dead idiot, she thought he would express some thoughts to her after the ghost incident was over, but she didn't expect that he would just disappear now. Raphael. It seems that he also discovered his problem. Makarov drank thoughtfully. Then she looked at the angry Mirajane with an anti-smile on her face. This silly girl usually knows Raphael very well. She can't tell the difference between lies and truth. Even Raphael's brain can't learn my giant magic. It's better to expect him to learn medical skills than to expect me to grow taller. I really don't understand. However, when he turned around and saw Juvia crying silently on the ground, Makarov seemed to understand something. The corner of his eye twitched and he drank silently. Woman. It's so troublesome. Advertisement. It was solved easily. Victory. Lucy commanded Taurus to knock down the last enemy and jumped up with joy. Ah, too weak. They're too weak. Gray and Natsu continued to beat these children boredly. As for Urza, she stepped on a minion who was planning to escape. Seeing that everyone had completed the task, she nodded. It seems that we have booked a hotel for one more day, so we will stay leisurely in this village for a while. Let's go back tonight. Loki. Lucy, who was standing by, spotted Loki wandering around the village with sharp eyes and shouted to him quickly. What a coincidence. Are you doing a mission here too? You too? Loki didn't expect to see Natsu and the others here. Thank you for helping me find the key, Loki. Lucy smiled and planned to step forward. Ah, well, you're welcome. I still have a mission. Let's go first. Loki waved his hands quickly, then turned around and ran away, as if he was hiding from some plague. Lucy, what did you do to him? He actually ran away when he saw you, Gray asked Lucy in confusion. Although he knew that Loki was shunned by the celestial spirit magician, it was still the first time he saw Loki run away as fast as a ghost. I know what that guy is doing. Lucy looked at Loki's fleeing figure and felt so angry that her chest hurt. At night, Lucy, who struggled to escape from Natsu's pillow blasting fight, was entangled by two gangsters again. Lucy, who wanted to get rid of them quickly, was horrified to find that she couldn't move. It turned out that the two gangsters were magicians. At this moment, a figure appeared. First, he punched Huang Mao, who was shaking his head, and knocked him to the ground. Then he jumped up and kicked the other man with a bun and knocked him unconscious. He turned to look at Lucy. Are you okay, Loki? Lucy looked at him in surprise. It turned out that this person was Loki, and it was Loki who saved her. I'm sorry. Loki saw Lucy hiding behind the bamboo and quickly came out to apologize to her. Why are you saying sorry? Lucy covered her face helplessly. Advertisement. Well, these two people are the targets of my mission. They are magicians who specialize in targeting women. Loki scratched his head and walked out, then took the hands of the two men and prepared to drag them away. Okay, I have to take them back, goodbye. Wait a minute. Lucy stopped Loki. Thank you for saving me and helping me find the key. Well, stay with me for a while if you have time. Lucy's smile was bright and cheerful, and she extended her hand to invite Loki. Loki was silent for a while and nodded. The two little ones next to them looked at Lucy and Rocky with loving eyes, and Lucy, cat, dog, gave them a shudder. Do you need to be so far away from me? Lucy looked at Loki, who was 4 or 5 stools away from her, and looked at him unhappily. Ah, I'm sorry. Loki lowered his head to avoid Lucy. I've always wanted to ask, did anything happen between you and the celestial spirit mage? After Lucy finished speaking, she saw that Loki was still so far away from her with his head lowered, and his face suddenly puffed up. Loki had to slowly move to Lucy's side. There was a long silence, and Lucy shook her head. Forget it, if you don't want to say it, I won't force you. I just want you to know that I am me and that person is that person. You don't need to be so afraid of me. They're partners after all, right? Well, I'm sorry. If I hurt you, I apologize. You should just forget about me. Loki lowered his head and played with his fingers. What are you doing? It's like a lover breaking up. Lucy shook her head helplessly, stood up and smiled at Loki and said, "Forget it, I'm just asking. No matter what, thank you for your help. I seem to understand why those girls like you so much, I'll leave first." At this moment, Loki directly grabbed Lucy's wrist, stood up and pulled her into his arms, hugging Lucy tightly. Lucy blushed at Loki's move. His deep voice sounded in Lucy's ears. "Lucy, I'm going to die." Lucy was stunned. Loki let go of Lucy, was silent for a while, and suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, Lucy, I lied to you. This is a tactic to chase girls. This is a way to make them cry. What do you think? Are you scared?" Snapped. Lucy slapped Loki's glasses away and said angrily to Loki, "I hate this kind of joke the most." Then he pulled Happy and Blue by their tails and walked out of the tavern, slamming the door shut. Loki watched Lucy leave with a smile. The moment the door closed, he lowered his head again. "What I'm doing? I'm almost exposed. I can't involve Lucy. Chapter 59 Raphael's Problem. "Grandma, I feel like I have a problem. Can you help me check it out?" Raphael came to Polyuzica's treehouse when Gray, Natsu and Urza went to Lucy's house to find her. Raphael carefully recalled himself during the Phantom incident. He seemed to have a bloodthirsty feeling, as if he wanted to destroy everything, and even felt like he wanted to get caught up in it. It's strange to say that he got Saitama's physique, but his hair didn't fall out completely, it just became a flat head, and his emotions didn't become indifferent. It seemed that he only got the ability to make himself invincible without any side effects. After knocking on the door for a long time, Polyuzica opened the door with an impatient look on his face. Looking at Raphael in front of him, he said with his hands on his waist unhappily, "You stinky boy. Why do you keep knocking on the door? Don't you know that I'm busy? I don't see you come to see me often. You only come when there's something wrong. What's wrong now?" Polyuzica nags Raphael while pulling him in. Raphael was raised by his grandmother in his previous life. His father died early, and his mother could not endure hardship and ran away after giving birth to him. So from the time he could remember, he had the wrinkled face of his grandmother. Unfortunately, his grandmother died when he was just 18 years old. He even did not see his grandmother for the last time because of the college entrance examination. When he first saw Polyuzica in this world, he was shocked. He looked exactly like his grandmother. At that time, he threw himself into her arms and cried. After that, he could be said to be raised by Polyuzica, but unfortunately he did not learn any of her skills. Isn't it busy recently? You know, Fairy Tail is getting bigger and bigger now, and many people are thinking about it. Raphael scratched his head and looked at Polyuzica embarrassedly. He really hadn't visited her for a long time. "Don't tell me those nonsense. I just want to ask you when you will take Mirajane. She has been waiting for you for a long time." Polyuzica directly rolled his eyes at Raphael and said unhappily. Raphael kept scratching his head and said nothing. "Forget it. You guys definitely don't dare to say that. Let's not talk about this. What did you say just now that you have a problem?" Polyuzica gave Raphael a slap, then remembered what Raphael said at the beginning, and hurriedly looked at him nervously. Yes, I feel that there is something wrong with my mentality. It seems a bit strange." Raphael nodded and told Polyuzica about his situation. Polyuzica asked Raphael to sit down with a serious face, and checked Raphael's whole body with the help of instrument-assisted magic, looking at Raphael with a puzzled expression. "There is nothing wrong with your body, and it can even be said that you are healthier and stronger than anyone in the world." "Then what about my sense of tyranny and bloodthirstiness?" Raphael also looked at Polyuzica with doubt. Polyuzica walked back and forth with his hands and chin in his hands, thinking for a while, and thought of one aspect, and said solemnly, "Your situation should be caused by your physical strength growing too fast, and your state of mind can't keep up, and my investigation just now found that your power should have some side effects, but you don't show the tendency of side effects. But whether there are side effects or not, your final result is from bloodthirstiness to desire and then indifference." Polyuzica's words had a huge impact on Raphael. He didn't expect that it was caused by the state of mind not matching the strength. Why didn't Saitama have this situation? That means I have to start practicing the state of mind now, but how to practice? Raphael was silent for a while, and asked Polyuzica in a hoarse voice. After 10 years of getting along, he has completely integrated into this world and this guild. He loves all the partners in the guild. He doesn't want to become as indifferent as a god and regard all living beings as ants in the end. 2 ways. Actually there is only one. Polyuzica gave Raphael hope. 2? But why is it 1? Raphael was delighted, and then he looked at Polyuzica in confusion and asked. "One method is to seal up all your strength and magic power, leaving only 10% for use, but your body and magic power are extremely active, and it can be said that every day is stronger than the day before. If you want to seal it completely, even God can't do it." Advertisement. In other words, the only way to use it is the second one? Raphael understood that the previous method was indeed impossible. No one could seal teacher Saitama. He was conceptually powerful. The physique he obtained might have problems. He was only physically strong but not mentally strong. After all, he still vaguely remembered that the intelligence of that system seemed to be almost the same as that of humans. Yes, the second method is to cultivate your mind. I once received the consciousness of a dragon. In her memory, there was a magic that can make people fall into an illusion, making you feel that a long time has passed in it, but in reality, only 1 or 2 days have passed. Grandma, what do you mean? Yes, you practice in that illusion magic. You can't use any power or magic in it. You can only use the power of the mind. When your mind is strong enough, you can come out by yourself. But Raphael hesitated, because he knew that his own mind might not be too strong. It can be said that the spiritual power of modern people is not too strong. They are suppressed by society like a hare. He has been worried for too long. When he comes out, he may be able to directly sacrifice to the Dragon King. Polyusica saw his doubts and smiled gently. Don't worry, this magic circle can be awakened at any time. In addition to breaking free from the illusion by yourself, the caster can also awaken the person in the magic circle, so if someone from Fairy Tale comes to seek your help, I will wake you up. Raphael nodded and looked at Polyusica with a smile. Thank you, Grandma, taking this opportunity, I can just spend time with you. You brat, now I just hope you can take down Mirajane quickly and give birth to a baby, so that I can feel at ease, Polyusica scolded with a smile. Raphael blushed at what she said, scratched his head and just laughed without saying anything. Okay, you are speechless when it comes to this. If you have anything to explain, go ahead and explain it. I will prepare it. Also, whether you can or not, you should give Mira a response. Don't let this little girl, it's been such a long wait, and as a man, you can't let others confess first. That's all I have to say, think about it yourself. Polyusica pushed Raphael out of the door and closed the door directly. Raphael touched his nose, turned around and walked towards the guild. As soon as he opened the door of the guild, he saw a large group of women chattering and asking questions to Mirajane. Give way. Raphael walked through the group of women with difficulty and came to Natsu Gray. He was instantly stunned by their costumes. They were all covered in bandages and looked like mummies. You fell into a trap? I didn't see you this serious when I was fighting ghosts. Ah. That was caused by a pillow fight. Oh, this is the plot. When I heard that they were having this pillow fight, I remembered that this should be about Loki. The crowd of women over there finally stopped and left. Mirajane breathed a big sigh of relief. Raphael walked up to Mirajane and handed her a tissue in distress. Ah la la, Raphael, you're back. Mirajane took Raphael's tissue and realized it was him. She was so happy that her eyes were filled with laughter. I came back to give instructions, but what happened just now? Advertisement. Raphael also smiled back at Mirajane, and then asked about the situation just now. Although he knew that it was the plot of Loki, he couldn't remember the specific situation. Let's talk about gossip, it's human nature. They are all Loki's girlfriends. They said they suddenly broke up one by one last night, and they came to ask about the situation today. Mirajane sighed helplessly, but recently, I haven't seen him for a long time. He rushed here to pick up a mission and left again the day before yesterday. He looks even weaker than last time, you can't be like him. Mirajane stared at Raphael with squinted eyes, and Raphael quickly waved his hands and promised that he would never do this. Lucy, where are you going? I'm following you. Hearing Happy's voice, Raphael and Mirajane turned their heads at the same time, only to see Happy flying away. What's wrong with Lucy? Forget it, leave her alone. You just said you had something to ask. What are you going to do? Mirajane tilted her head in confusion and turned to look at Raphael. Ah, it's nothing. I just want to practice with Grandma Polyusica. As for the instructions, I see that the president is not here, so I will tell you first. Remember to tell the president then. Raphael then remembered that he had something to do, and quickly gave Mirajane instructions. It's nothing. It's just that one day Natsu and the others will go to the resort hotel. Be sure to call me, I want to go too, and I'll come with you. Raphael has changed a lot of plot, and coupled with the butterfly effect, he is now very worried that something will happen to Tower of Heaven. It's a pity that he only remembers that the key point in the incident was when Natsu and the others went to the beach. In the past few years, he has been constantly looking for the location of the Tower of Heaven, but he doesn't know why. Maybe he really has world consciousness. None can be found. So he could only sit and wait, and now he finally waited. He originally wanted to reveal the truth directly to the person involved, but he could say that he had investigated it himself. Don't let your girl wait too long. But seeing Mirajane smile, Grandma Polyusica's words kept echoing in his mind. Raphael changed his words unexpectedly and invited Mira instead. Really? Okay, I will definitely tell you then. Mirajane blushed for a moment when she heard Raphael's words, but she was more happy. She felt that this piece of wood was finally enlightened. Just in case he changed his mind again, she quickly agreed. Seeing Mirajane jumping up and down with joy, Raphael couldn't help but smile. I have decided that this time I will confess my love on the beach this time. Chapter 60. He is both Leo and Fairy Tale Loki. While Raphael was training, a big event happened in the guild. Loki left Fairy Tale. Everyone in the guild is looking for Loki. Although Loki is a playboy, he is very loyal to his friends in the guild and will help him whenever they need help, so everyone actually cares about him. Lucy learned the news about Karen Lilica from her celestial spirit, Crux of the Southern Cross, and instantly understood where Loki was. There is a waterfall near the town of Magnolia. On the cliff in front of the waterfall, there is a tombstone. It is a gorgeous and beautiful prismatic tombstone. In front of the tombstone stands a man wearing a jacket and brown sunglasses. This person is the Loki that everyone in Fairy Tale has been looking for. You are indeed here, Loki, everyone is looking for you. A clear female voice sounded from behind him. Loki turned around and saw that it was Lucy. She looked at Loki with a smile on her face. This is Karen's Gravid. Lucy. Loki looked at her in surprise, not expecting that she could find this place and know who was buried under the tombstone. Celestial Spirit Mage, Karen, your owner. Lucy looked at Loki with a smile. Loki. Aw no, it should be Leo. Loki, probably Leo, lowered his head and smiled. I didn't expect that you discovered my true identity. Lucy shook her head. After all, I am also the owner of multiple celestial spirits. I am ashamed to say that I didn't find out until now. Since you are a celestial spirit, but you have been staying in the human world, you must be unable to return to the celestial spirit world for some reason, right? But just like humans cannot survive in the celestial spirit world, celestial spirits cannot survive in the human world. If you survive for a long time, you will eventually be deprived of life bit by bit and die, so, you must have reached your limit, right? At the end of the sentence, Lucy looked at him sadly. Ah, yes, I have been in the human world for 3 years. Loki turned and looked at Karen's grave, as if he was remembering something. 3 years? Other celestial spirits have reached their limit in 1 year, so you? Lucy covered her mouth in surprise and looked at Loki. Yes, I have reached my limit now and have no strength at all, but that's okay. This is my punishment. I am permanently exiled from the celestial spirit world. I accept it. Loki smiled weakly, turned to face Lucy, and looked at her seriously, because I killed my owner Karen. Wah. What? Lucy looked at Loki in surprise. That was 3 years ago. Loki said as he reminisced. At that time, Karen was probably the leading mage of the Blue Pegasus Guild. Every time she returned from a mission, she would bring a large number of her suitors. Ares and I are her celestial spirit. I'm okay, after all, it's a celestial spirit for combat. She won't use me excessively, but Ares, advertisement. When Loki said this, his fists hanging on both sides clenched tightly, and his eyes showed anger. Ares is often used by her as a tool to please her group of suitors, to please them. She was often used as a human shield during battles. She would be punched and kicked when she was unhappy or in a bad mood. The president of Blue Pegasus couldn't bear it and sued her. She actually turned his anger on her and wanted to Ares stayed in the human world for 7 days. She just used the celestial spirit as a tool. She's too vicious. Lucy was so angry that she even wanted to open the grave and spread her ashes. Loki calmed down his excitement and anger for a while, and continued to recall. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I used my magic power to replace the abused Ares, and threatened her to terminate the contract between me and Ares, otherwise she would stay here forever. The human world prevents her from summoning Ares anymore, so I gave her a 3-month time limit. I think no matter what, she should be able to figure it out in 3 months. Loki turned around and looked at Karen's grave again, with a trace of remorse in his tone. But I didn't expect that she didn't listen to the dissuasion of President Blue Pegasus and forced herself to perform the mission. She died in the mission. I was the one who caused her death, she. There was a bang sound, like the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Loki could no longer hold on and fell heavily to the ground. Loki. Lucy rushed over to support him. The time has come. Loki looked at his hands that were gradually becoming transparent. From that day on, I have never been able to go back to the celestial spirit world. The celestial spirit world also rejected me for violating the master's order. Celestial spirit, but it was worth it to meet such a wonderful celestial spirit wizard at the last moment of my life. Thank you, Lucy. Wait. I definitely want to help you. This is not your fault. It's all Karen's fault. Why should all the fault be placed on you? Lucy looked at Loki's gradual transparency, anxious and angry scream. It's useless. Lucy, this is my punishment. Help me say sorry to everyone in Fairy Tale. Loki's voice gradually weakened. Lucy hugged Loki and kept shouting, open the Leo gate, please. Give up, Lucy, this is fine. I don't. Fairy Tale doesn't have the habit of giving up on its partners. How could I just watch my partners disappear before my eyes? Lucy frantically released her magic power, trying to forcefully open the Leo door. She gradually began to interact with Loki. Assimilated. Lucy, don't do this. This is the rule of the celestial spirit world. A celestial spirit that betrays humans cannot return to the celestial spirit world. Don't let me make the same mistake again and again. Loki anxiously pushed Lucy away, but he had reached his limit and didn't have any strength to push Lucy away. He could only keep persuading Lucy anxiously. What crime do you have? If this is the rule of the celestial spirit world, then it's up to me to break it, Lucy shouted angrily. At this moment, the surrounding waterfalls changed the direction of the water. They all flowed upstream and converged in the middle. In the blink of an eye, a huge figure appeared in front of them. He was heavily armored and had a long head on his head. 2 round and thick horns, the most obvious thing is the beard, nose hair, connected to the nostrils on the face. Celestial Spirit King. Lucy and Loki shouted in surprise, not expecting that the strongest person in the celestial spirit world would actually appear. To Loki's surprise, the Celestial Spirit King did not accuse him or become extremely angry, but explained the reason to Lucy very calmly. Advertisement, old friend, we signed a contract with humans. The core condition is that we must not harm the owner of the key in any form. Although Leo did not kill the owner directly, he also killed her indirectly, so I refused his return to the world of celestial spirit. Lucy stood angrily in front of Loki, opened her hands to protect Loki and said to the Celestial Spirit King, wait, isn't this ridiculous? He has also suffered from this for 3 years. He also wanted to synchronize, for isn't it enough that Ares can't do this? Loki was worried that Lucy had angered the Celestial Spirit King. It didn't matter if he died, but he couldn't drag Lucy into the water, so he kept trying to interrupt Lucy behind his back. The Celestial Spirit King did not feel angry because of Lucy's words. Instead, he said to Lucy with embarrassment and sadness, but old friend, the rules are the rules. I also understand the mood of my old friend and feel heartbroken for it. That's enough. Don't talk about old friends. Now I just want to save this friend in front of you. Just listen to me. Bearded old man. Lucy waved her hand to interrupt the Celestial Spirit King's words and looked at him angrily and firmly. This was an accident, a sad accident. You say Loki is guilty? I don't admit it. I don't admit that Loki is guilty. Enough. Lucy. I don't need any forgiveness. I just want to atone for my sins. That's it, that's enough, Lucy. Loki also shouted anxiously towards Lucy. He was really afraid that Lucy would be R******D because of him Celestial Spirit King punishment. I don't allow it. Lucy's magic power surged greatly, and the magic power became more and more powerful, emitting a dazzling golden light. The Celestial Spirit King's eyes widened instantly. How is this a sin? How sinful is it to think about your companions? With the last shout, a golden light flashed, and a huge magic circle appeared under Lucy's feet. All the celestial spirits who signed the contract with Lucy they all stood behind her, looking firmly at the Celestial Spirit King with Lucy. Celestial Spirit actually appeared together. Loki looked at Lucy in surprise. He didn't expect that Lucy's bond with the celestial spirits was so deep. Soon, the celestial spirits disappeared, and Lucy fell to the ground exhausted, but she still tried hard to raise her head and look at the Celestial Spirit King. If you are also a celestial spirit, you can definitely understand the mood of Loki and Ares. As Lucy's last words fell, the Celestial Spirit King fell silent. He understood what Lucy meant. This is what my old friend said, so the mistake may be the rules. In order to save Ares, Leo, my old friend who wants to save Leo, I will take special care of this matter because of this beautiful bond. Leo, you can return to the celestial spirit world. Lucy finally smiled and gave the Celestial Spirit King a wink. Old man with a beard, you are quite a nice person. The Celestial Spirit King also grinned back at Lucy, turned around and followed the stars away, and left a message to Loki. If you still want to pay for your sins, then risk your life and protect this person in front of you. Take a seat. Loki finally shed tears. In this life, he no longer has to live with the burden of sin, but lives to protect Lucy who saved him. Thank you, Lucy. I will protect you from now on, please take care of me. The door to the celestial spirit world opened, and Loki turned into smoke and returned, leaving the Leo key in Lucy's palm. Please take care of me. Lucy's smile is bright and sunny, like the goddess of redemption. Chapter 61 Vegetative State? Brain in a Vat? Reality? Fantasy? Are you ready? Poor Lyuzica looked seriously at Raphael who was sitting cross-legged in the magic circle. After getting Raphael's nod, poor Lyuzica warned him again and confirmed to him again. This illusion magic is made up of the things you fear most in your heart. You must endure it. If you cannot endure it, you will be lost. In the illusion, are you really sure? I'm sure. I don't want to turn into a lofty god who treats all living beings like ants in the end. I just want to live happily every day with my friends, and I just want to have a sweet future with her. Raphael answered poor Lyuzica firmly. Poor Lyuzica nodded, muttered something in her mouth, and kept waving her hands, one after another of magic power heading towards the magic circle. As Polyuzica's magic power stimulated, the 7 nodes of the magic circle began to light up one by one. The moment the 7th node lit up, Raphael fell into darkness. Doctor, this patient has no family members anymore. The only thing we know is that he still has a mother, but his mother has sailed abroad and does not admit that this patient exists. A young voice sounded, and Raphael instantly regained consciousness from the darkness. Patient? What's happening here? Didn't I enter the magic circle in the fairy tale world to train my mind? Is this an illusion? But Raphael had many questions in his mind. He wanted to sit up and open his eyes, but he was surprised to find that he couldn't move his whole body and couldn't even open his eyes. He could only hear the voices of the people next to him. In this case, let me see what I am most afraid of. Anyway, I just need to remember that this is an illusion. Raphael gave up struggling and chose to lie down. He decided that as long as he remembered that this was an illusion, he would not be lost. Forget it, just treat him as dead. You find someone to take him away tonight. I will tamper with his information now. This body can make me a lot of money. A slightly older voice sounded than the younger one just now, and he seemed to be doing something to Raphael's body. No one wants him anyway, and now he fell off the elevator and turned into a vegetative state, so let's use his body as the final contribution. The old voice became quieter and softer as he spoke. If he hadn't been so close to Raphael, he might not have been able to hear the last sentence clearly. Make a contribution? Isn't it a human experiment? Or stealing organs? And this happened after I fell off the elevator? Raphael felt something was wrong. Logically speaking, how could the magic circle in the magic world lead to the situation in the technological world? He became suspicious. Advertisement Raphael gradually began to be affected by the illusion. He tried again to open his eyes and raise his hands, but it was still in vain. Time soon came to night, and Raphael could hear the footsteps of several people. He could feel them putting him into a bag and throwing him into the car. Raphael, who only had hearing and feeling, didn't know the time, but he knew that he had been driving for a long time. It's been a long time car. The car finally stopped, and Raphael felt himself being lifted off again. He opened the bag and placed it on an iron table. He began to be a little afraid of what would happen next. Polyuzica outside the magic circle looked at Raphael in the magic circle worriedly. Raphael's expression became very painful from the beginning. Polyuzica wanted to stop several times, but thinking of what Raphael just said, she still endured it. No! Raphael screamed in his heart, because he felt a cold and sharp knife slowly cutting open his skin, then slowly taking out the organs from the body, and then using the knife to scrape open his brain. Then he dug out his brain. During this process, he kept trying to struggle, but only his consciousness was awake and he could not move his body at all. It wasn't until the moment his brain was dug out that he finally felt disconnected from his body. But the strange thing is that this man injected something into his brain, then inserted something into his brain, and then put it into a jar filled with liquid. Raphael was just wondering when he heard the man laughing. Ha ha ha, I finally found a suitable experimental subject. It's rare that he can still have such intense brainwaves after falling down the stairs and turning into a vegetative state. It's not in vain. I bought a few temporary workers to pretend to be doctors and stole him out. Let's start the experiment on the brain in the tank. Once this experiment is successful, I will definitely go down in history. Brain in a vat? Raphael has heard of this, but isn't it a paradox? Before Raphael had time to think, a burst of electricity passed through Raphael's brain, and the originally chaotic and dark world in Raphael's consciousness suddenly began to become brighter. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across, splitting apart Raphael's slowly emerging light in this illusion. Raphael instantly fell into darkness and coma again. Soon, Raphael slowly woke up again. He felt that he was lying on the bed. He quickly sat up and opened his eyes. He found that he was in a ward, and there was a patient next to him who was so frightened that he twitched. Woolen cloth. Was I just in an illusion? No, is it also an illusion now? Or am I already in a world created by my brain in a vat? Raphael could no longer tell whether it was an illusion or an illusion within the illusion of the brain in the tank. He felt that he was in a mess now. Are you awake, Dr. Ma? The patient in bed 44 is awake. A young voice he heard before sounded in front of him. Raphael looked up and found that he looked very similar to Natsu. Natsu? Raphael cried out in surprise. The young doctor looked at Raphael with a puzzled look on his face. Who is Natsu? Is he your family member? Don't get up so quickly. Wait until Dr. Ma comes to check on you. Advertisement. What's wrong with me? What's going on? Raphael asked him quickly. You fell from the elevator and were in a coma for a week. You just woke up now. But the amazing thing is that you only suffered minor injuries all over your body, but your brain may have been a bit more serious and you suffered a concussion. The doctor who looked a bit like Natsu said to Raphael, yes, in Raphael's eyes, they're just a bit similar now, not as similar as before. Dr. Ma arrived quickly and asked Raphael about the situation. During the answer, Raphael always felt that he looked like an elder he knew, but he couldn't remember his name. After various examinations, Raphael was discharged from the hospital quickly, and due to the fault of the company and the workers who repaired the elevator, his medical bills were fully paid. Raphael quickly returned to the company and continued working. It is worth mentioning that this happened to him because of a manager's overtime order, so the manager was fired on the day of his accident. Now he is back. He took over the manager's position. Raphael worked very seriously and won several orders worth hundreds of millions for the company. He was soon promoted to vice president. When he went to the president's home, he fell in love with the president's daughter at first sight because he felt that he must have been the one in his previous life. Got to know her. Soon, Raphael married the CEO's daughter, took over the listed company, and gave birth to 2 lovely babies. His life was extremely happy. But Raphael always felt that all this was a bit unrealistic and even false. He felt as if he had forgotten something, but he just couldn't remember it. Because of this, he soon fell ill. He was extremely bored when he was sick and resting at home. The children and his wife went to work and went to school. He didn't know what to do at home. He could only run to the study to see if he could find a book to kill the boredom time. When passing the child's room, he saw that the tablet she placed on the table was turned off and there was animation on it. Strangely enough, since he came out of the hospital, he no longer liked watching animation and even turned the video software on. They have all been deleted, and now I can't help but sigh when I see the familiar anime again. This kid always forgets to turn off the tablet. He always asks his father to help him finish the work. I won't help him next time. Really? Raphael thought to himself and was about to pick up the tablet and turn it off, but suddenly he stunned. What was on the tablet was the first episode of the fairy tale anime, the first encounter between Lucy and Natsu. I remembered. Raphael finally remembered what he had forgotten. He had actually forgotten all the friends he had been with for so long. Raphael remembered everything and saw the lightning again, but the lightning no longer struck him, but stopped in front of him, releasing light at him. He instantly felt that his bloodlust had weakened. A lot. It turns out that this lightning is like a referee. When he sees him sinking, he will judge the failure and give a slight punishment and then continue to the next illusion. If he succeeds, he will be rewarded and asked whether to proceed to the next illusion. Just when Raphael was about to continue the mental training in the illusion, a violent pull pulled him out instantly, and Raphael woke up from the magic circle. Raphael, who had just woken up, looked up and saw the smiling girl opposite. He instantly understood why he fell in love with the CEO's daughter at first sight in the illusion. Because the CEO's daughter in the fantasy world looks like Mirajane. Chapter 62 Beach, Volleyball, Sunset. Hey, Raphael, do you know? Lucy is super powerful. She saved Loki. Speaking of Loki, I didn't expect that he turned out to be a celestial spirit. On the way back to the guild, Mirajane was chattering beside Raphael, looking like a lark. Raphael smiled and listened to Mirajane's sharing, while silently complaining about Celestial Spirit King. This guy lost his principles when he met the Heartfilia family, and even the basic rules change. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the guild. Urza and the others were already waiting at the entrance of the guild. What Raphael saw at first glance was Urza's luggage cart that was like a hill. Urza, are you sure you want to haul so many things? Raphael's eyes twitched as he looked at the hill in front of him. Compared with Lucy and the others in small packages, Urza was really unique. A lot? It's quite small. Actually, Mira has a lot of talent. Urza shook her head and pointed at Mira next to Raphael. What? Not only Raphael was curious, but Gray, Natsu and Lucy were also surprised. Mira Jane squinted her eyes and smiled, then pulled out a larger cart from the side of the guild. It couldn't be called a hill anymore, it was just a big mountain. Natsu and the others were so surprised that their mouths opened wide. Raphael was stunned, and then slapped himself in the face. Well, these two women in fairy tale have been fighting each other all their lives, so they are the same in some ways. Okay, let's go to Akane Beach to play now. Lucy yelled with energy and rushed forward, while Urza used the convenience of cross-dressing magic to directly change into a swimsuit, and Mira Jane directly accepted. A swimsuit? Raphael suddenly became envious. Magic is so convenient. Calrum Offshore, Akane Resort. This is the best beach resort in the Kingdom of Fury, and there is even an extremely large theme park and seaside hotel here. The sun, the beach, and the waves all attracted everyone's attention. Gray and Natsu jumped directly into the sea. Natsu directly buried his head in the water, feeling the clarity of the water, which made Natsu very happy. Look, the water is so transparent and cool. Yes, it's so transparent. Looking at his second brother underwater, Gray shouted with the same excitement. Happy next to him chose to stay away from Gray. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Next to the coconut tree, a blue figure with a blushing face looked at Gray excitedly. Ah, Mr. Gray, so open. And Urza and Mira Jane were swimming in a competition, if the torpedo-like speed and splash could be counted. Advertisement. Raphael lay leisurely on the beach chair, watching everyone else play, and said to Rocky, who was trying to help Lucy put on sunscreen. Thank you so much, Rocky, I didn't expect you to have such good things. Loki, who was forced to close the door and sent back by Lucy, only had time to blink at Raphael. As for why Loki appeared, you have to ask Lucy, who wanted to show off. Hey, Raphael, let's play a game. Lucy glanced at the perverted duo and the even more perverted duo on the other side, and for the sake of her own face and life, she invited Raphael to play a game. Before Raphael could agree, Natsu came out of nowhere and just heard that he wanted to play, so he immediately agreed. Raphael shook his head and looked over at Mira Jane, realizing that the struggle between her and Urza had changed from torpedo swimming to nuclear submarine swimming. He continued to lie back on the beach chair with black lines all over his head. Up, move to the right, move forward, okay, this is it, keep fighting. Natsu and Lucy are playing a blindfolded watermelon smashing game. Lucy does the smashing, and Natsu directs it, but the watermelon he wants to smash is in Natsu's arms, and the one Lucy wants to smash is a muscular little brother. Ha, ha, ha ha. Natsu laughed unscrupulously while holding the watermelon, while Lucy kept apologizing crazily. I was wrong. Lucy directly ordered Happy to throw Natsu on the boat, and dragged Natsu to start racing. Lucy laughed happily, and Natsu vomited happily. Mira Jane and Urza on the other side finally finished, but from their expressions, they seemed to be evenly matched. Raphael, who had been lying for a long time, felt a little bored, seeing someone playing volleyball next to him, and they just happened to have enough people. He suggested playing beach volleyball together. Everyone divided into teams, Raphael, Mira Jane and Lucy in one group, Urza, Natsu and Gray in another group, and there was also a referee. Blue summoned by Lucy. Advertisement, fire dragons, serve. Natsu was excited and hit the volleyball hard with flames from his mouth. Seeing the flaming volleyball flying over, Lucy was shocked. Natsu, you be asterisk. D. We're playing volleyball, not fireballs. HMPH. Just a random pad. Raphael crossed his steps and quickly appeared under the fireball. With a light pad, the volleyball instantly flew into the air. Receive. Satan's soul. Mira Jane instantly received Satan's soul, flew into the sky in an instant, used a hook to hit the volleyball, and smashed it towards Urza with her tail. Change. Black feather armor. Urza changed into the black feather armor, concentrated her magic power on her hands, and used force to pad the volleyball in the sky. Gray. Ice make ice delinquent spring. Gray created an icicle on the spot, pushed himself up into the sky, and at the same time formed a huge palm to smash the volleyball with a strong smash. Lucy, Happy, and Blue, who was acting as the referee, were now 100 meters away from them. Looking at the volleyball flying around like a missile on the beach in the distance, a huge sweat fell from the foreheads of the man, the cat, and the celestial spirit. Are they playing ball or destroying this beach? Ah. Puff. Lou. The volleyball game ended with Natsu's fire splashing on Gray. Although it was an accident, it seemed that Natsu did it on purpose, as Gray ran into the water to chase Natsu. Happy times are always short. The beach was originally sunny, but now the sun has set. Raphael and Mira Jane are walking side by side on the beach. Looking at the sun on the sea, Raphael is extremely nervous at this time, and his palms are sweating. Mira Jane noticed something and was looking forward to something, but when she was about to go back to the hotel, she still didn't see Raphael move. She was so angry that her cheeks swelled up and her pace became much faster. Mira. Raphael's voice came from behind Mira Jane, but Mira Jane, who was angry now, didn't want to pay attention to him at all, and even quickened her pace. At this moment, a warm embrace hugged Mira Jane from behind, and she froze instantly. Raphael's voice came from her ear. Mira. Can I invite you to participate in my life and be my girlfriend? Okay. Mirajane was no longer angry at this time. She pulled Raphael's arm away, turned to look at Raphael, and said with love in her eyes. I also want you to participate in my life. In the afterglow of the sunset, two young and passionate hearts resonated together at this moment. 3SP Chapter 63 Tower of Heaven. Boom. Raphael and Mirajane, who were on a cruise ship at sea, both heard the shocking explosion. They looked at each other and saw that the brightly lit building in the distance suddenly went dark, and they immediately realized that something was wrong. Raphael carried Mirajane and jumped lightly to the door of the building. As soon as they entered, they were shocked. The scene that was supposed to be lively was covered with rubble and rotten wood. Many entertainment machines and facilities were turned into scrap metal. It was like a scene. The scene of the deputy scavenger's ecstasy. In the middle of the ruins, Gray and Natsu were discussing something. The only difference was that there was one more Juvia and one less Urza. Are you okay? What happened just now? And where is Urza? Mirajane looked at them as if there was nothing wrong, but Natsu looked a little angry. A group of people just attacked us suddenly, and they were defeated one by one. One of them used a magic that blocked people's sight. Gray said seriously to Mirajane, and pushed Juvia away, who was clinging to him. Oh. That B************ D actually shot a bullet into someone else's mouth. It hurts. Natsu wildly sprayed flames into the sky. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he ran away, chasing them. Raphael frowned. He actually forgot about this. He was having so much fun with Mirajane that he didn't even remember it. But it's okay. He should be able to save her if he catches up now. Raphael turned to Gray and the others and said, "You guys hurry up and catch up with Natsu. I'll take a step first to see if I can catch up with the group that kidnapped Urza." Mirajane took his hand. "I'll come too." Raphael nodded, picked up Mirajane, and disappeared directly in front of Gray and the others. Lucy still had time to gossip. It looks like they're together. HMPH, it's me and Juvia who can be with Gray-sama, not you. A shameful cow. Juvia held Gray's arm to declare her sovereignty to Lucy, not to be outdone. Lucy looked at her with a black line on her face. "I'm not talking about Gray, you love Brain." It took Gray a long time to pull his arm out of Juvia's arms. "Okay, stop making trouble, let's catch up with them." Advertisement on the sea at night. Waves suddenly appeared on the supposedly quiet sea surface, and a large cargo ship was moving slowly. Urza woke up slowly and found herself in a cabin full of cargo. She was about to get up and check, but she was tied up and unable to move. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps above Urza's head. Urza quickly raised her head and saw that it was a young man with blonde hair and black skin. "Stop. There's no need to struggle, sister, just stay there. This rope has the power of the sealing magic cast by Miliana." Zio looked at Urza condescendingly, with a hint of hatred in her eyes. "Okay, I know, but at least let me wear the armor, okay? I'm scared of going back to that tower." Urza was stunned for a moment, lowered her head to prevent Zio from seeing her expression, and begged to Zio while trembling all over. "This dress actually suits you very well." A smile appeared on Zio's face. He slowly knelt down and hugged Urza fiercely, tears streaming down his eyes. "Sister, I'm sorry, actually I don't want to do this, but why do you want to betray us?" Zio grabbed Urza's shoulders hard, and the expression on his face became ferocious. "Why did you betray Jelal?" "Jelal." Urza just murmured, silent, lost in memories. Suddenly, the ship began to shake. The angry Zio was startled and immediately let go of Urza and left the cabin. There was a sound of fighting outside the cabin, which soon stopped. Urza was wondering when footsteps were heard above her head again. "Urza, are you okay?" A familiar voice came. Urza looked up quickly. It was Raphael. Raphael walked to Urza's side, and with a light pull, he broke the rope that was said to have sealing magic. Urza stood up, changed into the armor she usually wore in an instant, and looked at Raphael in confusion. "Why are you here? Where are those people up there?" "Mira and I found that you were kidnapped, so we chased you all the way here. Gray and the others will follow. For the rest, you can go up and see." Advertisement. After saying that, Raphael made way, and Urza hurried up. "Urza." "Oh." As soon as he came out of the cabin and onto the deck, Happy rushed towards Urza, but was knocked back by Urza's armor. Urza didn't have time to care about Happy's situation. He only saw a few people lying on the deck, and only Mirajane was looking at Urza with a smile. Urza was about to ask about the situation, but Mirajane interrupted her. "They are fine, they just fainted, and they fainted because of Raphael, except for the man with the steel chin." Mirajane pointed at the man with a pair of iron teeth on his chin. If the fainted person on the ground was awake at this time, he would definitely jump up and refute Mirajane. If you see a fist as big as the sky and earth and eyes glowing red in your mind, you will also faint. Mirajane. "I saw it when I was a child, Luza." Simon. Simon struggled to get up. Urza quickly helped him up and put him on the side of the cabin. Simon smiled and looked at Urza. "Urza, I haven't seen you for a long time. I'm so happy to see that you have so many partners." Simon. "Don't you hate me?" Urza looked at him in confusion. There was no hatred in Simon's eyes, only joy. "No. Actually, I know the truth of the matter." Simon slowly said something that surprised Urza. "It's all Jalal's fault. He forced you away and deceived Hugh and the others, but I believe in you. I firmly believe that you are not that kind of person. I wanted to escape and find you, but when I heard that Jelal was still planning to carry out the Tower of Heaven plan and intended to make you a sacrifice, I decided to stay and rescue you at that time." Simon recovered and pulled Urza to stand up. Looking at Raphael, who looked like a salted fish, his face flashed with fear and joy. But now you have such a strong partner, I think you can definitely stop Jalal's conspiracy. Urza was stunned for a moment, looked at Raphael and Mirajane behind him, then shook her head and said, "No, I don't plan to let them go together. I decided to get rid of him alone. This is my private matter. They don't need to get involved." Mirajane was stunned. She didn't expect Urza to think like this. She immediately wanted to say something anxiously. Raphael interrupted her and stood next to Mirajane and waved to Urza. "No, I don't care about your grudge with Jalal, but your partner, our partner, is a member of Fairy Tail, so I will take care of it." Urza was stunned, looking at the determined Raphael and Mirajane, lowered her head, trembling all over. "Go back. Go back." Then she raised her head with tears in the corners of her eyes. "No matter whether I win or lose this battle, I can't go back to the outside world. This is the future I can't escape." Mirajane stepped forward and hugged Urza, stroking her head. "It's okay, believe us, there is no such thing as an inescapable future. Since it can't be escaped, then break it. Raphael, Grey Natsu and I will definitely smash this damn future to pieces. Tell us about your things, some things are better to be said, let us know the truth of the matter." Raphael felt that the breathing and heartbeat of the three unconscious people began to become different, and knew that they should have woken up and were just pretending to be unconscious, so he suggested that Urza tell the truth. Otherwise, they would make trouble at that time, although I am not afraid, but it is also very annoying. Raphael looked up at the tower looming in front of him and began to sneer in his heart. "Jalal, are you ready?" Chapter 64 Tower of Heaven, 2. Magic Council, Emergency Meeting. What? The R system actually still exists? Urkshig slapped the table and asked Kikirane in disbelief, because he was the one who conveyed the news. 8 years ago. The cult that believed in dark magic invested a lot of money in rebuilding the R system. But weren't all 7 towers destroyed back then? No, there is actually an 8th tower, located near Callum. The R system was projected on the table in front of everyone, and the news about Senator Belluno was no less than a shot of magic spirit power, and everyone began to panic. No, it's not already built, right? Unfortunately, the people in the investigation team will not joke about this matter. Ah, it's already built. But why would the R system at this time? That's called the Tower of Heaven. Kikirane interrupted Sanchi and corrected, that's not called the R system, it's called the Tower of Heaven. Shut up, Kikirane, now is not the time to dwell on this. We need to send troops quickly to suppress them immediately. The second chair immediately stopped Kikirane's speech and planned to order the army to suppress it, but the other one raised doubts. We can put the military affairs aside for now. We need to find out who the mastermind is first. Yes, but it seems that the one who occupied the Tower of Heaven was not the previous magic cult, but a mysterious man named Jalal. What? When they knew the situation, all the congressmen turned to look at Chickline. Ogre even directly asked Chickline. Jalal. That is your twin brother, Chickline, do you want to explain? The atmosphere in the venue gradually became anxious. Advertisement Urza on the other side was also telling everyone about her experiences. When she talked about her childhood, the 3 people lying on the ground began to breathe quickly. Raphael looked at the 3 people on the ground in a funny way, which meant that his attention was not on their side, otherwise even Happy would have noticed that they were awake long ago. This acting was so bad, compared to Jalal, it was really a world away. Mirajane covered her mouth and looked at Urza with distress. She didn't expect that Urza had such a tragic story when she was a child. No wonder Urza always wore armor. In fact, she was wrapping herself up in this way. After Grandpa Rob stood in front of me and died to take the attack of those magic soldiers, I awakened the magic and used that power to defeat all the magic soldiers. I rescued Zio and the others. Urza's eyes were sad and distressing, and Mirajane couldn't help but hold her hand. Then I rushed all the way to the interrogation room where Jalal was being held and rescued him, but he, who was originally full of justice, changed and became evil and powerful. He reduced the leader of the dark magic order to ashes with just one move. And I was knocked away by his palm. When Urza talked about Jalal, she clenched her hands tightly. Feeling the strength of Urza's hand, Mirajane looked at Urza worriedly, then turned to look at Raphael. Raphael knew that Mirajane meant for him to save that person, but if it was entirely up to him to solve the problem, how could Urza's knot be untied? But facing Mirajane's eyes, Raphael couldn't bear to refuse. Urza broke free from Mirajane's hand and stood in front of the 3 people who fell to the ground. She hesitated for a while, because at this time she also knew that the 3 people were awake. Urza didn't know if she should tell her, because she thought they might not believe it, but she looked at Simon's nod, and at the smiles of Raphael and Mirajane. She still told the real truth. He could have killed me directly at that time, but I don't know why he let me go and let me find the so-called freedom on my own. But the price is that he can't go back to the island for life, and he can't tell anyone everything about the island, otherwise, he will kill Zio and the others. No, impossible. You lied to me. What Jalal clearly said was that you betrayed us and abandoned us. You escaped by yourself and destroyed all the ships that could leave the island. Zio couldn't keep up the pretense of being lethargic anymore. He jumped up and confronted Urza, refuting what Urza said. Jalal told us that he wants to build a Tower of Heaven, a tower that can truly realize freedom. Zio shouted hysterically towards Urza with a ferocious expression. Hugh! Wake up! Urza slapped Hugh on the face, while the cube man Wally and the catgirl Miliana, who had also stood up at some point, looked at the two of them with doubt. Urza grabbed Zio's shoulders and looked at her deeply bewitched brother angrily. Do you know what he wants to do? He wants to activate the R system. That is the forbidden magic of resurrecting another person at the expense of another person's life, and do you know who he wants to resurrect? Zareth. The most powerful dark mage. How many people do you think he needs to sacrifice? Advertisement. Urza looked at this stupid brother angrily. Why didn't he understand? After Zio listened to Urza's words, he lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. Urza was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but Quinn slapped Urza's hand away. He raised his head and showed an extremely ferocious smile, looking at Urza with a wild smile. I know he is going to resurrect that adult. Urza was surprised. She looked at Simon, Wally and Miliana, and they nodded together. She didn't expect Jelal to tell them the real purpose so quickly. Fortunately, she still kept it hidden and dared not say it. Then you still. Only by resurrecting that adult can we become rulers. Only then can we have true freedom. Ha 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 ha. Zio laughed maniacally, opened his hands and raised his head as if embracing the sky. I'll interrupt you. Although I know you were few, but Jelal is so capable, why doesn't he go and investigate? Zareth is not dead at all. Raphael couldn't stand listening anymore. This fool, Zio, was just a rebellious kid who could only listen to what he thought was right. In this case, just break his firm knowledge into pieces, so that he could be recast. What? Everyone was stunned. Raphael scratched his head and forgot that the world's knowledge of Zareth has passed away. After all, he was a legendary wizard 400 years ago. Impossible. That's the magician from 400 years ago, how could he still be alive? Zio looked at Raphael in disbelief. If you don't believe me, I have seen him anyway. Not only is he not dead, he is still alive and well. He talks about death, life, pain, and so on every day. Raphael spread his hands indifferently. It was a 10-year mission. Raphael, who was originally crusading against the Dark Guild, accidentally broke into Zareth's domain and even drank a cup of tea with him. However, it might be that his curse was about to break out again, so Raphael turned around and disappeared. Zareth's figure is gone. No. Impossible. Zio knelt on the ground in despair. He half believed what Raphael said, and being extreme, he didn't believe it as much as the other two. He was just desperate that with Raphael's strength, they had no chance, because Simon had just told him Raphael's strength and identity. Wally and Miliana on the side actually believed at 6 to 7 points, but after all, it was only the one-sided words of the traitor they thought. The real truth would not be known until they met Jelal. Arrive. Happy's voice came from the sail. As everyone looked, a tall, deformed building suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Advertisement Chapter 65 Tower of Heaven. 3. Magic Council. Although he is my twin brother, I am also very sad that he did such a thing. Kikirain looked at everyone's eyes, spread his hands helplessly and sighed. Damn. What on earth does he want to do? The R system is a terrifying magic that ignores the laws of human life. No matter who it is, anyone who is tainted with this system will be sent to my army to arrest them. Looking at the panic-stricken people, Kikirain lowered his head, a faint smile appeared on his lips, and Yujima looked at him thoughtfully. A bunch of incompetent people. Kikirain raised his head and looked at the people discussing how to use the strongest force to suppress them, and sneered. What? Do you know what you're talking about, Zeke? Chickline slammed the table and stood up, roaring at them. That thing is dangerous, very dangerous. Send troops. It's completely what incompetent people do. Chickline stared at them. The only way now is to use the satellite magic array to launch the magical elf power. What? Are you crazy? That is time-space destructive magic. If something goes wrong, it can destroy the entire kingdom. And that's your brother, are you willing to let it go? Everyone's expressions changed instantly, and they all accused Kikirain. They felt that Kikirain must be crazy. However, the only one who can destroy that huge building in an instant can only use the magical elf power. As for him, I believe he can understand what I am doing. Kikirain angrily slapped the table and shouted, but secretly he gave Ursha a look. I agree. Ursha chuckled and immediately raised her hand to express her approval of using the magical elf power. Even Ursha, you. Don't waste time. We have 9 reviewers in total. We only need 3 more to activate it. Don't you still know the horror of the R system? Advertisement Chickline's voice became louder and louder, while everyone fell into a long silence. At this time, in the Tower of Heaven, a man with long flowing hair slowly walked out of the darkness. He saluted the man in blue robe on the seat. Sir Jelal, Urza has arrived. But Simon and the others are suspected of betraying, and the monster also came. The man was Jelal. He was sitting on his seat, holding his face with one hand, looking down at the castle with interest. He seemed to have seen Urza and his party who had just landed on the island. Simon and the others. They are just tools to contain Urza. It doesn't matter whether they rebel or not, as long as Urza comes, that's all. As for the monster titan. Jelal was silent for a while. He also felt that Raphael was extremely troublesome. Judging from the information obtained so far, there was nothing that could stop him, but as long as people are in this world, they must have weaknesses. Jelal seemed to have thought of a good idea. A glint flashed in his eyes. It's okay. I have my own arrangements for that monster. You can just be responsible for stopping the others. Urza will come to me on her own. Sir Jelal. But I'm worried about the council. The man with long flowing hair hesitated for a while, and then expressed his doubts. Them? They're just a bunch of trash, Jelal said disdainfully to the long-haired man. In his eyes, those fools who were fooled by his missing body were not worthy of being his opponents. This building is actually so tall. Happy's jaw dropped as he looked at the towering Tower of Heaven. Raphael rubbed his chin and thought about a serious question. Such a tall tower should be obvious, but why couldn't he find it in the past few years? Let's go. Urza was about to walk in, but Zio, who had been silent just now, suddenly became confused. Jelal, Urza is here, someone come and arrest them. Zio directly knocked away Simon, who was leading the way, and Urza, who was leading the way, and ran towards the tower, shouting as he ran, trying to attract the attention of Jelal and the guards. Boom. Raphael dodged directly behind Zio, knocked him unconscious with a knife, and then threw him to Simon with a swing. Watch him, there is something wrong with his brain, it's better to let him pass out. But the movement just now had awakened all the guards, and they were surrounding them. Ice Make Lancer. Water Blast. With 2 loud shouts, a powerful water jet and countless ice guns knocked down all the guards. Everyone turned around, and it turned out that Gray and the others had arrived, just in time to see Raphael and others surrounded by guards. Gray and Juvia instantly took action to deal with them, although Juvia was doing it to show off in front of Lucy. As for Natsu, it's okay not to talk about it. Advertisement. Urza. Are you okay? Lucy quickly jumped off the boat and rushed towards Urza, but when she saw Simon and others beside her, she stopped instantly. Aren't they the ones who attacked us? It's you. How dare you pierce Mr. Gray with a steel pipe? Juvia, who had just forcibly helped Gray off the boat, saw Simon, and her whole body instantly became boiling. Water explosion. A huge water blade as hot as lava slashed towards Simon. Simon hugged Zio and had no time to dodge, so he could only watch the water knife hit him. With a loud noise, Urza rushed in front of Simon and changed into a diamond armor to block Juvia's attack. You guys, I've wanted to ask you for a long time, what are you doing here as a ghost? Urza was equally angry and changed into the form of the heavenly wheel armor to kill Juvia humanely. Okay, calm down. Only then did Raphael rush forward and stand between them to persuade them. Isn't the Ghost Guild disbanded? She is now a free person, and she is a rare good person in the environment of Ghost, so the president thought that she should be included in the guild, but she is still under observation. Raphael stood in front of Urza, preventing her from attacking. At the same time, he was explaining to her and everyone. And you, Juvia, relax, your Gray is fine, remember to do it secretly next time. Juvia was no longer angry, she had long been trapped in your Gray, and couldn't extricate herself. As for Natsu, he's still unconscious on the boat. Ah, Natsu. Happy finally found Natsu, broke away from Miliana's arms, and flew over to rescue Natsu from the vehicle demon. Ah, I'm saved, thank you, Happy. QB*********** D. Come and die. Natsu resurrected on the spot and was following Happy to say thank you, but he turned around and saw Wally's figure, and instantly rushed towards Wally with an angry mouth spitting fire. Calm down Natsu. Lucy hugged Natsu quickly to prevent him from rushing over. Although she didn't know what was going on with Urza and the others, it seemed that they had turned enemies into friends. Let me pass. Lucy, doesn't that be ********* D know that it hurts to put a bullet in someone's mouth? Although he said this, Natsu still put away the flame and just used his own strength to break free from Lucy's restraint. Okay, stop making trouble. Urza's voice sounded, and Natsu froze instantly, not daring to make any move. You guys go back. Here, I will take care of it. Urza stared at Natsu and the others who had just arrived, and said something that puzzled them. Chapter 66 Tower of Heaven, 4. Why? Raphael looked at Urza calmly, while Mirajane told Natsu and others about Urza's past with Urza's acquiescence. It's nothing. This is a matter between him and me. I don't want to involve you. Urza stared at Raphael without giving an inch, looking stubborn and determined. But, I can knock down the Tower of Heaven, which is like a god and demon to you, with just one punch. Do you still want to sacrifice yourself? And you know you can't persuade us. Raphael raised his fists and looked at the Tower of Heaven in front of him calmly. He originally wanted Urza to untie her heart knot, but seeing Urza like this, she couldn't untie her. I solved everything by smashing it all with one punch, but it still takes so long, trouble. Urza was silent, she knew Raphael could do it, after all, no one in the guild knew where Raphael's limit was so far. No. Impossible. Are you kidding? Simon and others had only heard of Raphael's reputation and did not believe that he could do such a thing. Raphael didn't bother to pay attention to them. Believe it or not, if Urza hadn't been here, they would have turned into ashes. How dare they hurt their friends? It would be a shame to die. Urza was silent for a long time and nodded slowly. That was fine. Maybe the real Jelal was dead before she rescued him. The one now was just a demon. Destroying it was the best choice for Jelal. Raphael grinned and raised his fist to hit the tower. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the tower. He had blue hair and a tattoo running through his right eye on his cheek. Jelal! Urza shouted angrily and rushed to catch him, but found that she missed him. It turned out that what appeared in front of them was just a projection. Raphael. The youngest mage with the power of the Holy Ten, a monster with a 100% mission completion rate. It's better to see him than to hear about him after a long time. Jelal ignored Urza at all. He only had Raphael in his eyes. After all, he did have the strength to smash the Tower of Heaven that he had finally built. He had to stop Raphael, at least until the magical elf power was released. Oh, you investigated me very carefully. Why, do you want to stop me? What are you going to do? Raphael lowered his raised fist and looked at him with interest. As much as I want to touch you, my powers are not complete yet, so let's play a game. Jelal looked at Raphael with a smile, shook his head and sighed as he spoke, as if it was a real pity that he couldn't fight Raphael. Why are you playing games with me? You have nothing to play with, relying on your so-called Tower of Heaven? It's too fragile. Raphael spread his hands and yawned boredly. How could I be so naive? Don't worry, I won't let you down. You should know the magical elf power generated by using the satellite magic circle. Jelal covered his face and laughed wildly, dropping a bombshell. Advertisement, would you be willing to play this game with me if I said it might end up in the Fairy Tale Guild? What? Everyone was shocked, and Natsu and Gray were even more anxious to rush forward and beat Jelal up. Mirajane directly receives the soul of Satan and flies directly to the top of the tower to find Jelal. No, Jelal, don't you want me? I'm here, I'll take it easy, don't attack the guild people. Urza roared at Jelal angrily, turned around and rushed out of the door to find Jelal. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to waste such precious magical elf power on a guild? Raphael stopped Natsu, Gray, Urza and Mirajane, and looked at Jelal with amusement on his face. Huh? Aren't you worried? Jelal looked at Raphael with a puzzled expression, which was different from the expression he expected from Raphael. Oh, I don't know where you get your confidence. In that case, I'll let you see. Raphael smiled mysteriously at Jelal. What? Jelal was wondering when he suddenly felt someone tapping his shoulder. When he turned around, he almost frightened him to death. Even the projection magic at the doorway under the tower couldn't hold on and immediately dissipated. It turned out that Raphael was standing behind him, looking at him with a smile, and the next second Raphael was still looking at him. You. Jelal looked ugly and was about to say something when a sound seemed to come from under the tower. He seemed to have thought of something and looked at Raphael in front of him in disbelief. Why has his image disappeared? Raphael, what did you just do? I didn't see you moving. Natsu's voice came from under the tower. With a confused look on his face, he asked everyone's doubts. He knows best what I did. I hope he won't be so scared that he wets his pants, ha 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 ha. Jalal's magic heard the sounds under the tower clearly. He touched Raphael's body with an ugly expression, and the body instantly dissipated like smoke. It turned out that Raphael's speed was too fast, leaving a long-lasting afterimage on the spot. Jelal understood how ridiculous the threat he had just made was. Jelal could no longer maintain his confident expression. He clenched his fists tightly and dug his nails into his palms. He was truly at his wits' end now. It looks like he might have gone to change his pants. Since we have nothing to say, let's continue. Raphael waited for a long time without seeing Jelal. He raised his fists and planned to continue with the demolition plan. Stop. I'm betting on my life. Is that okay? Seeing that the plan was about to be realized, and seeing that the Tower of Heaven that had been built so hard was about to be destroyed, Jelal appeared again, but this time as his true form. This time he really made a desperate move. Raphael is really too good. Now he can only count on waiting for time for the magical elf power, so that he can take back his thoughts body and regain all his strength to fight against Raphael. Well, although I don't know where he got his confidence from. It's none of my business, just finish the fight and call it a day. Raphael looked at him with disdain and continued to hit the Tower of Heaven with his fists. The Natsu people in front of Jelal disappeared, and there was only a fist that covered the sky and headed towards the Tower of Heaven. He keeps getting closer. Just then, a crimson light appeared in front of his eyes. It was Urza. Advertisement. Raphael's eyes widened, and the fist stopped right in front of Urza's eyes, and the wind blew her beautiful crimson hair into a mess. Urza. What are you going to do? Raphael was really angry. He didn't expect that it was Urza who stopped him. He couldn't understand why Urza had to protect the B***** D behind her who had hurt her for 8 years. Please. I can handle it myself, Urza cried. She felt so pitiful and helpless. Raphael looked at her silently, but Urza became particularly stubborn at this time, staring at him without giving an inch. Raphael was about to knock Urza unconscious like he knocked out Quinn. When Mirajane walked up, she took Raphael's hand and shook her head at him. Raphael sighed deeply and said to Urza, if I see you at a disadvantage, I will take action no matter what. Then Raphael turned his back to Urza and walked aside to sulk. Urza looked at Mirajane gratefully. Mirajane sighed and shook her head, walked to Raphael and comforted him softly. Hee ha ha ha. Urza, thank you so much, but you will regret it, because you are what I need, and I need you to be a sacrifice. Jalal's face showed a crazy smile again. He was right. He knew Urza had stopped Raphael in order to deal with him personally. Then here are the rules of the game. I will send 4 people to fight with you until I defeat them and then defeat me. By the way, now that we have reached this point, I might as well tell you that there is only one person left to agree before the council can use the magic elf power. Come on, come and defeat me. Muhahahaha. Jelal is really completely crazy. After experiencing life and death, he just wants to vent. Jelal disappeared in front of them in an instant. Urza quickly chased after him, and Natsu and the others rushed in too. Mira, you go too, I'll just wait here for his so-called reliance. Raphael touched Mirajane's head and smiled at her. Mirajane nodded and ran towards the tower, leaving only Simon's foursome. Zio, who was knocked unconscious at first, had already woken up when Jelal appeared. He sat silently, looking at the Tower of Heaven in a daze. He was shattered inside. Whether it was the truth Urza said at the beginning or Jalal's attitude towards them, he didn't believe Jelal didn't see them. Simon walked up to Zio and patted him on the shoulder. You should believe what Urza just said now, right? Jelal just treats us as tools, a tool to rebuild the Tower of Heaven without complaint. Wally was also lying on the ground at this time, looking at the sky blankly. All I ask for is freedom, a freedom of my own. Raphael turned to look at them and said with a smile, Freedom must be earned by yourself, not by relying on others. Come to our guild. You can find true freedom there. Simon and the others looked at Raphael with his confident and sunny look, and really began to look forward to the future. Chapter 67 Tower of Heaven, 5. Happy. Let's rush to the top of the building. Hey! Happy shouted, the magic circle on his back flashed, and he stretched out his wings and pulled Natsu up. At the same time, flames spurted out from Natsu's feet, and he flew to the top of the building quickly with the help of the thrust of the flames. At this moment, Natsu felt that something seemed to be coming. The next second, a monster with a human body and an eagle head rushed towards Natsu with a rocket booster on his back. Ah! Natsu was unable to dodge and was directly knocked into the tower by the eagle-headed monster. Natsu! Mirajane saw this and quickly received the soul of Satan and flew up. Look what I found! A demon! A gentle voice came from behind Mirajane. Mirajane was startled and turned around to see a girl with 3 pairs of white wings, golden hair, and a slender body floating in front of Mirajane. She was wearing a gorgeous and elegant robe with mysterious patterns on the sleeves. She looked so beautiful and mysterious. Michael from the Savior Guild? Mirajane looked at the beautiful girl in front of her with fear. The Savior Guild is a recently emerging guild. The members of the guild are named after angels. The one in front of her is one of the managers of the guild. Follow the rules, little devil, and go up 1 level at a time. Michael looked at Mirajane with a smile, but his hands were shining with magic. If you want to fight, then fight. So much nonsense, dark rage. A huge black clawed hand attacked Michael. Michael flapped his wings calmly and dodged easily. Angel Sword. After dodging Mirajane's attack, the magic in Michael's hand condensed and swung out a ball of light. The ball of light turned into a giant lightsaber in the air and stabbed towards Mirajane. Mirajane also planned to dodge like Michael, but she was surprised to find that the lightsaber had been following her to dodge. I forgot to mention that my magic can track dark magic. Advertisement. Michael looked at Mirajane with a smile that never changed, and gathered magic in his hands again. Damn it, dark rage. Mirajane swung several claws at the lightsaber, and the lightsaber finally turned into light and disappeared. Angel's Halo. Before Mirajane could catch her breath, Michael attacked again. The light ball she threw turned into a circle of light and went towards Mirajane. Super sadistic and violent. With the previous experience, Mirajane did not plan to dodge, but gathered her magic power in her hands, forming a dark vortex that rolled up the flying circles of light one by one, and then hit Michael together with the circles of light. Michael was about to repeat her old trick, but she was surprised to find that she couldn't fly at all due to the migration of the vortex. She could only withdraw the light ball in her hand helplessly, and retracted her wings to wrap her body. At the same time, the wings emitted golden light, and no matter how the light circle in the vortex tore and hit her, she didn't move at all. Mirajane's magic ended quickly, and Michael, who was shining with golden light in the air, looked unharmed. It seems that I underestimated you. The smile on Michael's face disappeared, and he just squinted at Mirajane. You are quite powerful, worthy of the title of a demon. Mirajane didn't speak. She felt that her magic didn't seem to have much effect on the person opposite, which made her doubt herself a little. Relax, although I received an angel, I am not that pedantic person. I will not judge the devil when I see him. Michael told a cold joke that was not very funny, but made himself laugh. What do you want to do? Mirajane looked at her with a solemn expression. She really couldn't imagine why someone like this would be willing to help Jelal. I just want to meet the so-called Zareth. Demons like that are the ones we really want to purify. Michael spread his hands as if embracing the sun. Aren't you going to investigate? A voice appeared behind Michael, causing her to turn around in an instant and pull away a long distance. Raphael. Mirajane shouted in surprise and quickly flew to Raphael's side. Michael looked at the man in front of her with great surprise. This was the first time she had seen someone who could levitate in midair just by alternating legs, and this name. Ah, I suddenly discovered that my name has the same name as one of the angels in your guild. What should I do? Raphael scratched his head with a headache, squinted his eyes and asked Michael opposite, you won't let me change your name? Advertisement. As soon as he finished speaking, Michael instantly felt an immense pressure pressing down on his body. The cells in his body seemed to be constantly fragmenting and reorganizing, and his wings hung down feebly. He was still eye level with her. Raphael's figure seems to be getting taller and bigger at this time. At this moment, a huge head suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. The eyes on the head seemed to be glowing red. It kept asking her, you won't change your name, like a magic voice in her mind, constantly surrounding. Cold sweat broke out on Michael's head, and she could no longer maintain her smile. She looked at Raphael with fear on her face, waved her hands quickly and said, no, only you can take the name Raphael. No one is qualified. As he said these words, the huge head in front of Michael disappeared instantly, and the whole person instantly relaxed. But her whole body was soaked as if she had just emerged from a waterfall, and her long golden hair, which was originally smooth and beautiful, was also wet in strands as if it had been soaked by the heavy rain. Her whole body looked so embarrassed and no longer as elegant as before, and beautiful. What did I just say? Oh, by the way, do you have time to investigate more? Zareth is really still alive. He is probably living comfortably in the Western continent now. Raphael covered his face with a headache. When he read the original novel, he wanted to complain. He kept talking about resurrecting people, but he didn't even know whether they were dead or not. What a bunch of idiots. What? Michael was really shocked by the news. She really didn't expect Zareth to live for 400 years. Really? Michael looked at Raphael seriously and asked. At this time, she seemed to have forgotten the shock that Raphael had given her. This girl is so innocent, naturally cute. Have you forgotten the shock you just received? Raphael was complaining crazily in his heart, but he said, believe it or not, I'm not happy. If you keep arguing, I'll slap you to the wall and you won't be able to dig it out. Get out. When around Mirajane, Raphael didn't want to show his cruel side in front of her, and he didn't know why. Before the relationship was confirmed, it was fine, but after the relationship was confirmed, he just wanted to show his sweet side, his sunny side. Michael bowed deeply to Raphael, turned around and flew away quickly. Raphael looked at Michael flying away speechlessly, then turned to Mirajane and complained, do you think she is stupid? I scolded her and she still bowed to me? Mirajane covered her mouth and smiled. It was the first time she saw Raphael being made speechless. Then she looked at Raphael affectionately. Thank you for venting your anger on me, my great hero. Raphael was stunned for a moment, scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled. Stay with me next, they can solve it, I believe them. Chapter 68 Tower of Heaven, 6. Hey. It hurts so much. What was that thing just now? Natsu covered his head and stood up. I am the righteous warrior owl. The eagle-headed monster stood in front of Natsu and pointed at Natsu and said righteously, breaking the rules is absolutely not allowed. Hey, it's a bird of justice. Birds can talk. Happy looked at Xiao with a surprised expression, and said excitedly to Natsu, while Natsu looked at him with a surprised expression. This is a member of the Assassination Guild Skull and Bones. His name is Xiao, he is super powerful. Mouths appeared around Natsu, and Jalal's voice came from inside. Jalal. Where are you? Come out. Natsu yelled and wanted to hit those mouths, but he was just beaten. Stop it, it's just my magic, Jalal laughed at Natsu and then said. In addition to being a member of the Skull and Bones Society, Xiao is also a member of the Three Feathered Crows, a trio within it. This trio is incredible. They once killed all the Western generals in the Capulian War. So, don't die next, Fire Dragon, I'm really looking forward to the duel with you, ha 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 ha. Jalal ended the magic, and Natsu looked at Xiao angrily. You guy, you have done so many dirty things. Natsu's eyes burst out with fierce flames, as if he was going to burn the owl to ashes. Whatever is dirty, it is all justice. What we have eliminated is a huge evil. Fire Dragon, your bad reputation has long been spread throughout our guild. Let's take this opportunity to eliminate you in one fell swoop. The owl tilted his head and looked at Natsu, clenching his hands into a posture and preparing to carry out his justice. Natsu's whole body burst into flames, his fists ignited with flames, and he looked at Xiao angrily. The guild is a place where everyone's dreams and beliefs are condensed. You guys who use the guild as a profit-making tool do not deserve to own the guild. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Natsu's fist was wrapped in flames and hit Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's rocket booster ignited and he counterattacked without retreating. He rushed towards Natsu and with the help of the thrust, he withstood Natsu's iron fist. Damn it. How could I lose to you bastards who don't understand the meaning of guild? Natsu yelled, grabbed Xiao's arm and threw him over his shoulder. Xiao couldn't control his body and was hit to the ground hard, but the damage was not serious. Xiao immediately grabbed Natsu's foot and drove away. The full power of the rocket booster lifted Natsu into the air. Reaching the highest point, Natsu was also thrown over his shoulder in the air. Natsu hit the ground like a cannonball and landed perfectly on his head. My nose. Hurts like hell. Natsu was also rough-skinned and thick-skinned. Except for his nose being a little red from being smashed, there was nothing wrong with him. It's quite durable, Xiao Xiao praised in the air, and then used the thrust of the rocket booster to give Natsu a knight's kick from top to bottom. Advertisement fortunately, it wasn't used in the knight's tent next door. Natsu easily blocked the attack, but Owl had a great advantage in the air, so he missed the kick and kicked out the other one. Natsu couldn't dodge and was kicked backwards. Natsu followed the trend and rolled backwards. At the same time, magic energy gathered on his feet, and the flames instantly wrapped the soles of his feet, and he made an upside-down golden hook towards the owl. Fire Dragon's hook attack. Xiao didn't expect that Natsu could actually use magic like this, and was hit in the face and fell from a low altitude. It's pretty awesome, but let's end it quickly. There's a lot of justice to be carried out this time. Xiao Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, released the rocket booster on his back, and rushed towards Natsu. Natsu easily dodged the impact of the rocket booster, and was about to laugh at the owl, but was grabbed by the shoulder by the claws extended by the rocket booster and lifted up into the sky. Natsu, who was still full of energy, suddenly turned into a dead dog, and his whole body became limp. Xiao Xiao hugged his shoulders and looked up at his masterpiece. A cunning look appeared on Yangtu's face, which he couldn't see clearly. I know your weakness, Fire Dragon. What's wrong? It's a vehicle. Happy looked anxious and wanted to go up to help, but the rocket booster was spinning around so fast that Happy couldn't even get close. To strike at a time when your opponent has no ability to resist is hunting. As soon as he finished speaking, the rocket booster dropped Natsu from the air. He quickly ran to the landing point of Natsu, jumped up high and opened his eagle's beak, and actually swallowed Natsu alive. Natsu! Happy cried out in grief and rushed over to rescue Natsu. Fire Fist. Xiao used Natsu's magic and knocked Happy away. As this Natsu's magic, Happy struggled to steady himself in the air, but after being hit by fire, he was still seriously injured and fell to the ground. Happy raised his head with difficulty and looked at the owl in disbelief. This is my magic. I can swallow and digest the magic that enters my body and use it for myself. Xiao Xiao once again returned to his expressionless look, preparing to strike the final blow at Happy. Ice Make Lancer. Countless ice guns bombarded Xiao Xiao, who quickly sprayed out a large amount of flames to burn the ice guns. Gray. Natsu. Was swallowed by that bird. Happy saw Gray coming, and struggled to ask Gray for help. Damn it. That stinking bee asterisk 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 d. What a worthless idiot. Advertisement. Gray looked at Xiao angrily and punched the wall next to him, but his eyes revealed deep worry and anxiety for Natsu. It's starting to digest. After 10 minutes, the fire dragon has completely integrated into me. Xiao Xiao held his stomach and said proudly to Gray. You guy. Don't just eat other people. Gray put his hands together to condense his magic power, and formed countless ice spears, trying to attack the owl. Fire dragon's roar. A fierce flame hit Gray directly, and at the same time forcibly interrupted Gray's magic. Oh, under the flames, the magic of ice will not work. I am worried about how to find you, so you come here and die here with me. The huge flames instantly engulfed Gray, who let out bursts of screams. You. This? B asterisk 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 d. Gray roared loudly, and the flames that burned him instantly turned into ice cubes. Xiao Xiao was so shocked that he stopped the flames. What? The flames actually froze. Stop joking, your flames are not even 1/10,000th of Natsu's, you fake. Gray was covered in burns, grinning and said disdainfully to the owl. Ha 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 ha. Very good, great magic power. I will also capture you and become my prey. The owl appeared in front of Gray at some point, opened its beak again, and swallowed Gray's head and half of his body. Gray. Happy collapsed on the ground and shouted in despair. The next second, half of the owl's body instantly turned into ice. It turned out that Gray's other hand that had not been swallowed had cast a spell on the owl, and the owl was instantly frozen and spit out Gray. You guy. I don't have time to waste with you, Gray roared angrily, his arm instantly condensed into ice and turned into an arm blade, and he rushed towards the owl and executed 7 crazy and fast slashes. Xiao Xiao was hit and retreated repeatedly, with wounds constantly appearing on his body. You. Get out of here. A loud shout. Gray gave Xiao a final hard blow, and Xiao fell down, spitting out Natsu. Don't stop me from saving Urza, she must go back to Fairy Tale, we can't let her cry anymore. Chapter 69 Tower of Heaven, 7, it's so annoying. Juvia obviously wanted to follow Gray-sama, but why did she follow you? Juvia sighed and shook her head helplessly, feeling extremely disgusted with Lucy. Then let's go, don't follow me. Lucy looked at Juvia even more helplessly. This guy didn't know what medicine he had taken wrong, and he had been targeting herself. I thought so too, but who said this was Master Gray's order? I don't know why Master Gray arranged for me to be with you. Isn't it because he wanted to watch the fight between the real one and his love rival? Juvia glanced at Lucy, turned around and continued to sigh. At the end of the sentence, her eyes lit up, and she seemed to really want to turn around and give Lucy a water blast. What on earth are you thinking about? Love Brainstar. Lucy looked at Juvia in front of her with black lines on her head, who seemed to be getting excited. At this moment, a harsh and manic sound suddenly came. Lucy was so excited by the unexpected sound that she covered her ears hard, while Juvia listened with enjoyment. A long-haired man with smoky makeup appeared in front of them, shaking his hair and playing an electric guitar. Hell concert. Death roll, L, the man screamed frantically. One of the warriors Jelal mentioned. Juvia looked at him with a solemn expression. This man's hair is so long and soft, Lucy's focus seemed to be a bit wrong. I'm from the Assassination Guild Skull and Bones. Isn't this a cool name? He made a rocking gesture towards the two women. I am the first feather of the 3 feathered crows. He tilted his head and his long hair began to flow. Vitalutas, that's me. As soon as Vitalutas finished speaking, he shook his head violently, and his long, silky hair suddenly grew longer, heading towards Lucy and Juvia. Lucy was scared to death by the hair, but Juvia was the only one who didn't dodge and accepted Vidalda's attack with an expressionless face. After all, she was a water element and ignored any physical attacks. Vidaldas saw Juvia's body being cut open and instantly recovered. He licked his lips and looked at her. Hey, your body is very special. Juvia's body is made of water, so any attack is ineffective against Juvia. Juvia waved her hand, and a swirling stream of water appeared out of thin air at Vidaldas's feet, and was immediately enveloped by Juvia's water ball. HMPH, it's not that great. Juvia looked at Vidaldas with disdain, while Lucy, who was hiding and only sticking her head out, was praising Juvia crazily. At this moment, Vidaldas's hair absorbed all of Juvia's water like a sponge, and he shook his head to let his hair enjoy its silky smoothness. It's so disgusting. Lucy had goosebumps all over her body. What? Juvia looked at him in surprise. How did you break free from Juvia's restraints? This is all because of my beautiful hair. It can absorb all liquids, but forget about alcohol and oil, which are too harmful to my scalp. But your water is very good. It gave me a refreshing head. Vidaldas licked his lips and looked at Juvia, as if he had seen a gratifying prey. Seeing as you have given me such a good haircut, I will be merciful and arrange for you to become the incubus you are today. Advertisement. Rock Sandman. Vidaldas strummed the electric guitar in his hand, and a manic and harsh music instantly enveloped Juvia. Ah! Juvia yelled in pain, and Lucy could only watch helplessly as Juvia was attacked. The mist instantly filled the entire room. Juvia seemed to have been transformed and slowly walked out of the mist. Juvia, who was controlled by Vedardas, changed drastically in an instant, with thick black eyeliner, purple-black lips, and a tight leather jacket. She changed from a conservative and elegant girl to a rock-and-roll hottie. Hell, let you see the most miserable hell. Damn love rival, Juvia pointed at Lucy with a wild smile. Juvia. Cheer up. What happened to make you like this? Lucy looked at Juvia in disbelief. Please me. Those who become prisoners of the incubus will only obey my orders. Vitalutas looked at Lucy with a wild smile. Is that the voice just now? Then how can I? Lucy instantly understood the conditions for this magic to be activated, but she also wondered why she was not controlled like Juvia. Did you notice? I didn't control you. That's because I want to watch the fight between you two women. Show me more of it, ha 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 ha. Vidaldas maniacally manipulated Juvia to rush forward. Tear all Lucy's clothes to pieces. You pervert, Juvia, wake up, don't you want to be our partner? Lucy was protecting her clothes while frantically trying to wake up Juvia. Give me more rock. Ha 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 ha. Juvia laughed wildly and manipulated the water flow into ropes and whips to tie up Lucy and spank her butt crazily. Juvia. Lucy struggled wildly, still trying to wake up Juvia. It's so noisy. You stupid woman who doesn't understand rock music. Suffocate me. Juvia seemed to be annoyed by Lucy's calls and turned into water to surround Lucy. Miss Lucy. Lucy saw this and was about to fight back when she heard Juvia's voice and she looked around in surprise. Is this Juvia's voice? Yes, I am in Juvia's body now. Lucy carefully feels what Juvia wants to say. Miss Lucy. This person is not Juvia. Juvia doesn't want to hurt her companions, and she doesn't want to hurt you. Although you are a love rival, you may not be worthy of being called a partner. But Juvia loves you so much. You are so warm and happy. Even if it is stormy outside, it is still so sunny in the guild. Juvia finally got closer to everyone. I'm sorry, Juvia is still the woman who brought misfortune. So warm, these are Juvia's tears. Lucy's eyes widened in surprise, and the next second she was violently thrown from the water to the ground by Juvia. Advertisement, no. Fairy tale will never reject anyone who sheds tears for a partner. Lucy stood up slowly, took out the Aquarius key and pointed at Juvia. Miss Lucy. Juvia, who was controlled by the dream demon, stopped for a moment. Be confident in me. You are not a woman who brings misfortune. You made me think of an excellent way to win. Juvia turned into a vortex and rushed towards Lucy. Lucy smiled confidently at Juvia, while Juvia in her heart looked at her blankly. Open the Aquarius gate. Lucy summoned Aquarius on Juvia's body. Juvia. You are the woman who brings success. Thanks to you I was able to summon Aquarius. It's so noisy, you stinky girls. Aquarius was furious because he was summoned by the strange water. He poured out a huge wave from the jar he was holding and swept all the people together. So what? Don't forget. My hair can absorb water, Vitalutas shouted, his hair constantly absorbing the huge waves summoned by Aquarius. Don't underestimate us, Juvia. Miss Lucy. Lucy and Juvia clasped their fingers and shouted in unison. The belief of the two caused the magic power of the two to begin to merge, and huge waves continued to surge towards Vitalutas. We are fairy tale. Finally, Vitalutas couldn't absorb the endless waves. He let out a scream and his hair instantly turned into water. He was hit by the waves and was thrown away and passed out. Yeah. The two happily high-fived each other. Thanks to Miss Lucy, we defeated him. Juvia looked at Lucy happily. No, it's the two of us. Lucy shook her head and looked at Juvia with a smile. Just call me Lucy from now on. We are already partners, aren't we? Juvia was stunned. Looking at Lucy's smile, she also smiled happily. You stinky girl. Why do you always summon me out of some weird places? Are you going to summon me out of the toilet water next time? Huh? With a loud shout, Aquarius hit Lucy on the head with a loud bang, and kept scolding Lucy. So scary. Chapter 70 Tower of Heaven, 8, Brush Lala, Brush Lala. Urza was running towards the top of the building when she suddenly heard a strange sound, which seemed to be the sound of some leaves shaking. She turned around and saw cherry blossoms falling one after another, and a woman slowly walked towards her. This is a woman with the same hair color as Natsu. She has a huge bow on her head. There are two small tear moles on the lower eyelids of both eyes. She is wearing a white kimono with embroidery on it. He looked like a skull, held a long sword across his hand, and walked slowly towards Urza wearing a pair of tall and thick red clogs. From the Skull and Bones Society? Urza looked at the woman in front of her with a solemn expression. The little girl's name is Akaruga. Please give me some advice. Akaruga covered her mouth and explained softly to Urza. Don't stop me. Urza pointed the magic sword at Akaruga and said seriously. Allah, I don't want to either, but who said this is my mission? Akaruga covered her mouth and chuckled, looking at Urza with narrowed eyes. At this moment, the sword in her hand instantly unsheathed and slashed towards Urza. This slash was so fast and urgent that Urza's pupils shrank and she had no time to dodge. She could only rely on her instincts to raise her magic sword to block. When Akaruga saw Urza blocking the slash, Akaruga just chuckled, moved her clogs-wearing feet slightly, and swung a dozen knives at Urza in an instant, but she actually still stood there, seemingly not at all. It looks like it hasn't been touched. Urza raised her magic sword and kept blocking. Although the first attack caught her off guard, after she got used to it, she could easily block the dozen or so attacks that followed. Is that it? Urza looked at Akaruga who stopped attacking in confusion. Haha, Akaruga chuckled a few times, and Urza's armor instantly fell into pieces and fell to the ground. What? Urza looked at her in shock. This is just a hello, but you didn't notice it, right? Akaruga put down the hand that had been covering her mouth and looked at Urza with a smile, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. It seems that he was too anxious to find Jelal, so he didn't notice my attack at all, Akaruga hummed, seeming to be mocking Urza. Urza's expression became serious. She had indeed underestimated her enemy just now. It seems that I am going to get serious. Advertisement. The light of magic flashed. Urza changed into the heavenly wheel armor, and countless magic swords were spinning around her. I'm not an ordinary passerby, Akaruga chuckled and attacked Urza directly. In an instant, Urza and Akaruga fought for several rounds. Family Loon Sword of Cycle. After being unable to attack for a long time, Urza's eyes changed and she jumped into the air with the help of Akaruga's sword. The magic swords around her formed a circle and headed towards Akaruga, threatening to cut her in half. Wu Yu Lu Yaksha Flash Sky. Akaruga chuckled, gently returned the sword to its scabbard, crouched slightly, then shouted softly, jumped up, a flash of sword light flashed, and Urza's magic sword circle was all reduced to pieces. What? All the swords were? Urza was shocked again. After cutting off the magic sword, the sword's power continued to slash at Urza unabated. The armor of the heavenly wheel, broken. Wu Yu Garudayan. Akaruga took advantage of the victory and pursued it, and swung his sword at Urza again. This sword was not only fast and fierce, but also brought with it scorching fire, like a fire cannon. The moment Urza was about to hit herself, she instantly changed into the Fire Emperor's armor and blocked Akaruga's attack with difficulty, but she was also thrown violently into the wall by the force contained in it. Hey, I changed my clothes pretty quickly. It's a nice armor with good fire resistance, but... Akaruga narrowed his eyes and praised Urza, but the tone of his voice sounded like a mockery. Urza climbed out of the wall with difficulty. The moment she stood up, the Fire Emperor's armor was shattered. The temptation ends here. If you don't put on the strongest armor, you will have to accept your fate. Akaruga looked at Urza with a chuckle. She never showed a chuckle from the beginning to the end. His expression looked particularly relaxed. Change. Armor of Purgatory. Urza angrily changed into the strongest armor currently and looked at Akaruga with fierce eyes. No one who has seen this armor can go back standing. Just wait. Regret it. Oh, is this your strongest armor? Do you regret it? A gust of wind and sword light flashed by, and Urza's strongest armor shattered into gravel. Then Akaruga's words sounded slowly behind her. Advertisement. Urza fell to the ground helplessly. Akaruga sheathed the sword leisurely, turned around and taunted Urza. Don't you understand? No armor can resist my sword. You should just accept it obediently, Destiny? Urza stood up with difficulty. A magic circle appeared under her feet, and a burst of light flashed. Urza did not wear any set of armor, but changed into a set of clothes without any magic power. Urza was barefooted and wore black bloomers with a flame lower part and a full black upper part. The upper part of her body was only wrapped with a bandage. She held two swords and looked at Akaruga firmly. What? You're not going to let me chop all your armor into pieces, are you? Wearing a piece of fabric with no magic power, are you trying to sneak attack? Akaruga looked at Urza mockingly. I understand. Urza lowered her head and her deep voice came slowly. I'm not strong at all. I can't save or protect anyone. In fact, I have been protecting myself with thick armor. Get up and lock up your heart. Urza raised her head again. Her eyes and expression were so tough and serious that Akaruga, who had been chuckling, was stunned. I used to think that armor could protect me, but now I understand that I was wrong. Instead, it isolated me from the communication with other people's souls. Fairy Tale taught me that I can take off my heavy armor and don't have to be constantly on guard against harm from others. Urza pointed her sword at Akaruga, and there seemed to be fire in her eyes. For the first time, Akaruga saw the rising sun in the eyes of this woman whose heart was filled with despair. You talk so much nonsense. Just die. Akaruga's discomfort became more and more intense. She yelled and rushed towards Urza. Let me feel the power from Fairy Tale. I won't be confused anymore. Feel the power of risking everything. Urza also shouted and rushed towards Akaruga. She abandoned all defenses and poured all her strength into this sword. There was a flash of sword light, and the two quickly separated. The turtle dove is down. She slowly raised her hand, as if to grab something. I didn't expect. I actually lost. This is the first time since I joined the guild. 10 minutes. The light of justice will descend and clear away all the darkness in the world. Ah, how ironic. What? Urza knew that this was the time for the magical elf power to be launched, and she quickly ran to the top floor where Jelal was, leaving only the unconscious Akaruga. Raphael, who was already at the top of the tower at some point, was looking down at the tower with a smile. Urza has finally come out. Chapter 71 Tower of Heaven, 9. There are 9 people in the audience, 8 are in favor and 1 is against. Based on the above votes, it is decided to launch an attack with magical elf power at the Tower of Heaven. Following the order from the second seat, the council immediately became busy, while Yajma, the only one who voted against, sighed, shook his head and turned around to leave. Senior Yajma, there is nothing you can do if you don't agree, but we must prevent Zareth's resurrection, you should understand. Chickline looked at the little old man in front of him and said with a frown. I don't want to take care of it anymore. Can you afford this responsibility? Yajima stopped and said hoarsely with his back to Kikirain. Of course. All the responsibilities fall on me. I'm talking about the countless lives. You will have to live with so many lives in the future. Among them is your brother, Zeke. Yajima interrupted Zekline angrily, turned around and stared at him. Chickline said nothing and looked at Yajima silently. HMPH. Just take care of yourself. Yajima turned around and left. I don't care, as long as I can resurrect him. For a better future, temporary sacrifice is necessary. Jel-El in the tower knocked down all his chess pieces on the chessboard, turned his back to Urza who had found him, and had an evil smile on his face. Do you think what I said is right? I didn't expect the fun game to end so quickly. Urza was the first and only one who could get up here, as the rest were all sent out by Raphael. Is it so fun to play with human lives? Urza pointed his sword at Jel-El angrily. Isn't it? Life and death are the source of emotions of all things, and pure life is the most boring. Long time no see. Urza, I just met her though. Jel-El turned to look at Urza. Jel-El. Urza looked at him angrily. It's rare to have time to reminisce about the past, so don't show this expression. Jel-El raised his hands and took off his hood. Don't you think the arrival of the light of death will be great? Jel-El. I'm just here to stop you, or I should have dealt with you 8 years ago. Urza raised the sword with both hands and looked at Jel-El firmly. Ahahaha, you will definitely die as a sacrifice to resurrect Zareth. This is your fate. Jel-El pointed at Urza crazily and laughed wildly. And are you really willing to attack me? In fact, you don't hate me at all in your heart? Advertisement. Urza shook her head and clenched the sword with both hands. I really couldn't do it 8 years ago, but now, I am no longer a coward. I must understand you personally. Then let's give it a try. Jel-El laughed wildly, waving his arms, and countless ghosts emerged from his wrists and attacked Urza. Urza jumped to dodge Jalal's attack, and kept swinging the sword to cut the flying ghost into several pieces. Jel-El smiled slightly, and with his other hand, while Urza jumped into the air to dodge, he fired a light bullet and knocked her away, breaking several pillars. Urza steadied herself in the air, kicked off the gravel and shot towards Jel-El and slashed the Tachi from above. Don't you think it's a pity to destroy the tower that was finally built with your own hands? It's just a few pillars, just for decoration. Jel-El jumped back to avoid Urza's attack, and kicked the rocks under his feet towards Urza. For these decorations, Zio and the others have been trusting you for 8 years. Urza split the stone angrily, rushed in front of Jel-El and chopped it down hard. Why are you educating me? The important thing has never been this tower, but the R system. Jel-El gathered more magic power, and the ghost group instantly surrounded and bound Urza. And it has been completed now. Please let me witness all this. Ha 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 ha. Jel-El looked at Urza who was overwhelmed by the ghosts, and happily opened the champagne at halftime. At this moment, the tip of a knife pierced the group of ghosts, a flash of knife light flashed, and Jalal's magic was broken. What? Jel-El was stunned. Urza didn't give Jel-El a chance to react. He rushed forward and gave Jel-El a knife. He put Jel-El down on the ground and knelt on him, pointing the sword at his throat. It's not actually built, is it? Urza looked at Jel-El coldly. It's not like I've done nothing in the past 8 years. I've been investigating this R system. Urza kept getting closer to Jel-El, and the tip of the knife pierced his throat little by little. What you really need is not me as a sacrifice, but a lot of magic power. In other words, magical elf power. Urza stopped and stared at Jel-El. If you want to have such a large amount of magic power, you can only have the magical elf power that can condense 2.7 billion Idia magic power. In other words, this is your purpose from the beginning, so this is why Raphael said that you cannot waste this magic power on the Fairy Tale Guild. Haha, you guessed it, but so what? The magical elf power is ready to come here. Jel-El looked at Urza with a ferocious smile. My body has long been possessed by Zareth, and my body has long become the best sacrifice for the resurrection of Zareth. No one can save me. Paradise? Freedom? Never existed at all? Urza was stunned. She always thought that Jel-El became like this because he was punished too harshly. She had always blamed herself for this, but she didn't expect. Advertisement, possessed. Everything is over before it even begins. Jel-El looked at the ceiling above his head and muttered to himself. Inside the Magic Council, the magical elf power is ready. The satellite magic circle begins to unfold. Pray. Pray. The MPs and all the frog people began to close their eyes and pray. A huge magic circle unfolded in the sky above the Tower of Heaven, and everyone on the ground was surprised. Didn't you expect that the Senate would really launch magical elf power? Wally started to yell. Then, sister, she's still in there, Zio shouted anxiously, wanting to rush in and rescue Urza. He knew he was wrong. He didn't want to lose Urza again. Calm down. Trust Raphael. Gray hugged Zio and tried to persuade him, but he also looked at the top of the tower worriedly. And Natsu, who should have been clamoring to follow Raphael to resist this magic power, was knocked unconscious by Raphael's slap. Raphael. Don't worry about me, believe me, nothing in this world can hurt me except you, so just wait for me on the ground and I'll set off a big firework for you. Close black lens bracket. Mira Jane clasped her hands on her chest and raised her head to look at the figure that looked particularly small under the huge magic circle. Kill me, Urza, and run away. Jel-El seemed to have returned to the righteous look he had 8 years ago. Urza was stunned for a long time, dropped the sword on the ground, shook her head, and hugged Jel-El. Let me bear the punishment for not being able to save you. I was saved by you a long time ago, and now it's me who saves you. Jel-El showed his evil smile again the moment Urza dropped the sword and hugged him. But after listening to Urza's words, Jel-El was stunned and fell silent, and his hand hugged Urza unconsciously. Chapter 72 Tower of Heaven, End, Pray to the Holy Light. Magic Spirit Power. Release. As the collective prayer of the council magic group ended, a dazzling beam of light appeared in the sky. This beam of light came from outer space, passed through the magic circle, and attacked the top of the Tower of Heaven. After waiting for so long, it's finally here. Raphael stood on the top of the tower, looked up at the beam of light that was gradually enlarging in front of him, and felt the amazing magic inside. Raphael smiled. Jelal, listen to me, I am invincible in this world. Raphael shouted, raised his fist, kicked hard at the Tower of Heaven, jumped into the air, and punched the magic spirit power. The Tower of Heaven was shattered inch by inch, and the magic spirit power instantly expanded under Raphael's fist and exploded directly in the air. Raphael paused in the air, turned around, turned his back to the explosion, and looked at the stunned Jelal below with an expressionless face. That look was like a great god, and Mirajane on the ground was stunned. How? How is it possible? That kind of magic power. Jelal looked at the god-like figure in the sky in disbelief. He didn't expect that someone could really take on a 2.7 billion magic power shell and blow it up. Wow. So powerful. Natsu and the others on the ground also opened their mouths in shock. The Tower of Heaven in front of Raphael was constantly breaking, and the crazy explosion behind him was really like a demon and a god. And the people of the council, it was already difficult to protect themselves. After all, the thought body could share vision with the main body. Jelal summoned his thought body back the moment he saw Raphael. Planning to die together with Raphael, because he knew that Raphael would never let him go. After all, Urza had been completely tied up by him secretly using the binding snake. And Ursha launched magic the moment she saw Jalal's thought body disappear, causing the council building to age and collapse instantly. Raphael. Why are you against me? Jelal finally couldn't help it, raised his head and looked at the devil-like figure angrily. My hard work, my efforts, all in vain. Advertisement, I'm against you. Raphael appeared in front of him in an instant. Why don't you think about it, if you didn't insist on hurting my partner? After that, he punched Jelal into the bottom of the tower, and the Tower of Heaven, which was only half left, collapsed instantly, and Raphael lifted Urza to Mirajane's side. Damn it. Celestial magic meteor. Jelal, who was buried in the ruins of the Tower of Heaven, rushed out of the ruins in an instant and rushed towards Raphael. The speed was so fast that everyone present could only see a golden line flashing. Flashy. Raphael just threw a punch casually, and Jelal was beaten into the ruins again. Celestial magic 7-star sword. A light spot of the Big Dipper appeared above Raphael, and it turned into 7 magic circles at the nodes of each star. The 7 magic circles released a large number of lightsabers, which continuously shot towards Raphael, and finally formed 7 huge beams of light that blasted towards Raphael. Raphael was constantly swaying back and forth, and he completely avoided Jalal's intensive attacks, and smiled mockingly at him. Damn it. I don't believe it. 9 consecutive stars. One after another huge magic stars appeared and smashed towards Raphael. Raphael just raised his fist and smashed these magic stars into starlight dots. Impossible. Impossible. Jelal shouted crazily. He leaned his body, his left hand went down to touch the ground, and his right hand tilted up. True celestial magic star collapse. The moon in the sky was blocked by a thick black cloud. A golden red magic circle appeared in the middle of the black cloud. A huge meteorite appeared from the magic circle, descending rapidly towards Raphael. Seriously, one punch. Raphael didn't want to play anymore. He jumped up and a black-red magic circle appeared on his fist. He punched the meteorite. The meteorite in the black cloud turned into ashes in an instant, revealing the light of the moon again. Then he quickly rushed in front of Jelal and punched Jelal into the ruins. All the bones in Jalal's body were cracked by this punch. Raphael slowly walked up to Jelal and stepped on his head, his eyes glowing red. To be honest, I don't know if you are being controlled or if this is really the case, but you absolutely shouldn't. You're so self-righteous and you're playing tricks on all of us. Is Urza a sacrifice? Huh? Then I will sacrifice you to the god of death? Advertisement. After that, Raphael crushed Jalal's right hand with his kick, and Jelal let out a cry of pain. Does it hurt? But what does that mean compared to the pain in Urza's heart? Raphael stepped on his right leg again, and Jalal's body was shaking with pain again. Perhaps it was because he was so painful that he broke free from Ursha's control, or perhaps because he was so painful that he changed his ways. Jelal finally said weakly. Wait a minute. Raphael, who was about to crush the other limb, stopped, squatted down, pinched Jalal's face, and lifted him out of the pit. I just want to be free. Why? Zarif obviously promised me to create a free world for me with Q, Simon, and Urza. Jelal spoke such a long sentence intermittently and weakly, and he was already in a state of exhaling more air than inhaling. Raphael was silent. He sighed, put down Jelal, and looked at Urza, who was released from the restraints and running towards the place as Jelal fell, and sat next to Jelal. Free? I don't know what freedom you want, but I know that you cannot be free. You cannot be free when your soul is bound. In fact, you have discovered it a long time ago. Zarif is not dead at all. Jelal was lying on the ground and turned to look at Urza, who was running towards him. So what if I found it? So what if I didn't find it? Now I have no way back. Jelal. The council's army quickly surrounded the island, but there were only the ruins of Tower of Heaven on the island, and Fairy Tail and Jelal, who were supposed to be here, were all missing. When asking everyone at Fairy Tail about the situation, they also found nothing. Jelal seemed to have disappeared from the world. Although Raphael said that Jelal had been shattered into pieces, the council was still determined to find even a few fragments, otherwise they would really become a laughing stock. Unfortunately, a few days have passed, and the news that the council has been tricked and mixed into the members of the Holy Ten and Council has spread throughout the kingdom, and Jalal's matter has no chance to be dealt with for the time being. Chapter 73 Heading towards true freedom. Akani Beach, Hugh and Wally are apologizing to Urza. I'm very sorry, Urza. Wally scratched his head and looked at Urza sheepishly. Yes, I'm sorry, little Elu. Miliana also drooped her head. Urza smiled softly and shook her head at them. I am the one who should apologize to you. I have never come to you in the past 8 years. I am the one who is truly sorry. But my sister was threatened by Jelal, so she didn't get close to protect our safety, right? I'm the one who should admit my mistake. Zio anxiously defended Urza, and in the end he also dropped his head, because he had actually always regarded Urza as his role model, but he was the one who didn't believe her the most. Yes, Urza, we are the ones who really should apologize. Together with Jelal, we have caused you so much harm. Simon looked at the bandages wrapped around Urza's body, and heartache flashed in his eyes. He liked Urza, but he knew that this was a love that was destined to be unrequited, so he could only silently do something for Urza behind his back. At this point, it's all pale to say anything. You are just bewitched by the evil Jelal, but I have never been able to take real measures. Urza lowered her head and turned to look at the sea, her eyes sparkling, and she didn't know what she was thinking. But, where did Jelal go? After a long silence, Simon asked about their second purpose today. Urza fell into memories. Jelal. Urza ran to Jalal's side with the sword in hand and raised the sword high, but looking at Jelal who showed a gentle smile, she couldn't put her hand down. Alas. This bottle is a potion for rebirth of severed limbs made by Grandma Polyusica, and the other bottle is poison. I leave the specific choice to you. Raphael shook his head, put down a bottle of red healing potion and blue poison on the ground, stood up and left, driving Natsu Simon and the others back to Akani Beach. Only he and Mirajane stayed. Urza. Do it, I don't blame you, it's all my fault. Jelal looked at the girl in front of him with a gentle smile. Jelal. Why? Tears welled up in Urza's eyes. She just wanted to know why Jelal became like this. Who knows, maybe I really can't bear the torture, or maybe I want to get strength as soon as possible so that I can protect you. Jelal smiled softly and turned to look at the moon in the sky. But, I've obviously saved you. Urza's tears finally flowed down. She was still blaming herself. She hated herself for not awakening her magic earlier. Jelal raised his left hand with difficulty and gently wiped Urza's tears. Yes, you saved me. I didn't save myself. I don't blame you. Urza couldn't hold her sword again and dropped it to the ground, covering her face and crying. Raphael, is there really no way to save Jelal? Mirajane also looked sadly at the two people in front of them under the moonlight, holding Raphael's hand and asked. He has been rescued, whether by Urza or by himself. Raphael's words made Mirajane look at him in confusion. Raphael turned to Mirajane and smiled. Let's go back, we'll just leave the two of them here. Raphael picked up Mirajane, leaving a small crater on the spot and disappeared. Advertisement Jelal saw Raphael leaving, and while Urza was still crying, he ate all the potions on the ground with difficulty. With the sound of the medicine bottle falling to the ground, Urza stopped crying instantly and looked at Jelal who had regained his mobility. She quickly picked up the sword from the ground and pointed it at Jelal. Urza. Urza's eyes widened instantly because Jelal directly passed his body through the sword and hugged her. I'm sorry. Let me take another look at your beautiful crimson hair. Jelal lay on Urza's shoulder, gradually losing his breath. Jelal. Urza cried very sadly. All the emotions she had suppressed for 8 years, including her feelings towards Jelal, turned into this one painful cry. He went to find true freedom. Urza lowered her head, and some crystal water drops seemed to fall from the corners of her eyes. What should we do in the future? Miliana said sadly, lowering her head in melancholy. Yeah, we haven't left that island in 8 years, and we don't know what to do at all. Wally and Zio also lowered their heads and were confused about the future. If there's no place you want to go. A voice came from behind them, and Zio and the others quickly looked back. It was Raphael. Come to Fairy Tale. Welcome. Raphael looked at Quinn and the others with a smile. Can we? Can? Miliana looked at Raphael in disbelief. Yes, after all what we did. Simon was equally eager and worried about Raphael's words. It's okay, you didn't do anything. Gray's voice came from behind Raphael. Maybe the freedom there is different from the freedom you pursue. Lucy also walked up to them and said with a smile. But it's a happy and warm place there. Natsu extended his hand towards them in invitation. And I also want to be with you all the time. Urza walked up to Raphael and the others and extended an invitation to Zio and the others. Wally and Simon were stunned for a long time, and then they laughed happily. This kind of guild is really good. Quinn saw Urza's smile for the first time, and a smile appeared on his face. Open black lens bracket Urza. You have become stronger. Close black lens bracket. A familiar voice seemed to ring in Urza's ears, and she quickly looked up towards the sea. The gentle sea breeze blew her long hair, and her crimson hair looked particularly beautiful under the sunlight. The beach at night looks particularly peaceful under the sea breeze. Is it really okay for us to live in the outside world? Wally's voice sounded on the beach. We must find a way to survive. Simon's voice also sounded on the beach. That's right, we can't trouble sister anymore. Zio's voice sounded next. It turned out that they planned to go to sea to find freedom by themselves, and did not want to trouble Urza anymore, because they knew that their identities would cause a lot of trouble to Urza and Fairy Tale. Advertisement, you guys. A familiar voice made them freeze instantly. Zio and the others turned their heads helplessly. It was Urza. Zio clenched his fists, looked at Urza firmly, and mustered up the courage to say to Urza. There's no point in persuading. Persuading us, we've already decided. We have always lived in the tower. This is also the first time we plan to go to the outside world. Although we don't understand anything and feel uneasy. Simon stood next to Zio, holding his hand and looking at Urza with the same determination. But we have to see the world with our own eyes. We no longer rely on anyone's strength to live, nor do we want to live for anyone. From now on, we live for ourselves and use our own strength to find what we want to do. Wally, Miliana, Zio and Simon looked at each other and said to Urza in unison, this is our freedom. Urza looked at them who were determined and smiled. I have received your faith. I believe that nothing can stop you. Urza instantly changed into a gorgeous knight armor and wore a cape with the Fairy Tale Guild. She looked at Zio and the others seriously. However, those who leave the Fairy Tale Guild must abide by 3 rules. Listen to me. First, never leak information that is detrimental to Fairy Tale for the rest of your life. Raphael walked out of the darkness wearing a tunic suit he made and stood on Urza's left side. Second, you are not allowed to contact past clients without authorization for personal gain. Mirajane walked to Urza's right side wearing a gorgeous princess costume. Third, even if the path you choose is different, but you must live strong at all times, and you must never despise your own life. Urza held the Fairy Tale flag high, raised her head and shouted loudly. Never forget your dearest friend in your life. Urza looked at them with tears in her eyes and shouted out the final rule. Fairy Tale farewell party. Begin. Urza raised the flag and shouted loudly, while Raphael and Mirajane raised their right hands and made the Fairy Tale gesture to Quinn and the others, his 7 pointing upward. Everyone, see you later. Natsu continued to spray flames into the sky, forming gorgeous fireworks. And there are ice flowers. Gray's magic turned the fireworks blooming in the sky into ice flowers. Then let me create a celestial spirit version of fireworks. Lucy held up the key and summoned celestial spirit to release the starry sky fireworks. I feel sorry for you, but if that will hinder your progress, I will once again sincerely wish you this journey. Urza looked at them with tears in her eyes and a smile on her face that added to her beauty. No, little Elu. Miliana was already crying. If we were here, we would only stir up memories of your painful past, Wally said, also in tears. No, it won't. The painful memories will turn into the strength to move towards tomorrow, which will only allow us to move forward stronger. Sister. Zio covered her face and cried bitterly. Simon didn't say anything, he just looked at Urza silently, as if he wanted to remember Urza well before leaving. Take care. I believe that as long as we are still in this world, we will have a chance to meet again. Urza held the flag high and smiled brightly at them. Yeah, take care, sister, we will definitely meet again, Zio shouted towards Urza. Definitely. Simon looked at Urza blankly and made a promise in a low voice. We have a deal. Chapter 74 New partner, you're back. Looking at the familiar guild gate, Lucy cried with joy. She didn't expect that it was just a vacation, but she actually caused so many troubles. Boom. Without saying a word, Natsu kicked the guild door open. We're back. As Natsu shouted, everyone in the guild surrounded them. How's it going? Is the beach fun? Are there many beauties? Macau and Wakaba's focus is not quite right, but it seems to be quite right. You two idiots, Natsu and the others are here to destroy a big conspiracy. Congratulations on successfully stopping that conspiracy, come and have a drink. Kana held up a large wine barrel and gestured towards them, which made Lucy wave her hands in surprise. Sister, welcome back. Lasana ran forward, took Mirajane's luggage, took her hand and walked aside and whispered, how about it? Did it work? Mirajane blushed instantly and secretly whispered something into Lisana's ear. Lasana jumped 3 feet high with joy. Mirajane quickly grabbed Lasana and the two of them kept whispering, turning to look at Raphael from time to time. Raphael couldn't help but look sideways. This girl, no matter her age, seemed to be quite gossipy, and Mira was enough. She actually even read her own gossip, and couldn't figure it out. Natsu, Gray and others lost themselves in the exclamations of everyone and laughed heartlessly. Urza watched silently, and suddenly exhaled a long breath, her whole body relaxed, and a smile appeared on her face. Sure enough, this was where she felt truly relaxed. You're back, you brats. An old voice sounded, it was Makarov. He brought Juvia over to greet everyone. Oh, Gray exclaimed in surprise. This is the new member Juvia. Isn't it super cute? Makarov proudly said to them with his hands on his hips. You really joined, that's great, Gray said with a smile on his hips. Ah, Juvia. Thank you for your help when we were in Akani. Urza and Lucy also smiled and welcomed her. Advertisement, please take care of everyone, and your love rival. Juvia bowed slightly to everyone, and then said to Lucy with a smile. Oh, you. Lucy couldn't help but complain. It seems that you all know each other. I was worried that you wouldn't like it if I were from the Ghost Guild. This makes me feel relieved. Makarov nodded and looked at them with a smile. It's okay, she is our partner now. Urza smiled and acknowledged Juvia's identity. That's good, besides her, we have a new partner. Makarov shouted to the figure drinking wine next to him, stop drinking, come and say hello. It's him. Looking at Gajeel turning around, Mirajane looked at him with a smile. Gajeel saw Mirajane and Raphael looking at him with smiles, and instantly felt a little cold on his back, and began to regret coming here. Since Gajeel did not cause harm to the guild like in the original work, Everyone did not reject him and even felt a little pity for him. After all, they all knew how badly Gajeel was beaten. Looking at everyone's eyes, Gajeel's teeth were almost broken, but in front of Raphael, he said hello obediently for fear of being beaten again. Well, hello everyone. My name is Gajeel, and I have become a new member of the Fairy Tale Guild starting today. Please give me your advice. Gajeel sat upright and raised his right hand to introduce himself. He looked like a golden retriever who was found demolishing his home. Relax. If you join Fairy Tale, you will be a partner. As long as you don't harm your partner, I won't do anything. Raphael smiled and extended his hand to Gajeel. Gajeel hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took Raphael's hand. President, you made a profit, you kidnapped another dragon. Mirajane looked at Makarov with a smile, and Makarov raised his head proudly. He was raised by dragons. Natsu suddenly became excited and rushed over like a runaway husky, knocking Raphael away. Ah, Raphael. Mirajane quickly ran to catch up with Raphael. I seem to have seen some incredible scenes. Lucy looked at Raphael, who was knocked away with her mouth wide open, and murmured to Gray next to her. It's normal. I feel a little uncomfortable, Gray said normally, but he felt very uncomfortable, as if he was being seen out. Open black lens bracket. Oh. Master Gray is so open-minded, naked, damn it, that Lucy dares to look at my Gray-sama. Close black lens bracket. Juvia, who was still shy, suddenly turned into a fiery state and swept Lucy away. Gajeel looked at the scene in front of him with black lines on his head. He once again felt that he had entered the wrong fairy tale. Advertisement? Nah. You were also raised by a dragon? Who taught you your dragon-slaying magic? Natsu circled around him and asked him. Gajeel's head hurt even more. He covered his head helplessly and said, You are really annoying. It's Mary Darkana, the steel dragon Mary Darkana. You were indeed raised by dragons. Natsu excitedly started spitting fire into the sky. Are you too? Gajeel looked at him in surprise, and then realized that Natsu had said it many times. Yes, I was raised by Igneel, but he disappeared. Where's yours? Natsu became depressed. What? Yours is gone too. When? Is it? Gajeel grabbed Natsu's shoulders anxiously and asked. Yours too. Natsu looked at Gajeel with the same surprise. Is it also? July 7th, X 777. July 7th, X 777. The two told the time in unison and looked at each other in surprise. Why are they all 7? Natsu looked at Gajeel in confusion. Yeah. Why? Gajeel looked at Natsu with the same confusion. Forget it. If you have any news about Igunner, please tell me. I'm leaving. Natsu instantly lost interest in Gajeel and turned around to leave. So heartless. Why should I tell you? Gajeel looked at Natsu helplessly and said. Because we are partners, right? Natsu turned to Gajeel and smiled. If I have news about Mary Darkana, I will tell you too. Partner. Gajeel was stunned. He looked at the noisy people around him, at Mirajane who was holding Raphael and shaking him, at Juvia chasing Lucy, at Gray and Natsu moving. This is the true meaning of the guild's existence. Makarov stood in front of him and said to him with a smile. Really, it's really warm. Gajeel understood what Juvia said at this moment. Come with me to Fairy Tale. You won't be alone there anymore. Chapter 75 Weekly. Gia. Mirajane, just stay here for me. Gajeel tricked Mirajane into a house and locked her up, then sneaked away with a cunning expression. Damn Gajeel. I must not let him succeed. Mirajane clenched her fists angrily and tried to rush out of the door, only to find a photo of Raphael posted on the door. Ah, he is so bad. Mirajane couldn't do anything anymore. Shrimp, Sir Lucy, what are you going to do today? The cancer hairstylist asked looking at Lucy in front of the mirror. Today is the day when the reporter from Weekly Sosala comes to interview. I want to look beautiful and stand out from the crowd. Lucy said excitedly. Okay, Shrimp, cancer operated for a while, Lucy. No change, just a haircut. I will definitely become famous in Daxia. Looking at her beautiful self in the mirror, Lucy cheered herself up. After all, I wore low-cut clothes just for today. The guild is so chaotic. Lucy suddenly felt like she had lost her ideals. She felt that reporters would definitely not be willing to come to such a guild. Guilds have always been like this. Urza, wearing a brand new armor, appeared next to Lucy. Wow, Urza, you are very different today. Lucy looked at Urza with golden eyes. This is the latest model from Heart Cruise. Urza put her hands on her hips and showed it to Lucy. Oh, Fairy Queen. She's a real person. So cool, a passionate and excited voice suddenly said. Lucy and the two turned to look, and it turned out to be a reporter. Ah, you are the reporter from Weekly Sosala. Lucy looked at him in surprise and quickly introduced herself. My name is Lucy, I'm from Urza. If possible, can I ask you a few questions? Reporter Jason ignored Lucy and followed Urza. Lucy was instantly petrified, and she didn't expect to be ignored. How many sets of armor do you have in total? Which one is your favorite? Jason kept asking Urza questions. Lucy had no choice but to walk to the table nearby and sit down. Peeved. Happy looked at Lucy's embarrassment and covered her mouth and laughed at her. Advertisement, I don't want to be laughed at by you. Lucy turned around to settle the score with Happy, but found that Happy was also being interviewed by Jason and instantly shivered, lost. At this moment, Jason turned to look at her in surprise. Lucy quickly managed her expression. Just when she thought it was her turn, Jason knocked her away. Ah, it's Gray. The living Gray. Jason rushed towards Gray excitedly, but what did he hit? He didn't know, maybe it was some kind of stool. Lucy looked at Jason angrily. What kind of taste did she have? She actually went to visit a naked man, and a beautiful woman was right here, okay? Wait, undress? Lucy came up with a good idea. She pretended to be too hot, fanning herself while slowly opening her shoulder straps. It's so hot, should I take it off too? Reporter. Where are you? With a loud shout, Lucy was thrown away along with the table, and Natsu looked around looking for the reporter with a blazing mouth. Cool, it's Natsu. The magician I want to see the most. Jason became even more excited and couldn't control himself. Boom. Looking at Jason, who was knocked away by Natsu and slid in front of her, Lucy looked at him with black lines on her head. She didn't forget to record it even though she was like this. How dedicated. Lucy suddenly found Jason looking at her blankly and felt happy. Do you have anything to ask? Cool, it's Elfman. Jason instantly jumped up and rushed towards Elfman. Lucy instantly leaned against the wall as weakly as an abandoned kitten. Ah, it's Kana. Oh, the Shadow Gear team, the legendary Triangle team. Raphael Sama. I heard that you and Miss Mira have confirmed your relationship. Is that true? President Makarov, please tell me about your expectations for the guild. Lucy stared blankly at Jason's various interviews and photo shoots. Even Happy was interviewed, but she was ignored. Wow. You don't take me seriously at all. Lucy cried to the sky, and then as if she had made up her mind, no, I'll fight. Although it's embarrassing. Advertisement. A moment later, Lucy came out in a bunny girl costume and was about to attract Jason's attention when suddenly the guild went dark. A microphone and some music equipment appeared at Lucy's place, and a white suit version of Gajeel appeared there. Gajeel? Shouldn't it be Mira? Raphael spurted out a mouthful of milk, all on Lysana's head. Wow. Brother-in-law. Raphael hurriedly comforted the crying Lysana. Bang. Click. Buzz. Clang. Spotlights came on from nowhere, and Gajeel started playing the guitar. The wine in Gray and Natsu's mouths instantly flowed down. This guitar is so bad. There are not many guilds willing to hire me. The evil wolf who is taken in will become docile. Even yesterday's enemy, I will want to present this song as a friend. An original song. Best friend for everyone. Gajeel cleared his throat, and everyone began to look forward to it. 222 Sabi 2 Ba Cha Lala. Everyone was petrified in an instant, and Raphael was among those who were madly pinching Lysana because she fainted from Gajeel's singing. You sing so badly. Did you lock me up just to steal my performance? Go to hell? A figure suddenly appeared and kicked Gajeel away, saving everyone from this deadly singing. It turned out to be Mira Jane. She finally came out of the room, but there seemed to be a corner of paper sticking out of her arms. Listen to me. This is real music. Mira Jane instantly changed into a cheongsam dress, holding a guitar and sitting on a chair. I stroke the desk without you. Under the night sky tonight, I am also alone. Look up at the stars, I pray. Gajeel sat on the side and listened quietly, drinking wine, and everyone was also listening quietly to this song written for working outside. Let's dance. Mira Jane smiled at Lucy, who was listening behind her intoxicatedly during the interlude. Good. Lucy woke up from the song and danced to the music. And Raphael also took a guitar and walked to Mira Jane's side without knowing when, smiled at her, and sang together. Come back here, this home that belongs to you. Because there are people here, waiting, your return. Outside the gate of the guild, a hooded and ragged man stood at the door. He listened to the singing and laughter inside, and his face covered by the hood instantly became wet. He cried. Lucy. Chapter 76 Harvest Festival. The Soul of the Ghoul, this notorious dark guild, ushered in its destruction today, and only 3 people were able to eliminate this guild. Who are you? The president of the Ghoul Soul Guild looked at them unwillingly. Us. Just remember the Thunder Gods. One of the 3, a glamorous beauty wearing glasses, looked at him coldly and said. Thunder Gods? Could it be that you are? The president of Ghoul Soul's eyes widened in surprise. Evergreen. The cool beauty wearing glasses pushed up her glasses indifferently. Freed. The green-haired boy with a foil on his waist looked at him expressionlessly. And Bixlow. The weirdo wearing a helmet and sticking out his tongue. Let's go. How dare you call such a rubbish guild a dark guild? Freed turned around and left. Really, it's so weak, it's not even fun. Bixlow smiled crazily. It's better to go back to find Master Laxus. It's finally time to take action, Evergreen said with a solemn expression, shaking his head. Laxus, who was at home at this time, they're finally back. Fairy Tale's fratricide is about to begin, old man. Raphael, just wait. Laxus's maniacal laughter sounded in the dim room, accompanied by bursts of arcs of electricity, which looked so weird and evil. The annual Harvest Festival is here, and on both sides of Magnolia Town, various flags with Magnolia Harvest are hung. Not only from this town, but also attracting many tourists from other towns to come and watch, because Fairy Tale will present its most perfect image on this day for a magical float parade. Advertisement at the same time, it is also known as the most beautiful selection, Miss Fairy Selection. The female members of the strongest guild Fairy Tale came on stage to show off themselves, and the audience watching the scene voted for the best fairy lady. Welcome all friends, residents and tourists. Now I, Max, will host it for everyone. Now, the Miss Fairy competition begins. Our lovely and beautiful fairies are invited to take part. Max's enthusiastic hosting made everyone in the audience cheer. We invite our #1 contestant, the exotic Kana Alberona. Kana walked up confidently, raised her hand and waved a large number of cards to circle around her. As the cards spun faster and faster, there was a bang and smoke rose. Kana slowly walked out of the smoke in a swimsuit. The crowd cheered wildly, and Makarov in the audience even had a nosebleed. The next contestant number 2 is new to our guild, but he has S-level strength, Juvia Loxer, who is as clear as water. Juvia, who had changed into a set of cute clothes and walked up, stretched out her hands, and everything below her head turned into a waterfall like water curtain. When the waves passed by, Juvia gently opened the water curtain, wearing a sexy the swimsuit came out and winked wildly in Gray's direction. The people in the audience became even more excited, but Gray was constantly shivering, and he was very restless. The next contestant number 3 is our guild's signature girl and the face of our guild. Her beauty is enough to make anyone fall in love. Mira Jane Stroud. Mira Jane walked onto the stage with a smile on her face and greeted the audience enthusiastically. Under the expectant eyes of the audience, she transformed into Happy's cat head, Gajil's head, and Raphael's head. The excited people in the audience stopped instantly, looking at Mira Jane, who kept changing her head with black lines on their faces, while Raphael even covered his face and hid in the crowd. Next up is our number 4 contestant Urza Scarlet. She is known as the strongest fairy queen with both strength and beauty. As soon as Urza came on stage, everyone in the audience started cheering crazily. They were all fans of the fairy queen. Urza smiled mischievously at the audience and instantly changed into a gothic loli outfit. The contrast with Urza's usual sassiness instantly aroused everyone's interest, and they cheered for Urza even more crazily. That posture seemed to overturn the entire venue. Urza is so popular. Lucy, who was hiding in the background, was both envious and surprised by Urza's popularity. Soon it was time for her to go on stage. Lucy cheered herself up and was about to go on stage when she suddenly heard Max was about to go on stage. He said his full name and quickly covered Max's mouth. Advertisement, oh, is this the new member of Fairy Tail? He's quite cute. The audience in the audience saw Lucy running out, and they all praised her. Lucy looked at the audience with joy. Just when she was about to summon the celestial spirit to dance with her, a female voice interrupted her. No need to compete, the winner has been decided. I am the fairy queen. A brown-haired woman covered her mouth with a fan and chuckled behind Lucy. Stop joking, it's not your time yet, don't come and cause trouble, otherwise I won't be able to pay the rent. Lucy looked back at the woman angrily. After all, it would be very unpleasant for anyone to be interrupted like this. Even if it was a guildmate, she would have to fight her first. Don't look into her eyes, Gray shouted urgently. What? Before Lucy could finish her words, she instantly became petrified. All the white cloth around the stage fell down in an instant, and all the fairy tale girls who had just performed on stage turned into a petrified state. Don't move, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen to them. Evergreen covered his mouth and laughed. Are you sure you want to do this? Huh? A deep voice sounded in the crowd, and everyone present instantly felt a sense of oppression oppressing themselves, and everyone began to bend down. Evergreen, who was the first to bear the brunt, was even more unbearable. She seemed to see the devil walking towards her step by step, and she seemed to feel that the world was pressing down on her like a millstone. Evergreen instantly knelt on the ground, looking in horror at the figure walking towards her step by step. Thunderbolt. A bolt of lightning struck in front of the stone statue transformed by Mira Jane. Evergreen was instantly relieved and freed from the oppression, and his whole body was breathing heavily. Everyone present also fell to the ground in an instant and regained their mobility. Raphael stopped moving forward, raised his head, and looked at Laxus, who had appeared in front of him with red eyes. An electric arc flashed in his hand, only one finger away from Mira Jane's head. He looked at Raphael with an arrogant smile. Don't move, or I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and I'll touch her. Chapter 77 Beat up Laxus. When did you start to think you were good? Raphael in the audience said this slowly. What? Laxus didn't understand. It was clear that his partner was threatened, but this was the first thing he said. The next second, Laxus felt a huge force fall on him. Laxus's eyes popped out instantly, blood was spitting out of his mouth, and he was shot out of the guild like a cannonball. What? Bixlow looked at Raphael in shock. That Laxus was actually Raphael. Freed roared angrily at Raphael, raising his hand to cast a spell on him. Lord Laxus would not allow him to be insulted like this. Huh? Raphael stood next to Mira Jane and turned to look at Freed, his scarlet eyes staring at him. Freed instantly froze in place, daring not to move, and unable to move. A strong force pressed him to the spot, and continued to exert pressure to make him kneel down. Hey, Freed. Bixlow noticed something was wrong with Freed. Freed's body was trembling and sweating all over his body, and his eyes were asking for help. Help? Bixlow was startled and quickly directed his puppets to stack up and shoot laser beams at Raphael. Wah. What? Bixlow didn't expect that Raphael wouldn't dodge. He directly raised his hand to block the laser beam and walked towards him step by step. No, don't. Bury in formation. Bixlow looked at Raphael, who was gradually walking towards him in horror. With a wave of his hands, the puppets appeared in front of Raphael and formed a pentagonal formation, firing a thicker laser towards Raphael. Light. Raphael just stretched his raised palm straight in front of him, and all the laser light hit Raphael's palm. As Raphael's hand was squeezed hard, the laser light exploded in the palm of his hand, knocking Bixlow and his puppet away. Got out. Raphael. With a roar, a thick bolt of lightning struck Raphael's head instantly. Laxus appeared on top of Raphael's head and continued to cast lightning magic on Raphael. Advertisement, Heavenly punishment. Thunder and lightning struck Raphael one after another, and Raphael was instantly submerged in the sea of thunder and lightning. Raphael. Laxus, you die. Mirajane screamed, instantly receiving the soul of Satan. She wanted to rush forward and kill Laxus. When Raphael used force to suppress Freed, he also gave some of it to Evergreen. She, who had already been targeted before, was completely unable to hold on and fainted when she was suppressed by force again. As Evergreen fell into coma, Urza and the others were petrified. Was also lifted. I'm fine. Raphael's voice came from the sea of thunder. He stopped Mirajane's impulse, and then punched out, and the dark clouds and thunder in the sky were instantly broken. Damn it, Freed. Laxus looked at Raphael angrily, turned to Freed and shouted loudly. Activate the spell. Freed quickly activated the spell, and bursts of magic words surrounded the entire guild. Ha 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 ha. Raphael. Let me see how you do it now. The condition of this spell is that you are not allowed to do it unless you destroy the entire guild. Laxus laughed maniacally in the sky, constantly provoking Raphael. Enough. Laxus. What on earth do you want to do? Makarov shouted angrily at Laxus. His body instantly became huge, and he stretched out his hand to catch Laxus. With a flash, Laxus dodged Makarov's big hand and landed directly on the roof of the guild. What do I want to do? I want your position. I want to kick out all the rubbish in the guild. Haven't you noticed that the guild is becoming more and more rubbish? Laxus looked at Makarov with the same roar. You know what? Raphael said slowly. Actually, I don't really care about the guild building itself. Raphael's words shocked everyone, and Laxus even had an ominous premonition. Advertisement, what I care about are my partners. Raphael roared and punched out. The spell surrounding the guild instantly emitted light, and the guild began to crack, turning into dust in the next second. You. What did you do? Laxus was stunned, and then rushed towards Raphael angrily. You actually brought the guild. I can't spare you. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. The guild collapsed and can be rebuilt, but as long as the partners are still there, the guild will still be there. Raphael caught Laxus's attack with one hand and looked at him with fire in his eyes, but if the partners are gone, then the guild will still be there. What's the point of this guild's existence? With a loud shout, Raphael grabbed Laxus's arm and threw him over his shoulder, slamming him to the ground. What do you know? Those are everyone's memories. It's also my memory. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. The moment Laxus landed on the ground, he sprayed violent thunder and lightning at Raphael. Your memories? Are your memories meant to implement your so-called strong will leave the weak alone? Raphael punched away the lightning cannon that came towards him, and then kicked Laxus into the sky. House of Divine Call, shouted loudly, and with the wave of Laxus who flew into the sky, 300 magic crystals filled with lightning magic floated in the sky, directly throwing a large number of lightning attacks at Raphael. Punch seriously, break the air. Raphael snorted coldly, raised his head and punched the sky. With the wind of the punch, 300 magic crystals shattered in an instant, and all the white clouds in the sky turned into nothingness. Why do you have to go against me? Isn't this guild better if we keep strong people like you and me? Laxus stood in front of Raphael in a panic, and said angrily to Raphael, then put his hands on his waist. It takes the shape of a calyx, and golden magic begins to condense in the center. Laxus. How could you use this magic on your partner? How dare you? Makarov was really angry. He was so angry that he was smoldering and getting bigger and bigger. He wanted to help everyone block Laxus's magic, because Laxus used the law of the goblin. Real super magic. A magic that can turn all the enemies he considers in his heart into ashes. Makarov believes that as far as Laxus is concerned, everyone currently is an enemy. He wants to directly kill all the guild partners. It's too late. Destroy them all. Fairy Law. As Laxus shouted, a dazzling light enveloped everyone in Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale. Danger. Chapter 78. Laxus is destined to fail. Go to hell. Laxus yelled. The super magic, Fairy Law, that he had high hopes for hit everyone without any surprise, but the result was completely different from what he expected. The light of magic quickly disappeared, and what caught Laxus's eyes was the unharmed Fairy Tale crowd, and he was stunned. How? How is it possible? Laxus looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Admit it. It's in your heart. Raphael slowly approached Laxus. Impossible. You are all my enemies. I will destroy you. Laxus couldn't believe it and wanted to use magic again. That's enough. Laxus. We are companions. Companions who fight together and laugh together. Mirajane walked to Raphael's side and said sadly to Laxus. Your heart can't deceive your magic. The meaning of a guild is to be a partner. When you feel lonely alone, people will become gentle. When you are gentle, you need partners even more. Urza also walked to Raphael's side, he said, reaching out his hand towards Laxus. Yeah, come back, Laxus. How old are you to be rebellious? We need you. Everyone from Fairy Tale also stepped forward and extended their hands to Laxus. Go away. I don't need partners. I want you. Laxus looked at them angrily, the magic in his body surging. At this moment, Makarov suddenly fell to the ground and twitched continuously, with a painful and uncomfortable expression. President, quick, find the medicine, can't find it. Everyone was panicking around Makarov, and Mirajane even took in the soul of Satan and looked for medicine everywhere. Don't mess around. Send it to Grandma Porlyuzica. Raphael quickly stood up, picked up Makarov and took him to Porlyuzica for treatment. Ha 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 ha. Is the old man finally going to die? Why don't you hurry up and pass the position to me before you die? Laxus's arrogant words came from behind everyone. Everyone stopped in their tracks and turned their heads angrily to yell at Laxus, but everyone was silent. Because Laxus was crying, he couldn't stop the tears from flowing down. Raphael was the only one who didn't look back. He was silent for a while, then left without saying a word. If you still recognize him as Grandpa, just follow him. Advertisement. Everyone turned their heads silently and followed Raphael. Laxus, who had been pretending to be tough, couldn't bear it anymore and knelt on the ground softly. He remembered every bit of his childhood. Grandpa, your guild is great. My grandpa is the best guild leader in the world. Grandpa, I designed a set of actions. It means that even if I can't find Grandpa, I will still look at Grandpa at any time. Grandpa, why don't they recognize my strength? Grandpa, I hate you. Why did you kick Dad out of the guild? Old man, I will surpass you one day, old man. Grandpa, please, don't die. Laxus knelt on the ground and covered his face, crying bitterly. Poor Lyuzica's treehouse. You bastards, why did you send him here now? This was the first time poor Lyuzica was so angry at everyone. And you, Raphael, haven't you noticed this all along? Poor Lyuzica yelled at Raphael angrily. Raphael lowered his head and couldn't say a word. His clenched fists were trembling, the nails had penetrated deeply into his hands, and blood flowed from his fists drop by drop. He doesn't have much time. Polyuzica's eyes shed tears for the first time. Everyone looked at Polyuzica in disbelief, as if the sky had fallen. The old man who had been sitting at the bar watching them play, the old man who had been protecting them. Everyone was driven out of the treehouse by Polyuzica, then turned around and closed the door of the wooden house heavily, and urgently rescued Makarov. Everyone was waiting silently and crying outside the treehouse, looking at the treehouse in front of them with worried eyes. At this moment, Laxus slowly walked over, and Natsu stood up angrily to stop him, but Raphael stopped him. How is he? Laxus was silent for a while before saying these words hoarsely. Grandma Polyuzica said, he is critically ill. Raphael's voice was also hoarse, his body was trembling slightly, and his clenched fists never relaxed. Raphael's angry voice rang in Laxus's ears, and he pushed him down to the ground with force. It's all because of you. You be asterisk 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 D. Laxus just stared blankly at the wooden house in front of him, silently lowering his head without saying a word. Raphael. Mirajane stepped forward and took Raphael's hand, shaking her head at him. Raphael looked at Laxus's hunchback coldly, turned around and left, and the rest of the people also turned around and walked away sadly, leaving only the kneeling figure on the spot, who began to tremble slowly. Advertisement. Poor Lyuzica's medical skills were really good, and she brought Makarov back from the brink of death. However, due to limited conditions, he finally moved back to Makarov's house in Magnolia for recuperation. The moment Makarov woke up, everyone cheered, everyone in their family woke up. Raphael even waved his hand and spent huge sums of money to invite everyone to a banquet, but Makarov stopped him because they had to prepare for the parade in the evening. Although everyone wanted to stop, Makarov insisted on going ahead, and everyone became chaotic. Ran to get ready. At this time, only Makarov and Laxus were left in the house. Do you know what you did? Makarov sat on the bed and looked at Laxus, who was standing silently. Unknowingly, this little baby who has been hanging around my neck has grown up. Makarov looked at him with sigh. The so-called guild is actually the home of our partners. Whether they are like-minded or homeless, the guild will always be a place that can protect them from wind and rain, rather than something that belongs to just one person. Makarov looked at Laxus seriously and said. Laxus turned to look at the people who were busy preparing and remained silent. You violated morality and threatened your companions. This is absolutely unforgivable. I know. I just want to make the guild stronger. Laxus was stunned for a moment, looking at his fist, and said with trembling all over. Why don't you try to believe them? Friends, it's all about believing. Just like me, I can watch you grow up. I don't need how powerful you are or how capable you are, as long as it's enough to be healthy and in good spirits. Makarov looked at Laxus with a smile. Laxus looked at his grandfather's smile and was stunned for a long time. It seemed. It had been a long time since he had seen his grandfather smiling at him like this. Laxus lowered his head, his body shaking. Laxus, I actually wanted to expel you from the guild. Marklov stood up at some point and looked at Laxus. Laxus looked at Makarov in shock for a moment, but felt relieved when he thought about what he had done. But that be asterisk 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 D. Raphael, I don't know how he did it. He united everyone to write a letter of forgiveness for you, begging me to let you stay. Makarov pretended to be angry and threw a letter to Laxus before turning his back on him. Laxus was stunned, picked up the forgiveness letter that fell on the bed, looked at the forgiveness and signatures of everyone inside, smiled, folded it up and put it close to him like a treasure. Thank them for me, but the wrong things I did cannot be forgiven. I will quit the guild on my own, and then join on my own. Laxus nodded and made a serious promise to Makarov, then turned and left. The moment he reached the door, he stopped, turned around and smiled brightly. Grandpa, take care of yourself. Makarov, who had his back turned to him, was already crying. Chapter 79. The magical parade begins. What? Laxus actually quit the membership? Raphael's exclamation sounded from the ruins of the guild. He had destroyed the guild, and he had to rebuild it painfully. But fortunately, due to today's harvest festival, there are many skilled craftsmen in various places, so there is no need to worry about manpower helping. I just follow the design drawing given by Makarov. Okay, the private money is gone. He was feeling sorry for his little money, but when he heard the news that Laxus had withdrawn from the membership, he felt even more sad because his hair was chopped off by Laxus. No. Raphael touched his slippery bald head and fell limply to the ground. He had no chance to take revenge. Huh? It's snowing. Mirajane, who hurried over to tell Raphael the news, looked at the sky in confusion, as if there was a nice yet sad music playing in her ears. Mirajane shook her head and quickly pulled up Raphael. Okay, let's get ready for tonight's magical parade. In the woods next to the town of Magnolia, Raphael wanted to find Laxus, who was saying goodbye to the Evergreen trio. What? Why are you quitting? Didn't the people in the guild forgive you? Evergreen was particularly excited when he learned the news that Laxus was quitting the guild. Yes, if you leave, what will we do? What will happen to the Thunder Gods? Bixlow kept asking Laxus excitedly. Only Freed looked at Laxus with an ugly expression. Have you decided? Is there no other choice? Laxus looked at the excited and anxious three people, and a warm current flashed in his heart. He always thought that he was lonely, and no one would agree with him, but now he discovered that he was not alone all the time. He had already had the opportunity. Partners were worried about him. Laxus looked at them and smiled. Evergreen and the others were stunned. This was the first time they saw Laxus smile. You guys, you are so long-winded, why don't you just say goodbye? Laxus said this to them with a smile, turned around, picked up his luggage and left. Take care. Looking at Laxus's back that seemed to be filled with sunshine, Freed also smiled, waved his hand at Laxus and shouted loudly. Laxus, we will meet again. Seeing Laxus raising his hand with his back to them, the three of them looked at each other and smiled, staring blankly at Laxus's disappearing back. Time soon came to night. The conflicts in the morning did not affect the liveliness of the evening at all. The streets of Magnolia were filled with people. Everyone happily took to the streets and participated in the Fantasia parade excitedly. As the fireworks and firecrackers set off, fairy tales float slowly drove towards the crowd. The tourists tacitly retreated to the eaves on both sides, leaving a space in the middle for the float to pass. Advertisement Wakaba, who was walking in front, blew out cute smoke ghosts one after another into the sky, followed closely by Macau's love flame. Then there is Kana's rotating card, with stars shining on it. On the first float, Lucy, Levy and Evergreen were dancing cheerleading. Their beautiful, sunny and agile dance attracted cheers from everyone below, and one of the men wearing a hood smiled even more happily. In the next float, Elfman stood with his whole body receiving the Beast King. Behind him was a huge rose. The petals of the rose were flying one after another. Mirajane appeared in the center of the petals, above their heads. It was Lasana who turned into a blue bird, flying in the sky with a magic flash stick in its mouth, scattering pieces of light. Mira. Miss Mirajane. Everyone under the float began to cheer. Suddenly, Mirajane instantly transformed into a thick and huge snake with a ponytail tied on its head. Elfman was instantly frightened, and Lasana also transformed into a green snake in Mirajane. The snakes they turned into were entangled together, but poor Elfman was caught in the middle and his soul almost flew out. Following closely behind was an ice castle float. Gray and Juvia were dressed in princess and prince costumes. Juvia looked at Gray with a smile, twirled and waved her hands, and a stream of water rose up and swam around the castle. Gray touched his hands together to activate the magic of ice, causing the water to condense, making the already beautiful ice and snow castle even more beautiful. Laxus, who was watching from the sidelines, had a glint in his eyes. Then there was a float full of flowers. Urza put on the armor of family and controlled the swords around her to dance with her. Elf Queen Urza. I've been waiting for a long time. Little Elu is the best. My sister is the most beautiful. The people under the float began to scream loudly. As the crowd cheered, Urza changed into a dancing girl costume and performed a knife dance with two exquisite magic knives in her hands. Then Natsu looked up to the sky and sprayed out flames, and Happy was spinning and flying in the flames. As the shape of the flames continued to change, Happy also had a great time, and finally formed the enduring symbol of fairy tale. Following Natsu was Raphael, who was wearing the same coat as the general next door. His float was filled with fireworks and shells. He threw them into the sky one after another, and then a Raphael appeared in front of each cannonball at the same time. As the cannonball fireworks sounded, the dense afterimages of Raphael in the sky also turned into beautiful spots as the fireworks bloomed. Raphael. The people in the audience were excited and made waves of sound, as if they were going to overthrow the entire Magnolia town. Advertisement. Why is Master Raphael so bald? What the hell, he's even more handsome when he's bald. Listening to the discussion of the people in front of him, Laxus immediately covered his mouth and gloated. Look, it will grow, ha ha ha, the president is so cute. Listening to the cheers and laughter of passers-by, Laxus quickly raised his head and looked at the last float. Makarov wore a clown suit and twisted around on the float like an elf, making everyone laugh. Grandpa won't participate. What should I do if I can't see where Grandpa is? Close black lens bracket. Then let me make this gesture. This means that even if I can't see Grandpa, I will still be watching you from a distance. Close black lens bracket. Laxus thought of the first time he participated in the Harvest Festival. Looking at Makarov in front of him, he couldn't help but shake his head, smiled, and was about to turn around and leave. Look. Fairy Tale's exclusive hand gesture. The cheers from passers-by made Laxus turn his head to look at the float in surprise. I saw everyone in the parade guild all stretched out their hands, with the backs of their hands facing forward, their thumbs and index fingers stretched out, and their index pointing upward. And Makarov stood at the highest point of the float, stretching his arms straightest. Grandpa. Laxus's eyes were moist, and looking at his grandfather's firm expression, he finally couldn't help but shed tears. Even if I can't see your figure, even if the distance is too far, I will always be, always looking at you, always protecting you. Chapter 80 Crusade. Oración Cease. Ah, where did Freed go? It has been a week since the magical game ended. Everyone is either accompanying the guild leader, doing tasks, or having a banquet in a tavern. Only Raphael is working hard to rebuild the guild. After 3 or 4 days, Raphael suddenly realized that this thing seemed to be caused by Freed's magic. If it weren't for his technique, he wouldn't have destroyed the guild. Raphael patted his bald head and frantically searched for Freed everywhere, asking him to pay at least half of the money. Unfortunately, Freed shaved his head and apologized to Makarov the next day, then ran out to do the mission. Raphael, who had traveled all over Magnolia's taverns and libraries, was destined to be unable to find Freed. After returning in vain, he could only rebuild the guild again. Fortunately, Mirajane was with him. It would have been better if Elfman and Lasana didn't follow him. So why should I come to help? Lucy, who was directing the Taurus celestial spirit to chop wood, looked at Raphael, who was feeding her dog food with a speechless expression. Chew. Don't you need money to pay the rent? You gave the money you won before to your father. That will give you a job. Raphael, who was eating the grapes fed by Mirajane, looked at Lucy with a satisfied expression. What about the money? You just need a coolie, right? Lucy's death stare made Raphael turn his head and pretend to be busy. Look directly at me. B*****************. D. Lucy knew that Raphael was right, and angrily threw blue out and hit Raphael. Hello? President? Oh. Mirajane, who was smiling and watching Lucy chasing and beating Raphael, suddenly received the message from Valen and quickly stopped Elfman, Lucy and Raphael, who had joined in at some unknown time. Raphael, stop making trouble. The president has something to do with us. Let's go find the president. Advertisement. Since the new guild had not yet been built, Makarov's apartment served as a temporary meeting place. As soon as Raphael and others entered, they saw everyone in the guild talking about a painting. What is this? Lucy loved to watch the excitement, so she quickly pushed her way to the front of the crowd. Unexpectedly, what she saw was a mind map. These are the organization charts of the Dark Guild. Mirajane, who followed Lucy in, frowned and answered Lucy's doubts. I drew it. Lidas raised his hand weakly to signal, but unfortunately he was ignored by Gorgeous. But why are you drawing this? Lasana, who also came in at some point, also frowned and asked in confusion. Because their activities have become more frequent recently, I don't know why. Kana on the side explained in a serious tone. It seems that the cooperation between the guilds will be strengthened. Urza, who was holding her hands on the side, said equally seriously. What does the big box in the middle mean? Happy, who had been flying in the air for a long time, pointed at the big box in the organization chart and asked in confusion. That is the largest force in the Dark Guild, Balam Alliance. Gajil stood aside coldly and explained to Happy, with envy in his eyes. He seemed to have a cat too. Balam Alliance is the largest dark force composed of 3 guilds, Oración Cease, Tartaros, and Devil's Heart. These 3 guilds are also the strongest dark guilds. This is Eisenwald. Lucy seemed to have discovered a new way to start, pointing at the Eisenwald guild label with a red cross. That is one of the many dark guilds under the 6 Demons Guild. In addition to being the strongest, these 3 strongest guilds also have the most powerful forces. Raphael looked at the organizational chart in front of him with a serious face. He didn't expect to get to the plot of the 6 demon guilds so soon. However, after living in this world for 10 years, he could hardly remember the detailed plot, and could only remember the general events. Oh my god. It's so scary. I hope you don't anger them. Lucy looked at the huge dark guild cluster tremblingly. Don't be afraid. I heard that there are only 6 people in the 6 demons guild, so don't worry at all. A baby-faced strong man on the side comforted Lucy. It's even scarier. Just 6 of them can become one of the 3 major forces. Don't you think it's more powerful? Lucy looked at this baby-faced burly man speechlessly. Advertisement. That Oración Cease. We will conquer it. Makarov walked out of the study with a serious face, bringing news that shocked everyone. President. Why did you come out of the study? Didn't you go to the meeting? Mirajane tilted her head and asked in confusion. Lucy collapsed. Is this the point, President? What happened? Raphael frowned and looked at Makarov. He only remembered that there was a battle with the 6 Demons Guild, but he couldn't remember what it was about. Recently, the activities of Oración Cease have become more and more conspicuous and frequent. This was brought up on the agenda at this regular meeting, and it was finally decided that a certain guild would go to Crusade. Makarov looked at everyone seriously. Look at this situation, old man, you got the lottery, but is it just us fairy tale? Although we are not afraid of them, it will be very troublesome afterwards. Raphael covered his face helplessly. After all, fairy tale must bear the brunt of this kind of thing. No one can be missing from fairy tale, but if fairy tale can only solve it, then he really needs to talk to several other guilds. Talked. No. Because the enemy this time is not a trivial matter, it is one of the 3 major forces. If we are the only one to deal with it, it will definitely become a thorn in the side of Balam Alliance, so we have decided to form a coalition of several guilds to fight against it. Makarov shook his head and said, while Raphael breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he could continue chirping with Mirajane in the guild. That's fine, sir. Who are the candidates for our guild? Urza and Natsu? Raphael looked at Makarov with a relaxed smile. As for why there's no gray, that guy has long been forced to do the task by Juvia. No, besides Urza and Natsu, you are going too. Makarov looked at Raphael seriously and said. Me? Why? Raphael looked at Makarov in confusion. Because several guilds were acting together, he thought he wouldn't be needed. Because I heard that the purpose of Oracion Cease is to release something that can destroy the world. The presidents of several guilds such as Lamia Scale and Blue Pegasus and I were worried that the few people we sent would not be able to do it, so we were able to do it in the magic guide. You were the best choice as you are unscathed by the power of the elves. Makarov looked at Raphael seriously, and the next second he fell into deep thought again. But the strange thing is that the request of the guild president of Demon Cat's Home just wants you to protect the people in their guild. Okay, then I can only go with you. Raphael shook his head helplessly and cast an apologetic look at Mirajane. Mirajane smiled and shook her head at Raphael, her red lips parted slightly, and Raphael understood what she wanted to say. Stay safe, Raphael, and I'll be waiting for you when you come back. Chapter 81 Coalition Forces. It's all weird. Why should I go too? In the carriage heading to the joint place, Lucy shivered and screamed. She originally planned to find a task to do on her own, but she was inexplicably pulled into the carriage by Natsu and became a member of the coalition. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Ask Natsu. Raphael pointed at Natsu, who had turned into mud next to him, and raised his eyebrows. Why not Gajil? Where's Mira? Lucy still looked at them puzzled. Gajil has his mission, and I heard from the president that his mission is the most important. Urza touched her chin and said thoughtfully, because she felt that something was wrong with Gajil. I think about what Mira said, but you also know that the guild needs to be rebuilt, and Mira has to supervise the work. And I heard that the president secretly wants to add some creativity. The money is not enough, and Mira has to be responsible for raising money. Thinking about Makarov's hundreds of pages of guild structure chart, Raphael had a headache, but thinking about Mirajane's ability to raise money, Raphael had to admit that she was the strongest in this aspect. Can you believe it? As long as Mirajane goes there, all the wine in the wine cellar will be sold out in less than an hour. Mirajane can support her younger brothers and sisters just by selling wine every day, and can even live in a big villa. She can be said to be the only one who can make money without taking on tasks. Tears of envy flowed from the corner of Raphael's mouth. Relax, Lucy. Eat a fish. Happy held up the dried fish and comforted Lucy, even though it was just the leftover bits of it. Bite you. Little stupid cat. It's not yet. Well. Natsu, an old, weak, sick and disabled patient on the side, made a weak voice as if he was about to die. You. Don't throw up in the carriage. Hurry and carry him to the window. Throw it out. At this time, on a hilltop 30 kilometers away from Raphael and the others, stood a young man with short red hair, wearing a white coat, and a big purple snake wrapped around his neck. I can hear the sound of light disintegrating and falling. The man looked at the sea of trees in front of him and said with a smile. You are really impatient, Cobra, came a teasing voice from behind. I feel it. That magic is hidden here. Laser. The man in white turned his head and looked at the person behind him with an evil smile. Advertisement. It's the magic that brings darkness and destroys all ugly light. The tall man who looked like building blocks also raised the corners of his mouth and sneered. Nirvana. A sexy and cute female voice sounded at the same time. The legendary magic is finally in our hands. A white-haired middle-aged man holding a skull, a magic crystal scepter in his mouth, and several black lines on his face slowly walked over and stood on the edge of the cliff. He looked at the sea of trees in front of him that exuded a black ominous mist, and the smile on his face never stopped. On the other side, Raphael and others who finally arrived at the Blue Pegasus Villa immediately jumped out of the carriage because Natsu ended up vomiting on the carriage. Looking at the villa decorated with various love designs in front of them, the corners of Raphael and Lucy's eyes twitched. This is President Bob's villa. Raphael understood inexplicably after knowing who owned the villa. Bob. It's him. Her. This taste is really bad. A transvestite appeared in Lucy's mind, and she instantly shuddered. Button. After all, it was someone else's home. Raphael put down his raised foot and knocked on the door with his hands. It was so rare that even Lucy on the side was shocked. Squeak. The door of the villa opened automatically, and he even dubbed it himself. Raphael resisted the urge to punch it and walked in immediately. There were dim lights inside the villa, and there was no one around. The empty villa looked a bit scary. It's not yet. Natsu, who was like a zombie, suddenly said this behind Lucy's back. Lucy was so frightened that she gave Natsu a roundhouse kick, but the kick was normal. Snapped. At this moment, the spotlight suddenly turned on, and three handsome guys emerged from the spotlight. They introduced themselves while posing. Welcome everyone from Fairy Tale. Here we are, Hakai's Ring. Advertisement, Eve of Holy Night, Land of Soryi. Tri-Man by Blue Pegasus. The three of them spun and jumped to Urza's side and served Urza to drink tea. At the same time, they did not forget to take care of Lucy and invited her to drink tea with her. Raphael covered his head speechlessly for a moment. He had forgotten the virtues of Blue Pegasus. If it wasn't a regular guild, he almost thought he was in a certain club. Wait a moment. Blue Pegasus. Doesn't that mean? Raphael suddenly thought of something and hurriedly ran behind Natsu and hid. Natsu, who had just returned to consciousness, looked at Raphael who was hiding behind him in confusion. Suddenly, the lights in the villa came on, and a footstep slowly came down the stairs on the second floor, accompanied by the smell of perfume and a sweet voice. You guys. Stop it, long time no see, Urza. Urza looked at the figure walking down, her whole body trembling crazily. I didn't expect that you would also participate. But Raphael hid even more and got directly into Natsu's clothes. I miss you so much, my sweetheart, I am here just for you all night, man. A short fat man wearing a white suit appeared in front of everyone. He had orange hair, a square face, and a chin like an A****. His face was full of determination, and he looked at Urza affectionately. Urza instantly shuddered. She had known she wouldn't come, but she didn't expect to meet this guy. Urza felt that she must have worn the wrong armor when she went out today. She was so unlucky. Raphael is also my little sweetheart. Would you like to enjoy my new perfume today, man? After saying a word and changing his posture, Yi saw Raphael's figure sharply. After all, the attraction between two people wearing the same clothes is still very great. You. Raphael ran to the side and vomited while covering his mouth and waving his hands. It's so hurtful. I heard about you, Urza, Raphael, Lucy and the others. While spinning and jumping, Yi got closer to Urza and Lucy and kept smelling their scent. Urza and Lucy backed away, enjoying the scent all night long, and said to Natsu on the other side, you can go back, boys other than Raphael-sama are not required. What did you say? Natsu shouted angrily, what 6 armies, I can fight them off by myself, you should go back. That's Oracion cease. Lucy complained out of habit, but accidentally, Ichigo got close to Urza and her back. Urza was so frightened that she punched Ichigo away. Chapter 82 All assembled. Oh, what a refreshing blow, man. Although Yi was knocked away by Urza, his intoxicated look scared Urza so much that she quickly hid behind Lucy. Is this how you welcome me? What a gift. Seeing that Yi was about to hit the door, at this moment, a bald man dressed like an Arab sheikh came in holding a scepter, caught Yi with one hand, and put him down smoothly. Jura? Urza looked at the other person in surprise. That guy. Shiji's trump cards are all here. Jura of Iwatetsu. Oh, bald guy, you're here too. Raphael walked forward and greeted him enthusiastically. Jura, like him, was bald. Standing with 2 bald heads might make Raphael less conspicuous. Lucy. It's over, 2 bald heads, my eyes, the reflection is doubled. By the way, why did you come alone? Don't you need to bring a few more people? Your guild is so confident in you. Raphael looked behind Jura in confusion and asked with a confused look on his face when he realized that he was indeed the only one here. Who is Jura? Natsu and Lucy were the only ones in the audience who looked at the people in front of them in confusion. They could tell that the person in front of them was very strong, but they didn't know why everyone was so surprised by his arrival. Hey, he's one of the 10 saints. Happy raised his hand to help Natsu answer. Natsu was still confused. After all, he only cared about his Ignil, but Lucy next to him covered her mouth in surprise, because she had seen this person when reading the weekly magazine. Sir Raphael, you are here too, so there is no suspense about this mission. But please stop talking about bald guys, because you seem to have become a bald guy. Jura looked helplessly at the man in front of him who could be called the strongest in the world, but he had such a bad personality. He always gave others nicknames. If he couldn't beat him, Jura would really want to beat him until he changed his mind. Advertisement. 2 outstanding young people originally came here, but one of them seemed to have heard about a person from your guild and left directly, while the other one followed behind him. Jura explained helplessly, young people's love is so wonderful. No, I'm only 27 years old, why am I feeling so emotional? Jura shook his head and quickly put these nonsense away. Shut up, you were bald first. This title can only be held by you. Raphael looked at him with a look of saltiness on his face, and there was a strong tendency to force him to acknowledge this title. Now that the 3 guilds have arrived, let's wait for those from the Demon Cat's home guild. Jura rolled his eyes at Raphael, ignored him, and walked in. Raphael could only be furious. Ah, damn it Laxus. Those people? I heard that there is only one person, the same as Mr. Jura. Men. Yi said coolly while posing in a cool manner, and kept leaning towards Urza. Alone. Everyone was surprised. After all, although Lamia Scale only sent Jura, Jura was their trump card and was recognized as powerful, but the Demon Cat's hostel had not heard of any trump card. In an instant, everyone was suspicious of this guild, and even felt that the president of this guild was too arrogant. When Cao Cao arrived, a little blue-haired girl ran in from outside the door, carrying a small white satchel and hurried over. Suddenly, there was a snap, and the little girl instantly fell to the ground. Everyone who looked at her felt it hurt. It hurts, it hurts. The little girl got up from the ground, patted the dust on her body, and introduced herself to everyone with a smile. I'm sorry, I'm late. I'm Wendy from the Demon Cat's home. Please take care of me. What? It's actually a little girl. Everyone began to be surprised. Even Urza turned around and looked at Wendy in surprise. Only Natsu looked at Wendy solemnly and doubtfully, because he felt like he had seen her somewhere. As for Raphael, this guy had already walked up to Wendy and squatted down, touched Wendy's head and said with a smile. Don't be nervous, they don't mean any harm, they're just a little surprised by you. It turns out to be this little cutie. I thought it was cute in the original novel, but now it's even cuter in the real world. Advertisement. If I could have such a cute little girl with Mira, that would be great. Hey, you wretched man. Let go of Wendy. A clear female voice came from behind Wendy, which also woke Raphael out of his fantasy. Ah, Carla. Why are you here too? Brother Raphael is not a wretched man. He has no ill intentions towards me. I can sense his kindness towards me. A white cat wearing a princess dress stood behind Wendy. Wendy looked at her in surprise and happily ran over to hug her. You silly kid, of course I have to follow you. I'm really worried about letting you come alone. The white cat Carla looked at the girl in her arms lovingly. Only she knew how nervous Wendy was just now, but it was relieved a lot in the hands of that powerful man. But he dared to touch our Zai's head, which is unforgivable. Carla glared at Raphael, who awkwardly stood up and touched his smooth head. Lucy, can you help me get a small dried fish from my package and give it to her? While Carla was glaring at Raphael, Happy was looking at Carla with red eyes and his heartbeat was accelerating. He slowly walked to Lucy and hugged her thigh. While looking at Carla, he begged Lucy help. Little silly cat. You can only do this kind of thing by yourself. There is no help from others. Lucy covered her mouth and looked at Happy with a smile. This was the first time she saw Happy's behavior and expression. If she had known better, she would have borrowed Raphael's magic camera to take a picture of this historical scene. Happy listened to Lucy's words, and continued to cheer himself up. He walked stiffly in front of Carla and stammered to introduce himself. I am a dragon. No, a Totoro. My name is Happy. Happy's face was as red as a Balkan butt, and waves of water mist came out of his head like a steam engine. Carla looked at the childish kid in front of her, didn't want to pay attention to him at all, turned around and left. Hey, she's shy, so cute. Happy was instantly hit by Cupid's arrow again, and looked at Carla happily with a red face. Lucy looked at Happy's clowning expression speechlessly. She had to say that no matter which species fell in love, it was the same. Juvia was like this, and now it's Happy's turn to be like this too. Chapter 83 Battle Plan. Now that everyone is here, let's start our battle plan. Yi posed handsomely, slowly made what he thought was the most charming movement, and kept his sexy voice as low as possible. He looked at everyone quietly, his expression solemn and serious, and everyone also looked at him seriously. The atmosphere at the scene seemed so solemn. I suddenly felt like I had to go to the toilet and smell the fragrance, men. Yi's words instantly made everyone fall down, and Lucy even complained crazily. If you want to go, go quickly, uncle. Why are you so solemn? What the hell is going to the toilet to smell the fragrance? Lucyman evolves. Lucyman, 3 consecutive spit attacks, the effect is outstanding. But what pleased everyone was that Yi became really serious when he came back from the toilet, and introduced the goals and plans of this mission to everyone with a serious face. However, Raphael looked at Yi meaningfully. He always felt that something was wrong with Yi, but judging from his heartbeat, magic power and his behavior, there seemed to be no difference. Then, let me tell you some information about Horacion Cease and others. However, due to their special nature, I only know some information. With a snap of his fingers, the appearance of Horacion Cease was revealed in front of everyone. The first one is called Laser. The name should be magic related to speed. Hibiki first pointed at a long-nosed man wearing goggles. The second one is called Cobra. I only know that he is accompanied by a venomous snake. This is a man with red hair. The third one is an angel. I heard that she can spy on people's hearts. It should be magic related to thoughts. This is a woman wearing scantily clad clothes. I always feel that I will be at a disadvantage against her. Lucy's female intuition made her instinctively want to stay away from that angel. The fourth one is Hot Eyes. As you can tell from the name, it uses some magic related to the eyes. This one is a strong man who looks like building blocks. Urza, do you think he looks like the same person? Natsu came closer to take a look. Don't he look similar to the guy who shot me with a pistol? Natsu. It's completely different. Don't think they are related when they look like building blocks. Lucy covered her face and complained weakly to Natsu. Advertisement. The fifth one, called Midnight, has no information, only images. This guy hasn't slept in a few days, and the dark circles under his eyes are so heavy. Lucy looked at Midnight's dark circles like ink circles, sighing and being shocked. The last one is their leader, Brain. No more. Everyone was still waiting for Brain's message, but Hibiki had already stopped explaining. Are you too inferior? Apart from knowing the appearance and name, you really don't know anything else. Even most of them are just code names. Appeared. Lucy's complaint attack. Hibiki was hit. Outstanding effect. I can't get up again. Ahem. Anyway, their strength should not be underestimated. Each of them has the strength to destroy an entire guild, and Master Raphael needs to conserve his strength to completely destroy their conspiracy, so we need to form a team in the form of 3 or 3. Take advantage of our large numbers. Hibiki wiped his cold sweat and continued with a solemn expression. Don't count me in. Lucy, who had complained like a warrior just now, shrank instantly and quickly raised her hands to show that she was a weak woman. And me, I can only assist, not fight. Wendy on the side also raised her hand weakly and said. Don't say such cowardly words. Carla jumped up and gave Wendy a shudder. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to fight, I'm just asking you to find the stronghold of Horacion Cease. Yiya said while posing and looking at everyone. Stronghold? Jura looked at Yiya in confusion. Yes, we are in the light and they are in the dark, but the information we have received so far is that they have a stronghold in this sea of trees. All we have to do is find this stronghold. Then what? We still have to fight. Natsu looked at the Blue Pegasus people with a confused look on his face. Can we just fight them off from the beginning? Not only that, the main purpose is to bring them all together, Yiya said while changing his pose again. Why? Urza looked at Yia in confusion, but what made her a little strange was that she didn't reject this Yia. Advertisement. This way we can use the Pegasus from our guild's proud continent. Christina will wipe them out in one fell swoop. Yia made a pose with one finger pointing to the sky. I said, you don't need to say a word to change your posture. Lucy looked at Yia with black lines on her head. Magic blastcraft? Urza looked at Yia in surprise. Wouldn't that be bad? It's just a matter of dealing with a few humans. Lucy had only just realized what Blue Pegasus trump card was, which shocked her and made her a little hesitant because she always felt that it was a bit of a fuss. Don't underestimate them, Lucy. You have to know that they're a dark guild that has been famous for a long time. They will always have a few tricks to protect themselves, and the things they do can no longer be called human beings. Raphael gave Lucy a shock directly. This young lady seemed to be too well protected and had no idea of the darkness inside. Should he take her to see the cruelty of the Dark Guild? Lucy covered her head and suddenly felt a chill, as if someone was going to do something bad to her. Oh, it's on fire. I don't understand what you said, but I just need to knock down all 6 of them. Natsu smiled confidently and rushed out of the lead. Urza also happily pulled Lucy and ran out, but Lucy looked reluctant. Then let's go, Lord Raphael. Jura nodded to Raphael, turned around and walked out of the door. Wendy, follow them quickly, otherwise you will be in danger. Carla saw Wendy, a silly girl, still looking at him with a confused look on her face. She shook her head helplessly, and quickly took her hand and caught up with the people in front of her. Hibiki, you guys should go quickly, provide them with information. They also sent the trio away overnight. In an instant, Raphael and Yia were the only ones left in the lively hall just now. Raphael looked at Yia with a half smile. He already knew that the Yia in front of him was not the real Yia. After all, if it was the real Yia, he would have followed Urza out a long time ago. Now he wanted to see what this fake Yia wanted to do. Chapter 84 A Night Off. Oración Cease. Master Raphael, you can rest here with peace of mind. I have recently developed a perfume that can make people feel relaxed and happy. I wonder if you are interested in trying it? After watching the trio step out of the villa gate, Yia turned around and suggested to Raphael with a smile. When Raphael heard this, a glimmer flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Oh, I didn't expect you to be able to make such a wonderful thing. Bring it here quickly, let me see it. After speaking, he simply sat down on the sofa next to him, leaning down in a lazy posture like Jayu, and waved to Yia to signal him to come forward. Come on, it just happens that I have been under too much pressure recently and haven't had a good rest. Raphael said while stretching his limbs to make himself as comfortable as possible, and slowly closed his eyes. When Yia saw Raphael like this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible smile. He moved gently, walked to Raphael, and then carefully took out a bottle of exquisite perfume from his suit pocket. Relax, Lord Raphael, Yia whispered, his tone full of temptation and comfort. Pop. A light sound came, and the cork was gently pulled out. Then, a faint fragrance diffused from the mouth of the bottle. Yia waved his hand gently, and the liquid in the perfume bottle turned into countless tiny mists, rising like light smoke. These mists quickly gathered into a thick cloud and floated directly towards Raphael. In the blink of an eye, the cloud tightly surrounded Raphael. Raphael's originally tense body gradually relaxed, and an intoxicated look appeared on his face. Your perfume is quite comfortable. Raphael's voice became smaller and smaller, as if suppressed by an invisible force. Finally, his head tilted to one side, and the whole person lay on the sofa defenselessly, falling into a deep sleep. Master Raphael. Yia whispered softly, then slowly stepped forward. He came to Raphael, stretched out a hand, tightly grasped the other's shoulder, and shook him vigorously. However, no matter how he shook, Raphael still had no reaction, as if he had lost all vitality. Seeing this scene, Yia's mouth corners slightly raised, outlining an evil and charming smile. Then, he reached into his arms without hesitation and took out an extremely sharp dagger. Holding the dagger, Yia's eyes flashed with a trace of determination and fierceness. He held the hilt tightly, swung his arm violently, and the sharp tip of the knife stabbed straight at Raphael's heart like lightning. The strongest in the world. Yia mocked in a low voice, his voice full of disdain and contempt. I didn't deal with it in an instant. I was worried that the plan would fail. Advertisement, crack. Before the voice fell, something unexpected happened to Yia. The dagger actually broke into 2 pieces. This is a dagger made of magic alloy. He looked at Raphael with surprise, but the next second his surprise turned into shock. It turned out that Raphael had opened his eyes and looked at him without knowing when, with a faint smile on his lips. When? Yia stepped back quickly, looking at Raphael in surprise, not expecting him to wake up so quickly. When did you wake up? If I say I was not put to sleep by your perfume, would you believe me? Raphael sat up straight, crossed his legs, supported his head with one hand, and looked at Yia with a playful look. What? You are not going to show your original form? Raphael smiled contemptuously, put down his crossed legs, and leaned forward slightly to stare at him. Fake Yia suddenly found that the surroundings were dark, and the man in front of him seemed to be sitting on a throne made of skulls, with broken corpses all over the ground, the red eyes, the sharp teeth like cracked teeth, and there was only one thought in Fake Yia's mind. I will die. Force the door to close. A tender cry sounded, and Jia instantly turned into smoke and returned to the celestial spirit world. Huh? Did I let you go? Raphael's eyes condensed, and in an instant he came to the place where Jia disappeared, and directly reached out to grab the smoke that had not yet dissipated. Huh. There seemed to be a sound of breaking some glass, and Kagome was forcibly pulled out of the celestial spirit world by Raphael. What? The owner of the yelling voice was completely in disbelief. He didn't expect that someone could arrest someone from the celestial spirit world. Fake Yia has returned to his original form, two little ones like sunny dolls, and the two little ones are trembling, hugging each other and looking at Raphael in fear. Very scary. Gemini celestial spirit, or the celestial spirit of the zodiac. Raphael raised the two little ones hugging each other in his hands and looked up at the shocked woman opposite. What? You think you can't beat me head on, so you want to play dirty? You Oracion Cease are too rubbish, right? But that's right, the Dark Guild only plays dirty tricks, and you are no exception. Raphael looked at her disdainfully and threw the Gemini celestial spirit aside. These two things were quite easy to need, and he almost couldn't help but want to keep needing them. The person who came was none other than one of the angels of Oracion Cease. She looked at the man in front of her with an ugly expression, and had a more accurate understanding of Raphael's strength. Although the angel belongs to Oracion Cease, she usually pays attention to some gossip. After all, her Gemini celestial spirit can perfectly copy all the abilities of the target, including magic skills, so she usually pays attention to some powerful people as material. Therefore, the angel is the one who knows and understands the power of this man best among the 6 demons. After all, no one can resist the bombardment of the magic elf cannon with 2.7 billion magic power. It's just that Angel always thought it was just hearsay. Although she was shocked, she was actually disdainful in her heart, thinking that they were exaggerating. But what she saw today completely overturned her understanding. It was the first time she knew someone, and it turned out that it was possible. So powerful. After all, she had never heard of it, nor did she think that someone could tear apart the barrier between two spaces by relying on their own strength, and that was only after the other party had completely entered another space. However, she didn't take Raphael's ridicule seriously. Instead, she sneered and said, "Sneak attacks are not just the right of the Dark Guild. You must know that your so-called Justice Guild also has people who do sneak attacks." Advertisement. Although what you said is very good, after all, I am from the Justice Guild. I just want to say. Raphael slowly walked up to her, pinched her face and said the most rogue words, "We're the Justice Guild. A gang fight, but you can only do a shameless sneak attack, accept your status." Raphael's words made the angel tremble with anger. She didn't expect that people could be so shameless, so she broke free from Raphael's big hand, took a few steps back, took out the key, and roared loudly. "That's enough. You shameless person. Sure enough, the leader's plan is correct and will bring you all to Nirvana. Open the Scorpio Gate."
Suddenly, there was a deafening loud noise. Immediately afterwards, a cool-looking man with a scorpion tail appeared in front of Raphael like a ghost. However, what is unexpected is that before these words of exclamation could end, the seemingly mighty Scorpio celestial spirit was defeated by Raphael with a fierce punch and escaped instantly faster than when he appeared. Back to the celestial spirit world. No, this is impossible. Gemini, come on. The angel looked at Raphael with horror. At this moment, the Gemini celestial spirit, which had just recovered its strength, also tried to step forward and recreate Raphael's image through fusion, and with the help of Raphael's own strength to defeat him. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Just as Gemini celestial spirit was trying hard to transform into Raphael, his body suddenly exploded without warning and turned into countless fragments. He also quickly returned to the celestial spirit world. Wah! What? The angel's eyes widened and he stared at Raphael in disbelief. His heart was filled with astonishment and confusion. She never imagined that such a powerful Gemini celestial spirit would actually want to imitate. The target was too powerful and exploded and disintegrated. I have to say that celestial spirit is so unreasonable and can do anything, even though its strength is limited. But don't be discouraged, it has actually successfully imitated 1,000th of my strength just now. If it hadn't been greedy and wanted to completely copy it, maybe we could have played with it more. Quote. Raphael sat back on the sofa leisurely at some point, crossed his legs, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and looked at her with a hint of mockery. Hateful. It's so hateful. Our carefully planned plan. You will never be allowed to destroy it. The magic power all over the angel's body surged violently. She quickly took out all the keys in her arms and poured all her magic power into them. Then she closed her eyes and took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, she stared hard at Raphael with determination. With my blood, with my life, with my soul. Burn the key. Sacrifice here. Give everything I have. Come out. Sword of the Celestial Spirit King. The angel actually wanted to forcibly summon the Celestial Spirit King's sword to give Raphael a fatal blow at the cost of all the keys in her life. Celestial Spirit's life is also life. Raphael was originally full of curiosity and expectation, wanting to see if the angel was hiding any more amazing tricks. However, when he heard that the other party was planning to sacrifice the life of Celestial Spirit in exchange for victory, an uncontrollable anger surged into his heart. He detests the behavior of sacrificing the lives of others for his own benefit. This despicable behavior is simply unacceptable. At this moment, Raphael was so angry that he just wanted to use his powerful power to smash the damn person in front of him with one punch and make her pay for what she had done. Just when he was about to hit the woman, suddenly, a sound so weak that he could barely hear it came into his ears. It was a low murmur from the girl, which seemed to be filled with endless sorrow and despair. This murmur was like a clear spring, instantly extinguishing the anger in Raphael's heart and causing him to stop what he was doing. I really wish I could disappear into the sky like an angel. Raphael sighed. It seemed that this girl could be helpful in the later stages, and hateful people also have pitiable qualities. Why would she want to embark on this path? But the enemy is an enemy after all. Raphael shook his head, just withdrew his strength, beat her seriously and threw her into the creek outside. She floated away with the flow of the creek. As for her life or death, it depends on her life. Chapter 85 Oración Cease 2. No. Get out. Cobra and others who were fighting fiercely with the coalition forces were shocked when they heard the leader's call. They did not dare to hesitate at all, and immediately followed the leader and disappeared into thin air. You actually let these guys escape. Natsu shouted with an angry look on his face. But what happened to make them flee from this place in such panic? Urza recalled the flying heavenly wheel armor sword in her hand, put it back on her original armor, and then held her chin in her hand and fell into deep thought. Oh my god, it's bad. Wendy is missing. And that damn tomcat. Carla screamed anxiously, her voice shrill and harsh, as if it was going to pierce everyone's eardrums. When everyone heard this sudden shout, their hearts were shocked and they turned around and looked back. Wendy, who was still hiding in the corner, is now nowhere to be found, and even Happy has also disappeared. Natsu's face suddenly became anxious and ugly, and veins popped up on his forehead. His eyes widened, and he rushed forward quickly, grabbing Carla's shoulders tightly, shaking her desperately, and kept asking, "Where's Happy? Where did it go? Hey, Natsu, let her go. You'll knock her out." A gentle but firm male voice suddenly sounded. Everyone followed the sound and saw Raphael walking quickly, followed closely by Yiya, who looked embarrassed and scarred. What is unexpected is that even with the existence of Jura, Wendy was still taken away. It is really difficult to judge whether Jura is too weak or whether there really is a so-called will of the universe. Raphael stared at Jura with a look of disdain, which was like a knife, making Jura full of doubts. At the same time, he also vaguely felt that Raphael was thinking about something very bad. You idiot. I'm almost turned into mayonnaise. Carla caught Natsu's distracted moment, struggled to break free from Natsu's iron-like hands, then spread his wings and flew into the air like an arrow. Oh, you can also fly, just like Happy. Lucy looked at Carla in surprise. Huh, I just don't like hearing the last part. Wendy and that Tom cat disappeared the moment the 6 demons escaped. Carla snorted coldly, remembering Wendy's disappearance, and quickly explained the situation to everyone. From this point of view, this should be the work of the 6 demons. But why did they hurriedly capture Wendy and then flee? Not only that, they even took the blue cat away with them. Could it be that, do they want to take Wendy as a hostage? Jura on the side looked puzzled, no longer paying attention to Raphael's eyes, and instead lowered his head in thought. If they are not regarded as hostages, then it may indicate that the reason Wendy suffered this bad fate is most likely due to her possessing some special powers. However, Happy must be just taking advantage of others. Urza raised her head sharply, her eyes falling directly on Carla. At the same time, everyone else heard this and looked up at Carla. So, what is her ability? Lucy looked at Carla with confusion. Because Wendy is a Sky Dragon Slayer mage. Carla was silent for a while, then slowly revealed Wendy's identity to everyone. Advertisement. She took a deep breath, then slowly turned her gaze to the shocked faces around her, and finally landed on Natsu. Dragon Slayer. Everyone was stunned and their mouths were so wide they could fit an egg in, and Natsu even exclaimed. But, isn't Natsu also a Dragon Slayer? Why only capture her? Although Lucy was full of surprise, she quickly came to her senses. After all, there were already 3 dragons in the guild, and one of them had just left the guild. This has to mention the unique features of Dragon Slayer with different attributes. Raphael walked up to everyone in a hurry and explained to everyone. Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic has the power to burn everything and explode everything. Gajil's Iron Dragon Slayer magic has the properties of indestructibility and expansion. Laxus's Thunder Dragon Slayer magic has the power to destroy everything and shatter everything. So, according to me, in my opinion, Wendy's Sky Dragon Slayer magic may have the magical effect of healing wounds. At the end of his sentence, Raphael looked up at Carla. I'm right, that child should know healing magic, and it's powerful healing magic. Carla nodded slightly in agreement, but suddenly seemed to have remembered something important, and spoke anxiously. As for the specific ability issue, let's wait until we have the opportunity to discuss it in detail in the future. Wendy's ability is indeed extremely powerful, but she is still young at the moment, and her magic power is not strong enough to support her excessive use of healing magic. If she forcibly surpasses herself, if she uses it to the extreme, she will face the threat of death. After hearing this, everyone present was shocked. If this is really the case, Raphael stared at everyone with a solemn expression, his tone was sonorous and powerful, then there is only one thing we need to do before us. Rescue Wendy and Happy. Then, Natsu's eyes burst into flames. Destroy Oración Cease. The Blue Pegasus trio were also furious. How could they tolerate this group of evil people tarnishing the beautiful elves? Then, the second round, start. Raphael stretched out his hand and placed it steadily in front, and everyone also stacked their hands on Raphael's hand. Fight. On a small island surrounded by water, there is a dilapidated and crumbling wooden shed that seems likely to overturn in the wind at any time. In the small wooden shed, everyone in Oración Cease and the captured Wendy and Happy were among them. Boss, what on earth is going on? We are just a tiny bit away from being able to completely eliminate them. Laser looked at the leader Brain with confusion on his face. He really couldn't understand why the boss would give the order to retreat at the critical moment of victory. Because the angel has been dealt with. Brain looked solemn, staring at the distant sky like a sculpture. What? Laser was shocked. He never imagined that a general would be lost before the plan was successful. Advertisement. That's right. I heard it with my own ears. That man was simply terrifying. Cobra's face was full of solemnity and fear, as if he had seen the figure of the man, because he did not hear Raphael's voice, only the angel. The panic and despair, and the words that finally emerged in my heart. Run away. Don't be his enemy. Single quote. They were silent for a long time, as if time had frozen at this moment, and then slowly turned their heads and turned their eyes to the unconscious Wendy and Happy. Chief, why do you want to capture this girl? Is there some connection between her and Nirvana? Laser's face was full of doubts, like a fog, staring at Brain closely, as if he wanted to find the answer from his eyes. I know, it must be to sell it to make money. Said Nuonian, who was sitting next to him, his eyes shining brightly, and his eyes turned into the shape of money when he looked at Wendy. This guy, she knows sky magic, which is an extremely ancient healing magic. Brain showed a sly smile on his face and stared at Wendy. Sky magic, isn't that magic that has been lost long ago? Laser looked at Wendy with suspicion, unable to believe that this little girl actually knew such lost magic, but what's the use of bringing her back? Is it really true? Want to exchange it for money? Or take her as a hostage? Hee, wouldn't that be more valuable? Nuonyan's eyes flashed with huge gold coin symbols, and the corner of his mouth almost reached his ears. A bunch of idiots. Brain covered his head and looked at Laser and Hot Eyes helplessly. These two simple-minded fools didn't consider the deeper meaning at all. Is it to resurrect that person? Cobra seemed to have remembered something and looked at Brain and exclaimed. That's right. Only her magic can bring that person back to life. Brain looked at Cobra with relief, thinking to himself, it seems there are smart people in the organization. Cobra smiled evilly. I see, if it's that person, then Nirvana is within easy reach. I will never help you. You bad guys. Wendy, who woke up at some point, hugged Happy tightly, looking panicked but extremely determined and shouted to Brain and others. The Cobra on the side stepped forward and kicked Wendy, lowered his head and said to Wendy, this is not something you can help or not. And it must be done. For this corrupt world. Ha 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 ha. The Cobra laughed maniacally. You are too rude. She is just a little girl. Happy left Wendy's arms, walked forward and said angrily to everyone in the Six Demons. Brain stepped forward and pinched Happy's face with his hands. Happy clapped his hands crazily in pain. No. You will definitely agree. With an evil smile on his face, Brain approached Wendy step by step. Maybe, when you see him, you will be eager to agree. Brain laughed crazily, and threw Happy to the ground with a force, knocking Happy unconscious. Wendy quickly climbed up and hugged Happy in her arms, looking at Brain with anger in her eyes. The eyes are very good. I hope you can stick to yourself when you see him later. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 86 Oración Cease 3. Laser, go and bring that guy here immediately. Brain ignored Wendy, turned around sharply, looked directly at Laser, and gave the order. After a slight hesitation, Laser nodded lightly, but with a heavy look on his face, he stared at Brain and said, okay, but even if we move at the fastest speed, it will take at least an hour to complete the task. If we do this here during this time, the pursuers arrived. The worry was palpable, but Brain just waved his hand relaxedly, indicating that everything was under control, and urged Laser to carry out the task with confidence. After receiving the clear instructions, Laser nodded again, followed by a deafening burst of sound. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace like lightning. At the same time, Brain lowered his head and softly recited a mysterious spell. As the mantra was being recited, Midnight, who had been leisurely and contentedly sleeping soundly on the flying carpet, suddenly woke up. Chief, you actually woke up. Cobra and Hot Eyes looked at Brain with wide eyes and astonishment on their faces. Faced with everyone's surprise, Brain's face was as dark as water, and he stared at the newly awakened Midnight with a solemn expression, and said solemnly, Midnight, there is an extremely powerful opponent waiting for you to deal with. This person has deep strength. Unpredictable, definitely beyond our imagination. You can continue to sleep after defeating him, right? Midnight looked at Brain and asked. He didn't care at all about the so-called strength. At this moment, the only thing he cared about was whether he could fall asleep smoothly. When he saw Brain nodding affirmatively, Midnight disappeared in an instant like lightning. Cobra, go and deal with the remaining guys from Fairy Tail. With your ability, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with those two people, right? Brain turned his head and his eyes fell on Cobra. The Cobra showed an evil smile, then turned and walked away, muttering to himself as he walked. I seem to be able to hear their footsteps heading towards death, today. Then, Brain lowered his head and thought for a long time. After a while, he said, there is another Jura, go and get rid of him. Although they did not specify who would perform this task, everyone present knew that there was no one else to choose from except Hot Eye. As long as you have enough wealth. For money. What does the fragile life mean? Only money is the eternal existence. While holding the Bible devoutly and chanting praises for money, Hot Eyes slowly stood up and walked outside. What do you want to do? Wendy hugged Happy tightly with a look of horror on her face, her body kept shaking, and she desperately retreated towards the corner. However, when she saw everything Brain had carefully arranged, the fear deep in her heart was gradually replaced by an inexplicable courage, and she finally plucked up the courage to ask. After hearing Wendy's question, Brain raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile. He slowly approached Wendy, with a sinister glint in his eyes, and then whispered his plans and purposes one by one. At the same time, on the other side, everyone in the United Army encountered a large number of mysterious Dark Guild members. These people seemed to suddenly emerge from the ground and appeared silently around them, forming a tight encirclement. Advertisement. Damn it. As expected of one of the three major forces, the men and horses under his command are endless. The three men of Qingma stood closely together and watched the enemies around them with vigilance. Hibiki among them said solemnly. Stop talking nonsense, save your energy and think about how to break out of this encirclement. One night, he didn't even bother to assume his iconic handsome pose. He stared nervously at the enemies around him, his forehead covered with beads of sweat. Ah, where did Raphael and the others go? Lucy screamed with horror on her face, her body trembling due to extreme nervousness, and large beads of sweat sliding down her cheeks. Just now, Raphael, Natsu, Urza and Jura were lured away by the enemy one after another. When the last Jura disappeared from sight, these guys from the Dark Guild seemed to emerge from the ground, emerging in a steady stream. It looks like this is clearly a plot carefully planned by the enemy. They deliberately separated our weaker ones from the stronger ones, and then defeated them one by one. Lien analyzed while wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Hey, I don't agree with what you say. Yia suddenly turned around and stared at Lien sharply. Boss, be careful. Eve on the side saw this and hurriedly shouted a warning. A mysterious black hand sprang out of the darkness like a ghost and rushed toward Yia with lightning speed. At this critical moment, only the clear and melodious sound of bells rang throughout the audience, and then a huge cow with a giant axe suddenly jumped up and swung the giant axe towards Black Hand. In the blink of an eye, the Black Hand was cut off by the brave cow with an axe, and it turned into two pieces and disappeared in the air. The Blue Pegasus trio and Yia turned around excitedly, gave Lucy a thumbs up with admiration on their faces, and praised in unison, as expected of Lucy. You are so strong. However, in the face of the compliments from her companions, Lucy did not show the slightest joy. Instead, she shouted with an angry face, stop playing tricks there. Don't do it yet. Her voice exploded in the air like thunder, shocking the audience. Several people trembled. Several people were obviously startled by Lucy's sudden roar, but they did not dare to show any signs of neglect. They immediately came to their senses and used their own magic skills to attack the enemies of the Dark Guild without mercy. Launch a fierce offensive. For a time, various colorful magical lights intertwined together, illuminating the entire battlefield. So, are you awake or are you still in a daze? Are you trying to compete with me? Are you awake? Raphael stroked his bare head and looked at Midnight in front of him with confusion on his face. I have to admit, this bare head feels really great. Feeling the cold and smooth feeling coming from his fingertips, Raphael, who was exuding endless sparks of thinking, couldn't help but gently stroke his bald head again. Humph, are you strong? I'm very unhappy now. I was sleeping well, but I was suddenly woken up to deal with your so-called strong enemy. To be honest, you look too weak. Advertisement. Midnight stared at Raphael with a displeased expression. If he hadn't clearly known that the enemy he needed to face was the person in front of him, he would have turned away and continued to sleep. After all, from the appearance point of view, this man is as ordinary as a person on the roadside, there is nothing eye-catching about him. Raphael looked at him speechlessly. It seemed that the biggest weakness of Saitama's physique was that he could easily be regarded as AB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** capable of. Hurry up and finish it before I go back to sleep. Midnight looked at Raphael arrogantly, and hooked his hand at Raphael to signal him to attack first. Are you sure? Raphael touched his head. This was the first time he had been looked down upon like this. So this kid is sleeping besides killing people. As Raphael finished speaking, Midnight, who had been looking at Raphael with contempt, suddenly changed his expression. He felt a strong pressure oppressing him. The surrounding sky seemed to darken instantly, and a huge head slowly appeared in front of his eyes. A pair of crimson eyes glowed crimson, giving him a strong sense of fear from the bottom of his heart. Midnight's face turned pale and he quickly stepped back a distance. Suddenly, he realized that everything that had just happened was gone, leaving only a man with a bald head and a salty face. Is it an illusion? No, no. Midnight knew that what he felt just now was true, because the fear in his heart never subsided, and there was also a vague sense of huge oppression. Illusion magic. Midnight put away his contempt and disdain and looked at Raphael with a solemn expression. Well, it's not strictly speaking, but you think it is. It's quite troublesome to explain. Raphael said with a smile, like a cheerful and sunny boy. Since he came out of that ancient magic circle, his state of mind has been constantly improving, and he can already use his momentum to oppress the enemy. As expected of his physique that has unlocked the limiter, he is invincible in all aspects. Humph, you are right, you don't even admit your own magic. But it's okay, I see through your magic, isn't it just an illusion? Let's see whose magic is more powerful. Midnight snorted and looked at Raphael, with black magic power surging all over his body. He put his hands into fists on both sides of his body, and a huge crimson magic circle appeared above his head. Although I am not in my strongest state now, I think this is enough. Get lost in my world. Visual illusion. With a loud shout from Midnight, a black-red light lit up, and in this red light, Midnight gradually expanded, and finally turned into a terrifying monster that was 5 meters tall, roaring at Raphael. The monster raised his hands, condensed a huge black ball of light in his palms, roared and pressed the ball of light towards Raphael. Raphael looked at the black ball of light that was about to hit him, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and waved his fist slightly. The huge monster instantly burst like a bubble and turned into sparkling stars, revealing the frightened Midnight behind the monster. As the fist wind passed by, Midnight finally fell into a long sleep as he wished, accompanied by a large area of trees and land that had been smashed into pieces. Bah! Sand got into the mouth. Chapter 87 Oración Cease 4. No. Did Midnight fail too? Brain was shocked. He was explaining his plan to Wendy when he suddenly felt another black line disappear on his face. At the same time, he also noticed Midnight's life breath has disappeared without a trace. Brain stood up abruptly and looked towards the dense sea of trees in the distance. He was originally confident and sure of victory, but now he couldn't help but feel anxious in his heart. Laser. Hurry up. On the other side, Urza and Natsu, who were separated from everyone, looked solemnly at one of the Oración Cease members blocking the way ahead. Cobra. Haha. I heard it, your desperate wails. Cobra gently stroked his beloved snake while staring at them with an evil smile on his face. Get out of my way. Don't stop me from saving Wendy and Happy. Natsu clenched his fists, and a blazing flame spurted out from his fists. He glared at the Cobra and roared. If you have the ability, defeat me first. Cobra smiled contemptuously, dismissing Urza and Natsu. By the way, I just heard it. Your companions seem to be wailing miserably. Is this really good? Ha 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 ha. Cobra put his hands next to his ears, pretending to be listening carefully, and then told Natsu and the others a shocking news. At the same time, a deafening loud noise came from not far behind, followed by a thick plume of black smoke. No, that's Lucy. Urza suddenly remembered Lucy, who had been separated from everyone before, and her heart suddenly tightened. She was extremely anxious and wanted to leave here immediately to find her. Natsu beside her was also anxious and couldn't wait to turn around and go back. Find Lucy's whereabouts. However, just as they were preparing to take action, Cobra took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Come on, Chu Bei Lions. He commanded his beloved snake to pounce towards Natsu and the others. Urza was shocked when she saw this, and hurriedly put on the black feather armor, and grabbed Natsu to fly into the air. But what was unexpected was that the cunning giant snake followed closely behind and flew into the sky together. Fire Dragon's roar. Natsu also reacted at this time. Looking at the giant snake attacking him, fierce flames came out of his mouth. HMPH, you react very quickly. Come back, Chu Bei Lions. The blazing flame swept towards the giant snake like a surging torrent, forcing it to retreat step by step. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Cobra let out a cold snort and quickly summoned back his beloved venomous snake. Damn it, how dare you carry out a sneak attack? Natsu stared at the Cobra with wide eyes, endless anger burning in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, he turned to Urza and shouted, Urza, go and support Lucy, I will take care of it here. Urza stared at the Cobra with a serious expression, nodded slightly to show her understanding, then threw Natsu to the ground without hesitation, turned around and flew away in the direction of Lucy. However, just as she was about to leave, she heard the Cobra yell, the fangs of the poisonous dragon. In an instant, a huge jet of black and red, foul-smelling poison condensed into sharp fangs and pounced towards Urza at an alarming speed. Fire Dragon's roar. Advertisement. At the critical moment, Natsu spurted out blazing flames from his mouth, rising into the sky like a fire dragon, instantly piercing through the hideous fangs. The fangs shattered and dissipated in the sea of fire, but at the same time, Urza's figure also disappeared without a trace. I told you, your enemy is me. Natsu's roar echoed through the sky. His eyes were full of anger and determination, as if he wanted to tear the Cobra in front of him into pieces and devour it. HMPH. Okay, then I'll have fun with you. Cobra stared at Natsu with disdain, thinking to himself, this guy is really difficult to deal with. Fire Dragon's iron fist. As Natsu roared, he rushed forward like a burning meteor. I saw blazing flames dancing around his powerful fist, as if it was about to set the whole world on fire. With endless power, Natsu smashed hard at the ferocious Cobra in front of him. However, something unexpected happened. Just when Natsu's fist was about to hit the target, the giant snake on the Cobra suddenly waved its huge and thick tail with lightning speed. There was a loud bang, and Natsu was knocked away by this powerful force without any defense. In midair, Natsu tried to steady himself, but his heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, damn it! Fire Dragon's roar. Then, he opened his mouth, and a raging flame burst out like a volcano erupting. These flames are like the Fire Dragon's wrath, hot and violent, sweeping straight towards the Cobra. At the same time, Natsu's feet also burst into flames, becoming the source of motivation for him to move forward. He cleverly used the smoke and heat generated by the fire as cover, preparing to surprise the Cobra. Just when Natsu was confidently preparing to launch an attack, he was mercilessly knocked away by the Cobra again. The impact made Natsu feel dizzy, but he still endured the pain and stared at the invincible enemy in front of him with wide eyes. It's useless. Cobra mocked Natsu triumphantly, with a look of disdain on his face. He gently shook his fingers and signaled to Natsu, my ears have already heard your every move clearly. No matter what tricks you use, you can't escape my perception. I don't believe it. Natsu roared angrily, and charged towards the cobra again like lightning. He clenched his fist with his left hand, and a ball of blazing flames instantly ignited, like a burning meteor, blasting straight towards the cobra. However, this is just a feint. The real killer move, Fire Dragon's hook attack, is secretly brewing and ready to go. I said, this has no effect on me. A sneer appeared at the corner of Cobra's mouth, and a look of contempt flashed in his eyes. He raised his finger lightly, and the huge python moved in response, wrapping Natsu tightly around him at lightning speed and flying into the air. Then, like discarding garbage, it threw Natsu hard to the ground. Fire Dragon's roar. Natsu shouted angrily at the critical moment. He opened his mouth suddenly, and a pillar of blazing fire spurted out, rushing straight to the ground where he was about to fall. With the powerful push-back force generated by the flames, Natsu finally landed safely. After Natsu stood still, his expression became extremely solemn. He stared at the cobra in front of him. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. Are you feeling in trouble? Then surrender obediently. Seeing this, the cobra laughed triumphantly, and the sound was deafening. HMPH. You want me to admit defeat? There's no way. Natsu gritted his teeth and wiped away the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth. Then, he closed his eyes tightly, took a deep breath, and adjusted the chaotic magic power in his body. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, his whole body momentum suddenly changed, and he rushed towards the enemy without hesitation again. It's useless. Are you thinking about attacking with your left fist but actually attacking with your right fist? The cobra looked at Natsu with disdain, and commanded the giant snake to charge forward again, planning to attack Natsu's left when he swung his right fist. Hey! A smile appeared on Natsu's lips, and the cobra instantly felt something was wrong, and a fierce flame shot towards him in an instant. What? The flames came so fiercely that the cobra had no time to dodge and was directly enveloped by the flames. Natsu gasped and looked at the cobra enveloped in flames, about to leave. What a danger! The roar of the poisonous dragon. Along with a hissing sound, the voice of the cobra came from the blazing flames. Immediately afterwards, a huge wave of poisonous mist rushed toward Natsu like a surging wave. Natsu, who didn't expect this change at all, was instantly hit by the poisonous mist and was knocked away by the powerful impact. As the fire gradually weakened and the smoke slowly dissipated, the cobra and the huge python beneath it were finally revealed. What is surprising is that the whole body of the cobra at this time is covered with a layer of scales that are both dragon scales and snake skin, shining with mysterious light, and the big snake under his crotch is also covered with black scales, tightly wrapped around it. Beside the owner, it seems to be one with him. You are the dragon slayer. Natsu climbed up with difficulty and looked at the cobra in shock. Did you realize it just now? I thought you noticed the previous attack on that woman. The cobra covered his face with his hands that turned into dragon claws and shook his head helplessly, but an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hufu, how do you feel? Your body doesn't obey its orders. Natsu wanted to continue attacking, but found that his body was limp and he couldn't exert any strength. The poisonous breath of the poisonous dragon can infect the whole body with toxins, and then slowly the body begins to lose control. The cobra was proudly explaining its ability, and suddenly its eyes and pupils shrank, and it stretched out the hand turned into a dragon claw to grab. Stopped Natsu's fire fist. I didn't expect you to be able to move after being poisoned by me. You are truly a dragon slayer of the old generation. The cobra looked at Natsu, who was breathing heavily, with a ferocious smile, and threw Natsu away with a strong flick. Old generation. Natsu fell to the ground unable to move. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at the cobra with gritted teeth. I implanted the dragon's magic crystal in my body, thus gaining the power to destroy dragons. I am the dragon slayer of the new generation. Cobra walked forward with a grin and stepped on Natsu's head, stepping hard. In other words, dragon doesn't exist at all. Natsu's eyes instantly burst into flames, and his whole body was ignited with flames. Seeing this, the cobra quickly left Natsu because he found that the flames seemed to melt his poisonous dragon scales. Natsu stood up slowly, looking at the cobra ferociously like a demon in fire. Dragon. Igneal. It exists. Chapter 88 Oración Cease 5. Again. Brain was shocked again. One of the 4 remaining seals of his living body connection magic had disappeared. His heart became more and more anxious. I'm back. Laser's voice sounded like the sound of nature in Brain's ears. Laser was seen carrying a cross-shaped coffin, which was covered with layers of chains. It's so heavy. Laser gasped and placed the coffin in front of Brain. With it, I can't go any faster. No one can be faster than you. Brain looked at the coffin in front of him with ecstasy, and praised the laser for the first time. Coffin. Wendy and Happy hugged each other in fear. As Brain's magic fell, the chains that tightly locked the coffin broke one by one. He patted the coffin. Wendy. I need you to cure this man. I will never help you. You will be cured. You will definitely do your best to cure it. Brain smiled evilly, stared at Wendy, and slowly opened the coffin. The coffin lid was slowly pushed open, making a dull sound, as if it was a call from the depths of hell. As the lid was fully opened, a smell of old decay hit the nostrils, making people frown. In the dark coffin, a face with blue hair and closed eyes gradually emerged. The face was as pale as paper, without any blood, like a ghost that had been sleeping for 1,000 years. However, it was this strange face that made both Wendy and Happy scream in surprise. Jello. Wendy's voice was full of shock and disbelief. Her eyes were locked on that face, as if she had seen some horrific scene. Happy on the side looked at Wendy next to him in surprise and asked, "Huh? Wendy, you actually know him too?" Wendy's body trembled slightly, and her lips moved, wanting to say something, but in the end no sound came out. Disbelief was written all over her face. "You are the only one who can bring him back to life. He is a kind person to you." Brain had a sly smile on his lips and stared at her like a poisonous snake. "You can't be wrong." Happy was shocked. He never dreamed that there was such an unknown relationship between Wendy and Jello. "Wendy, you actually know him. Happy, do you know him too?" Wendy was heartbroken, lowering her head sadly, turning her head slightly, and glanced at Happy with sad eyes. "More than understanding. He is the villain who tried to murder Urza. Not only that, he also despicably used the council to release the magical elf power. If Raphael hadn't come to help, Natsu and I would have died long ago." Happy was furious, eyes wide open, glaring angrily, glaring at Jello fiercely. He could not imagine that these people would try to resurrect such a evil devil. "You must already know his name, and as for why he ended up in this situation." Brain turned a deaf ear to Happy's words, and turned to stare at Jello, with a sly smile on his face. "I only found out that there is a force in his body like a poisonous insect, eroding his brain day and night, and seems to be deliberately destroying certain key things. So." Advertisement. Brain lowered his head and let out a treacherous laugh. "You must resurrect him no matter what, and you must resurrect him for me, even if you use your life." "No, Wendy. That's a big bad guy and a big devil. If you resurrect him, then." Looking at Wendy being silent, Happy's heart was burning. He looked at her anxiously, his eyes full of worry. "Don't you want to resurrect him? How about this?" Brain's hand was like the wind, and instantly he had a dagger, stabbing Jalal's arm like a hungry tiger pouncing on food. "Stop." Wendy was so anxious that she stood up and rushed forward like an arrow, trying to stop Brain. HMPH. Brain raised the corner of his mouth slightly, his eyes were as cold as ice, and he manipulated the staff and gave it to Wendy like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole. Wendy flew out like a kite with a broken string. Brain looked at Wendy with cold and unfeeling eyes, as if he was looking at an inanimate tool. "Damn it. Wendy, are you okay?" Happy ran over in a hurry and helped Wendy, but saw Wendy's clenched fists and silent contemplation. "Wendy, you don't really think about it, but Jello is the big bad guy. In the end, even Nirvana may be taken away." Happy suddenly shouted anxiously towards Wendy. But he once saved me." Tears flowed from Wendy's eyes, and Happy was stunned. "I like him the most. I've heard a lot of bad things about him, but I don't believe it." Wendy kept crying, feeling very painful and sad inside. "He is such a kind person. How could he do those things? Someone must be manipulating him behind the scenes. There is absolutely no way he would do those things." The girl's shout shook Happy like thunder, and he was at a loss as to how to dissuade the girl in front of him. "Please, let me think about it, okay?" Wendy cried like tears, pleading towards Brain. Brain was silent for a moment, and finally nodded slightly. "Okay. I'll give you 5 minutes." Happy witnessed all this, feeling anxious and shouting crazily in his heart, "Come here quickly. Natsu, Urza, Raphael, otherwise, it will really be irreversible. Damn it, how come these Dark Guild people can't be killed?" Lien, even Hibiki stood back to back, panting and looking at the number of Dark Guild members around them who were not decreasing, and said in despair. "Don't give up. Someone will definitely come to save us." Lucy was also breathing heavily, looking firmly at Leo who was still fighting in front of him. Her magic power is exhausted, and she can't even summon Canis Minor. Only Leo has special abilities and can rely on his own magic power to fight. However, judging from the current situation, even the powerful Leo seems to be unable to sustain it for too long. "Come on, you'll be fine." He was as tired as a puddle of mud after a night, and he collapsed on the ground. "I was exhausted after only providing recovery perfume the whole time." Advertisement. Hey, people who didn't participate in the war are so tired. Lucy looked at Yi who fell to the ground and complained crazily. "I'm sorry, Lucy. I seem to have reached my limit." Leo turned to look at Lucy, a trace of apology appearing on his face. Although he can take the initiative to appear with his own magic power, the Celestial Spirit King may also be afraid that he will stay in the world for a long time and his own life will be in danger, so he changed the rules of the Celestial Spirit world. They will all be forcibly deported later. Before he finished speaking, Leo disappeared like smoke and returned to the Celestial Spirit world. At this time, the magic power of everyone in the coalition army has been exhausted and they are unable to resist. Seeing this scene, the people from the Dark Guild were overjoyed and rushed forward like hungry tigers pouncing on food. Facing the overwhelming surging enemies, Lucy closed her eyes helplessly and quietly waited for the moment of despair to come. Sword of Family. With a crisp shout, dozens of magic swords instantly appeared among the people of the Dark Guild like meteors, flying up and down. The Dark Guild members surrounding Lucy and the others fell down one by one like wheat being harvested. Urza. Lucy opened her eyes in surprise and looked ahead. Urza was seen wearing the armor of family, as if the god of war had arrived, holding a magic sword and rushing into the crowd of the Dark Guild, killing people like melons and vegetables. At the same time, the flying swords surrounding him continued to fly out like a gust of wind, stabbing at the enemy. As expected of my little sweetheart. That's great. Yiya was as excited as a spring. He jumped up from the ground in an instant, struck a handsome pose, and watched Urza show off his power. You guy. Lucy looked at Yiya, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch, and the complaints against him flooded in her heart. Soon, Urza eliminated most of the people in the Dark Guild like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The remaining people were scared to death and ran away in panic. Are you okay? Urza quickly changed into her original armor and ran to them in a hurry, asking anxiously. Fortunately you're here. Urza, we're fine. Lucy rushed forward, hugged Urza tightly, and said with a cry. On the side, Yi was so envious that his mouth watered. The Qingma trio looked at their boss with helpless expressions, thinking, how embarrassing it is. Urza, why are you here? Where is Natsu? Lucy seemed to notice Yi's gaze, shuddered all over, and quickly left Urza's arms. She saw that Urza came alone and looked at her with confusion. We encountered Cobra, one of the 6 demons. He said you were in danger, so I came to save you first. Natsu is fighting him. No, Natsu may not be his opponent. I have to go back quickly to support him. Urza looked at everyone solemnly, suddenly realizing that Natsu might be at a disadvantage, so she turned around and left. Seeing this, Lucy hurriedly followed. Yiya followed step by step, and the 3 blue Pegasus looked at each other, shook their heads helplessly, and followed. Chapter 89 Oración Cease 6. Natsu. Urza and the others found Natsu in a small pit. He was curled up in the pit like a baby, sleeping soundly. He must have experienced a thrilling battle. Lucy looked at the ruins-like environment around her, the bumpy ground, and the broken bushes, and couldn't help but stare in amazement. Did you defeat the enemy? Natsu also woke up slowly at this time, and instantly bounced up like a spring, looking at everyone with a puzzled face. We have solved it. What about you? What about the Cobra? Urza looked at Natsu with a serious face. Although she believed that Natsu could solve the Cobra, looking at the situation at the scene, it seemed that it would be very easy to solve it, but Natsu now had no obvious scars on his body except for some damage to his clothes. I don't know. I just remember that the B***** D dared to insult my father, and I was very angry, and then I don't remember the rest. Natsu scratched his head and looked at Urza with a puzzled face. You didn't solve it, did you? No, it was like this when we arrived, so I'm asking you. Urza shook her head and looked around in confusion. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. Let's go find Wendy and Happy. By the way, why is the female cat gone? Natsu shook his head like a rattle, and gave up thinking about these headaches, ready to continue the plan. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that Carla seemed to have disappeared without a trace without knowing it. Carla flew away by herself. I don't know where she flew to. Raphael's voice suddenly sounded from behind them. It turned out that he not only successfully defeated Midnight, but also took the time to go to the villa to change into a new set of clothes, and then hurried to meet up with everyone. You know, the dust on the body attached to the clothes is really uncomfortable, not to mention that he is a bald head. Raphael. When the Qingma trio saw Raphael's figure, the huge stone hanging in their hearts finally fell safely. They let out a long sigh, as if they suddenly saw a magic needle in the midst of the storm, and instantly became extremely relaxed. After all, Raphael's extraordinary strength has long been famous. As long as he is by their side, it is like having an indestructible solid shield. Therefore, the trio firmly believes that with such a powerful partner fighting side by side, they probably don't have to worry about facing any danger again. Flew away. Lucy looked at Raphael in confusion, because she also found that Carla seemed to have disappeared not long after the battle. Yes, I saw a white cat flying in the sky on the way here. If there are no other flying cats here, it must be her. Raphael nodded. What is she going to do? She dared to fly away without authorization. Could it be? Urza frowned and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, her heart was shocked. She looked up at Raphael, but she didn't want to meet Yi's eyes unexpectedly. Urza shuddered as if she had received an electric shock, and hurriedly looked away. She might want to find and rescue them herself. Men. Yi was very surprised to see Urza staring at him. He was ecstatic and immediately posed cutely and handsomely, holding a rose that appeared out of nowhere in his mouth, staring at Urza with loving eyes, as if she was the only one left in the world. Advertisement. Oh no, that little cat might only know how to fly like Happy and doesn't know other magic. We have to find her quickly. Natsu's face suddenly became very nervous, and he rushed out the door anxiously. Yes, let's find them quickly. Urza was uncomfortable with Yi's fiery gaze, so she hurriedly followed Natsu as if running away. Wait for me, my sweetheart. Men. Yi shouted while quickly chasing after him. Is it my illusion? Why does it feel like Urza is running away? Lucy frowned, looking at the figures of Yi and Urza going away with a frown on her face. Not only that, look, Urza seems to have changed into a lighter and more agile armor. Raphael also stared at the front with a suspicious look, and was also very speechless. At this time, the 3 members Blue Pegasus covered their faces, looking like they couldn't bear to look directly. Okay, forget about them, let's hurry up and catch up. Raphael smiled helplessly, then waved his hand, signaling Lucy and the three members of Blue Pegasus to catch up together. Carla, who was about to go looking for her, was soaring in the sky anxiously, looking for Wendy's traces eagerly. Don't be confused, Wendy. She prayed silently in her heart, her voice trembling slightly, full of worry and fear. Carla accelerated her flying speed, hoping to find Wendy as soon as possible and stop her from making any impulsive moves. 5 minutes have passed. How is it? Have you thought about it? Brain's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Wendy's mind, pulling her back to reality from the vortex of memories. Her eyes widened, full of shock and pain, and she bit her lips tightly, as if she was about to bleed. Then, with heavy and slow steps, she walked step by step towards the coffin where Jello was. Wendy, no. Happy looked at her anxiously, shouting desperately in his throat. However, in the face of all this, Happy felt powerless and could only kneel down helplessly. I'm sorry, Happy. He is my savior. Wendy's voice was choked, and tears fell down like broken beads. She stretched out her hands tremblingly and gently touched Jalal's body, feeling the familiar warmth. Then, she took a deep breath, stabilized her emotions, and concentrated on starting to perform magic. As Wendy moved, a green magic circle exuding rich vitality suddenly lit up in her hand. The bright light seemed to be alive, jumping and flowing, dyeing the surrounding air with a faint green light. Powerful magic surged up, forming an invisible force that blew Wendy's hair, making them flutter in the wind. Wendy closed her eyes tightly and recited ancient and mysterious spells in a low voice. Every syllable is full of piety and hope, as if praying to the gods in the dark for a miracle to happen. She devoted all her energy to this rescue, desperately trying to save the person who was extremely important to her. The green magic power spurted out from Wendy's slender fingers like a surging torrent, sweeping towards Jalal. Jalal's face twisted into a ball the moment he came into contact with this powerful force, showing an expression of extreme pain. He gritted his teeth and tried to resist the sudden impact, but as his magic power continued to increase, all efforts seemed in vain. Wisps of blue smoke began to rise above Jalal's head, as if the unbearable power in his body was looking for an outlet. These strange smokes gathered more and more, gradually forming a dense cloud, shrouding Jalal's figure in it. Wendy let out a heartbreaking scream, and she used all her strength to inject more magic into Jalal. In an instant, the huge and suffocating magic power poured down like a flood from a dam, pouring into Jalal's body. Advertisement. At this moment, a miracle happened. Jalal's eyes, which had been closed for a long time, suddenly opened, and his originally lifeless face now became cold and calm. He stared blankly at Wendy in front of him, with no emotion in his eyes, as if there were thousands of mountains and rivers between them. Success. Success. With a smile on her face, Wendy murmured something and fell down. Wendy. Happy quickly flew forward and hugged Wendy, looking at Happy in front of him with a wary expression. Jello raised his hands and looked at it, then slowly walked out of the coffin, and slowly stretched out his hand towards Wendy. Happy hugged Wendy and kept backing away with a scared look on his face. Jello, welcome back. Brain's voice attracted Jalal's attention. He stopped approaching Happy and turned to look at Brain. Happy instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Brain laughed heartily, opened his hands and walked towards Jello. Jello raised his hand expressionlessly and fired a magic cannon directly at Brain. Brain's pupils shrank, and Laser on the side also changed his expression. He used magic to escape and rescued Brain. However, a small pit appeared directly where Brain was standing. One can imagine Jalal's reaction. How much damage can magic do? Jello, what do you want to do? Brain looked at Jello angrily, and his hands also glowed with magic. Jello still looked at him expressionlessly, but his eyes seemed a little more blank. Brain saw Jalal's confusion and was startled for a moment. He seemed to have thought of something and quickly looked at Wendy next to him, but Wendy had already fallen into a coma. Damn it. So, have you lost your memory? Brain looked at Jello with an ugly expression. He didn't expect that although he was cured and resurrected, he would now have amnesia. Brain didn't believe it. He thought Jello was faking it. Jello, wake up. Ever Dark Rondo. Brain roared loudly. A dark green magic circle appeared on his chest, and several dark green light waves shot directly towards Jello. Jello still looked at Brain expressionlessly, but frowned slightly as he watched the green light waves coming towards him, and a golden magic circle lit up at his feet. The dark green light wave directly hit the place where Jello was, but Jello was no longer where he was. He appeared directly in front of Brain and Laser at a speed that even Laser could not react to. Jello looked at Brain indifferently and waved his hand at Brain and Laser. The next moment, a very deep hole opened in the floor under Brain and Laser. Brain and Laser had no time to react and both fell down. Jello stared at the cave entrance with cold eyes for a long time, then turned to look at Happy and Wendy, then turned and left. Happy looked at Jello tremblingly as he walked away. Although he was confused about his operation, he still seized the opportunity and ran out with Wendy in his arms. Chapter 90 Oración 7. Damn Jello. Brain and Laser struggled to crawl out of the pit, covered in dust and looking very embarrassed. They looked around and were surprised to find that Jello and Wendy had disappeared without a trace. What should we do now, Chief? Laser frowned and looked at Brain with worry, his eyes showing deep uneasiness. Brain also had a solemn look on his face. He gritted his teeth and murmured to himself, "It's so weird. It's so weird. Even if he loses his memory, he will never attack me." His brows were furrowed tightly, as if he could pinch a fly, and his whole body was immersed in thinking. Suddenly, Brain seemed to have thought of something, his face suddenly changed, and his face was full of surprise. No. Did he overhear something about Nirvana while he was sleeping? Laser's expression also became extremely ugly. Could it be that? Jello, he is trying to monopolize Nirvana. Brain was furious, and his voice exploded like thunder, resounding throughout the entire space. He was so angry that his hair stood on end, his eyes were so wide that they almost popped out of their sockets, and the veins on his neck were as protruding as earthworms. He was obviously extremely angry. Let's chase. Brain only had one thought in his mind at this time, that is, he must find Jello as soon as possible. He wants to erase Jalal's mind and turn him into his loyal slave. So you are here. It really gave me a good time to search. At this moment, a sudden voice came. Suddenly, a deep sound came from the entrance of the cave, breaking the silence like thunder. The two men trembled, and the hands that were about to use magic froze in midair. They couldn't move at all. A pair of extremely heavy hands had been placed on their shoulders before they knew it. The pressure was like a heavy burden, making them almost breathless. Where is Jello? With an angry shout, Urza appeared in front of him like a ghost. She held the demon knife in her hand, and the sharp tip pointed straight at the tip of Brain's nose, emitting a cold light. Faced with Urza's question, Brain just snorted coldly, HMPH. Do you think I will tell you? Before he finished speaking, the magic in his hand suddenly exploded in a self-destructive manner. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped in dark green magical mist, so dense it was suffocating. This sudden change made everyone in the coalition army dizzy and shaky, and some even became unsteady and almost fell to the ground. Laser. Let's go. Laser. Brain was worried and wanted to call out to Laser to escape together and find Jello, but was surprised to find that Laser had no response and seemed to have lost his life. You're doing these flashy tricks. Suddenly, an angry shout sounded like a thunderbolt, deafening. Immediately afterwards, a violent wind swept through, and the originally narrow and dark cave suddenly became bright and dazzling. The entire mountain top was violently overturned. Raphael slowly lowered his arms, and at his feet lay the unconscious Laser. When Brain tried to use magic to cause an explosion to escape Raphael's control, Laser also tried to use magic to escape from his restraint. However, Raphael only exerted a little force, and the Laser was overwhelmed and fainted on the spot. As for Brain, this was completely beyond Raphael's expectations. He originally just wanted to see what this old guy wanted to do, but he didn't expect such a big thing to come. Brain's pupils shrank suddenly, and in panic, he quickly threw out the staff in his hand, trying to resist Raphael's attack. At the same time, he turned around and concentrated his magic power, preparing to create a huge impact on the coalition forces, and then take the opportunity to escape. Advertisement. Fire dragons roar. Demon sword 1 moment. In an instant, blazing flames swept through like a violent storm, turning the staff into ashes instantly. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling crimson sword light pierced the sky and slashed straight down towards Brain with an extremely fierce momentum. Facing such a powerful offensive, Brain's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. He didn't choose to dodge, but decided to meet Urza's attack head-on, using the power of the attack to accelerate his escape into the distance. At this moment, Natsu roared angrily, "Don't even try to escape. Fire Dragon's wing strike." A blazing flame suddenly ignited under his feet, like a pair of burning wings, generating a powerful thrust that made him rush towards Brain like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, Natsu was in front of Brain. I saw flames blazing in his hands, his palms bent into claw-like shapes, and he attacked Brain fiercely from top to bottom. However, Brain seemed calm and composed in the face of Natsu's onslaught. He whispered a spell in his mouth, and a dark green magic circle suddenly shone on his chest. In an instant, countless dazzling waves of magical light spurted out like a surging torrent, covering the sky and rushing toward Natsu. Open. Gate of the clock tower. Horologium. Seeing that Natsu was about to be hit by this fierce attack, Lucy was so anxious that she quickly took out the key to the clock base without hesitation and shouted loudly to activate it. With a burst of dazzling light, the clock base horologium appeared in response. It protected Natsu tightly within it with lightning speed, successfully resisting Brain's devastating magic attack. Fire dragons. Brilliant flame. Just after horologium successfully withstood Brain's attack, it instantly turned into a misty smoke and quietly returned to the mysterious world of celestial spirit. At the same time, Natsu had also completed the accumulation of power. He raised a huge fireball with both hands high, like a scorching sun burning with blazing flames. With endless power and heat, it shot straight towards Brain below. Press hard. Change your clothes. Fire Emperor's armor. As Urza yelled, a fiery aura emanated from her whole body, and in the blink of an eye she was donned by the majestic Flame Emperor's armor that shone with red flames. The original single ponytail seemed to be ignited and quickly split into 2 strands, dancing like flames. At this moment, Urza was like a goddess born from the fire. Her heroic appearance made people dare not look directly at her. Immediately afterwards, she clasped her hands together and poured the surging fire magic power in her body into the fireball speeding towards Brain. After receiving the blessing of powerful magic power, the fireball seemed to have been completely transformed. Its size expanded at an alarming rate, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a giant fireball with a diameter of several meters. Faced with such a terrifying change, Brain's pupils shrank suddenly, with a look of shock on his face. He opened his mouth subconsciously, but no sound came out. Seeing the huge fireball approaching rapidly with the potential to destroy the world, there was no time for him to make any evasive action. In desperation, he could only widen his eyes and watch helplessly as the ball of death got closer and closer to him. Boom! A dazzling light cut through the sky like lightning, followed by an earth-shaking loud noise, as if the whole world was about to tremble. At that moment, an unimaginably huge explosion suddenly erupted, completely engulfing Brain. This scene is like the end of the universe. The earth is shaking violently, the wind is roaring, dust is flying, and the sky is blocked. The powerful shock wave generated by the explosion spread at an alarming speed, turning mountains and trees and forests into ruins wherever it passed, and no one was spared. Advertisement. Seeing this situation, Raphael quickly stood in front of the coalition forces and helped them block the shock wave. After a long time, the explosion finally stopped, and the smoke in the sky gradually dissipated. The originally flat ground was now sunken into a huge, bottomless pit. The pit was filled with billowing smoke and thick ash, and it was completely dilapidated. And in the center of this huge pothole, the tattered and lifeless Brain was lying there quietly, looking blankly at the sky. At this moment, Brain had mixed feelings in his heart. He clearly felt that the living body link magic in his body only had the last trace left, which made him worried. On the one hand, he was afraid that the terrible monster would appear again, but on the other hand, he was secretly looking forward to its appearance deep in his heart. It seemed that only in this way could he get rid of Raphael and the others. Tell me, where is Jello? Urza jumped down from the giant pit, reached out and grabbed Brain's collar, lifted him up, and asked angrily. Have no idea. Brain's answer made Urza even more angry. She was about to punch Brain, but Brain's answer made her stunned. As soon as he woke up, he attacked us and then disappeared. But, I'm sure, he must be heading to the location of Nirvana. Brain said this with difficulty and then stopped talking. Instead, he turned to look at Raphael. My son, how is midnight? There seemed to be a hint of hope in Brain's eyes. Raphael was silent for a while and said slowly, he has realized his dream. Brain nodded clearly and turned to look at Urza. Kill me. Otherwise, that monster will appear. Urza was stunned for a moment, then threw him on the ground and ran out to look for Jello, while Yia and Blue Pegasus also left with Urza. Shaw, Lulu, let's go too. Carla, who met Wendy in Happy's arms in the air, also came here with everyone, and Wendy in her arms weakly made a request to Carla. Carla wanted to refuse, but looking at Wendy's firm eyes, she shook her head and sighed, spread her wings and chased after Urza. Carla, wait for me. Happy saw Carla flying away, and quickly spread his wings to chase after Carla. Happy. Natsu was worried that Happy would be taken away again, so he quickly grabbed Lucy and followed him. Hey, what does it have to do with me? In an instant, only Raphael and Brain were left. Is there anything else you want to say? Raphael walked up to Brain and squatted down to look at him and asked. Brain closed his eyes and shook his head. Raphael smiled slightly when he saw this and stood up. In the next life, remember to be a just person. Chapter 91 Oración cease end. Who am I? Jello, or Urza? A blue-haired man said to himself blankly. At this moment, he was standing alone on a tall tree, looking into the distance, as if searching for some answer. Under the tree, lying unconscious and stripped of his clothes. And this mysterious blue-haired man is the Jello that Urza and Wendy are looking for. According to common sense, he has already died, but his fate is always full of drama. It turned out that Jello drank 2 bottles of medicine given by Raphael at that time. 1 bottle could save people's lives, and the other bottle was a fatal poison. The conflicting effects of these 2 drugs clashed fiercely in his body, making his life and death confusing. Once, Urza's sword should have killed him, but the life-saving potion miraculously repaired his injuries. But when he was thrown into the sea, the magical creatures in the sea bit his head mercilessly, so the battle between the potions moved to the head. Unfortunately, the initial damage to the body was too severe, a large amount of healing potions were consumed, and in the end the toxic potions took over. Today, Jello has blurred memory, confusion, and even uncertainty about who he is. Later, after being picked up by Brain and sealed in the coffin, the poison was also sealed, so Jello came to life again. As long as it was sealed for 1 second slower, Jello would really not be able to be resurrected. But it was also because the poison caused so much damage that Jalal's memory was in a state of fragmentation and he needed some prompting to remember. For example, now, he has remembered the magic and harm of Nirvana and the magic of destruction, so now he is going to the location of Nirvana to destroy Nirvana. Hot eyes on the other side finally met Jura, and the two fought fiercely. One used magic to make the soil hard, and the other used magic to make the soil soft. Our magic is just opposite, so who is stronger? Hot eyes stood unchanged and looked at Jura with a chuckle. There are no advantages or disadvantages in magic. Only those with strong ideas will win. Jura gestured with his sword and looked at Hot eyes with a serious expression. No, only money can always win. Only the rich have always won. Hot eyes squinted, a slight blush appeared on his face, and he smiled. At this moment, a fierce light lit up in the distant forest, and a strong magic power swept through the entire forest instantly. What? Jura was shocked for a moment. He looked up at the beam of light in the sky and his expression turned ugly. Could it be? That's right, it's Nirvana. Hot Eyes looked at Jura with a smile. Looking at Jura, who looked ugly and anxious, he covered his mouth and laughed playfully. Don't worry, the real Nirvana hasn't started yet, it's just that the seal has been unlocked, but I smell a strong scent of copper coins. Jura looked at Hot Eye with a solemn expression, planning to quickly deal with the opponent, but was surprised to find that Hot Eye seemed to be covering his eyes and moaning in pain, which made him feel particularly confused. Advertisement. The people who were looking for Jello on the other side were also stunned by the light. Hibiki muttered to himself with an ugly face. This magic has finally been unblocked. Lucy looked at him with confusion on her face, and everyone else also looked at him with confusion. Although they had roughly understood the importance of Nirvana from Wendy and Happy, they still had no idea how terrible it was. Hibiki looked at everyone seriously. This magic is particularly scary. Because its nature is so special. Originally, the president only told me one person, but now, I can't do it without telling you. Everyone said nothing, but looked at him solemnly. You should know that this magic can convert darkness and light, but you probably don't know how to convert darkness and light. Hibiki looked at everyone seriously, and after getting everyone's nods, he continued. This conversion is to exchange people between the nature of darkness and light. In other words, the righteous party with strong negative emotions will fall into darkness. Hibiki's words shocked everyone. They didn't expect this magic to be so terrifying. And the most terrifying thing is that this Nirvana is not only magic, but also an ancient super magic that can be moved and can be manipulated by humans. In other words, Hibiki's words shocked everyone again. They didn't expect that this magic could actually move and be manipulated at will. That is to say, as long as the person who controls that magic is willing, then anyone in the world can become righteous or dark according to his ideas. Urza looked at Hibiki with a solemn expression. Hibiki nodded heavily, and Lucy covered her mouth in shock. How could? So we strongly request the support of Lord Raphael. Only people like him who have strong beliefs and will not fall into darkness can completely destroy Nirvana. Hibiki looked at Raphael with admiration. Raphael looked at him and scratched his bald head in embarrassment. After all, not long ago he was troubled by mental problems, but since he understood the meaning of guardianship and had Mira, his mind it also broke through the limiter in an instant and had various magical effects. Such as now. Don't say that. I believe everyone is the same and will not fall into darkness because of a little magic. I have already sensed Jalal's location. Let's go there now. Raphael waved his hand, smiled and said to everyone, and then an invisible force dragged everyone flying. Wow, I can fly without Happy. Natsu said in surprise. Raphael, you did this. Urza looked at Raphael in surprise and disbelief. After all, he usually just jumped high and didn't notice him flying by. Have you turned into a bird? Raphael, Happy also looked at Raphael in surprise, but the Chingma trio were the calmest. After all, in their understanding, what could the strongest person in the world do? Not surprising. This is my newly developed magic. Let's go find Jello. Raphael smiled slightly. This was just one of his abilities. There would be more abilities in the future, as long as he wanted to. Advertisement. Hot Eyes, who was fighting Jura on the other side, was wailing in pain. Jura was looking at him warily, but what happened next shocked him instantly. I saw Hot Eyes removing his hands from his eyes, and then yelled not to fight, and hugged Jura, shouting love and so on. Jura looked at him confused for a moment, and even hugged Hot Eyes stiffly. After coming back to his senses, Jura quickly pushed away Hot Eyes and looked at him warily. What tricks are you trying to do again? Hot Eyes. She looked at him with tears in her eyes. No. Let's not fight anymore. There is no love in this. I originally thought that in order to save my brother, all I had to do was make crazy money, but now I realize that I was totally wrong. Quote. His tears continued to flow out, and his tone became gentler. The world should be full of love. Only love can save my brother. As long as there is love in this world, there is nothing that cannot be done. I was really too much before. The darkness is gone, but now my heart is filled with light, so please call me by my name, Richard. Jura looked at the man in front of him speechlessly. Although he didn't know what happened, he seemed to have gotten better now. Although I don't know what your situation is, since I don't want to fight, I won't fight. Let's go to the light pillar first to see what the situation is. Richard nodded and followed Jura towards the light beam. Comma 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 comma. How should I do? Jello stared blankly at the huge building in front of him, which was the body of Nirvana. Although he had unlocked the seal, a faint memory flashed through his mind, but he didn't know what to do next. Do. Jello. A roar instantly woke Jello out of his daze. He turned his head and looked around, and was stunned because it was a girl with crimson hair, the girl who occupied all his memories. What are you doing here? Urza pointed at Jello with a long sword and looked at him angrily. The coalition forces on the other side looked at the huge building behind Jello in surprise. They didn't expect that building to be Nirvana. Lusa, Urza. Jello just watched as Urza kept repeating her name. Urza looked at her doubtfully, while Wendy on the side said, Jello seems to have lost his memory. Amnesia. Lucy, Raphael and Natsu looked at him in shock. Raphael was surprised that this guy still had amnesia like the original. Although he didn't remember the specific plot of the Six Demons chapter, the words Jello turned around and said when he was finally captured were still very memorable. I only remember these 3 words, but I don't remember the rest. Can you tell me? Who am I? Chapter 92 Amnesia Jello. Who is Urza? This roar seemed to break through the sky, carrying endless anger and despair. The hysterical Jello was like a crazy beast, his eyes bloodshot, staring at Urza in front of him. Urza was completely stunned. She stood there blankly, unable to believe what she was hearing. I had rehearsed the scene of meeting Jello again in my mind countless times, but I never expected it to be like this. Jello. She whispered this familiar yet unfamiliar name softly, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Step by step, I want to get closer to the man I once loved deeply. However, the vigilant Jello launched a powerful magic bullet without hesitation, blasting straight towards Urza. The purple light was as fast as lightning and instantly enveloped Urza. Urza. People around her screamed in panic, and Natsu and Ichiya were even more anxious, wanting to rush forward to protect her immediately. Raphael also clenched his fists, ready to help at any time. At this moment, a burst of thick smoke billowed up, obscuring everyone's sight. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and they stared nervously in the direction of the smoke, for fear of seeing a scene that would break their hearts. Don't be impulsive, I'm fine. Suddenly, Urza's firm voice came from the smoke. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief and stopped the attack they were about to launch. Don't come here. Don't come here. Jalal's voice was full of fear and alertness. He stared at Urza with wide eyes. His body involuntarily flinched back, but there was a trace of indescribable pain and pity in his eyes. Then, come here. I'm Urza. Facing Jalal's panic, Urza acted unusually calm. She stood straight on the spot with a determined light in her eyes. The magic bullet just now didn't seem to cause any substantial damage to her. Although she looked a little messy, she was still as powerful as a rainbow. Your name is Jelal. You were my fighting partner. Urza's tone was calm and powerful, and every word struck Jalal's heart like a heavy hammer. She held the sword tightly in her hand, as if paying tribute to past friendships. Then, Urza continued. However, since you lost your mind, you have attempted to blaspheme the dead souls, hurt our common friends, and plunge the Senate into chaos. Urza stared at Jelal and recounted the crimes he had committed, concisely and clearly, but each word was heartbreaking. At the end of the sentence, her expression suddenly changed dramatically, and her face was full of anger that could not be concealed. If you think that just saying, amnesia, can wash away all these sins, then today I will use this sword to pierce your heart so that you will always remember what you have done. Urza raised the sharp blade in her hand and pointed it at Jelal. The tip of the sword shone with a cold light, making people shudder. Come here. Stand in front of me. Her shouts were thunderous, carrying an unquestionable majesty. Advertisement. At the end, Urza could no longer suppress her inner emotions, her voice exploded like thunder, and she roared straight towards Jelal. Faced with Urza's sudden outburst, Jelal looked at her in shock, as if he had been hit by an invisible force. He stared at his hands in disbelief. The familiar but unfamiliar touch made his heart ache. Then, he covered his head and let out a heartbreaking wail. No, how could I hurt my companions? I actually did such a thing. What should I do? Tears rolled down Jalal's cheeks, mixing with the pain on his face. Urza on the side was also stunned. She stared blankly at the man in front of her who was in extreme self-blame. At this moment, she had a little more trust in Jalal's amnesia. Because she had never seen Jelal looking so embarrassed and helpless. At this moment, a figure appeared next to Urza. It was Hibiki. He stared angrily at Jelal, his eyes burning with rage, and he made no secret of his hostility and doubts. Stop blabbering. Jelal, what on earth do you want to do here? Not only did you unlock such evil magic without permission, are you also trying to rule the entire world? His words were like a sharp sword, piercing Jelal, making the atmosphere at the scene extremely tense. Lucy and Raphael pulled Natsu back together and gave Hibiki a thumbs up. You are very brave, young man. Hearing Hibiki's question, Jelal slowly put down the hand that had been covering his head and turned his head to Nirvana, which was gradually unsealing. While I was still sleeping, suddenly a voice came into my mind that wanted to achieve Nirvana. At the same time, information about this magic and its location flooded into my mind. Jalal's tone was full of confusion and shock. He knows very well that Nirvana is an extremely dangerous magic that must not fall into the hands of others. So, after some careful consideration, Jelal turned his head sharply, with a hint of guilt in his eyes, and stared at Urza silently for a long time before speaking seriously. I'm really sorry. I didn't want to hurt my friends. Although my memory is a little fuzzy, I'm still deeply sorry for the trouble I've caused you. Then, he turned his attention to Hibiki again. So, I decided to break the seal on Nirvana first, and then destroy it completely. Jalal's words were firm and decisive, as if he was declaring his determination to everyone. You mean, to destroy it? Urza and Hibiki looked at Jelal with wide eyes and disbelief on their faces, and the other companions were also stunned. Jelal took a deep breath and said solemnly. That's right. I have placed a self-disciplined collapse magic circle on Nirvana. Once it is released from the seal, the only thing waiting for it is destruction. His voice was sonorous and powerful, with unquestionable determination. After listening to Jalal's words, Hibiki noticed the magic runes on Nirvana, and murmured to himself in shock. Yes, it's true. He really wants to destroy this Nirvana. Everyone looked at Jello in front of them with complicated eyes. Advertisement. Suddenly, blood spurted out of Jalal's mouth and he slowly fell down. Jello. Urza's heart suddenly tightened and her expression changed drastically. She flew forward without hesitation and hugged Jello tightly. At the same time, Wendy broke out of Carla's arms in an instant, as if driven by an invisible force, and rushed towards Jello like a gust of wind. Her hands shone with dazzling green light, as if containing endless vitality, trying desperately to save Jalal's life. Hibiki, who followed closely from the side, stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes and a face full of astonishment, muttering to himself in disbelief. He actually carved the self-discipline collapse magic circle on his body. This discovery shocked everyone. They never expected that Jello would take such extreme measures. Everyone looked at each other with shock and confusion on their faces. Raphael's eyes became extremely complicated. He stared at Jello, seeming to be trying to understand his motives for doing this. Perhaps it was precisely because of this desperate determination and courage that Jello won the love of countless people in his previous life. Jello. Why? Urza burst into tears, heartbroken. She couldn't accept this fact and didn't understand why Jello did this. Her voice trembled, filled with pain and confusion. Urza. This name makes me feel gentle. It is both gentle and cheerful. It makes me feel very warm. Jello looked at Urza with a smile and reached out his hand to wipe her tears. You will definitely hate me, and there is nothing you can do about it, but that hatred will gradually devour your soul and imprison your heart in place. Jello gently stroked Urza's silky smooth cheek, as if he wanted to imprint every detail on her face deeply in his heart. He slowly moved his hand to his chest, feeling the strong beating of his heart, his eyes filled with endless tenderness and apology. However, Urza had already burst into tears and could not control herself. The man in front of her was once her support and belief in her life, and later also her motivation to live, but now he has become so weak. She was so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. Wendy on the side was filled with despair. She desperately used healing magic to try to save Jalal's disintegrating body, but all her efforts were in vain. Seeing Jalal's vitality disappearing little by little, Wendy felt helpless and sad like never before. In the end, she had to painfully admit that her magic was of no help to Jalal. Yes, I'm sorry. I can't go to your side. I can't stand in front of you. Free yourself from your hatred for me. Let me take away your hatred and your sadness. You are already free. Jalal's hand trembled slightly, as if he had used all his strength to lift it from his chest with difficulty. His eyes were filled with endless nostalgia and reluctance. He originally wanted to gently touch Urza's silky hair again, but in the end he was unable to do so and his arm dropped heavily, hitting the ground with a dull sound. At the same time, Nirvana in the rear was quietly falling apart. Each fragment shone with a faint light, like bright stars falling from the night sky. These tiny starlights gradually dispersed, like a colorful meteor shower, decorating the entire space into a dreamlike and beautiful place. Jelal. Chapter 93. A guild that only exists for one person. No, Jelal, I won't allow it. I will never allow you to die like this. Urza burst into tears and angrily grabbed Jalal's collar and yelled. You still have unatonable sins. Think of it. Don't think that it will be easy just to die like this. Don't think that you can compensate the people you have hurt. Stay alive, Jelal. Jelal was stunned by Urza's tears and roar, and then smiled. Urza, you are so gentle. Unlock the self-discipline breaking magic circle on you. You have the right to live. No matter how dirty and miserable you are, you must live with all your strength. Urza gently wiped the tears from her eyes and slowly stood up. She stretched out her arms and carefully helped Jelal up. Under the reflection of the collapsing light of Nirvana, Urza's figure became so bright and dazzling, like a redemption angel exuding divine brilliance. At this moment, Jelal was completely stunned. His eyes widened and he stared blankly at the dreamlike and beautiful woman in front of him. Urza exuded an indescribable aura that made people feel extremely reassured and warm. Her eyes were full of firmness and tenderness, and seemed to contain endless power. Jelal was attracted by this power, forgetting the pain in his body, and his whole body was immersed in Urza's light. Hopes are always connected together. Let's live and witness the future together, Jelal. Raphael's voice came from behind Urza. Jelal looked at the coalition forces in shock. They all looked at Jelal with smiles on their faces. Except for Yiya, there was also Jura who had just arrived and was confused about the situation. Richard was also looking at Jelal with tears on his face and kept muttering, Love. Don't even think about dying, Jelal. I still have one more battle to fight with you. Natsu's fist burst into flames and he looked at Jelal excitedly. HMPH. I will keep an eye on you. Tsunere turned his head and said. Ah, let go of my little sweetheart. Men, you not only have Urza's sins to atone for, but also the sins of many of your friends to atone for, so live as hard as you can until you atone for all your sins. Raphael walked up to Urza and Jelal, stretched out his hand and tapped somewhere on Jalal's body. The self-discipline breaking magic on Jalal's body collapsed instantly. Looking at Jelal who was looking at him in shock, Raphael grinned, turned around and gave Hibiki a thumbs up, stuffing knowledge into other people's heads. It's not just easy to use, every student deserves it. Okay, let's go. Let these two people have a good chat here. Wendy, your guild should be nearby. Let's go and sit in your guild. Raphael held his head and turned around to greet everyone and leave. He also took Wendy away with him. Jelal was not the one who saved this unlucky child in the first place. He even tried his best to cure him. As expected, he still had to sneak into his guild. Well, protect it. However, it seems that Wendy will join Fairy Tail after the end of 6 Demons. Why? Raphael, who had all the limiters released, thought for a moment and came up with the answer. That guild didn't seem to be human. No, it should be said that they are not living people. Seeing everyone walking away, Urza smiled slightly, turned to look at Jello, pulled him to sit down and told him everything from the beginning. This is my guild, the Demon Cat's place. Wendy happily introduced her guild to everyone like an elf, with an expression of pride and joy. Advertisement. When everyone arrived at Wendy's guild, the first thing they noticed was a huge cat-shaped tent, surrounded by some buildings with ethnic characteristics. Ah, I remembered, this is the style of the Nerubits. Ever since he came to Wendy's guild, he smacked his palms in thought, and he finally remembered what this style belonged to. Nerubits. Everyone looked at Hibiki in surprise, only Raphael was thinking about something. Yes, the people in this guild are probably the descendants of this ethnic group. That Nirvana was made by this ethnic group. Hibiki's words shocked everyone, even Wendy looked at Hibiki in disbelief. Wendy, don't you know? Lucy looked at the confused Wendy in surprise. Ah, because I'm the only one who came later, and everyone in the guild won't tell me this. Wendy said sheepishly, lowering her head and playing with her fingers. Speaking of, Wendy, when did your guild join the alliance? Lien suddenly remembered something and asked Wendy doubtfully, excuse me for being rude, after all, I had never heard of you before the battle started. Guild. Lucy also looked astonished at the side. If you say that, it's really true. Wendy sighed and shook her head with a smile. Really? Hey, our guild is really not famous. Everyone was chatting and laughing as they walked to the square of the Demon Cat's Stay Guild. All the members of the Demon Cat's Stay gathered together and were waiting for them. Fairy Tail, Blue Pegasus, Lamia Scale, Carla and Wendy, you successfully stopped and defeated Oracion Cease Nirvana. I would like to thank you on behalf of the Guild Alliance. Robin Liu, the leader of the Guild of the Demon Cat's Home, stood up and bowed to everyone, and everyone scratched their heads in embarrassment and smiled. You're welcome. President Robin Liu. Yiya stood up with a pose and said handsomely, we have had many fierce battles with Oracion Cease, and every battle has been a hard battle. Then they changed their poses, and the trio also matched their supporting poses. It's the bond between partners that guides our victory. That's it, men. Lucy looked at Yiya with black lines on her head. Has he fought with anyone? Happy also looked at Yiya speechlessly. This guy. Natsu shouted excitedly. Oh, the celebration party will be next. Everyone was beaming with joy, but Raphael looked at Robin Liu with a solemn expression. He found that Robin Liu seemed not to have much time. Is it because Nirvana has been destroyed and obsession has been eliminated, so it can no longer hold on? This old man is really amazing. Raphael looked at the 400-year-old ancestor in admiration in his heart, with a slight sadness in his eyes. Robin Liu felt Raphael's gaze, looked up at him, smiled and nodded. Everyone, although I don't want to disturb your interest, please listen carefully to what I am going to say next. Robin Liu coughed lightly, looked at the happy people, and slowly said something that shocked everyone. First of all, we are not the descendants of the Nerubits, but the real Nerubits, and we created Nirvana 400 years ago. The person is none other than me. Everyone looked at Robin Liu in shock, but Wendy and Carla had a very ominous premonition. In order to stop the war spreading across the world, I created the good-evil reversal magic Nirvana. Nirvana has created an era as a symbol of peace in our country. But the powerful force actually caused more terrible things to happen. Nirvana was entangled in the darkness that changed from darkness to light. Advertisement. Because in order to achieve a balance, human personality cannot be changed to the light side without limit. On the other hand, where there is light, there is darkness, and where there is darkness, there is light. Having said this, Mr. Robin Liu took a breath, raised his head and looked at everyone slowly. We eventually killed each other, and the only survivor was me. In fact, this is not accurate, because my body has been rotten. How could? Wendy looked at Robin Liu with her body trembling. Even at such a young age, she had already guessed what the old man was going to do. Now she just wanted him not to behave like she guessed. That is to say, old man, you are now. Shang thought of something and looked at Robin Liu in disbelief. Yes, I only exist in the form of a missing body now. Robin Liu's words made Wendy stunned for a long time as if she was struck by lightning. She covered her mouth in disbelief. In order to atone for my sins, I have been waiting for someone who can replace the cowardly me to destroy Nirvana. I have been waiting for 400 years. My mission is completed. As Robin Liu finished speaking, the members of the Demon Cats Inn disappeared one after another from the square. Wendy and Carla looked around anxiously. Maguna, Bible, everyone, what's going on? No, don't disappear, everyone. Wendy cried loudly while running towards everyone who disappeared, trying to catch them. I'm sorry, Wendy, I lied to you. Everyone here is an illusion created by me. Robin Liu lowered his head and did not dare to look at the girl who kept crying and wanted to hold back even a familiar person. This is such a powerful magic power. It can actually create a phantom with personality. Natsu looked at him in disbelief. 7 years ago, a young man came to me and asked me to take in Wendy. I looked at the young man's firm and straightforward eyes and agreed. Robin Liu lowered his head and recalled, and the figures in the square waved and smiled one after another and said goodbye to Wendy before disappearing. In order to prevent Wendy from being lonely, I created phantoms one by one. A guild was established for Wendy. Lucy covered her mouth and looked at Robin Liu in disbelief. Stop talking. I don't want to hear it. Can everyone please stop disappearing? I need everyone. Wendy covered her ears and shouted loudly. Carla was already crying. Robin Liu smiled and shook his head. He looked at Wendy gently. Carla, Wendy, you no longer need these false companions, because you already have a real companion. Robin Liu looked at the coalition forces behind Wendy one by one, gave a thumbs up, smiled, and slowly disappeared. Thank you very much. Carla and Wendy, please. President. Wendy fell weakly to the ground, covering her face and crying bitterly. Carla even covered her mouth with tears and looked at the place where Robin Liu disappeared for a long time without saying a word. Raphael stepped forward, touched Wendy and Carla's heads, and said softly. The pain of separation from the one we love, has a companion to share it with us. Come on, come to Fairy Tale.